She ran. You are insane. With a swift motion, Yu Yu shattered the youthful dreams of budding romance. Yu Yu was Chi Ran's classmate in high school, a quintessential beauty with a sculpted face, enchanting almond-shaped eyes, fair skin, and a figure that belied her age. For a long time, Chi Ran harbored a secret admiration for this school goddess. Today, he finally mustered the courage to arrange a lavish feast at the most elegant restaurant in the city, using the savings he had painstakingly accumulated. The venue and dishes were all to Yu Yu's liking. His decision to confess his feelings here was spurred by the encouragement of Yu Yu's friend, Lucien. Lucien had mentioned that Yu Yu had been harboring a crush on Chi Ran, the academically gifted student. For quite some time, albeit silently, she even took the initiative to inform him of Yu Yu's preferences, prompting him to gift her his library exemption card. The library exemption card was a reward given by teachers to outstanding students. And Lucien, enamored with a tall boy in their class who possessed such a card, implored Chi Ran to grant her this favor. Unable to resist Lucien's pleas and wishing to create a memorable campus story, Chi Ran selflessly bestowed the card upon her. As he spent most of his time in the library, and the card held little practical significance for him. Currently, Chi Ran served as the school library administrator, a position that provided him with benefits, effectively alleviating his burdens of food, accommodation, and tuition. Fees. Despite his academic excellence, his family's financial situation was dire. Both parents were laid-off workers now struggling with odd jobs, leaving them perpetually preoccupied. Though Chi Ran was acutely aware of his own limitations and felt unworthy of pursuing someone as stunning as Yu Yu, he still gathered the courage to confess. Now, with a heartfelt declaration met with a slap and the label of insanity, he realized he had been deceived by Lucien. Despite his impoverished circumstances, Chi Ran's spirit remained unbroken. Yu Yu, even if you do not harbor feelings for me, there is no need for violence. You are trampling upon a man's dignity, he lamented, wounded by her actions. Could such a beautiful girl truly lack decorum? Her actions seemed a futile attempt to assert her superiority. Those devoid of self-awareness should not speak of dignity, Yu Yu retorted, her tone both haughty and caustic. I came to inform you that in the eyes of others, you are deemed insane. I did not believe it until now. You are not merely insane, but also foolish. Her emotions surged. I am insane, yet I once believed you to be a cultured lady. It appears I overestimated you. I am a fool for thinking that sincere feelings, even if unreciprocated, should not be trampled upon. Reality has shown me that a person with beauty but devoid of intellect is ultimately foolish. Chi Ran's words dripped with bitterness. Thank you for the slap. It has allowed me to clarify my perceptions of both you and myself. With that, Chi Ran left, leaving Yu Yu fuming in disbelief that a gentleman may be slain, but he shall not suffer indignity. He mused, incredulous that this foolish beauty could not comprehend such a principle. At the front desk, while settling the bill, he arrogantly remarked to the receptionist, "The leftovers are fit for the dogs." In truth, no one had touched the extravagant feast, and it seemed a waste to feed it to dogs. Yet Chi Ran believed that even a dog might respond with a few barks, occasionally possessing more warmth than a human. Chi Ran, how does it feel to pursue the school beauty? Chi Ran, some individuals are simply out of reach. One must possess self-awareness. As Chi Ran returned to the library, he overheard the seemingly concerned yet gossip-laden thoughts of those around him. He scoffed, whose life is perpetually on a winning streak. The lessons that reality imparts, arriving sooner rather than later, are not without merit. As the library's closing time approached, Chi Ran shut the door and resumed his cultivation. Who could have anticipated the extraordinary nature of the neglected ancient texts within the library? They transformed Chi Ran into a practitioner of the mystical arts. Now in the golden core stage of refining magical artifacts, Chi Ran dared not slacken his efforts. Once he succeeded in crafting his own magical tool, he would possess a metaphorical golden finger, and he was eager to discover what form this golden finger would take. Chi Ran settled into meditation, focusing intently on the creation of his treasured artifact that he aspired to forge. A personal magical item capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, a formidable weapon for vanquishing foes. However, The process of infusing a practitioner's consciousness into this artifact was fraught with peril, stimulated by the thought of success. Qi Ran yearned for an immediate breakthrough with his golden finger in hand. He envisioned a new chapter in his life, one where even the most beautiful and coveted individuals like Wu Yue would be beyond his reach. How infuriating! Qi Ran gasped as he realized he was succumbing to negative emotions. The refinement of his artifact demanded unwavering focus. Any slip could prove fatal. Yet, at that moment, his mindset was not conducive to the meticulous crafting of his magical tool. Upon recognizing his inability to control his emotions, Qi Ran contemplated halting his cultivation to prevent falling into madness. Yet the alchemical fire burned bright, and his consciousness shimmered within. Taoist now would yield far graver consequences, possibly leaving him in a state worse than death. Qi Ran refused to choose a life of mediocrity. If I cannot live with fervor, then I shall depart in silence. This became Qi Ran's ultimate resolution. Bamboo leaves whisper in the brisk wind, resonating with a steadfast spirit as the moonlight graces a loyal heart. Emotions run deep, thoughts linger. Yet the enchanting reflections of flowers and moonlight remain but an illusion. Upon awakening, Qi Ran is greeted by the melodious strains of a guqin, accompanied by an ethereal chant. This ancient melody is exquisite, Qi Ran muses to herself. Surveying her surroundings, she finds herself in an octagonal cool hall, where a wooden chair cradles a flower pot. And beside it stands a bamboo basket filled with ancient tomes. A young prodigy is seated there, fingers dancing over the strings of the guqin. The music shifting from gentle to fervent, harmonizing with the chant. Qi Ran discerns the sound of rain tapping on bamboo leaves. Goodness! The casting for this period drama is exceptional. The protagonist is undoubtedly a master of the guqin. Enraptured by the music, Qi Ran reflects, "Senior brother, you have finally grasped the pinnacle of expressing emotions through music. Alas, your time has come to an end. What a pity." The voice emanates from above, prompting Qi Ran to look up. There, reclining on the hall ceiling, is an individual clad in dark robes, exquisitely adorned, with delicate features and a serene smile. Leisurely gazing at the sky, seemingly unfazed by the enchanting melody. Since ancient times, who among us has escaped death? Let your loyal heart illuminate the annals of history. As the final notes of the guqin resonate with a piercing force, a wave of sorrow washes over. The individual above does not offer consolation or encouragement, but rather shares his own reflections. This narrative arc could benefit from a touch of positivity, Qi Ran thinks, wishing to engage with the two. However, when she attempts to speak, her voice eludes her, leaving her astonished as she slowly approaches the guqin master. Clad in simple white robes, the quality of his playing reveals him to be a virtuoso. The guqin master seems oblivious to her presence. His pristine hands gliding over the strings. "We are bound as brothers. Let me play one last tune for you, for henceforth, we shall be parted forever. Take care of yourself." What is happening? Qi Ran places her hand on the strings, yet he disregards her existence, his fingers deftly plucking. And the haunting melody of high mountains and flowing water fills the air. The choice of this piece before his demise indicates a profound bond between the two. Qi Ran, familiar with the tale of high mountains and flowing water, understands that they are not merely brothers in art, but also dear friends. As the music plays, she ascends to the hall's apex, eager to behold this immensely detached friend of the guqin master. Realizing she is but a fragment of consciousness, Qi Ran understands that an accident during her cultivation led to her spirit being cast adrift in this place. The absence of external filming suggests a temporal displacement. She has traversed into the past, likely during the Tang or Song dynasty, judging by the scholar's attire and that of the individual before her. As the melody concludes, the scholar exhales a deep sigh. "Junior brother, I must depart. The world is harsh. Take care." He then raises a teacup, drinking deeply. Qi Ran senses something amiss and wishes to intervene, yet finds herself powerless. The guqin master's loyal companion appears unperturbed. After finishing his drink, the master bows his head to the guqin, blood flowing from his mouth and nose as he succumbs. What a potent poison! Qi Ran shakes her head in disbelief. What despair could lead one to take such drastic measures? If he can be so ruthless to himself, why not seek justice? She feels a deep sense of injustice for this gentleman. "Farewell, senior brother. I shall help fulfill your unaccomplished wishes." Unyielding, the figure in dark robes shows no intention of retrieving his brother's body, instead turning to depart. In the realm of acquaintances, both true friends and false ones scarcely measure up. The notion of resting in peace has become a task too tedious to undertake. revealing a profound lack of discernment in one's judgment of character. Such thoughts occupied Qi Ran's mind, leading him to feel deep sympathy for the musician. He wished to cleanse the blood from the musician's mouth and nose. Judging by the musician's attire, he was evidently someone who placed great importance on his image. He could not be allowed to present himself to the king of hell in such a disheveled state. However, as soon as Qi Ran made contact with the deceased, he was jolted by an unexpected shock. Could it be that the spirit, unable to find rest, lingered on? As a cultivator, Qi Ran understood that the human body is an energy entity, akin to a small star, yet this particular star had extinguished, its energy dissipated. How could it still exert such a jolt upon a cultivator's consciousness? As Qi Ran's mind raced, he felt an unexpected heaviness in his chest. How could one's consciousness experience such a sensation? With a deep sigh, he realized he had traversed into another realm. Qi Ran had fully assumed the identity of Wu Yue. Wu Yue, merely 20 years of age, was a minor official in the historical records of the Qin dynasty during the Southern and Northern Dynasties, yet he was renowned as a prodigious talent. His beloved had entered the Qin palace through a selection process, leaving him feeling powerless and devoid of purpose, ultimately leading to his tragic demise by poison. Wu Yue was a versatile scholar, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If Qi Ran wished to navigate the tumultuous waters of the Southern and Northern Dynasties, embodying Wu Yue was the most fitting choice. Through his literary prowess, he formed connections with esteemed individuals. His aspirations for the world drew him to a cadre of passionate youths, among whom was Yu Ran, a chivalrous and heroic young man. Qi Ran held high hopes for this gallant figure. Perhaps your beloved is currently reveling in her newfound status, while you chose to end your own life. It is no wonder that your junior, Wei Su, feels it unjust, and I too share that sentiment. Thus, Qi Ran mused, Wu Yue's life had come to an end, and he would henceforth traverse this world in his guise, embarking on a new journey as Qi Ran. With nimble hands, he secured the zither and slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder, making his way towards the cool hall. I assure you, none have escaped my grasp, he declared with an air of authority. The moment he stepped into the familiar establishment from his memories, he was startled by a commanding voice. Yu Ran. The tone was all too familiar, suggesting a close bond between Wu Yue and Yu Ran. Yet now, he was Qi Ran, not Wu Yue, and he needed to forge a new connection with Yu Ran under this new identity. Fortunately, with the knowledge bestowed by the Wu Yue persona, he knew Yu Ran inside and out. A mere change of appearance and identity would suffice to bridge the gap between them. Two individuals, both brimming with a sense of justice, were bound to spark some form of camaraderie. Qi Ran observed as Yu Ran placed a foot upon the stool, forcefully pressing the head of another against the table with one hand, while thumping the surface with the other, exuding an air of dominance. Hero Yu, I run a modest establishment. You wouldn't want to dismantle my little shop, would you? The owner, with a broad smile, bowed respectfully to Yu Ran. Qi Ran recognized him as Old Lu. This small establishment had been in operation for 3 generations, specializing in Wu cuisine. Yet, Old Lu also held another role, functioning as an intermediary between the court and the martial world. When the court required discreet assistance with matters of a less than reputable nature, they would procure it through him. However, they adhered to strict guidelines, refusing assignments that involved the assassination of officials above the 3rd rank. Wu Yue had learned of this information while seeking to rescue his beloved from the Qin palace. He had exhausted his fortune in seeking Old Lu's help, only to be met with a firm refusal, as any dealings with the royal family, regardless of their scale, were strictly off limits. Qi Ran understood the gravity of opposing the royal family. It would certainly invite severe repercussions. How could the astute Chen Laojin possibly accept such a perilous commission? Half of Wu Yue's fortune remains in Chen Laogin's possession, and Qi Ran seeks to retrieve it. Boss Chen, has my elder brother Wu ever visited your establishment? With a firm grip, Yu Ran lifted the flushed and distressed middle-aged man, inquiring coldly. Young Sir Yu, indeed Mr. Wu has come, but he has since departed. Where to? I cannot say, Boss Chen replied deliberately, keeping his distance from the impetuous youth. If anything unfortunate befalls my elder brother Wu because of this matter, you shall be held accountable. Yu Ran, with an air of arrogance, dragged his ill-fated prey out of the door. Boss Chen, you are aware of my whereabouts. Why do you not disclose it to him? Qi Ran appeared like a specter behind Boss Chen. Young Master Wu, is it truly you? Boss Chen was evidently taken aback to see Wu Yue, his expression one of astonishment. If it is not this young master, then who could it be? Qi Ran replied coolly. I have come to reclaim what is stored here. Thereafter, we shall part ways in the rivers and lakes. To part in the rivers and lakes? Boss Chen evidently failed to grasp the meaning, repeating the words with a look of confusion. "We are strangers to one another." Qi Ran felt compelled to clarify again. "Simply hand over the items. What you entrusted here for safekeeping shall naturally be returned," Boss Chen remarked. Observing Qi Ran's newfound vigor, one must learn to let go. Youth holds great promise ahead. Qi Ran internally conceded that Boss Chen's words bore wisdom. What could surpass the sheer joy of existence? Everyone faces setbacks, yet once overcome, life shines bright like the sun, such is the essence of a vibrant youth. Boss Chen presented Qi Ran with a blue cloth bundle. Upon loosening it, Qi Ran was momentarily blinded by the gleam within. The bundle contained shimmering gold, weighing at least 1,000 taels. Wu Yue had sacrificed his entire savings to save his beloved, indicating that his family was relatively well off. Yet Wu Yue himself seemed oblivious to the joys of life. Qi Ran mused that with just a single ingot of gold, one could easily acquire a young maiden as a servant or wife. Why endure such hardships? Those who fail to appreciate life's pleasures are indeed quite dull, Qi Ran muttered. He had forgotten the reason for his arrival in this era. Had he not also succumbed to his emotions, allowing them to erupt and liberate his spirit? Boss Chen was not a man of avarice. Indeed, while this sum of gold could incite the greed of the ordinary, he was no ordinary man. Qi Ran noted that Boss Chen had clearly not been swayed by the gold. He was a businessman of considerable stature, and succumbing to greed would render his principles meaningless. Of course, the presence of Yu Ran and Wei Su also played a role. Neither were individuals to be trifled with. Boss Chen valued his life, and it was evident that he never intended to lose such a substantial fortune. Wu Yu's properties had already been liquidated. All he possessed was contained within that bundle. Thus, it seemed fortuitous that Qi Ran could use this gold to embark on a new chapter in his life. He felt intimately familiar with everything around him. He had first acquired a house in the city, with the land deed and property certificate all bearing his name, Qi Ran. The robe was not an attire favored by Qi Ran. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he sketched a design replete with ancient elegance. The garment fell just above the knee, featuring a loose fit that tapered at the ankles. The shopkeeper, upon observing the design, deemed it smart yet out of sync with contemporary trends, suggesting that a man of wealth such as Qi Ran would be better suited in a long robe to convey status. "Simply follow my design. There is no need for further discussion," Qi Ran retorted before leaving with a deposit. The shopkeeper, clutching the golden coin, bit into it, a smile illuminating his face as he tucked it away and summoned the master tailor to commence work on the garment. Thanks to Qi Ran's extensive reading in the library, he had acquired the art of makeup, which proved to be a timely solution. Wu Yu's mannerisms now mirrored those of Qi Ran, and with a few enhancements to his features, he could easily blend in. Gazing into the mirror at the handsome young man before him, Qi Ran reflected on how Wu Yu not only enriched his knowledge but also bestowed upon him a striking appearance. The shadows of past sorrow had faded, replaced by a vibrant, sunny disposition. Qi Ran now presented himself as a distinguished talent, yet his thoughts were consumed by the pursuit of wealth. A true man should aspire to explore all corners of the world. Dressed in his new attire, Qi Ran was quite pleased with his dashing image. To thrive in this place, he must first devise ways to earn money. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits. After indulging in self-admiration, he returned to the harsh realities of his situation. Presently, the state of Qin was surrounded by formidable foes. To the north lay the state of Wei, boasting a population of 1 million and a robust economy, with a newly ascended emperor who harbored ambitions of expansion. To the south was the state of Yu. Though smaller in population, it was martial and home to numerous practitioners, including a recently emerged prodigy with the ability to turn stone into gold. To the west, the Qin state was still regarded as a barbaric land, where the populace resisted civilization and often resorted to pillaging due to poverty. To the east was the state of Wei, known for its cultural refinement and reverence for propriety, anchored by two esteemed scholars, Fang Zheng and Wei Yin, making it a revered haven for literary figures. Chen had recently endured a succession crisis, with the former crown prince deposed and the Qi prince newly installed as heir, resulting in a power vacuum within the court. It became apparent that Wu Yu was aligned with the faction of the former crown prince. After meticulously sorting through Wu Yu's memories, Qi Ran comprehended the depths of Wu Yu's despair. He had suffered the dual blows of political disillusionment and romantic heartbreak, all while witnessing the beloved couple fall into the embrace of a tyrant, an intolerable fate for any man. Such a melodramatic ordeal could indeed shatter the heart of a proud scholar. Qi Ran felt a surge of sympathy for Wu Yu. Many faced a similar fate of despair. Branded as traitors, Since I am here, I shall assist you. I am uncertain of Wei Su's intentions, but I know I will help the enlightened ruler of your heart ascend the throne. As a form of repayment, Qi Ren mused to himself. In this era, treason was met with the direst of consequences, often resulting in the annihilation of entire clans. However, upon reviewing the list of those implicated based on Wu Yue's memories, Qi Ren discovered that the court had opted for exile rather than execution, indicating that the ruler seated upon the throne was not entirely foolish. I must first find a way to ascertain the current situations of these exiled individuals, Qi Ren resolved. Qi Ren swiftly made contact with Yu Ran through Wu Yue. What? Brother Wu has passed away? Upon hearing Qi Ran's announcement of Wu Yue's demise, Yu Ran leaped up in shock. Is there any need for deception? Wei Su delivered the final news to him. To prevent Yu Ran from lingering on Wu Yue's affairs, Qi Ren attributed the message to Wei Su. That charlatan. Is he truly trustworthy? Yu Ran appeared to hold a low opinion of Wei Su. Before his death, Brother Wu played the melody of high mountains and flowing water for him. They were not only brothers in arms, but also kindred spirits. Brother Wu was a man of integrity, yet Wei Su had consistently led him astray. This charlatan claimed to possess a set of divine techniques known as Mai Xiang, which purportedly allowed him to discern a person's past and future. Brother Wu was utterly captivated by his words, believing everything he said, even considering it a stroke of luck to be his disciple. Mai Xiang? Could it be that it was crafted by Wei Su? Qi Ran was equally taken aback. This art of divination analyzed a person's visage, features, bones, complexion, posture, and palm lines to predict fortune and misfortune, nobility and lowliness, and even longevity. It is said that a person's face resembles a profound and inscrutable compendium of codes, inscribed with the narrative of their life's wealth and disgrace. Each feature, from hair to forehead to eyebrows, although inherited from one's parents, forms an undecoded database, which those versed in the art can decipher to reveal the path of the future. Could it be that Wei Su is a master of codes, having devised this system of divination? Did he foresee Wu Yue's death and know he would bestow upon him a new life? If so, that would be truly terrifying. How could Wu Yue and Wei Su possibly be brothers in arms? Qi Ren found no record of their sect in Wu Yue's system. It seemed deliberately eradicated. How could such a thing be erased? Qi Ran was in a dire predicament, pondering who possessed the ability to erase parts of Wu Yue's memories before his death. Such a deceitful charlatan, preying on others for sustenance, was utterly infuriating. Qi Ren expressed his frustration, having found a vent for his displeasure. Who was the person you captured yesterday, Yu Xia? A scoundrel of the Jianghu, thinking he could escape to Chen Laojin's place without consequence. How naive. Yu Ran's face was etched with disdain, still mocking that man's childish delusions. Observing closely, Yu Ran exuded a chilling aura, his slender frame making it difficult to associate him with a renowned young hero. Yet it was this frail youth who dared to seize someone from Chen Laojin's establishment. Those who came to his shop were formidable characters, and the fact that Chen Laojin dared not utter a word when Yu Ran apprehended someone spoke volumes of his prowess. Brother Wu entrusted me to look after the former Crown Prince's faction. Are you aware of their recent circumstances? I came here to inform Brother Wu about them, but I never anticipated his passing. Yu Ran clenched his fist tightly. It's the same for me. Let us fulfill Brother Wu's wishes together, shall we? Brother Wu's wishes? Yu Ran's gaze sharpened like a sword, his tightly clenched fist slightly raised, as if ready to strike at any moment. To support the rightful ruler in ascending the throne. Qi Ran placed a hand on him to sit back down, while gently laying his clenched fist on the table, signaling him to relax. Why should I trust you? Yu Ran scoffed coldly. If you do not trust me, who else can you rely on? Qi Ran inquired, is Xin Wei Su a charlatan? He will undoubtedly suggest seeking out Brother Wu, a kindred spirit. However, those individuals, though still alive, are under the watchful eye of the court. Should the authorities detect any untoward behavior, their lives would be in jeopardy. Even if they remain compliant, there are those who harbor distrust. Especially with the lingering presence of that disgraced noble, it incites considerable unease. You are aware that wildfires cannot be extinguished completely. They will inevitably resurge with the spring breeze. You speak the truth. The exiled Lord Wu narrowly escaped a fatal encounter on his journey, Yu Ran remarked. During the pursuit, I managed to rescue Lord Wu from the clutches of his captors. Lord Wu, the former Grand Tutor of the late Crown Prince Jin Yong, despite possessing commendable skills, is advanced in years and shackled, rendering him vulnerable against those fearsome adversaries. Presently, Lord Wu remains safe, thanks to Yu Ran's assurance concerning those individuals and their connections to the officials at the place of exile. Should any misfortune befall Lord Wu, they would never again see the ones they longed to meet. Qi Ran recognized Yu Ran's actions as commendably decisive. When rules are disregarded, one must employ unconventional tactics. Thus, our immediate priority is to safeguard our sovereign. Indeed, we shall refer to him as our sovereign. It is a safer designation, Qi Ran affirmed. With their current capabilities, they can only protect their sovereign, leaving them unable to extend their efforts to others. The exiled individuals are scattered across desolate lands. In this era, rapid advancement is unattainable unless one's life-bound artifact is perfected, enabling instantaneous travel. It appears that the path of cultivation must continue in this age. Their sovereign is currently under house arrest within the inner court, a place fraught with peril. The guards are from the Imperial Army and could take his life at any moment. Yu Ran was skeptical of Qi Ran's suggestion. Is it not dependent on human endeavor? How can one know it is impossible without attempting it? The place I intend to go will allow me to enter and exit with great confidence. Yu Ran was taken aback by Qi Ran's audacity. He intended to boldly present himself at the Chen Yue villa. What infuriated him the most was Qi Ran's temptation to use a treatise on the 18 dragon-subduing palms to entice Yu Ran. He fabricated a lineage for himself, claiming that his youthful prowess was attributed to a senior figure named Jin Yong, who possessed a legendary martial arts manual, the Nine Manual. Attaining this tome would render one invincible in the world. Yu Ran was thoroughly impressed by Qi Ran's imaginative prowess. As he vividly articulated the essence of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, even detailing the 18 stances, the dragon soars with regret, the flying dragon in the heavens. The dragon seen in the fields, the concealed dragon remains dormant, shocking 100 miles, leaping in the abyss, arriving unexpectedly, the twin dragons draw water. The divine dragon sweeps its tail, traversing great rivers, the majestic crane ascends to land, the mountain remains dry, loss brings trust, the dragon battles in the fields, tread frost. The ram touches the border, 6 dragons whirl, the dragon and snake lie dormant. These moves, subtly aligned with the I Ching, appeared even more profound, as he passionately claimed that mastering them would enable one to dominate the martial world, protect the homeland, and become a hero revered by generations. Although Yu Ran was a martial artist, he harbored no ambition to become a hegemon of the martial realm. However, protecting his homeland and achieving merit was a noble pursuit for any honorable man. Despite knowing Qi Ran was ensnaring him in a trap, he was still eager to step into it. The assertion that from the most rigid emerges the utmost softness is indeed in harmony with the principles of Yin and Yang and the 8 trigrams. The martial arts that rely on the forceful application of power are those he favors, as his own skills are renowned for their ferocity. As for the techniques recorded in the Nine Manual, particularly those pertaining to muscle and bone conditioning, healing, acupoint striking, releasing pressure points, breath control, and the ethereal art of soul transference, they are all exemplary forms of mastery. The art of soul transference is particularly alluring to him. The martial techniques described within are nothing short of miraculous. The heart-crushing palm can devastate the internal organs of the victim without breaking their bones. The white python whip technique is as fluid as a serpent emerging from its lair. The 5-string hand, when lightly brushed against an opponent's elbow, induces a subtle ache that drains their strength. The great demon-felling fist exhibits unparalleled ingenuity, and the crushing claw strikes at vital points with an elusive grace, embodying a celestial demeanor in its execution. Upon witnessing Qi Ran produce 2 tomes of martial arts secrets, he could not help but marvel at the unparalleled prowess of the renowned hero Jin, though he was perplexed as to why such a master of martial arts remained obscure. He is quite famous, yet you are unaware, he retorted. There has never been a legendary hero of whom I was ignorant. You underestimate me, Qi Ran, he declared. Let me enlighten you. Jin is a reclusive genius, akin to the esteemed Guguzi. His passions lie not in martial prowess, but in literary pursuits. Qi Ran chuckled, dismissing this notion as trivial. However, should he ever reveal himself to the world, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil within the martial realm, leading to instability in the court and jeopardizing our plans. The magnitude of Qi Ran's schemes was unknown to Yu Ran. Yet he understood that if the existence of such martial texts were to become known, they would incite a fierce competition. Qi Ran seemed intent on fostering chaos. Without the temptation of the 2 tomes, Yu Ran agreed to fabricate a legendary ancestor for his sect, a figure reminiscent of Jin Yong, a promising disciple indeed. Upon receiving Yu Ran's affirmation, Qi Ran recognized the successful initiation of his grand design. While Yu Ran eagerly pondered over the martial manuals, Qi Ran commenced his own daily training, determined not to squander the limited time available in this era dominated by horse-drawn carriages. Mr. Wei, has Wu Yue truly met his demise? Wei Su, adorned in a splendid robe, was engaged in a game of chess with the heir apparent of the Qin dynasty. Chen Huang, who was clad in yellow robes and wore a purple crown. Rest assured, Your Highness, I witnessed him ingest the poison directly. Alas, my poor senior brother. Even in death, he played a tune of high mountains and flowing water for me. I could not even provide him a proper burial, leaving him without a resting place. Wei Su remarked nonchalantly. Initially, he believed that killing without bloodshed was the pinnacle of skill. But he now realized that leading an opponent willingly to their death truly deserves the title of the world's greatest. In service to the crown, one must exert their utmost effort, he affirmed. Well said. Mr. Wei, you are indeed a sage of our dynasty, executing matters with resolute efficiency. Let us see how you will be honored with titles and appointments, Chen Huang scoffed. To defy the heavens and alter fate is to transgress against the celestial order. Sacrificing Wu Yue's life for your highness's ascension is worthwhile. A hint of sternness flickered across Wei Su's handsome visage. The grand historian Li's actions were indeed superfluous. Insisting on reporting to the court that Wu Yue's star was to orbit the violet star, heralding his destined rise to nobility. Chen Huang was acutely aware that Wu Yue served as the companion to the crown prince, Chen Yu. Wu Yue was bestowed with the title of Marquis and the command to serve as a minister. And the future sovereign of the Qin state was destined to be Chen Yu. Consequently, Chen Huang orchestrated the turmoil within the Eastern Palace. Although the current emperor of Chen harbored doubts, the overwhelming evidence was unfavorable to Chen Yu, resulting in the exiling of Chen Yu's faction rather than the annihilation of their lineage. That ineffectual individual lingered on, perpetually a source of calamity. Chen Huang relinquished a piece on the chessboard. Wei Su's array of white pieces had fallen into a state of inevitable defeat. Meanwhile, the legendary martial arts manuscript by Jin Yong had begun to circulate in the realm, transforming into a coveted treasure of the martial world. Various renowned sects dispatched their elite disciples in pursuit of the manuscript, leading to a surge of tumultuous events in the Jianghu. In the capital, the deposed crown prince Chen Yu resided at the end of Tongke Street. This thoroughfare stretched for 10 li, flanked by official residences, beginning at the imperial city and extending northward to the official quarters, with a continuous flow of officials traversing it daily. The starting point of Tongke Street was Chen Yu's residence, a mandatory passage for officials attending court, yet they hastened their carriages upon reaching this place, fearing their own mounts would lag behind. The once revered paragon of virtue, extolled by court ministers, had now become a harbinger of misfortune. The coldness of society had long been established. The residence of Chen Yu, once a vital thoroughfare for officials entering and exiting the court, had now transformed into a forbidden zone for ministers. In stark contrast, the newly opened Baihe Tower at the northern end, a place through which one must pass to return home, bustled with activity. The proprietor, a youthful man, crafted exquisite milk tea that enchanted the officials' families from the 2 li street, drawing beautiful maidens who queued eagerly for his delightful concoctions. The proprietor, handsome and attired in an elegantly simple silk robe, exuded an ethereal charm, akin to the enchanting nature of his tea. Many of the maidens were drawn merely to behold the proprietor, and upon encountering his warm smile, they would swoon. The young proprietor, accustomed to such admiration, sweetly addressed them as beautiful ladies, eliciting peals of laughter. As officials passed by, they would often pause, sending their attendants to procure a bottle of the exquisite chicken-flavored wine tailored to their tastes. The proprietor possessed an uncanny ability to concoct cocktails that catered to the most discerning palates, leaving even the most fastidious satisfied. The powerful chief minister, Lin Liufu, particularly favored his fruit wines, praising their lingering flavor and endless aftertaste. Thus, he received special permission to establish his shop in that location, making it the sole establishment of its kind on Tongke Street and the 2 li street. Other affluent individuals and their families in the capital had to rely on intermediaries to procure cocktails and milk tea. This beloved proprietor was none other than Qi Ran. He employed 2 assistants, Yu Ran and his junior disciple Yu Ho. Qi Ran was aware that Yu Ran did not share the surname Yu, but rather held the title Yu due to the ranking of disciples in their sect. After acquiring 2 treasured tomes, Yu Ran's sect was delighted to acknowledge this renowned hero as their founding ancestor. However, the whereabouts of a crucial compendium remained unknown. Had it not been lost, they would not have allowed the Jianghu to learn of their esteemed ancestor, nor would they have left behind 2 manuscripts. The absence of this compendium justified the inability of the sect's disciples to master their skills, despite their relentless busyness. Yu Ran and Yu Ho relished daily access to fine wines, milk tea, and delectable pastries presented by the maidens. Surrounded by a diverse array of beauties, their spirits soared as if invigorated by a potent tonic, and their diligence in service doubled. Yet Qiren understood that the age-old adage that money can move mountains held the truest of meanings. He offered a generous remuneration to the two, sufficient for each to purchase a grand residence in the outskirts of the capital and secure a spouse for a comfortable life after merely a year of work. To mitigate excessive labor intensity, Qiren initiated a strategy of scarcity marketing, imposing daily purchase limits on milk tea and cocktails. Following the announcement of these restrictions, a considerable stir ensued. The affluent patrons and their families were quite displeased that even with money they could not procure the coveted beverages. However, Qiren asserted that in order to maintain quality and quantity, the processes for preparing milk tea and cocktails must be strictly adhered to. To substantiate this, he fabricated an elaborate and tedious series of procedures prior to the mixing of cocktails and milk tea, including purification, fasting, and reciting scriptures. In essence, only those who were pure of heart and untainted could concoct beverages of rich flavor. This convoluted production process not only quelled the public outrage, but also garnered understanding from the masses after a slight price increase. Yuren found Qiren's shameless tactics utterly detestable, yet, in light of the financial incentives, he still commended him. This, he thought, exemplified true wisdom. Qiren then seized the opportunity to launch his own training program. This is nothing short of abduction and deception, Yue countered. Abduction and deception are illegal. We operate within the law and engage in fair trade. Why has your perspective twisted so? If you find my remuneration excessive, I shall have it. Yue realized his error. From now on, he would defer to the authority of his employer. Upon hearing of the potential salary reduction, his attitude swiftly shifted. Recognizing one's mistakes and amending them is commendable, concluded Qiren, ending his lecture. That evening, he intended to meditate and instructed the two not to disturb him, asserting that he was devoutly honoring the divine, and only through sincerity could he receive divine aid. This discourse proved effective in an era that revered the divine. Yuren and Yue resolutely refrained from interrupting him. Even the slightest movement was interpreted as communication with the divine, further solidifying their belief in Qiren's extraordinary abilities. Through word of mouth, the cocktails evolved into a legendary elixir. Qiren had numerous suppliers, and as his business thrived, so too did theirs. Establishing stores on Tongke Street and Liangli Street, once an unthinkable endeavor, became a reality through his efforts, as the production of the divine brew attested. Qiren was now regarded as a godlike figure within the industry. Suppliers approached him with utmost caution, wary of the formidable forces behind him, and competition was non-existent. He had struck gold with his first fortune, and his destined magical instrument had been forged. Thanks to Wu Yue, this instrument was an ancient guqin, now capable of slaying foes with its melodies and allowing him to soar through the skies upon its sound. On a dimly lit starry night, he visited the Chen Yue family estate. Wu Yue perceived Chen Yue as a gentleman, possessing a heart that empathized with the suffering of the world, a beacon of hope for all. However, Qiren beheld a weary young man, clad in opulent attire yet bearing a sorrowful demeanor. Upon arrival, he witnessed Chen Yue offering incense at Wu Yue's memorial, and a warmth surged within him. This was true camaraderie. Although Chen Yue lacked Qiren's striking handsomeness, his features were quite symmetrical, perhaps imbued with a noble aura from his upbringing in the royal court. Brother Wu, he lamented, henceforth, no one shall engage me in games of strategy or discussions of the world's tempestuous affairs, nor shall there be harmonious melodies of the guqin. Life has become devoid of interest. Perhaps it is better to depart early. His voice was tinged with melancholy, reflecting a profound weariness with existence. Indeed, life is exceedingly dull without a kindred spirit. Qiren contemplated with a twinge of compassion for the fallen soul before him. Chen Yue, the son of the beloved Empress Chen, was merely the offspring of a local gentleman named Li. The emperor, disguised, was captivated by the extraordinary beauty of Lady Li and disregarded societal conventions to make her his concubine. A year later, Lady Li gave birth to the Prince Yue, who was designated as the crown prince. However, Lady Li's fate was grim. She passed away shortly after the birth of the emperor's second son, Huang. Following a promise from Emperor Wu that regardless of any future transgressions, Chen Yu's life would be preserved. Lady Li was a woman of wisdom, acutely aware that true love in the imperial harem could scarcely withstand the trials of power struggles. Dying before losing favor could be seen as a blessing. Due to the emperor's vow, despite losing the contest for succession against Chen Huang, Chen Yue managed to retain his life. Having come from humble origins, Lady Li understood Chen Yu's precarious position and ensured that the scholarly tutors selected for him were esteemed officials, pairing him with accomplished youths from noble families. hoping they would become his allies, a testament to her thoughtful intentions. The Wu family, once prominent for 3 generations, found themselves waning despite producing a remarkable talent in this era. Ultimately, Wu Yue succumbed to despair, drinking poison to end his life, a poignant tragedy. The emperor's decision to exile Chen Yue and his associates was born of necessity. Chen Huang's mother, Lady Lin, was the sister of the powerful Chancellor Lin, whose influence instilled fear even in the emperor. The shift of power was perilous. The emperor had lost control over the court, leaving Chen Yue vulnerable against the powerful officials. Even though the emperor understood that the Lin family was encroaching upon his authority, he could only bide his time, plotting his next move. The royal family had been rendered powerless, with influential ministers seizing control, a sign of impending regime change. Qiren wished to remain aloof from such court intrigues, aspiring instead to become a wealthy merchant, akin to Fan Li, finding joy in the serene landscapes and the company of exquisite beauty. Yet, this desire was mere wishful thinking. How could one find peace amidst national turmoil? Moreover, he had a commitment to Wu Yue. The rise and fall of a nation was a shared responsibility. Lin Yin was notoriously willful and headstrong. When informed by her 2 martial arts masters about the profound intricacies of the legendary Golden Knight's secret manual, she expressed her desire to join the treasure-seeking expedition. Absolutely not. Lin Lifeng replied emphatically. It was one thing for the daughter of a noble family to neglect traditional feminine arts. It was quite another for her to be incompetent in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while spending her days wielding weapons and leaving her attendants battered and bruised. Such unruliness would make her future prospects of marriage bleak. Father, I merely wish to glimpse the Golden Knight's manual out of curiosity. Please allow me to explore the world. She implored. Once Yanran departs, peace will reign in this household. Why not grant her request? Yanran was determined to have her way. Very well, Lin Lifeng replied coolly. Your 15th birthday approaches. If you find a suitable husband during this journey, I shall permit you to roam the world with him. Though Yanran was headstrong, she harbored a noble spirit, frequently quoting the adage that a gentleman's word is his bond, irrespective of gender. That works. I shall first seek a formidable bodyguard. She readily agreed. You are not seeking a bodyguard. You are seeking a husband, Lin Lifeng corrected her. Whatever it may be, as long as he can pass my test. He must be a commendable individual. At 13, Yanran had set up a challenge to recruit masters. At 14, she had established her prowess. And now, at 15, she was holding a martial arts contest to seek a suitor, indeed, a celebrated tale in the kingdom of Chen. Every year, the young lady of the minister's household stirs up a bit of commotion, fearful of being forgotten by the world. Lin Yanran, the cherished jewel of Lin Lifu's first wife, hails from the Wei state. This esteemed lady, trained under the tutelage of a renowned scholar, possesses a character marked by integrity and righteousness. In her youth, she stood out in the 9 provinces for her treatise on the 36 principles of propriety, earning the admiration of scholars far and wide. It was this extraordinary woman who, upon setting her eyes on the then impoverished Lin Lifu, chose to accompany him to the Chen state. As Lin Lifu ascended to prominence, becoming a powerful figure in Chen, the once harmonious couple found themselves at odds. After Lin Yin was elevated to the status of a concubine, her relationship with her sister-in-law soured, as she favored the Chen consort over her own kin, inciting the elders of the Lin family to voice their disapproval. Eventually, she succumbed to despair. Lin Lifu, burdened by guilt towards his wife, was lenient in his upbringing of their daughter. Like her mother, Lin Yin possessed a fiery temperament within the Lin household. She heeded only her father's words, disregarding all others. The second wife, uninterested in the affairs of the household, merely wished to see her married off quickly. For her 15th birthday, Lin Yin orchestrated an extravagant event in the most opulent part of Chen's capital, inviting young men under 20 from all backgrounds to compete for her affection. News of this gathering spread like wildfire, drawing a multitude of talented youths eager to seek the legendary hero's secrets. Lin Yanran, the minister's beloved daughter, exuded the same eloquence and charm as her mother, and her discerning eye for talent ensured that those she favored either remained close or were recommended to her father for promising futures. Many who approached the stage sought not only a glimpse of her beauty, but, especially among accomplished youths, yearned for her recognition. My lady is a celestial being. Her remarkable feats are to be expected, remarked Xiao Yu, a maidservant from the Lin household, dismissing the skepticism of onlookers while selling milk tea at Chiron's shop. The Lin family are regular patrons of my establishment. For the young lady's coming-of-age ceremony, I shall certainly prepare a gift that will be delivered to your household. Please convey this message to your lady. Chiron spoke sweetly, as if her words were drizzled with honey. The master will invite dignitaries from the court to celebrate the young lady's birthday, and the crown prince may even attend. Ensure you prepare ample of the master's favorite chicken-flavored wine. If the crown prince enjoys it, we may be favored as royal suppliers, which would undoubtedly bring prosperity to our business. Xiao Yu, with the wisdom of a seasoned celebrant, reminded Chiron. Thank you for the reminder. I shall also prepare a small gift for you, Xiao Yu. I hope you will like it, Chiron graciously replied. And I too shall share in the joy. Thank you. Dear proprietor, I will relay this delightful news to the young lady, Xiao Yu said, her steps light as she departed. Chiron understood that Xiao Yu's perception of her would reflect how she was regarded in Lin Yanran's eyes. The other maidservants waiting in line, having overheard their exchange, felt a twinge of resentment, but could only endure it. After all, no one dared to cross Lin Yanran, especially with her father being the most powerful man in Chen. Master, what gift have you prepared for Lin Yanran? Yu Ran inquired after closing up shop. Tomorrow is a holiday. You two should explore the capital while I finish my training and then visit Chen Yue's residence, Chiron instructed. You're abandoning such a thriving business to stroll through the capital? Visit Chen Yue's residence? Yuren exclaimed in disbelief. According to his knowledge, the Chen Yu residence is surrounded by watchful eyes. Anyone attempting to enter would be akin to a thorn in their side. Chi Ran, leaning against the grand tree, sought to curry favor with the Chun residence, which was a perilous endeavor. I had previously mentioned that I would boldly venture in. You need not concern yourselves with this. While shopping, procure all the roses in the city until they are sold out. Chi Ran tossed a handful of silver coins into the hands of the two, forbidding them from indulging in floral wine. As esteemed disciples, how could we engage in such disgraceful acts? Yue remarked. Although their sect had gained some renown in the martial world, it was not yet a top-tier faction. Thanks to Yue's recent exploits and the emergence of the legendary Gold Knight's secret manual, they had ascended from a third-rate to a second-rate status. Now, Yue bore an air of self-satisfaction, as if he would rise to a first-rate sect by dawn. While purchasing flowers, spread the word that our establishment is hosting a birthday banquet for Miss Lin, and we are acquiring all the roses in town. Boss, why only roses? Yue queried, unaware of Chi Ran's ulterior motives. Am I not permitted to gift her 99 roses? Cease your prattle and execute the task efficiently. What do 99 roses signify? I've not heard that Miss Lin is fond of flowers. Her passion lies in martial arts manuals. If you were to present her with that manual, I am certain she would prefer it, Yue chuckled. That manual's ultimate secret has yet to be revealed. Its techniques are merely frameworks, lacking practicality. When will the ultimate secret be released? Both Yuhua and Yuhua inquired in unison. That depends on whether the Gold Knight is willing to entrust it to me. I must engage in daily fasting and prayer, hoping for his divine guidance. Although Chiron had read the legend of the Condor heroes, he had not memorized it. Nor was he certain of the authenticity of the Gold Knight's ultimate secret. Retaining it only increases its credibility. The Chen Yu residence is adorned with roses, the most fragrant of which are favored by Lady Chen. With thick petals and rich aroma, they are the very ingredients Chi Ran yearned for. Chen Yu would never sell these flowers, as they are his emotional refuge, a means to honor his mother's memory. Despite being relegated to a commoner, he is of royal blood. As long as Emperor Chen remains in power, no one dares to openly challenge him. Now, Chi Ran intends to undertake what others fear to do. That young proprietor is merely engaging in theatrics. Who would covet his gifts? Lin Yanran remarked after Xiao Yu conveyed Chi Ran's intentions. Miss, do you not seek his milk tea daily? That young proprietor is quite the charmer, his attire distinctively unique. Even his unconventional clothing seems to exude an ethereal grace. Him? A mere sycophant in business, reeking of commercialism, and yet you see him as ethereal? How ridiculous. What has he offered you to warrant such defense? Xiao Yu approached with a smile. Miss, he mentioned offering me benefits, perhaps to accompany your birthday gift. It's a simple favor, not enough to sway Xiao Yu's heart. You know my rules. Do not bring trouble upon yourself. Miss, Xiao Yu has never transgressed. Xiao Yu was merely considering the young lady's best interests. Although Master Qi appeared somewhat frail, he seemed quite suitable for her. If the young lady were to choose a formidable husband, constantly engaged in boisterous displays of martial prowess, how could tranquility prevail within the household? This audacity was becoming increasingly intolerable. She was meddling in matters that were not her concern. Lin Yanran raised her fist. The young lady's affairs were of utmost importance, especially regarding such a significant matter as marriage. Thus, Xiao Yu could not remain indifferent. Xiao Yu gracefully sidestepped, maintaining her charming smile. If he possessed true skill, let him ascend the arena. These petty maneuvers were devoid of substance. Lin Yanran scoffed. She had encountered numerous men, yet none had captured her discerning eye, particularly the effete ones, whom she deemed unworthy of her attention. Master Qi's establishment had hung a sign indicating a break, while his two assistants scoured the city for roses. The price of a bouquet had surged from 3 copper coins to 5, and it continued to rise, yet the city had run out of roses. What was his intention in acquiring them? Lin Yin inquired with curiosity. It was said he was preparing a gift for you, young lady. A sycophant, indeed. He was merely attempting to curry favor with her father, and he was going to great lengths to do so. Lin Yanran found such individuals utterly detestable, exploiting their intellect for self-serving schemes, embodying the very essence of a cunning merchant, which was repugnant to her. I shall let his earnest efforts go to waste and see what else he dares to attempt. Lin Yin slammed her palm on the table, causing the lid of the tea cup to rattle 3 times before it clattered down. Young lady, you are merely overthinking this, Xiao Yu said, lifting the teacup. Allow me to brew you a fresh cup of Longjing tea. Speak plainly. What do you mean by overthinking? Lin Yanran was particularly vexed by vague conversational styles. If Master Qi sought to please the Prime Minister by presenting cocktails he favored, why would he prepare a congratulatory gift for the young lady? Given the young lady's temperament and Master Qi's astuteness, he surely understood her well. It would be foolish for him to provoke her. I think it prudent to observe the situation further rather than hastily condemn him. He would do well to avoid inciting my displeasure, otherwise he shall face dire consequences. Currently, a single rose in the capital of Qinguo could not be purchased for less than an ounce of silver. This situation would soon become the talk of the town, leaving even Lin Lifeng puzzled as to what extravagant gift Qi Ran intended for Yanran. Was he truly prepared to spend lavishly? Your Highness, Master Qi's wine is indeed exquisite, Wei Su remarked after sampling the cocktail. Although his milk tea does not suit our tastes, it is quite popular among the ladies. The princesses and concubines frequently send for it from the palace, but there is a purchase limit due to the intricate production process. Chen Huang lifted the teacup before him, observing, it seems your uncle holds him in high regard. Indeed, he is a man of talent. He is trusted by Lin. Is the crown prince still not reassured? Wei Su is now a favored confidant of the crown prince, possessing the ability to discern the blessings of life and death with his mystical insights, which even Chen Huang regarded with caution. Many sought his counsel, yet his fees were exorbitant, 1,000 gold for a single reading, making it unaffordable for most. Wei Su led a reclusive life, primarily spending time in Chen Huang's palace playing chess. Although the crown prince had shown improvement in his game, he had never managed to win, which rendered their encounters increasingly monotonous. Wei Su was naturally reclusive, with a penchant not only for the game of chess but also for the delectable fish harvested from Dongding Lake. When his appetite struck, he would venture out to fish, covering thousands of miles in what felt like merely the time it took to brew a cup of tea, delivering the lively, flopping fish directly to his kitchen. In the eyes of the Qin people, he was nothing short of a divine being. It was not a lack of faith in his uncle, but rather a curiosity as to how this lonely young man had acquired such remarkable skills and from what beginnings he had risen. His business had flourished before reaching the 2-mile street, yet he was merely a wealthy young heir from a distant land. Had the crown prince already investigated him? Otherwise, should I offer him a glimpse of his fortune? Wei Su maintained a serene demeanor. The capital was currently devoid of roses. It was unknown what gift he had prepared for his cousin Yin and that necessitated the use of roses. In due time, all would be revealed, Wei Su remarked. Such a grand feast should not be marred by any discontent. Would the gentleman extend a helping hand? He was still unworthy. There was yet another establishment in this capital, a separate courtyard. As Qi Ren wished, someone provided him with guidance. Within Chen Yu's estate, there was a vast expanse of roses. Qi Ren boldly entered Chen Yu's residence. When Chen Yu was informed of the visitor, the shears he held fell from his grasp. Please come in. He was eager to discover who dared to visit him at this moment. In Chen Yu's eyes, Qi Ren appeared as a graceful young man, while in Qi Ran's perception, Chen Yu resembled a fleeting flower, reminiscent of past encounters. What brings you here, sir? Chen Yu queried directly. I have come at the behest of another. Qi Ren replied succinctly. Who has sent you? Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu has returned, and the confidant is no longer present. Where in life is there not a familiar face? Who in the world does not recognize you? Beneath the roses, the melody of southern wind echoed, who laments the severed strings. Amid the falling breeze, the tune of Bian Zhong Ling resounded. Friends returned from the mountains. Qi Ran spoke effortlessly. These phrases were too familiar, requiring no contemplation. The Wu Yue system was indeed impressive. Your brother Wu has conveyed this to you, so it must be trustworthy. May I ask your name? Qi Ran now realized this was their clandestine code. Such a means of communication was quite elegant. Qi ran. Have you come seeking roses, Mr. Qi? The crown prince replied cheerfully. I have heard that roses in the capital have skyrocketed in price. Only those in my garden are flourishing. What is their price? Priceless. Then I shall display gold outside the courtyard, awaiting a price to purchase. Please do as you wish. The conversation between Qi Ran and Chen Yue was brief. Yet to outsiders, it appeared that both were rather animated, gesturing and debating fervently. After a cup of tea, Qi Ran exited the estate empty-handed. However, within half an hour, Qi Ran returned to the estate, bearing 2 chests of gold, which he unveiled to bask in the sunlight, their gleaming brilliance captivating the attention of officials and attendants alike. As Lin Xiang passed by, he lifted the curtain for a glance, and other dignitaries, upon learning of the matter, also stole a look. Qi Ran sat atop the carriage, awaiting the exchange of gold for flowers. Qi Yang's shop had long displayed a sign of rest, while he flaunted his wealth outside Chen Yu's residence, igniting a flurry of rumors throughout the capital. In pursuit of Miss Lin, Boss Qi sought to acquire roses from the former crown prince, who steadfastly refused to sell. In a bid to persuade him, Boss Qi offered an additional box of gold. Boss Qi is indeed affluent. Yet, I fear that with his physique, he may not be deemed worthy of Miss Lin's affections. Numerous rumors began to circulate, prompting Lin Li to instruct his subordinates to put an end to Qi Ran's relentless pursuits. My lord, a servant reported, young Master Qi is exceedingly persistent. He insists that for the sake of the lady, he must procure the roses from the Chen residence. The servant, wearing a look of resignation, conveyed that he had made attempts, but Qi Ran had been rebuffed, asserting that he wished to demonstrate his sincerity to Miss Lin. Do you comprehend the purpose behind his desire for those roses? It is said that young Master Qi prays for the lady's fortune and, receiving divine insight, believes that her romantic prospects are rigid. To alter her fate, he seeks 99 roses fashioned into a heart shape. If she wears this crown for 7 days, the stars will align, and her romantic destiny will shift. Understood. You may leave now. Lin Li, profoundly troubled by matters of marriage, reflected upon the autonomy of women. Observing that, like his late wife, Miss Yin and was not bound by societal conventions, the dictates of parents and matchmakers held no sway over her. Yet, he could not dismiss her wishes, a quality reminiscent of his late spouse, whose essence he saw mirrored in Yanran. This young man is more tenacious than I. Upon learning of Qi Ran's intentions, Lin Yanran was taken aback. Indeed, Boss Qi is a remarkable individual, perfectly suited to the lady, remarked Xiao Yu, her face alight with mirth. Noting that Qi Ran's temperament increasingly aligned with the lady's preferences, how could the former crown prince possibly sell his roses? They are favored by the late Empress Chen. He is asking for the impossible, Yanran exclaimed indignantly. His offers may be high, yet the former crown prince's refusal leaves him with no recourse. However, flowers bloom and wither. Why must the former crown prince be so obstinate? The expenses of the estate are likely burdensome, and the servants have mostly been dismissed. While this is not a matter of coercive sales, a gentleman should not impose undue difficulty upon others. My lady, consider an alternative approach. It would be like providing warmth in a snowstorm. Imagine, in the future, the roses from the former crown prince's estate could be exclusively supplied to his shop, yielding substantial income. This would be a boon for the former crown prince, not a detriment. Indeed, this is a valid perspective, Yanran conceded, and Xiao Yu, sensing her own persuasive success, was in high spirits. If he successfully acquires the flowers, should we not personally express our gratitude? At this juncture, it may be premature to discuss such matters. Xiao Yu, buoyed by the prospect of success, felt a thrill, interpreting it as a sign that Yanran had developed an affinity for Qi Ran. With affection blossoming, future endeavors would likely unfold smoothly. Do you believe Qi Ran can truly win her heart? Chen Huang inquired. The speaker was naturally Wei Su, known as Chen Yu. Now, Chen Huang had grown indifferent to the title of brother. The royal family was notoriously unfeeling. He found himself in dire need of gold and silver, as the treasury could not sustain the expenses of his large household. The flowers he sold were not mere plants. Could the accounts truly be muddled? He should remain patient, awaiting a better offer. Even those of lofty ideals can succumb to greed. Qi Ran's willingness to pay a premium for the sake of winning Miss Lin's favor was merely a transaction, a single stroke of buying and selling. If Boss Qi were to add another box of gold, I would find it hard to believe he could remain steadfast. The allure is simply too great. As Wei Su remarked, after Qi Ran added yet another box of gold before Chen Yu's residence, the tightly shut gates swung open. For the first time, Chen Yu stepped outside, personally inspecting the gold. He appeared quite pleased with the price, a rare smile gracing his typically cold countenance. After delivering the gold, Chen guided his horse-drawn carriage through the side entrance of the estate. Upon exiting on Tonkei Street, officials peeked out from their offices as the street transformed into a fragrant garden of roses for the day. Carefully maneuvering his carriage, Chen paused to collect fallen petals. For each blossom now represented more than mere coins. Having invested significantly, he felt a pang of regret. On Lin Yinran's birthday, the capital buzzed with excitement. The birthday girl was not at the Xiang residence but presiding over the martial arts competition, a formal event for suitors. It was inconceivable for her to miss her own celebration. As Lin Yinran, adorned in splendid attire, stood on the platform inviting the finest talents to compete, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Clad in a crimson robe, her pristine embroidered shoes untouched by dust, her hair elegantly styled, accentuating her delicate brows. Exuding the softness of a Jiangnan maiden, her bright eyes sparkled with vitality, and her graceful hands beckoned, showcasing her beauty that rivaled even the most formidable of men. Lin Yinran's stunning debut achieved the anticipated effect, filling her with joy and prompting her words to flow with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Lin Yinran, am a woman of my word. Whoever wins my favor shall be the future son-in-law of the Lin family. In this arena, blades are blind. Injuries are the consequence of our duel. This contest measures strength, and if one is overly cautious, it is better to refrain from wasting time and energy. Her words were succinct, albeit delicately phrased, with a singular message. Let strength speak for itself. No one knew the extent of Lin Yinran's prowess. Yet her formidable reputation was well known. Only those with sufficient courage dared to seek her hand in marriage. Despite many coveting her beauty, none were willing to ascend the platform. These individuals feared not only marrying a fierce woman but also the peril to their own lives. How utterly tedious. You ran, initially there to enjoy the spectacle. Murmured as the atmosphere grew stale. Lin Yinran stood on the platform for a full half-hour without a challenger, her brows arching as flames ignited in her eyes. Is it truly the case that no man can match a woman? Each word she articulated struck like a thunderous bell, belittling the courage of men everywhere. Miss Lin, your words are too harsh, Yinran interjected, his reluctance to take the stage only compounding the awkwardness of the situation. While Lin Yinran could speak her mind freely, the others dared not voice their thoughts, only murmuring about the fierce woman and who would be brave enough to marry her. Finally, a bold contender stepped forward, announcing his name. Lin Yinran observed Yu Ran, who stood with crossed arms, exuding an air of nonchalance. His demeanor suggested he had no intention of engaging. The truth is, everyone here is not afraid to compete. They simply fear marrying you, Miss Lin, Yu Ran stated earnestly. With audacity, Xiaoyu leaped to the center of the stage, her delicate hand striking out. A woman with a heart as soft as water draws affection. Yet such ferocity would leave her unmarried. Yu Ran, ever the sharp-tongued critic, spoke with unfiltered candor, inflicting wounds with his words as he pleased. What business is it of yours? Xiaoyu executed a graceful 360-degree spin, exuding an ethereal lightness, yet each strike was a fierce barrage of 12 consecutive blows. Each infused with a strength that belied her delicate appearance. Such power could only be possessed by one with over 30 years of cultivation. Yu Ran, wary of her ferocity, glided lightly on his feet, his garments billowing like a sturdy shield against her relentless onslaught. Lin Yinran retreated to the side, her gaze fixed intently on the duel. Xiaoyu showed no mercy. Her display of ruthless prowess was meant to teach him a lesson, and for a moment, she silently cheered for Xiaoyu. However, as Yu Ran adeptly countered her assault, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Xiaoyu's strategy was to seize the initiative with her most powerful moves right from the start. Should she fail to land a hit with her 12 strikes, her chances of victory would vanish. Xiaoyu was taken aback by how effortlessly Yu Ran evaded her surprise attack. Beads of sweat formed on her delicate face as she focused intently on his movements, fearful of his retaliation at her most vulnerable moment. Such a beautiful woman resorting to such fierce tactics against her opponent. Was this a fight for survival or a proposal? Yu Ran clicked his tongue in disappointment, finding the encounter rather dull. I'm not interested in continuing, he declared, feigning an intention to leave the stage. Before he could exit the arena, Lin Yinran blocked his path. My dear sir, I'm merely showing you courtesy, not wishing to embarrass you. If you lose, you truly must marry me. We shall discuss the matter of winning later. As she spoke, her delicate hand swept toward Yu Ran's face with swift precision. Are we truly engaging in this? Yu Ran replied, tilting his head and wrapping an arm around Lin Yinran's slender waist, twirling her around. Lin Yinran, unaccustomed to such humiliation, sought to retaliate by stepping on his foot, intending to bring him shame before the crowd. Yu Ran smiled. As they fell, he caught her waist, guiding her to land against his chest. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Lin Yin and struggled to break free but lost her balance, resulting in her being drawn closer to him. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at his approaching lips. If the spectators below were to witness this scene, it would spell disaster for her reputation. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. You claim to wish to spare me embarrassment, yet you delight in this foolishness, he remarked as he deftly maneuvered to avoid her lips just before she hit the ground. Scoundrel! Lin Yinran steadied herself. Breaking free from his embrace, her brows furrowed in fierce defiance. This is becoming increasingly tedious. A lady ought to maintain her dignity, Yu Ran quipped, stepping back to maintain a respectful distance. The onlookers, oblivious to the exchange between the two, merely noted their playful banter, commenting on Lin Yinran's apparent lack of decorum and eagerness for marriage. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Lin Yinran's pride clouded her judgment, prompting her to lunge at Yu Ran once more, determined to redeem herself. My lady, while I wish to grant you some consideration, you must exercise restraint. Should you persist in this unruly behavior, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yu Ran found himself compelled to respond in kind. After this exchange, he had discerned Lin Yinran's methods. Although Lin Yinran possessed a solid foundation, her skills were not particularly advanced. The rumors of her prowess stemmed from her father being a prime minister, which garnered her respect and prevented others from genuinely challenging her. Yu Ran contemplated several times to subdue her, but observing her desperate demeanor, he realized she was currently in a fit of anger, acting recklessly without strategy, prompting him to evade rather than retaliate. As Yu Ran engaged with Lin Yinran, he felt that employing the whimsical technique of the legendary Master Jin would prove to be far more entertaining. With this thought, he began to embody the ethereal and agile essence of the technique. As he executed this style in his interaction with Lin Yinran, the atmosphere on stage grew peculiar, and the audience below erupted in astonishment. Lin Yinran, a woman, attacked with weight and force, while Yu Ran, a man, moved with a ghostly grace. Although his garments brushed against Lin Yinran, he floated past her effortlessly, leaving her without a foothold. Yu Ran exuded a calm demeanor, resembling a celestial being traversing the heavens, while Lin Yinran appeared increasingly flustered. The stark contrast in their appearances elicited a wave of murmurs from the crowd. Some spectators recognized that Yu Ran's technique mirrored that of Master Jin's fragmented teachings, prompting exclamations of surprise. This revelation caused a hush to fall over both the stage and the audience. Lin Yinran's eyes locked onto Yu Ran with an intensity that suggested she wished to devour him whole. So you have truly grasped Master Jin's authentic teachings. Authentic teachings? This is merely the flying swan style created by my employer. Yu Ran realized that his earlier display had unwittingly placed him in the spotlight. Most of the attendees had come in search of Master Jin's secret manual, and by showcasing his abilities, he had inadvertently revealed that the knowledge was within his grasp. Even if he did not possess the manual, he had clearly mastered some techniques from it, making it unlikely that he would be spared. Though he had recently earned the reputation of a young hero, should he truly engage with the crowd, he would surely face defeat in moments, and his life would be at stake. Yu Ran lamented inwardly, reflecting on how satisfying it would have been to have struck her down decisively instead of playing this game of cat and mouse. Chiron, I am truly sorry. I can only use you as a shield for now. After all, you are my employer. Are you frightened now, young man? Lin Yinran seemed to read Yu Ran's thoughts, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a sense of glee in his distress. Miss Lin, I merely wish to convey that your skills are ill-suited for a woman. You and the lovely Xiao Yu should seek my employer as your master. His techniques excel in grace, and when employed by women, they become a sight to behold. Had you utilized the technique I just demonstrated, I believe this arena would be unnecessary. You could simply take to the air and dazzle the audience, leaving them too intimidated to covet your beauty. Yu Ran spoke with confidence, but as he noticed the flames of fury igniting in Lin Yinran's eyes, he hurriedly leaped off the stage. These days spent alongside Chiron had imparted him with both good and bad lessons, turning the once upright young man of the martial world slightly askew. Chiron was unaware of Yu Ran's display of prowess and ensuing troubles on the stage. He was hurrying in a cart to deliver gifts prepared for Lin Yinran to the Prime Minister's residence. In half an hour, a banquet would commence, and he needed to present the gifts at the appropriate time and place. Meanwhile, Yu Ran was resting in bed, having indulged excessively in rose pastries, leaving him unable to move. Qi Ran had never encountered such a glutton, determined to consume to the point of incapacitation. Life, after all, is but a fleeting glimpse. One should revel in joy while it lasts. As Qi Ran urged the cart along, he pondered contentedly. Sometimes, he could not discern which knowledge belonged to Wu Yue and which was his own memory. In any case, as long as he lived joyfully, what did it matter? Boss. Help. Qi Ran was startled by a ghostly cry. He halted the cart, observing a long line of people following Yu Ran, uncertain of the commotion. Qi boss. A delighted voice called out. It was Sister Xiaoyu. All right. Upon hearing her clear voice, Qi Ran retrieved a beautifully wrapped box from the cart, stating, I have brought the gift I promised to you, sister. He then bowed to the crowd, saying, Everyone, today is Miss Lin's birthday. I am off to present a gift. So if there are matters to discuss, let us postpone until my return, shall we? The news of Qi Ran preparing a gift for Miss Lin had spread throughout the capital, and everyone was curious about what he had in store. Qi boss, may we see the gift you prepared for Miss Lin? They urged. Indeed, Qi boss is so thoughtful. Why not visit Miss Lin's stage? Qi boss. Miss Lin is right here. Why not reveal her gift? How do you know I am not going to the stage? Qi Ran chuckled. Could it be that Qi boss has some martial prowess? Amid the chatter, Lin Yanran returned to the Prime Minister's residence with Xiaoyu. Is this the Qi boss who sells milk tea? Indeed, miss, you see it for yourself. I spoke no falsehood. He is quite the handsome gentleman. Let us see what he has sent. Lin Yanran pointed at the food box. She had indeed been captivated by his attire, which, though unconventional, suited him remarkably well. Xiaoyu opened the gift box to reveal exquisite pastries. Lifting one to her nose, she exclaimed, Miss, smell this. It is delightful. Lin Yanran took a piece, inhaled its aroma, and savored it thoughtfully. Xiaoyu had already devoured a large piece, nodding vigorously at Lin Yanran and making muffled sounds of approval. Slow down, I won't snatch it from you, Lin Yanran said, having finished her piece and beginning to discern the nature of Qi Ran's gift. This man was quite astute. He aimed to use her birthday banquet to promote his pastries. His milk tea and cocktails were already in high demand. And now he introduced these pastries. Could their profit margins be even better? Contemplating this, she found herself quite pleased. Who would not relish the opportunity to enjoy such delicious pastries? After all, there was no need to contend with anyone, least of all oneself. Qi Ran led Yu Ran into the minister's residence, while the crowd outside lingered. Unwilling to depart, fearing the duo might seize an opportunity to escape, they had surrounded the residence tightly. When Chun Huang's carriage arrived, and he beheld such a spectacle, he was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the unfolding events. He dispatched someone to investigate and learned that Qi Ran's companion possessed the extraordinary martial skills of the renowned Jin Daxia, prompting everyone to await the duo's emergence for clarification. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chun Huang remarked to his companion Wei Su, when one harbors infatuations, one also cultivates inner demons. Wei Su maintained her ethereal demeanor. Qi Ran delivered his rose pastries to the kitchen, and after the steward's appraisal, they were deemed worthy of praise akin to that of the imperial kitchen. Receiving such commendation from the steward, Qi Ran felt he had achieved half of his ambition. Lin Yanran, however, did not decline the rose crown he presented. Young girls cherish beauty. Xiaoyu placed the crown upon her head, and gazing into the bronze mirror at the fragrant beauty before her, Lin Yanran felt a thrill of admiration. A banquet was arranged within the minister's residence, with male guests in the east wing and female guests in the west. Upon entering the hall adorned with her floral crown, Lin Yanran garnered gasps of astonishment. The sweet scent of roses overshadowed the aroma of the exquisite dishes, and the ladies who accompanied their young misses began to murmur among themselves. Qi Ran's high-priced acquisition of roses had already become a topic of much discussion in the capital, and the subject of Lin Yanran's martial matchmaking had faded in comparison. Now, witnessing her unprecedented attendance at the birthday banquet, adorned with a floral crown, many speculated that this Qi proprietor was genuinely earnest in his intentions. Lady Lin had heard from Minister Lin regarding Qi Ran's motivations and observed Lin Yanran's youthful demeanor, which led her to harbor some belief in Qi Ran's actions. The prospect of Lin Yanran marrying early was favorable in her eyes. Otherwise, the household would remain in disarray. The fact that her own daughter was still disregarded by Minister Lin weighed heavily on her heart. Lin Yanran, however, paid little heed to her stepmother's excessive thoughts. Their relationship was rather mundane. Her presence at the banquet was motivated by her fondness for the floral crown and a desire to showcase it, ensuring Qi Ran's efforts were not in vain. Additionally, she longed to taste the rose cakes, which Qi Ran had unfortunately sent to the kitchen, prompting her to send Xiaoyu to retrieve them. The steward informed her that they had already been served, and to enjoy them, she would have to partake at the table. Lastly, she wished to seek Qi Ran as her mentor, for Yu Ran's martial arts truly resonated with her, graceful and ethereal, as Yu Ran had claimed. They were particularly suited for a lady. Minister Lin was delighted to learn of Lin Yinran's attendance at the birthday banquet. His spirits lifted as he savored the delectable rose cake, leading him to indulge in a few extra cups of cocktails. Since the guests had been entertained, he requested that the beverages be stronger, and Qi Ran's concoction was indeed potent. Unaware of the alcohol's strength, Minister Lin consumed several cups and, feeling slightly tipsy, instructed the steward to summon Qi Ran. The steward brought Qi Ran in and arranged a seat for him. To be invited to Minister Lin's banquet typically indicated wealth or status, and Qi Ran was certainly worthy of such an honor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Qi, the proprietor of the Baihe Tower located 2 streets over, Minister Lin introduced, aware that while everyone knew of Baihe Tower, few were acquainted with its owner. The guests offered their respects, and Qi Ran returned the courtesy with reverence. Your Highness, it is he who crafted these exquisite rose cakes. Qi Ran immediately sensed the potential in this introduction, realizing the prince must indeed have a penchant for his creations, prompting Minister Lin to highlight him thus. Bestow rewards. Chen Huang commanded his attendants. Understood, a eunuch replied, hastily placing a silver ingot before Qi Ran, instructing him to express gratitude to the prince. Your Highness, I am deeply grateful for your gracious favor. Long live the prince. Long live the prince. Long live the prince. Qi Ran imitated the lines from a television drama in his expression of thanks. After his 3 proclamations of long life, he was struck by an unusual silence that enveloped the air, leaving him bewildered as to what he had said incorrectly. Damn it, Qi Ran thought to himself. In Wu Yue's system, in this era, only the emperor is entitled to be hailed with such fervor. The crown prince, being merely the heir apparent, is honored with a lesser title. As a simple villager from the mountains, Qi Ran was unaware of the courtly etiquette. The teacher at his school had taught that when encountering a figure of great authority, one should proclaim long life. If there was any impropriety in his words, he invited the esteemed officials to correct him. The officials, hearing his remarks, were filled with mixed emotions. The teacher's assertion held validity, indeed. The ancient sages did not confine the title of most revered solely to the emperor. In contemporary times, a local governor could also be addressed with such honorifics, reflecting a shift from ancient nomenclature. Qi Ran's claim of being an unsophisticated villager, unfamiliar with the current customs, was thus understandable. Chen Huang, upon hearing Qi Ran's explanation, bore a smile, recognizing that the ancient texts did record the necessity of proclaiming long life to a figure of great authority. Such references exist in the revered texts upheld by the current dynasty, and in light of contemporary customs, Qi Ran's words were not erroneous. Was this Qi Ran truly an ignorant rustic? Not at all, not at all. Lin Xiang interjected. You are unaware that the meaning of most revered has evolved over time. Your transgression, while regrettable, is forgivable. I shall not impose a heavy penalty upon you. Instead, take 3 cups of wine and reflect upon your actions. Qi Ran lifted the cup before him and drank 3 times before retreating for contemplation. The officials present, witnessing Lin Xiang's judgment, exchanged glances, while Chen Huang wore an air of inscrutability. Unsure of how to respond, they began to speculate about the drinking game. That day, they all returned home in a state of inebriation. Qi Ran realized he had landed himself in trouble. He and Yu Ran hurriedly left the minister's residence, intending to retreat home for a few days and assess the situation. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as they exited the residence, they were surrounded by a throng waiting outside. During his stay at the minister's house, Qi Ran had inquired about the circumstances surrounding Yu Ran, and upon discovering that Yu Ran had learned the art of Yin Su, he was astounded. Could it be that the renowned hero Jin was indeed a hidden master, concealing his prowess so deeply? When Yu Ran demonstrated his understanding of the Yin Su technique, Qi Ran's perspective shifted. The true genius was not Jin, but rather the prodigious youth Yu Ran. What he displayed was not merely Yin Su, but unmistakably the supreme skill of the little dragon girl. Yu Ran had mastered this technique to an extraordinary degree, evoking a sensation of ethereal grace. To flaunt such a divine skill in public was fraught with peril. Could this predicament truly be explained? Qi Ran felt a surge of anger as he learned that Yu Ran had betrayed him. Isn't this a last resort for me? You are the boss. You must protect me. Yu Ran wore a cheeky grin, appearing to cling to him like a leech. The burden you've placed upon me is heavier than 3 great mountains, Qi Ran lamented. now encircled by this group. He realized that this burden was not merely 3 mountains, but 3 mighty rivers, each dragging along those mountains, rendering him trapped with no way forward or back. Everyone knows that the esteemed hero Jin possesses a fragment of a scroll. Whether one can cultivate its secrets depends on each person's innate talent. There is no need for haste. That fragment resides in my shop, and my assistant runs back and forth tirelessly. It is not merely talent, but sheer exploitation that has brought him to this state. Who else can endure 24 hours of relentless toil without rest? I assure you, anyone who can do the same will also master this divine skill. Let us dispense with idle talk. If you wish to preserve your lives, surrender the scroll. Qiren felt a chill run down his spine as 3 figures materialized before him, now at the golden core stage of cultivation. He only became aware of their presence when they stepped over him, indicating the extraordinary prowess of these 3 individuals. What do you intend? Yu Ran positioned himself protectively in front of Qi Ran. Though Qi Ran believed Yu Ran was no match for the trio, he felt a swell of gratitude for his willingness to stand up for him in this dire moment. Do not presume that your meager skills are of any interest to my brothers and me. If you wish to survive, relinquish the scroll. Faced with the identical attire and demeanor of the 3, Qi Ran likened them to triplets, feeling a sense of despair. Such twins often share a profound connection. Their coordinated combat would surely spell doom for him and Yu Ran. Yet, what gave them the confidence that they could seize the scroll without fear of more formidable adversaries? Their very appearance suggested they were acutely aware of the consequences of harboring stolen goods. How should I address you 3 gentlemen? Qi Ran steadied his nerves and bowed respectfully. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he had the formidable support of Minister Lin. Others would think twice before attempting to take his life so brazenly. Hand over the scroll, and we shall spare your life. Their reluctance to reveal their names indicated they too feared for their safety. These 3 must possess a formidable reputation in the martial world, yet they now concealed their true identities or chose not to present themselves authentically. I do not practice martial arts. It serves me no purpose. However, your methods of coercion are unacceptable. Has the state of Qin no laws to uphold? The relics of the esteemed Master Jin rightfully belong to the capable. Let there be no further discourse. Speak plainly, and hand over the secret tome. Indeed, it is a truth universally acknowledged that the worthy shall possess it. This artifact now resides in my grasp, and thus it is mine. All the heroes of the realm are present, yet you 3 exhibit such audacity. Upon concluding his statement, Qi Ran incited a cacophony of dissent. How dare you demand it from us 3? This is a blatant act of coercion, a flagrant disregard for the law of the land. To behave thus before the gates of the government office is to show utter contempt for the imperial authority. Behold, the eyes of the public are discerning. You 3 shall not have it easily. Qi Ran articulated as the tide of public opinion swayed against them. What? The onlookers gasped, taken aback by Qi Ran's tone, which suggested he had little intention of relinquishing the tome. Esteemed friends, I trust you all desire this precious manuscript. Yet I believe we share a common sentiment. Can we truly safeguard it? If our lives are forfeit, what use is it to possess? Moreover, this is but a fragment. The most vital chapters have yet to be unveiled. The path to becoming the foremost in the world is a long and arduous one. Pray tell, what are your intentions? Qi. The 3 before him were puzzled by his elusive motives. Were it not for the fact that they needed to traverse the 2nd Street where Qi resided, they would not dare to exert their influence here. They might as well act like gentlemen under the cover of night. The 2nd Street and the Copper Sparrow Street are off limits to outsiders. Furthermore, Qi has established his shop at the junction of these 2 streets. A strategic corner where any unexpected visitor would be easily spotted by the guards stationed on the high platforms. The 2nd Street stretches a formidable 5 kilometers. Escaping its confines would be nearly impossible. The trio had already sought to investigate upon learning of Qi Ran's possession of the manuscript. This day was peculiar. As Yu Ran and Lin Yanran were leading the way, accompanied by a throng of people whom the guards could not restrain. Although these individuals entered the 2nd Street without causing a disturbance, the guards merely kept a distant watch, refraining from intervening. Should a brawl ensue, the guards would surely step in and use that as justification to expel everyone from the 2nd Street. It is quite simple. I shall auction this manuscript, and the highest bidder shall claim it. However, if one possesses wealth but lacks the means to defend oneself, they shall be excused. Is this not an exercise in futility? Who would covet something they cannot protect? Thus, it must be the capable who claim it. Qi Ran stated, my associate shall fetch the manuscript from the shop, and we shall convene at Miss Lin's arena to witness the truth. Ultimately, the victor shall obtain it. You are quite ruthless, seeking to benefit from the fray. The three brothers remarked coldly. Regrettably, you have discerned my intentions accurately. I entertained such thoughts. The contest at hand involves not only martial prowess, but also wit. Who shall be the mantis, who the cicada, and who the opportunistic fisherman shall be determined by one's own merit. The wager is the manuscript itself. I act with the safety of all in mind. Only those of both intellect and bravery may lay claim to this tome. Is there any disagreement on this point? It seems you reveal your true nature as a villain. The three brothers gritted their teeth in anger. The book is mine, and I shall stake it as a wager. Whether you are willing to gamble is in your hands. How have I become the villain in this scenario? Chen expressed, though internally he harbored fear. Still unwilling to reveal his identity as a practitioner of the arcane arts. The prowess of these three surpassed his own, and they too must be cultivators. Yet, he wondered why they coveted Master Jin's manuscript. You are gambling with human nature, a cold voice interjected. As Chen looked up, he beheld Wu Yue with his hands clasped behind his back, standing on a cloud and gazing down from the sky. Could this charlatan really ride the clouds? Chen was astonished. It is the great god Wu. Those below, having regained their senses, bowed in reverence, including the three brothers who also inclined their bodies in a respectful gesture. You wager that they will succumb to greed. Wu Yue's voice wafted through the air, elusive and vague. Do you understand the principle of seeing through yet remaining silent? Chen retorted coldly. Why should I comprehend the so-called principles you speak of? Wu Yue scoffed, his indifferent eyes brimming with mockery. Isn't life itself merely a matter of principles? Without principles, one is no better than a beast. Chen countered defiantly. Do not flaunt your verbal prowess. This deity shall not stoop to your level. Since you claim that this book belongs to the capable, I shall temporarily safeguard it. You may select the capable ones, and I shall return the book in due course. This charlatan truly lacked humility when others revered him as a deity. He took it upon himself to consider himself divine. Chen thought to himself, ladies and gentlemen, disperse. The book is in the hands of the great god. You may contend amongst yourselves. Whoever survives to the end shall possess it. With that, he departed with Yuan in their carriage. Once the book was taken by Wu Yue, the three brothers silently retreated, but Chen never relaxed his vigilance over them. In their fleeting disappearance, he was convinced that they were cultivators. There are still cultivators in this age. Chen was inwardly astonished. Cultivators could easily overpower ordinary individuals. However, confrontations among cultivators were equally perilous, often resulting in life or death. Why were these three cultivators so wary of Wu Yue? Was Wu Yue also a cultivator? Chen believed that he must not only hasten his own cultivation, but also clarify these uncertainties. Wu Yue's acquisition of that book inadvertently aided his cause, as no one further obstructed their return to the inn. Is the great god Wu a foe or a friend? Yuan inquired, voicing Qi's inner thoughts. Next to Chun Yu's courtyard on Tonkei Street, a new three-story building had arisen. The third floor served as a literary academy, the second floor as a martial arts school, and the first floor as a training hall. Outside the building was a platform where scholars debated fiercely, showcasing the intense scene of verbal dueling with their eloquence. Warriors engaged in combat here, relying solely on their martial prowess, often emerging with bruised faces, covering their injuries with their sleeves, leaving with an air of feminine modesty. The students here were all offspring of officials. The teachers were esteemed masters from various schools, all personally recruited by Chen. The literary instructor, Wen Jin, and the martial instructor, Wu Cheng, were both disciples of the renowned Confucian scholars, Wei Guo and Wei Yin, staunch defenders of orthodox Confucian thought. However, the students often teased the two instructors, arguing that Confucian literature could not stabilize a nation. Whenever this occurred, the instructors would impose strict penalties according to the school rules and recite the phrase, "Emotions arise from the heart, but should be restrained by propriety," ensuring that their words and actions adhered to decorum. In such instances, the legal scholars, Han Cheng and Wu Feng, would invariably use this as a teaching moment to elucidate the paramount importance of the rule of law and governance. The Taoist instructor, Huang Jing, frequently eschewed conventions, aiming to broaden the students' perspectives and encouraging them to transcend contemporary knowledge and experiences. His teachings on metaphysics were particularly well received by the students, who found immense joy in discussions surrounding Laozi and Zhuangzi, effectively dispelling the oppressive atmosphere within the academy and allowing them to deeply appreciate that freedom is one of life's greatest pleasures. The melodies are imparted by Professor Chen, whose guqi now serves as the instrument of this art. The emotions it evokes transform into enchanting sounds, often resonating with an ethereal quality that transports listeners to realms beyond the mundane. Students frequently gather to hear the qin, often losing track of time as they become entranced by its music until class has concluded. Professor Qi believes that music serves to cultivate one's character rather than being a mandatory subject. Thus, the atmosphere of teaching is relaxed and the audience is receptive. Mr. Wu Lu, a sage of strategy, has 3 disciples, and Qi Ran's teachings are often imbued with ingenious ideas, interpreting the 36 stratagems into numerous variations. He posits that strategy is paramount for stabilizing a nation, conducting diplomacy, engaging in commerce, and navigating social interactions. A master of strategy can achieve victory with limited resources, orchestrating plans from afar to ensure triumph. Qi Ran himself is a figure of legend, capable of establishing a shop at the confluence of Early Street and Tonkei Street, and founding an academy in the Chen Yue estate, a testament to his ability to turn the impossible into the possible, earning him the respect of all who encounter his wisdom. Wang Ming lectures on the 6 strategies, employing a unique sand-table teaching method derived from the concepts of literary, military, dragon, tiger, leopard, and dog strategies, which has caught the attention of the court's strategic advisors. Zhuge Yu expounds on the 3 strategies, focusing on governance and the political acumen required to command troops effectively. While these lessons may be daunting for the aspiring officials, they are essential for establishing a foothold within the court. Attendance is guaranteed, as his classes require no roll call. The first-floor martial hall is adorned with a vast sand table depicting the map of the 9 provinces, allowing students on the second floor to practice military formations. Yu Ran and Yu Ho oversee the students' physical training, as desired by the esteemed officials. Although mischief occasionally arises within the academy, the students harbor a deep respect for its regulations, which have been meticulously vetted by the Lin family. Those who defy authority face severe repercussions from the instructors. Becoming the targets of Yu Ran and Yu Ho's training is a fate dreaded by all. These 2 appear graceful and sophisticated, yet their strikes are as swift and delicate as a breeze through willows. Before one can fully comprehend the beauty of the moment, they find themselves struck multiple times. Most infuriatingly, the after effects of these strikes linger, producing a sensation akin to burning, despite any outward signs of injury. Attempts to unite against them are futile, as the duo maintains an overwhelming dominance over the group. After enduring profound lessons, the students transform their mischievousness into a newfound respect. Punishments are strict, and the academy also informs parents, leading to disgrace at school followed by admonishment at home, a most unfortunate predicament. Over time, the atmosphere within the academy improved significantly. After observing this positive change, Qi Ran remarked succinctly, "Without rules, there can be no order." A year later, the academy's reputation soared, making admission to this institution more prestigious than entry into the Hanlin Academy. This academy was originally established by Lin Xiang to educate the sons of officials residing in Early Street. The court officials, concentrated in Early Street, often exhibited a lack of ambition, indulging in pastimes such as cockfighting, dog-walking, and falconry. The private tutors frequently suffered injuries from altercations, and the officials took pleasure in sharing their experiences of subduing the instructors, ensuring that each encounter was uniquely inventive. After numerous such incidents, it became increasingly difficult to secure qualified teachers. Chen Huang harbors ambitions of unifying the realm and holds a deep disdain for these idle scions, often expressing his discontent. In the capital, officials are cunning and sly. From Chen Huang's words, he sensed the underlying intentions and requested Lin Xiang to intervene. Lin Xiang, having seen Lin Yanran pledge herself to Qi Ran, was impressed by this proud daughter's praises for him. Her demeanor now exuded the grace of a refined lady. With Lin Yanran as a precedent, Lin Xiang had already begun to regard Qi Ran with newfound respect. He believed that if he could win over Lin Yanran, it would not be difficult to manage the unruly sons of the officials. After consulting with Qi Ran, he readily agreed. The only available land between Early Street and Tonkei Street was beside Chen Yu's residence. The proposal to establish a school on this vacant lot received unanimous approval from the officials, including Chen Huang, who also felt that building a school there was indeed a splendid idea. Qi Ran was not only a commercial genius but also an adept manager. After the school was established, he took Yu Ran and, after some travels across the 9 provinces, sought out renowned teachers for the future strength of the court. Currently, Baihe Tower is managed by Lin Yanran and Xiao Yu, who have hired several workers, and their business is flourishing. The roses from Chen Yu's estate are exclusively supplied to buy a tower, and during the rose season, the tower must sell rose cakes. The families of officials on Early Street invariably come to buy a tower to place their orders after the roses bloom. And the Emperor Chen praises the rose cakes presented by Consort Lin, demanding daily tributes. When Consort Lin required Bai a tower to supply cocktails and milk tea for the palace, Lin Yanran crafted cocktails more suited to women's palates, claiming they had beauty-enhancing properties. After Consort Lin tried them, she found them effective, leading to a high demand for the cocktails tailored for women at Bai a tower. Consequently, Bai a tower easily secured the status of a royal supplier. After the school was built, Qi Ran presented the selected teachers to Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang was taken aback by the breadth of Qi Ran's connections and the esteemed scholars he had invited. He praised Qi Ran profusely and readily agreed to the salary standards proposed for the teachers. As long as the unruly students were properly disciplined, financial matters were trivial. However, Qi Ran did not regard money as trivial. His travels not only brought teachers to the school, but also significant business opportunities. His ventures now spanned the states of Wei, Yue, and Qin. What delighted him most was the lucrative sale of his herbal tea formula in the south, which allowed him to invest in tea houses that provided him with annual dividends, safely deposited in the banks across the 9 provinces. Furthermore, his invention of a spicy hot pot base, suitable for the cold northern regions, was also invested in, with the restaurant's profits similarly stored in the banks. The banks across the 9 provinces are widespread, yet the principal investor remains shrouded in mystery. Even the clerks have never laid eyes on him, as he personally selects the managers, who likewise have never seen his true face. Despite the enigma surrounding the bank's master, he maintains a firm grip on its operations. When a bank manager in Wei attempted to embezzle funds, the master did not grant him the opportunity to defend himself, leaving him to beg for the rest of his life as a warning. This manager paid a steep price for his greed, having lived a life of luxury. He could not endure the scorn and hardship he faced, ultimately taking his own life 3 months later. Henceforth, all managers and clerks refrained from harboring greedy thoughts. The banks of the 9 provinces have garnered an excellent reputation, and Qi Ran trusts his funds with them, allowing him to traverse the world without the burden of carrying excessive cash. In his previous life, he traversed the vast expanse of the 9 provinces without a single coin to his name. Qi Ran was never one to remain complacent. Having established himself as a distinguished figure in the academy and thrived in the capital of Qin State, he subsequently founded his own private school. While the institution charged no tuition, it maintained rigorous standards for its students. Qi Ran proclaimed that his school would only teach prodigies, aspiring to form a team akin to Shrek, reminiscent of the legendary Tang San. He often spoke in enigmatic terms, claiming to possess divine insight, discussing matters of the celestial realm that were beyond the grasp of others. The community accepted his eccentricities, for he was the benefactor, and thus could act as he pleased. On occasion, Lin Yanran would visit to observe the gifted individuals personally selected by Qi Ran, only to be astounded by the little prodigies. Lu Jin, with his snotty nose, possessed a pair of bright, expressive eyes, and was engaged in a wager with the self-proclaimed divine figure, Zhou Yu. Should Lu Jin complete the hefty tome Complete Guide to Magic Arrays within 10 minutes, Zhou Yu would have to acknowledge him as the leader. Conversely, should he fail, he would then recognize Zhou Yu as the superior. Their ages appeared similar, yet it was evident that leadership was determined by capability rather than mere chronology. Lin Yan found great amusement in watching these 2 youngsters contest their skills. Zhou Yu placed the book on the table, while a child of merely 10 years old, with sleeves rolled up, leapt onto the table, swaying his tattered shoes that revealed his toes, declaring, "I will be the judge. Let the contest commence." Lu Qingyun, "You must keep time accurately and remain impartial," Zhou Yu instructed with a smile directed at Lu Qingyun. Zhou Yu was impeccably dressed, his hands notably clean, showcasing his attention to appearance. In contrast, Lu Jin's small hands were grimy. Lu Qingyun positioned himself between the two, determined to shield Zhou Yu's pristine pages from any smudges. "Fear not. You both have made a splendid start. How the leadership will be decided remains uncertain." Lu Qingyun, evidently younger than both, expressed his excitement at the prospect of potentially becoming the leader. "All right." As Lu Jin finished speaking, Lu Qingyun leapt off the table, snatched the book, and announced, 7 minutes and 25 seconds. Zhou Yu took the book from Lu Qingyun, his face contorting in distaste at the stains marring the pages. "Let us not dwell on that. Instead, examine if he has remembered everything." Lu Qingyun disregarded Zhou Yu's displeasure. Eye breathing technique, Zhou Yu instructed. Close your eyes, then open them. Refocus on the bridge of your nose and open your eyes again. Repeat this sequence 9 times. Page 110, Lu Jin proclaimed aloud. Lu Qingyan glanced at the book, his face lighting up with glee as he seized the book from Zhou Yu's hands, flipping it open to read. For a martial artist, external and internal forces are equally vital. Any master of the craft must cultivate both. How many pages? Page 33, Lu Jin replied without hesitation. You may have read this book previously, but memorizing that particular page number is not essential. Yet, if you have committed it to memory, possessing such an extraordinary talent for retention, I am in awe, Lu Qingyan remarked, affectionately draping an arm around Lu Jin's neck, who stood half a head taller than him. This is unfair. Each individual has their strengths, and only one who can triumph over all others is worthy of leadership. Chen Long, observing from the sidelines, interjected. Chen Long is evidently older than the three, and if judged by age, he is undoubtedly the eldest. However, when it comes to capability, he does not consider himself inferior to them. Everyone who has arrived here possesses unique talents, and he firmly believes that no one can surpass them all. Lu Qingyun's bright eyes twinkled with curiosity, revealing her agile mind. Lin Yanran was eager to discover what special skills this child possessed. Well said, came Qi Ran's voice from a distance, accompanied by Yu Ran and an elderly gentleman. The old man wore a measuring tape around his neck, a typical accessory for a tailor. Are you here to make new clothes for the children? Lin Yanran smiled, her spirits lifted by the amusing antics of the little ones. Foreseeing a life filled with joy ahead, naturally, they need to be uniform in attire. It creates a certain ambience, Qi Ran remarked. Although Lin Yin was unsure what kind of ambience he sought, her beautiful eyes fixated on him. Team building begins with attire, he stated. The children formed a line to have their measurements taken by the tailor. Yu Ran assisted them in changing into new shoes, and Lu Qingyun looked down at his feet. Seemingly uncomfortable as Yu Ran tossed his old, worn-out shoes into a trash bag, eliciting a lingering glance of attachment. What is this? Not accustomed to your uncle's absence? Yu Ran chuckled. It was not easy to win over this child. Had it not been for his own epiphany, Chen Long would have ensnared Lu Qingyun within his grasp, rendering him unable to escape. This mischievous spirit would certainly not have joined them otherwise. Who cares about your riches? What I seek is freedom, Lu Qingyun had replied when Qi Ran tempted him with gourmet food and luxurious living. Being given new shoes felt like an obstacle to his desired freedom, which was quite understandable for the little fellow. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable, the warmth and lightness were bearable. After fastening his shoelaces, Lu Qingyun remarked, "Smart lad." I like that. Yu Ran was pleased with Lu Qingyun's response. By the way, I've been curious, how does such an impressive person willingly play the subordinate role? Lu Qingyun asked. Intrigued. Yu Ran's technique of trapping him was truly remarkable. He had employed clever tactics yet found no flaw, keeping Lu Qingyun firmly ensnared. Having never encountered such a formidable figure in the world, Lu Qingyun was eager to understand why someone like him would choose to follow Qi Ran, merely for his wealth. That seemed rather undignified. We are like-minded individuals, Yu Ran replied succinctly. What does it mean to be like-minded? Lu Qingyun inquired. Simply put, it means that his aspirations align with mine. As the two conversed, Lin Yanran engaged in dialogue with Qi Ran as well. You brought these little prodigies here. What is your plan for their training? Tailored education, he responded. Just you? That won't do. Why such a lack of faith in me? Because your greatest talent lies in deception and trickery, akin to those who cheat without consequence. Qi Ran anticipated her critique. It was a sentiment she had long harbored. Although Lin Yanran regarded Qi Ran as her mentor, it was Yu Ran who truly imparted knowledge. Yu Ran is truly a prodigy in martial arts, as he has managed to grasp the essence of the Nine Manual, authored by the renowned Master Jin, and upon this foundation, he has forged the Yu family's Jade Maiden Sword technique. He imparts this knowledge to Lin Yanran and Xiao Yu. Although their martial prowess has not significantly advanced, the elegance with which they perform their techniques is unparalleled. Under Yu Ran's refinement, their flying willow technique allows them to skim gracefully across the water's surface, reminiscent of a dragonfly alighting on a pond. Due to their practice of this art, even Lin Xiang has noted Lin Yanran's remarkable poise and grace befitting a refined lady. Whenever Lin Yanran and Xiao Yu attract envious glances from both men and women, they suppress any lingering thoughts of confronting Qi Ran. While Qi Ran has not directly taught them any martial arts secrets, he has undeniably transformed their lives, allowing them to focus on cultivation rather than conflict. His standards in the service industry have tempered their tempers considerably. Truly, one force can subdue another. This is Xiao Yu's assessment of the relationship between Qi Ran and Lin Yanran. In Qi Ran's presence, Lin Yanran strives to remain humble, addressing him as master repeatedly. Yet she becomes rather assertive in front of Yu Ran, the true martial arts master. She frequently visits the academy to seek Yu Ran's guidance, often challenging him in friendly duels. However, more often than not, she finds herself watching Qi Ran teach, and her admiration for his musical talents leads her to persistently request lessons. Qi Ran consistently declines, citing a lack of time. Nevertheless, Lin Yanran remains patient, and their back and forth has become a delightful routine. Yu Ran has come to regard his teaching of Lin Yanran as a form of apprenticeship, stating that he is merely passing on his master's teachings. Xiao Yu, aware of Yu Ran's background with his own masters, sees this as a betrayal of sorts. If his mentors were to learn of Yu Ran's claims, they would not take it lightly. Yu Ran has imparted a wealth of knowledge, far beyond a mere smattering. He cannot precisely articulate what Qi Ran has taught, yet the foundational knowledge of the manual was provided by Qi Ran, who emphasized the importance of methodical work and strategic implementation through his own example. Yu Ran is eager to embrace this approach, as it yields remarkable efficiency. Moreover, Qi Ran shares a close friendship with Wu Yue. Although Yu Ran has never heard Wu Yue mention someone like Qi Ran, he is well aware of Wu Yue's preferences. At times, he suspects that Qi Ran embodies the very essence of Wu Yue. Yu Ran has some understanding of Wu Yue's social network. It is precisely because of Wu Yue's friendships that Qi Ran can attract such notable individuals to the academy for instruction. As the year draws to a close, the students return home to celebrate the new year. The little monsters, lacking a place to go, naturally make the Bai He Tower their home. Meanwhile, the teachers at the academy are reluctant to travel long distances back to their own homes, as Qi Ran has thoughtfully arranged for their families to visit. These distinguished guests will occasionally come to guide the little monsters. Though the monsters are undeniably intelligent, they can only excel in specific areas. And their most vexing trait is their disdain for one another, each believing themselves to be exceptional. To this day, the question of leadership remains unresolved, leaving the position vacant and awaiting a worthy contender. Although Yu Ran could subdue them with force, he lacked the means to win their hearts and minds. Qi Ran's seemingly unbelievable perspectives resonated well with the four peculiar creatures, particularly Lu Qingyun, who sought every opportunity to engage Qi Ran in conversation, genuinely admiring him. Like Yu Ran and Lin Yanran, he regarded Qi Ran's most formidable skill as his ability to deceive without consequence. Chen Long earned Wang Ming's admiration, yet he felt that his six strategies sand table was lacking. Despite occasionally being bested by Chen Long in their contests, Wang Ming lost with grace and respect. Lu Jin, possessing an extraordinary memory, struggled to apply his knowledge practically, falling short of Zhou Yu's prowess. Consequently, Zhou Yu used this as an excuse to conveniently forget the wager made during their first encounter, dismissing Lu Jin as merely a bookworm, better left unutilized. The four peculiar creatures progressed rapidly in their studies, completing all assignments assigned by Qi Ran with outstanding results. Qi Ran fulfilled his earlier promise by presenting them with long-desired gifts as New Year's tokens. Lu Jin aspired to obtain Wei Su's magical robe, believing that with this divine tome, he could master the legendary soul-shifting techniques. Zhou Yu yearned for a suitable magical artifact, as he could not practice his formations without one. Lu Qingyun coveted the supreme calculation scriptures that Qi Ran spoke of, which he believed would enhance his celestial calculations. As he remained troubled by his inability to unravel Yu Ran's predicament. Although Lu Long's request seemed simple, it was, in fact, quite challenging. However, it posed no difficulty for Qi Ran. The map of the 9 provinces was etched in his mind, as he had been an exceptional student in his past life, particularly enjoying geography. Utilizing his innate abilities, he conducted field research on the current topography of the 9 provinces, culminating in a meticulously drawn map after a month's effort. The magical artifact Zhou Yu desired was a pair of dragon tiger rings crafted by Qi Ran himself, which bore inscribed cultivation methods for his reference. The supreme calculation scriptures were derived from the mathematical principles he had learned in his previous life, augmented by rules of cultivation, which would likely consume Lu Qingyun's thoughts for days. The magical robe was procured by Lin Yanran through Chen Huang, who was exceedingly accommodating towards his cousin. This New Year gift indeed achieved the desired effect. After receiving their presents, the 4 peculiar creatures shut their doors and did not emerge again, opting to have Xiao Yu deliver their New Year's Eve dinner to their room. Upon returning to collect the dishes, Xiao Yu discovered that the 4 had not touched their food, but she insisted on supervising their meal before clearing away the remnants, aware of their tendencies. The act of distributing lucky money felt like a mere jest to them. Lin Yanran was quite displeased, perceiving Qi Ran's tactics with the children as rather tedious. At that moment, they were all present, and their needs could easily be met. Moreover, this New Year gift would be a cherished memory for a lifetime. Such a classic gesture should not be construed as bullying. Lin Yanran, unwilling to engage in further banter, implored Yu Ran to devise a few new techniques for her and Xiao Yu. Both women maintained a clear understanding of their current abilities. Recognizing that they were the weakest among the group, Yu Ran, wearied by her relentless persuasion, sought solace in Qi Ran, lamenting, "Oh, great Qi, please take this Lin monster away. If this continues, I shall surely lose my sanity. No matter, you are mad, yet I remain well, two lunatics tormenting each other. Unharmed, what a fortunate occurrence." Yu Ran originally sought solace, but unexpectedly, Qi Ran appeared as if eager to stir chaos. "Brother Wu, how could you associate with such an unscrupulous companion?" Yu Ran, incensed, felt an urge to confront Qi Ran, seeking an opportunity to vent his pin-up frustrations. Too much complaining can lead to a broken heart, Qi Ran chuckled, suggesting that Yu Ran could inspire the two of them to create culinary delights, thus ensuring mutual prosperity. "You are utterly shameless, calculating this matter with great precision. As you take on my disciple, should you not consider increasing my remuneration? Just as I was contemplating. You have chosen an inopportune moment. Once they surpass me, I shall double your reward." Qi Ran spoke with nonchalance. "Double?" Yu Ran's spirits soared at these words. Qi Ran was exceedingly generous. Doubling the amount would mean a significant increase in his deposits at the Jiuzhou Bank. Although Qi Ran received considerable dividends, his expenses were substantial, as these four little monsters demanded only the finest in clothing and sustenance. Moreover, he had invested in properties across the states of Qin, Wei, and Yu. During festive seasons, his expenditures were considerable. This year, for instance, he had given away a significant number of banknotes. Even Minister Lin had graciously accepted Lin Yanran's offerings. Qi Ran was all too aware of his own limited martial prowess. With his current capabilities, even the likes of Xiao Yu could easily subdue him. And facing the two women would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. A promise made is a promise kept, Yu Ran readily agreed. A promise made is a promise kept, Qi Ran responded with a hearty laugh, sealing their pact with a handshake. This is the advantage of asymmetric information. Qi Ran observed the elation on Yu Ran's face, his heart filled with delight. With his current cultivation, he could easily handle two Yu Rans. The combined strength of Lin Yan and her maid did not even amount to half of Yu Ran's prowess. Their chances of victory against him were non-existent. Yu Ran sought counsel from the two women, urging them to engage Qi Ran in combat and defeat him, thus enabling him to impart a set of flowing ribbon techniques to them. This martial art was inspired by the nine python divine discerning. The notion of wielding ribbons as weapons had never crossed his mind until Lu Qingyun's assistance enlightened him. If one school of martial arts could transform steel into softness, it was equally plausible to convert softness into steel. After receiving Lu Qingyun's guidance, Yu Ran comprehended why Qi Ran sought out these four peculiar beings and why he offered them conditions more favorable than those extended to himself and his junior. It was a self-inflicted folly. Lin Yanran scoffed at Qi Ran's foolish error. This boss of theirs was inscrutable, should he receive divine assistance. Turning the tide would not be difficult. Yu Ran was reluctant for the two women to underestimate him. Qi Ran's strength lay not in physical combat, but rather in his cunning strategies. Yu Ran worried that the two women might be caught off guard by his manipulative tactics. A man capable of navigating the swirling currents of the court possessed an innate talent for soul-capturing techniques. Such arts did not require the use of real weapons, making them ideally suited for someone like Qi Ran. Rest assured, I shall ensure he understands the agony of existence, Lin Yanran declared with pride. In her confrontations with Qi Ran, she had never held the upper hand, always yearning to demonstrate her abilities through martial prowess. Yet Qi Ran continually evaded her challenges with the excuse of not fighting a woman. Now, this was her opportunity to reclaim her dignity. Her pride spurred her unwavering determination to succeed. "Miss, are you certain you will not be swayed by him? Xiao Yu harbors no optimism. Qi Ran has never seen through him. A seemingly refined scholar who not only plays the guqin excellently but also imparts strategies to his students. His collaboration with the esteemed scholars of the academy signifies that he is no ordinary individual. Xiao Yu suspects that Qi Ran is concealing her true capabilities. While he may not match her in Lin Yan and in physical prowess, his cunning charm is more than sufficient to deceive young ladies such as yourselves." who are yet to experience the world. Hence, she does not hold high hopes for this confrontation, especially given the enticing rewards at stake. Naturally, she is aware of the substantial salary offered to Yu Ran. In just a couple of years, he will undoubtedly become a wealthy figure in the capital. Such generosity is rather excessive. Life experience teaches her that unusual occurrences often herald trouble. Is there a barrier in the capital? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Li Taisher sprang to his feet. As the overseer of astronomy, divination, and rituals, he holds sway over the capital's feng shui and the ebb and flow of fortunes. The establishment of a barrier in the capital indicates the presence of cultivators, as records suggest that those endowed with divine consciousness are no longer bound by the cycles of life and death. A cultivator capable of erecting a barrier is a singular energy entity, able to harness the powers of heaven and earth, possessing the capacity to obliterate existence itself. What intentions do such cultivators harbor while concealed within the capital? I shall investigate personally. You all must remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences in the capital. Li Taisher rose and soared into the sky. The capital is destined for unrest. Fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. Upon arriving at the barrier, Li Taisher was astounded by the scene within. Inside the barrier lay a den of iniquity, filled with alluring women, their enchanting figures indulging in pleasures, while the men within appeared utterly engrossed. Li Taisher, being a man of decorum, could hardly bear to witness the lewd displays nor endure the cacophony emanating from within. It turns out it was a den of debauchery. After a hasty glimpse, he retreated. Emperor Chen had decreed that court officials were forbidden from entering brothels and pleasure houses. Although the mist within the barrier obscured the view, Li Taisher understood that the imperial edict solely prohibited officials from consorting with courtesans. Thus, the effort taken to establish a brothel was to elude the imperial gaze and provide a haven for officials seeking illicit pleasures. Could it be him? Li Taisher pondered as he hurried away. The one who erected the barrier possesses profound capabilities. Lingering outside for too long would surely draw attention. Despite being a cultivator himself, he is among the most clandestine of practitioners in the capital. Do you suspect Wei Su is behind this? Flames ignited in Emperor Chen's eyes, as if he intended to incinerate the resplendent palace. I cannot fathom anyone else in the capital with such power, Li Taisher replied, bowing. The last time we dueled, we lost Yue. It was a fruitless endeavor. What is your intent, dear minister? Although the emperor placed trust in Li Taisher, he had reservations regarding his capabilities, particularly after the recent resolution of the struggle for the crown prince, leaving him feeling increasingly helpless. While Wei Su possesses the ability to establish such a barrier, he ought to disdain such trivial pursuits. Li Taisher, unhurried, spoke as his white hair billowed, cascading like a waterfall. Why? Wei Su is a celestial being, lofty and detached, regarding wealth and beauty as mere refuse, his desires confined only to the delights of Dongting's carp. Li Taisher clasped his hands within his sleeves, his white hair cascading down like soft silk. Wei Su was indeed a divine being, yet he was disinterested in such dealings, while others reveled in them. Chen Huang's voice was cold and unyielding. Although Chen Huang was also his son, Chen Huang's cunning nature, reminiscent of his mother, concubine Lin, left him disenchanted. Chen Huang was like a tranquil pool, rippling only slightly when a stone was cast, never creating waves. In contrast, concubine Li resembled a pure white lotus, easily discernible at a glance, while Chen Yu stood tall like a phoenix tree, embodying elegance and a carefree demeanor. As the emperor of Chen, he believed that Chen Huang was more suited to presiding over the court than Chen Yu. Yet he yearned for a ruler whose heart was devoted to the welfare of the people, rather than to ambition. This had been the young emperor's dream, one he had failed to realize, and he hoped his son would succeed where he had not. Taisher was the sole practitioner of the mystical arts in his dynasty, and his presence in the capital provided the emperor with a sense of security. Though no one in the court, including Wei Su, seemed to be aware of Taisher's true nature, it was evident that his expertise in physiognomy held no sway over Li Taisher. With a slight smile, Li Taisher remarked, Your Majesty, there exists more than one practitioner of the mystical arts in the capital. Who else? The emperor inquired, clearly taken aback. From my observations, among those who sought trouble on the avenue that day, there were indeed several practitioners. Why would practitioners contend with commoners over the Golden Hero's Manual? The circumstances surrounding this manual were indeed peculiar. It was rumored to contain the highest principles of Taoism, with cultivation deriving from it, surpassing even the depths of Taoist knowledge. Yet, despite its complexity, The fundamental principles of Taoism remained the cornerstone of cultivation. The old minister had yet to fully comprehend the entirety of Taoist doctrine, hence his stagnation in progress. Did practitioners believe that the Golden Hero's manual held the key to transcending their limitations? As a practitioner, the old minister harbored such thoughts, and it was reasonable to assume that others shared this sentiment. Li Taishi's discourse evidently swayed the emperor, the fire in his eyes dimmed. The number of practitioners in this world was uncertain, and perhaps a single manual could reveal their true potential. The orchestrators of this turmoil could not solely aim to expose practitioners. Their intentions remained unclear. What was the purpose behind the upheaval created by the Golden Hero's manual? Why did Wei Su desire to seize it? The emperor's apprehension towards Wei Su was palpable. With Wei Su aiding Chen Huang, the emperor felt vulnerable, as it was a precarious situation that Li Taishi could not contend with. Perhaps this was merely a smokescreen, a ploy to incite conflict among the commoners, allowing another to reap the benefits. The other referred to by Li Taishi was naturally Chen Huang, whose attitude towards Chen Yu mirrored that of Chen Huang's own. In the struggle for succession, although Chen Huang emerged victorious, he understood that the calm surrounding the matter was due to the emperor's desire for stability within the court. While the civil officials supported Chen Huang, the military generals were less compliant. Wu Yue, the esteemed military strategist and tutor of Chen Yu, held considerable influence in the army, with several of his favored disciples commanding significant forces. Even when the evidence against Chen Yu and his companions suggested treason, the emperor only sentenced them to exile, as the ministers, including Lin, tacitly agreed, all to maintain the morale of the military. Though Chen Huang harbored intentions of annihilating a multitude of families, he still employed a strategy of gentle persuasion, for he had yet to gain full control over the court. The seasoned and cunning military men understood this truth, and outwardly maintained a facade of camaraderie. As long as Emperor Chen remained among the living, this delicate balance could be preserved. However, upon his demise, the tranquility would inevitably shatter, and the ensuing contest for power among various factions would be unpredictable. What of Qi Ran? He is a man well versed in the art of scheming. Should Qi Ran realize that in the eyes of Li Taishi, a supporter of Chen Yu, he is but a petty figure, it would surely infuriate him to the point of bloodshed. Who else could labor as tirelessly as he does to assist Chen Yu? Regardless of his motivations, he annually bestows a substantial sum of gold upon Yue, and I have acquiesced to Consort Lin's request to designate Baihe Tower as the royal procurement merchant. Deep down, the emperor still cherishes the memory of Consort Li. Each time he savors the rose pastries received as tribute, he recalls that exquisite white lotus. I have dispatched individuals to keep a close watch on Qi Ran. The stage battles in the capital are fervently underway, with individuals being carried off the platform daily. Thus far, no victor has emerged. The competition intensifies with each performance. Li Taishi was unprepared for the fact that many were aware of the trap, yet they willingly walked into it. Human greed knows no bounds, allowing them to treat life and death with indifference. The reckless individuals of the martial world, employing this tactic of using one's enemy against another, must ultimately question, who is the true target? A spark ignites in Chen Huang's eyes. If a cultivator were to ultimately emerge victorious on the platform, a single cultivator could rival an army of 100,000. This is no idle boast. This would serve as the greatest support for Chen Huang. Why should he fear those generals? In his eyes, they have been rendered insignificant, and consequently, he is no longer seen as a father. An untimely death could easily be justified. Wei Su's ambition to subdue the cultivator is no simple task. Li Taishi asserts that even with the allure of the Golden Hero's secret manual, a formidable cultivator would not heed his command. For there exists an unwritten rule in the realm of cultivation: the strong reign supreme. Although Wei Su is renowned across the land for his mastery of the cloth, revered as a divine figure, none are privy to the extent of his power. If he were to attain divinity through cultivation, none in this world could rival him. Why would he then submit to another? If he truly possessed such strength, the problems faced by that individual could be resolved effortlessly with a mere gesture from Wei Su. Why resort to such convoluted methods? While the emperor and Li Taishi racked their brains, the true architect of this scheme was at the academy, playing the qin to soothe his spirit. An ancient guqin made of wutong would lay horizontally beneath the platform. Qi Ran, clad in a robe of plain silk, plucked the strings with his hands. The unique spatial charm and rhythm of his music harmonized beautifully with the graceful dance of Lin Yanran and Xiao Yu. The two women invited Qi Ran to compete. They had conspired with Yu Ran, and if they assisted him in winning the contest, he would generously share a portion of his earnings for their flower purchases. Should he falter, he would provide his services to Yu Ran for free, managing domestic affairs post-performance. The quarters of these two brothers had become a no-go zone, filled with various odors that prompted protests from those around. Alas, the two were so engrossed in martial studies that going days without bathing became commonplace. Clothes and shoes were carelessly strewn about, often forgotten in the laundry. Upon learning of the agreement between the two women and the brothers, Qi Ran merely remarked, "Very well." A sly smile graced his face, leaving the onlookers perplexed. Despite the skepticism surrounding Qi Ran's performance in this match, there was an undeniable curiosity to witness whether this self-proclaimed master of strategy could turn the tide with an unexpected maneuver. He had accomplished numerous miracles in the past, and now, neither the scholars nor the spectators at Baihe Tower uttered the word impossible. This was due to the fact that he had transformed impossibilities into realities on numerous occasions. Even Lu Qingyun, Lu Jin, Zhou Yu, and Chen Long, the four young spirits, stepped out of their quarters to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. The crowd admired the graceful figures of the two women, exclaiming in delight. Yu Ran understood that this was not a dance. Rather, it was an evolution of the white python whip technique derived from the teachings of the great master Jin. The flowing garments appeared beautiful, yet they were as rigid as iron, cutting like blades upon contact. Their proposal to engage Qi Ran in a battle of wits was an attempt to deter him from employing devious tricks. Initially, Qi Ran deemed this contest to be beneath him, but he soon realized that the two women were fiercely determined to win. They had no intention of genuinely managing the affairs for Yu Ran and his brother. Their aim was to seize the funds. As Qi Ran recognized their intent to shatter his musical composure with their gentle yet unyielding approach, a smile crept onto his lips. This inconspicuous guqin had become his lifeblood, with each note serving as a sword. Having never utilized this cherished instrument in practice before, he found himself exhilarated by the opportunity presented by the two women. Qi Ran transformed the three sounds of the guqin into a tangible expression of Laozi's profound philosophy concerning the subtlety of sound, conveying the richest spiritual essence with the least amount of audible expression, revealing an infinite and profound realm. His performance was imbued with a zen-like simplicity that transcended complexity. As he played with increasing fervor, a smile illuminated his face, engrossed in the music, oblivious to the two women. This practice brought him immense delight. The onlookers marveled at his deft fingers dancing over the strings, his flowing garments creating a gust of wind, his hair billowing like a waterfall frozen in midair. In contrast, the two women had lost their ethereal grace. Their attire grew heavy, their hair disheveled, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, and their breaths quickening, revealing their struggle. This was troubling. Yu Ran was the first to realize the gravity of the situation. Qi Ran was shameless. He had seamlessly integrated the demon-subduing fist techniques of the great master Jin into his melodies. This technique was inherently elusive and dynamic, yet its execution appeared righteous and divine. Utilizing the three sounds of the guqin to amplify its intricacies, firmly countering the women's onslaught. You have also mastered the great master's divine skills. Yu Ran remarked upon witnessing the defeat of the two women. The great master is a martial arts virtuoso, not a musician. Qi Ran retorted as he set aside the guqin. Through this practical experience, Qi Ran had grasped the essence of the guqin, and in the future, he would endeavor to embody the elusive and transformative nature of its music. I too believe the master has acted shamelessly, Lu Qingyun chimed in. Am I shameless simply because I triumphed over a beauty? What foolishness! Only cherishing the delicate, Qi Ran replied, in good spirits and choosing not to engage further. Oh, beautiful maiden, my thoughts drift to you. Even sages entertain such thoughts. Why should I not? Lu Qingyun retorted playfully. You are bolder than I. Dare you pursue both? A fool's errand, Qi Ran quipped, mimicking a fierce tigress. The crowd erupted in laughter. The other three young spirits doubled over in amusement, clutching their stomachs in mirth. What is so amusing? I revel in it. Why should I concern myself with others? I believe that the one who risks everything for a woman's smile embodies true masculinity. Lu Qingyun, with his stubbornness, asserts that a man should assert his strength to challenge others. As for that king, if he cannot even protect his own realm, how can he safeguard a beauty? He is not a real man, Lu Jin remarked. Qi Ran, listening to such profound insights from a child, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, a true man should demonstrate his prowess by confronting others directly. I noticed just now how enchanting the two elder sisters appeared while dancing gracefully. Sister Yan exuded an aura of dominance, while Sister Xiao Yu was charmingly agile. Any man would be captivated, Zhou Yu teased. The boss was rather shameless, swiftly transitioning from the vibrant spring to the desolate autumn, dampening the mood. Chen Long, unwilling to be outdone by the trio showcasing their talents, chimed in, "You four little rascals seem intent on making my life difficult. I provide you with food and gifts. And this is how you repay me?" She ran, noticing how the four were delighting in teasing him, scolded, "What are you getting fierce for? Don't scare the children." Lin Yanran raised an eyebrow and retorted sharply. She was in a foul mood. This battle not only failed to elevate her spirits but also required her to serve as a caretaker for Yu Ran and Yu Ho for a whole year, an intolerable situation. Lu Qingyan made a silly face at Qi Ran, cuddling into Lin Yanran's embrace. "Sister Yanran is the best." Qi Ran, observing how Lin Yanran protected the children like a hawk guarding its chicks, muttered helplessly, "Now she acts like the lady of the house." "No way. Who would want to marry you?" Lin Yanran's irritation flared at his jibe. "A good man does not quarrel with women." "Miss Lin, feel free," Qi Ran said, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Lin Yanran. If she chose to persist, he could not reveal his identity as a cultivator and would merely have to endure the blows. With his cleverness, why didn't he find a way to ease the tension? Chen Long, observing Qi Ran's distressed expression, couldn't help but chuckle. What goes around comes around. Do you know how to use words? Qi Ran, feeling quite put upon, exploded at his remark. "It's not a person saying it's not an object," Chen Long teased, sticking out his tongue and making a face. A chorus of laughter erupted in the room. Qi Ran recognized that this little rascal was being clever. The meaning behind those 7 words could be interpreted in numerous ways, perhaps as, "No, it's a person saying it's not an object," or "Not a person is saying not an object," and many more interpretations. Among the spectators, though they could not discern how Qi Ran triumphed over the 2 women, it was evident that the contest had been fierce, the intricacies of which remained a mystery. However, the sight of the 4 little rascals and the 2 women facing off against Qi Ran was rather amusing, resembling a lively family scene, parents playfully engaging with their children. The 2 women may not have bested Qi Ran, but Yu Ran felt a glimmer of hope knowing that their household would be managed henceforth. Qi Ran's true strength remained elusive. He was a deep and unfathomable pool, a dragon lurking within. When Jin and Wu Qing exchanged sighs of admiration, "Let him be strong." The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Han Qing and Wu Feng laughed heartily. "Fortune dwells where misfortune lies, and misfortune is rooted in fortune," Wang Jing mused thoughtfully. "A strategist's ingenious application lies within the heart." Wang Ming and Zhuge Yu slightly bowed in respect towards Qi Ran. Yu Ran observed the actions of the crowd. Now convinced that Wu Yu possessed an exceptional ability to recognize talent, having befriended the remarkable Qi Ran. Despite his youth, Qi Ran managed to impress these esteemed individuals. Which is indeed a rare feat in their earlier years. They too were akin to the 4 little devils, brimming with youthful arrogance. Gaining their genuine respect is no easy task, especially considering their age difference. Chen Huang, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, wore a bewildered expression. "Your Highness, the most vexing part is that it is being rumored privately that this is orchestrated by you and Mr. Wei Su," he was informed. With a cold chuckle, Chen Huang retorted, "If this prince were such a fool, the Qin kingdom would be at risk." Yet, he pondered, aside from Mr. Wei, who in the capital possessed such capability. With this barrier in place, could Mr. Wei truly be unaware? The response came hesitantly. If Mr. Wei intended to do this, he would have eliminated those troublesome individuals long ago, Chen Huang stated icily. No one understood Wei Su's strength and character better than Chen Huang. Even Li Taishe recognized that Wei Su would not resort to such despicable means. Did he not trust Wei Su? "Your Highness, Chen Huang does not share this sentiment. When his father emperor ever regarded me favorably, his eyes only see that woman and her child." Chen Huang's tone grew heavier upon mentioning that person. Chen Yu and his mother constantly overshadowed him and his mother. Although Consort Lu had passed away and Chen Yu had been demoted, he understood that Chen Huang still held a preference for them. Were it not for his current capabilities, he would have likely sought to usurp his title as crown prince long ago. There is no rush. His journey to this point has been through strength. The royal offspring have always survived through competition. This is the nature of the game. The more princes there are, the fiercer the rivalry becomes. In this brutal ecosystem, the law of the jungle applies. He knew that Chen Huang was aware of this, just as Chen Yu was. As long as there is life, there is an opportunity to turn the tide. Everyone is seeking their chance. Yet, those formidable adversaries outside are equally on the lookout for opportunities. thriving on the internal strife within the royal family. Your Highness, should we ask Mr. Wei to investigate the origins of the cultivators? Chen Huang recognized that the practitioner responsible for this barrier possessed formidable skills, far beyond what his ordinary subordinates could discern. When had such a remarkable cultivator appeared in the capital? Why had Wei Su not detected it? What news do we have from the academy? Chen Huang shifted the topic. The one caught off guard by this change in conversation replied, "The students have returned home for the new year. Only the academy's teachers and their families remain. They rarely venture out. Miss Lin, along with her servants, frequently visits Qi Ran and his two associates, but that individual has never set foot in the academy. Nor has anyone gone to pay him a visit. Have we traced the source of Qi Ran's funds? Their assets are deposited in the Jiuzhou Commercial Bank, and we cannot ascertain their origin." Jiuzhou Commercial Bank. Chen Huang's eyes ignited with sparks of intrigue. The Jiuzhou Commercial Bank spans the realm. Yet the five nations are powerless against its true master. All countries have issued warnings regarding the Jiuzhou Commercial Bank, but they have remained indifferent. The monarch of the Yu state, determined to eliminate this thorn in his side, had struck with a heavy hand. Unexpectedly, on the following day, the imperial seal mysteriously vanished from the palace, leading to considerable unrest and shaking the very foundations of the state. In response, Emperor Yu personally visited the Jiuzhou merchant house to extend his apologies, yet the merchants displayed an air of indifference. Despite harboring resentment, Emperor Yu found himself powerless. It was only after this act of contrition that the imperial seal reappeared on the emperor's desk the next morning. The seal, elusive as a phantom, left Emperor Yu in a state of unease, compelling him to refrain from involving himself in the affairs of the Jiuzhou merchant house henceforth. The other four nations, upon hearing the news, also began to keep their distance from the Jiuzhou merchant house. This merchant house adhered to a principle of non-aggression. They engaged solely in commerce, steering clear of courtly matters while remaining within the limits tolerated by the various countries. With the Jiuzhou merchant house unbound by the constraints of the nations, a multitude of large depositors flocked to them, and even smaller depositors took pride in being able to entrust their gold and silver to this esteemed establishment. Given the current stance of the Jiuzhou merchant house, it would prove arduous for the state's heir to trace the financial sources of Qi Ran. But could a mere sovereign truly rival a wealthy merchant? Keep a close watch on these individuals. Report any unusual activity immediately. Your Highness, Miss Lin should be aware of the origins of Qi Ran's assets. Why do you not summon Miss Lin for an inquiry? Chen Huang had indeed contemplated the matter. Yet he was acutely aware of his cousin's disposition. She was a spoiled young lady, utterly indifferent to mundane affairs. Furthermore, she currently held the position of the second-in-command at Baya Tower, treating it as her own enterprise. Even Lin Xiang would be unable to unravel the intricacies of the situation. Any inquiries he made would only serve to alert the parties involved. The need for you to go to such lengths to extract information from Miss Lin is quite unnecessary. Chen Huang, exasperated, admonished, Your Highness, Miss Lin has recently taken to bringing several children from unknown origins to frolic about the capital city. These children are not the offspring of any scholars. Children? Chen Huang was once again perplexed. What act was Lin Yanran putting on this time? When had she become so overflowing with maternal affection? Wasn't she the one who despised children the most? What made these children any different? He began to pace restlessly indoors. The person responding could hear the hurried footsteps, and their heart began to race. Whenever Chen Huang found himself unable to make a decision, it was due to this very rhythm. The presence of several children left him feeling perturbed, compounded by his lack of inquiry into their backgrounds, which was a harbinger of trouble. Since the children were under the care of Miss Lin, his subordinates had not investigated their origins. The respondent, steeling himself, reported the truth. Incompetent fools! How could you overlook the appearance of these suspicious children without any investigation? Chen Huang indeed directed a menacing kick towards the trembling subordinate who had reported. Your Highness, please calm your anger. I shall immediately conduct a thorough investigation. The respondent bowed deeply, narrowly avoiding Chen Huang's fierce kick. Get out. Chen Huang missed his kick, frustration boiling within him. Yet, he managed to restrain his wrath, directing it instead towards the table, which trembled under the unprovoked assault. Your Highness, why must you be so hard on yourself? Came the distant voice of Wei Su. Upon hearing Wei Su's gentle tone, Chen Huang soothed his aching fist and remarked, Has Wei Su been away for so long? I wonder when they shall return. But the sound of Wei Su's approach echoed from afar. His swift pace would soon bridge the distance. Indeed, have I been gone for quite a while? Wei Su listened to Chen Huang's words, which indicated that he was eagerly anticipating his return. The gentleman departed not long ago, yet significant events have unfolded in the capital. What could possibly perturb His Highness so? Wei Su descended gracefully from the heavens, clad in immaculate white, untouched by dust. He had acquired the renowned Golden Hero's Manual, which had stirred the cultivation world. From Qi Ran, and upon meticulous examination, he concluded that it was not a martial arts compendium. The dazzling techniques, though mesmerizing, were mere embellishments. And the internal cultivation methods did not adhere to the foundational principles of the cultivation realm. If a master, truly versed in the authentic laws of the cultivation world, were to employ these techniques, they would exude an ethereal aura. Fearing he might have misjudged, he ventured back to his hometown, only to discover that it was not a genuine manual. This revelation left Wei Su bewildered. How could Qi Ran's associate have mastered the techniques described within to such an extraordinary degree? Had it not been for the display at Miss Lin's arena, he would have remained oblivious to this matter, and those three cultivators would not have revealed themselves. Could it be that this associate had attained the essence of the long-lost manual, which is the true path of cultivation? Wei Su was eager to uncover the contents of the Golden Hero's essence. There exists a barrier within the capital, Chen Huang remarked. Did you glean any insights from your journey, sir? It appears I must first engage with the cultivators of the capital. Wei Su smiled serenely regarding the manual. He intended to present it once the contenders had settled their contest. Could it be said that this manual is not a manual at all? Chen Huang reacted swiftly. One might say so. Wei Su produced the coveted manual, which had incited envy among the martial community, and placed it upon the table. What news from Qi Ran? He had just received word that Yan Ran had gathered a few children and taken them out for a stroll. How intriguing. A glimmer of excitement danced in Wei Su's eyes. The unfolding events were becoming increasingly fascinating, surpassing his expectations. Intriguing? Chen Huang did not grasp Wei Su's meaning. The cosmic forces at play have become too tumultuous, beyond the realm of my divine influence, Wei Su observed, his eyes sparkling. Including those three cultivators? What will transpire in the future is truly uncertain. Perhaps I have unwittingly pierced a hole in the heavens. Wei Su now sensed the path ahead was daunting, and his leisurely days were drawing to a close. The capital of the Chen kingdom was rife with impending storms. Within the barrier, the splendid scenery remained unchanged. This place harbored other cultivators. A man in a green robe reclined languidly upon an ivory couch and inquired melodically. Indeed, the woman before him replied softly, her beautiful eyes surveying his face as if flowers adorned it. There are ample offerings for your indulgence. Greed in a woman is not a virtue. The man rose. Tall and fair-skinned, his features possessing an indescribable allure. My lord, how could such trifles compare to your greatness? The woman's voice became even more enchanting. You are unworthy of enjoying what I offer. The man extinguished the fire of desire igniting in her eyes. Even if my lord is indifferent, you ought to leave a glimmer of hope for Long. It is best not to shatter her heart completely. Initially, we had no opportunity to venture forth. But now the chance has arisen. Your task is to uncover the cultivators who have detected our presence. The man in green gathered his flowing white hair and donned a cerulean silk hat, believing that the prey would be to your liking. In the realm of mortals, the journey of a cultivator is indeed worthwhile. Long will not disappoint you, my lord. Go forth. It is uncertain when this barrier shall reopen. We are but uninvited guests in this world, perhaps destined to dwell here for an extended period. The voice of the young gentleman in green is melodious, resonating like gold colliding with jade. How shall we contact you once we step outside? The lady named Long begins to adjust her attire. Our means of communication should still hold validity beyond this realm. Outside, we shall address each other as siblings. I am E, your elder brother. The man clasps his hands behind his back and steps beyond the barrier. To be siblings with you in the mortal realm is indeed a worthy endeavor. Long follows closely behind, adorned in a pale yellow gauze garment, her alabaster skin subtly revealed, her countenance exuding an enchanting allure. Upon exiting, they turn back to find the barrier has vanished. Was it designed solely to transport the two of us here? A hint of disappointment flickers in Long's eyes. The emergence of the barrier in an inappropriate place must be due to celestial anomalies. This world operates under its own set of rules. When the existing order is disrupted and a new one has yet to be established, anomalies will inevitably arise. Just as they, who should not exist in this temporal space, have been brought here, believes that only when the rules are re-established will they have the opportunity to return. Though the nature of this place remains unknown to them, given their cultivation, it is not impossible for them to find their footing here. Outside the capital, a grand estate has risen overnight against the mountains, filled with various medicinal herbs and flowers. The proprietors are a pair of siblings. The elder brother possesses an air of aloofness, yet boasts an unparalleled beauty, while the younger sister captivates all with her every smile and frown. As they offer their herbs and flowers for sale, their doors are besieged by customers. The herbs and flowers sold there are rare and costly, yet still in high demand. As reported by Yu after his inquiries, men and women alike are enamored with beauty. The siblings are undeniably enchanting. After Yu becomes infatuated with a flower that sways like a bell in the wind, he is taken aback when the lady addresses him as little brother. At that moment, his resolve crumbles, and he wishes to kneel at her fragrant skirts. With your lack of composure, had I not intervened swiftly, you would have surely attempted to kiss her toes. Yu shakes his head, recalling how he too was momentarily entranced, only regaining his senses upon seeing Yu mimic a dog. That lady is truly capable of bewitching the masses. One must be a stone to remain unaffected by her allure. Yu, embarrassed by his brother's revelation, retorts awkwardly, "Is there truly such a woman?" Xiaoyu exclaims in astonishment. Being a woman herself, she is intrigued by the notion of a beautiful lady. "You little vixen, you two are enamored," Lin Yinran remarks coldly. Xiaoyu realizes she has overstepped. Lin Yinran has always taken pride in her beauty, yet due to her fierce temperament, none dare to covet her charm. A woman of such propriety would certainly not tolerate the likes of a seductive temptress. Xiaoyu genuinely fears that her mistress may confront that alluring beauty. "Enough. You may indulge in this sour treat as well," Ran interjects. Indeed, men are drawn to alluring women. The more enchanting, the more enticing. Women often disdain their kind, deriding them as seductresses. Yet, the truth remains that men possess an intrinsic attraction to such women, albeit hesitantly expressing it. If the streets were filled with such allure, it would be overwhelming. That elder brother is quite the enigma as well. The female patrons seem eager to devour him. Were he not so aloof, I believe they would willingly embrace him. The fervent gazes of those women are astonishing, a testament to the power of a fine visage. "Tang Sing's flesh?" Ren blurted out. "What?" The crowd responded with incredulity, casting inquisitive looks his way. It seemed everyone desired to partake in the allure. Ren spoke casually. "Shameless," Lin Yinran retorted, her tightly clenched fists making a cracking sound. "Of course, that does not include you, Miss Lin." Ren dared not provoke her further. After their last encounter, she had teamed up with Xiaoyu to manage Yuran's affairs. Yuran had made it clear that Lin Yinran must personally oversee his matters, or he would cease to exert himself in her favor. The eldest daughter of the Lin family had never endured such indignities. She frequently quarreled with Yuran, complaining about his lack of personal hygiene and his disarray. However, their disputes had diminished significantly, as Yuran had learned to tend to his own affairs. Now, the room shared by the two brothers was the most orderly inn by Lu, where the fragrance of flowers wafted daily. Although the brothers had resolved their issues, Lin Yinran still harbored a pent-up frustration that she sought to unleash upon Ran, who, of course, would not confront her directly. If he were to reprimand her again, the esteemed Miss Lin would certainly lose face. Yet, Ran was not one to bow down. He could appease her, but in a confrontation, he would show no mercy, as his own reputation was at stake. "I did not ask you to praise them, but rather to discuss the investigation." Ran redirected the conversation amidst Lin Yinran's resentful glare. The area at the foot of the mountains on the outskirts of the city is usually devoid of human presence, and the timeline for the construction of the estate remains unclear. However, it is evident that the project has not been underway for long. Otherwise, the considerable commotion it caused would have spread widely within days. Ran remarked, "Such a grand endeavor would require a substantial workforce. Their need for sustenance and other necessities would inevitably attract attention. It is implausible that such a project could be completed unnoticed." Ran added, "Yet, I cannot uncover any issues. Not only are the brother and sister peculiar, but this matter is even more so," Ran stated. "Tomorrow, I shall personally investigate to discern the nature of this affair." "I wish to accompany you," Lin Yinran declared. "I will scrutinize the two of them closely." "What purpose do you have?" Ran replied, reluctant to include Lin Yinran, as her temperament was unpredictable, and he could not ascertain what extraordinary action she might take. Having Lin Yinran nearby was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb, and Ran was unwilling to take such a risk. "You must take me." "Have you not heard them speak of that beguiling woman, under the guise of investigation, to meet her?" Lin Yinran retorted angrily. "Hee." Xiaoyu chuckled softly. Mrs. feeling jealous. Hearing this, Ran and Yu made their exit, unwilling to involve themselves in the matter. "Jealous? Of him?" Does he even qualify? Miss. Do not adopt such an unyielding demeanor. It is imperative to confront one's inner self. With that, Xiao Yu swiftly departed. Confront one's inner self. Qi Ran chuckled as he exited, leaving Lin Yinran alone in the room, seething with indignation. Perhaps due to a deep-seated wound inflicted by Wu Yue in a previous life. He has always harbored a distaste for domineering women. Lin Yinran, akin to Wu Yue, possessed an esteemed background and remarkable qualities, yet both were haughty and dismissive towards men, which Qi Ran inherently rejected. Has young Master Qi come to join the fray? Before Qi Ran could behold the enchanting beauty, he was intercepted by Wei Su. Even celestial beings have been stirred. It is only natural for a mere mortal like myself to observe. Qi Ran held no fondness for Wei Su and remained perplexed by the true intentions behind Wei Su's appropriation of the secret manual. It appears young Master Qi is still lamenting the loss of your Golden Knight's manual, Wei Su remarked with a light laugh. Logically speaking, I have alleviated your pressing predicament. You ought to feel grateful. Yet, I perceive that you are still brooding over the manual. Would you like me to return it to you now? Since you have taken it, keep it safe, Qi Ran retorted with a cold smirk. Wei Su suggested, this manual is profoundly enigmatic. Even I cannot grasp its essence. Would young Master Qi care to offer some guidance? Maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, Wei Su continued, I cannot presume to instruct a divine being. Yet it is undoubtedly an unparalleled martial art. Mastering it could enable one to dominate the martial world, protect one's homeland, and vanquish treacherous rebels with great satisfaction. Why? Then, does young Master Qi refrain from practicing it? Divine being, your fortune-telling skills are impressive, but do you possess the ability to read your own fate? Qi Ran inquired, observing Wei Su's levitating presence. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged, Wei Su replied, still exuding an air of indifference. To each their own. Qi Ran acknowledged with a respectful gesture. The road stretches wide, let us part ways. Please, after you, esteemed one, Qi Ran insisted, clearly reluctant to accompany Wei Su. Wei Su's ostentatious nature irked him. He despised being merely a backdrop to Wei Su's flamboyance. Even clad in his elegant white attire. The two of them appeared worlds apart in the eyes of the onlookers. Qi Ran, now a man of considerable wealth, found it unacceptable to present himself in such a disheveled manner. Ah, so young Master Qi fears the divine, Wei Su chuckled as he ascended into the clouds, epitomizing the divide between them. Do you possess the art of fortune-telling or the ability to read minds? Qi Ran nearly stumbled, wondering if Wei Su's words were mere coincidence or if he truly discerned his thoughts. Does it even matter? Came Wei Su's voice, drifting away. This soothsayer seemed to revel in the notion of having foresight. Qi Ran watched as Wei Su vanished into the sky. Evidently, Wei Su had no intention of alarming the crowd. It appeared he had come solely to converse with Qi Ran. Are you seeking flowers or medicinal herbs, young master? A sultry voice inquired. Let me take a look first, Qi Ran replied, feeling a delightful shiver at the sound. Please, follow me, the voice beckoned, its tone even softer. As Qi Ran turned to follow the woman, her fair skin became ethereal beneath the pale yellow gauze, accentuating her graceful figure. He endeavored to keep his gaze fixed on the ground, resisting the temptation of her alluring form. Indeed, he felt his heart racing. What is the matter, young sir? The woman suddenly turned around, lifting his chin with one hand. Do not gaze upon that which is improper, Qi Ran blurted out. This must be the work of the Wu Yue system. Such a handsome young man, yet so utterly naive, what a pity. The woman withdrew her hand. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with the woman, Qi Ran was captivated. Her beauty was enchanting, rendering him momentarily entranced, causing him to forget the purpose of admiring her visage. It would be a shame if you did not visit the Yichuan pavilion, Qi Ran retorted, feeling a sting from her teasing words, his mood souring. What is the Yichuan pavilion? The woman appeared unaware of the establishment Qi Ran referred to. A man's paradise. A den of indulgence, Qi Ran lamented. The world often claims that men are strong and women weak, yet he would argue that men are steel and women are softness. No matter how hard the steel, it can transform into a gentle embrace, indicating that women are inherently meant to subdue men. Were it not for the woman's earlier feigned modesty that had pricked Qi Ran's ego, he would not have responded with such harsh words. After all, she was a beauty capable of making any man willingly bow in reverence, her charm as gentle as flowing water. So, you prefer places like the Yichuan pavilion, the woman, identified as Long, remarked, her expression revealing her amusement at Qi Ran's expense. How could I possibly enjoy such places? Qi Ran protested. Disliking that place implies a fondness for this one, she said, leaning her lovely face closer to him. She ran, unable to meet her gaze, opted to shut his eyes. Yet he was still overwhelmed by the fragrance that enveloped her. How quickly you succumb. The woman's voice was sultry, almost intoxicating. Infuriating. She ran, feeling teased. Summoned his innate energy, producing a resonant sound of righteousness. As he did so, a change enveloped him, as if he were a reservoir of virtue. An overwhelming aura of righteousness emanating forth. The woman staggered back a few steps, her beautiful eyes now filled with curiosity. How deeply hidden this is. This is the righteousness of the mortal realm, meant to combat evil, Qi Ran declared proudly. In the mortal realm, righteousness prevails, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Are you a cultivator? Yilong asked, her smile enchanting. What is a cultivator? I know not. If the righteousness of the mortal realm defines a cultivator, then so be it, Qi Ran replied, compelled to summon his innate energy once more, yet sensing Yilong's uncertainty about her own status as a cultivator. He decided to showcase a pure performance. What a splendid display of righteousness in the mortal realm. A voice, even more refined than that of Wei Su, resonated. Elder brother. The woman gracefully stepped back, revealing a man clad in azure, exuding an extraordinary charm, with a subtle smile gracing his face. Isn't he the one with the icy demeanor? Qi Ran mused, compelled to acknowledge that he was indeed warmed by the man's presence. This gentleman's charisma resonated more with Qi Ran's preferences. From his experience, such men often held themselves in high regard, disdainful of petty behaviors, embodying the noble spirit of a gentleman, deserving of respect even as adversaries. Do you admire me? The man inquired, his smile broadening. Heaven! I must have neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out today, and now there is another who can read minds, Qi Ran lamented inwardly. I hold great respect for gentlemen. You are a gentleman, thus I naturally admire you. Qi Ran believed that kindness was the most practical approach when dealing with those who possessed the ability to read minds. It was amusing to be praised in such a manner for the first time. The man, quite intrigued, introduced himself. I am Yi. May I ask your name? Qi Ran, came the reply. Ah, so you are the esteemed young Master Qi. I have long heard of you, Yi responded courteously. Young Master Yi. The pleasure is mine. Qi Ran returned the compliment with a light chuckle. What brings young Master Qi to this place? To purchase flowers and herbs. Qi Ran regretted his words as they left his lips. He could not return empty-handed. Young Master Qi may select what he needs and then we shall discuss the pricing. Yi stated before stepping inside. As Qi Ran wandered through the garden and herb plots, he discovered that the medicinal herbs were indeed rare and of the highest quality, while the flowers were more vibrant and fragrant than common varieties. He selected potent ingredients for a restorative brew and fresh flowers for making floral cakes, finding this place ideal for his needs, as long as the proprietor was not his adversary. You have a discerning eye, Mr. Qi. Yi praised when Qi Ran presented his list of requirements. It appears Mr. Qi is a businessman who recognizes the value of these treasures, Yi noted, his clear eyes sparkling with interest. I would be delighted if Mr. Yi were to consider me a friend. Qi Ran resolved to secure this business deal. He had conceived an idea to expand the operations of the Baya Tower, and whether this vision could come to fruition hinged on Yi's willingness to become his partner. No one turns away from money. Let us negotiate terms, Yi replied decisively. Young master, Yi will supply the materials, while I shall focus on generating profit. The key is to cultivate the items I require. As long as your materials meet quality standards, I assure you there will be profit to be made. How intriguing. Yi remarked, particularly fond of describing Qi Ran's ideas as such. They proceeded to discuss pricing for the joint venture. After an engaging exchange of words, they eventually settled on a price. Yi seemed unconcerned about the shareholding ratio, which left Qi Ran feeling somewhat uneasy, uncertain of Yi's true intentions. How fascinating. Wei Su remarked upon learning of Qi Ran and Yi's partnership in the herb and flower shop. Qi Ran is truly a business prodigy, Chen Huang added, noting that his medicinal wines sold better than cocktails. Having tasted the medicinal wine presented by Lin Xiang, he could not deny its benefits for men. Any unsold flowers would be transformed into floral cakes, demonstrating an admirable avoidance of waste. Wei Su placed a piece of floral cake in his mouth, declaring it superior to others, and he indulged in 2 pieces daily. Though he had earned sufficient wealth, one could hardly perceive any inclination to cease his endeavors. While Chen Huang also found the floral cakes delightful, they often reminded him of the romantic past between Emperor Chen and Consort Li, dampening his mood and causing him to eat sparingly. Money is an addiction that grows stronger the more one resists. How could one possibly stop? Wei Su shook his head. Chen Huang observed Wei Su savoring the floral cake delicately, taking several minutes to consume a small piece, and wondered what he was attempting to discern from it. Was there something particularly special about this floral cake? Has that barrier master in the capital been thoroughly investigated? He has vanished, Wei Su replied. He is uncertain why the barrier appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared just as mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Chen Huang wore a puzzled expression. Could it be that this barrier has no connection to the world of cultivation? And what of those 3 cultivators? They too have inexplicably vanished. They have concealed themselves. The waters of the capital run deeper than anticipated. Wei Su finally finished his flower cakes. The arena competition must reach a conclusion, and this manual will be relinquished. Since it is not a genuine treasure, retaining it serves no purpose. Let it fulfill its intended role, Chen Huang remarked. Wei Su smiled at his words. Chen Huang clearly wished to observe the conflict from a distance. Neither the martial artists nor the military could be utilized by him. So depleting their strength was undoubtedly the best course of action. I simply do not understand the intentions behind Qi Ran's introduction of this manual. We shall discern the truth soon enough. Boss, the martial artists are still relentlessly vying for the Golden Hero Manual, and they are nearly exhausted. Today, Yu Ran witnessed several of the so-called martial elites, who just days prior had been brimming with confidence, being carried away, bruised and battered. And he felt a pang of sympathy. These individuals lack foresight. They are driven by greed without regard for their lives. Ultimately, they will perish in their relentless pursuit of profit. Qi Ren remained indifferent. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Yu Ran inquired. He is a martial artist and understands that the Golden Hero Manual is merely a ruse to deceive the martial community, who could, like his senior brother, create their own techniques based solely on a spark of inspiration? The boss is relatively honest. He stated that the lackeys were exploited to develop the Golden Hero Manual, which is no lie. His senior brother dedicates hours each day to studying the manual, reading it for several hours without rest. Yet, as the boss remarked, these individuals do not believe the truth, while they wholeheartedly accept the falsehoods. Let the martial world cleanse itself, Qi Ran declared. Cleanse itself? It is not an easy task to find a worthy representative for the martial community. People are adept at concealing their true selves. Is there a more alluring touchstone than the Golden Hero Manual? Are you in search of a representative for the martial community? Yu Ran leaped up. He did not expect Qi Ran to still be fixated on the martial artists. Stay calm. Stay calm. Qi Ran gestured for him to sit. This martial world must serve my purpose. Otherwise, will it be you two who protect my safety or that of my enterprise? When one's business grows, one must also ensure its protection. How to safeguard it relies on strength, does it not? Qi Ran argued persuasively. Are you establishing a guard? Yu Ran's eyes widened. Why is your perspective so limited? We are forming our own armed forces. You intend to contend with the court? Do you understand the consequences? What the Jiuzhou Trading Company can accomplish, why can we not? Qi Ran posed the question to the two of them. The court will not idly watch you grow in power. Yu Ran sighed. Qi Ran is an ambitious man, and he has misjudged the situation. A fat sheep. The court will slaughter it when necessary. Can one ensure safety by merely bowing low? Yu Ran pondered. The court's desire to seize a wealthy merchant's assets is not a difficult task, but the real challenge lies in whether they can do so without incurring losses. Although I harbor a disdain for the ambitious, I must concede that no one dares to challenge the Jiuzhou Trading Company, which stands firm on the foundation of its prowess. Yu Huang grinds his teeth in resentment, yet must offer his apologies, for the Jiuzhou Trading Company commands significant respect. Yu Ran nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in this assertion. Ultimately, the one who acquires the secret manual will undoubtedly seek your counsel. It is upon you to subdue him. Qi Ran remarked to Yu Ran. Why is it me and not you? Yu Ran retorted, feeling unjustly burdened by Qi Ran's expectation. We are a duo of literary and martial talents. The literary aspects are mine to manage, while the martial are yours, Qi Ran said with a cheerful smile. You are the proprietor. I am merely an assistant. Thus we operate on different tiers, Yu Ran countered, unimpressed by this reasoning. Congratulations on your promotion. You are now also a proprietor, the third in command at Baya Tower. Are you satisfied? Third in command? For Yu Ran, this was indeed a piece of delightful news. The second in command at Baya Tower is Lin Yin Ran, and now he stands as her equal. How will the profits be divided? He inquired. Lin Yin Ran oversees the financial affairs at Baya Tower, managing both income and expenditures. Since her assumption of this role, she has become quite meticulous, even negotiating with Xiao Yu to extend her work hours by 2 each day. This is a stark contrast to the previously carefree Miss Lin. who once regarded money as mere refuse. While she still generously offers tributes to Lin Xiang and Lin Fei, it is evident that her liberality has waned, much to Qi Ran's satisfaction. "Boss, when will I be promoted to the position of fourth manager?" Yu Ho asked, having learned of his senior's elevation. "When you are capable of standing independently like him, I shall consider it," came the reply. "That day seems far off." Yu Ho sighed in disappointment. Yu Ran is a prodigy within the sect. The organization has advanced from a third-rate to a second-rate establishment, primarily due to his burgeoning reputation in the martial realm. "Keep striving. I believe there will come a day when you succeed," Yu Ran encouraged Yu Ho. "Senior brother, if you manage to subdue that martial figure, could you not ascend to the position of the leader of the martial world?" Yu Ho inquired. "One could say so," Qi Ren replied cheerfully. As the two senior brothers conversed, he noticed the four little oddities had departed. "I must discuss the profit sharing with Miss Lin," Yu Ran reminded himself. Recalling his most pressing concern, all talented individuals, Yu Ho mumbled to himself as the duo exited, retreating to his training. He understood that if he wished to cease being merely an assistant, he must first cultivate his own strength. Buy a tower does not support idleness. The boss has arrived, Lu Qingyun announced upon spotting Qi Ran. "Oh," the other three observed Qi Ran entering empty-handed, their faces reflecting clear disappointment. Qi Ran, known for never arriving without gifts, was puzzlingly bare today. At the very least, he could have brought a few pieces of fresh flour cakes. The atmosphere was decidedly somber. Qi Ran sensed the collective disappointment. These four little ones typically rushed forward to offer a warm welcome whenever he brought something along, yet now they stood with forlorn expressions, utterly unmoved. Lack of motivation. Lu Jin pouted. "Pray tell, what gives me the obligation to motivate you? From where does my motivation originate? When we are motivated and full of vigor, the boss will have motivation too," Zhou Yu interjected. "Then allow me to assess the effectiveness of my motivational prowess," Qi Ran declared. "My partnership with Qingyun is a harmonious fusion of my remarkable memory and his computational prowess, resulting in boundless possibilities. Not only have I become well-versed in a plethora of knowledge, but I can also decipher Zhou Yu's intricate formations." Lu Jin's face radiates joy. "Indeed, I am confident that soon, Brother Yu Ran will no longer be able to confine me." Lu Qingyun also appears exhilarated. "Collaborating with Zhou Yu, his formations, combined with my martial strategies, create a formidable challenge for them." Chen Long gazes at Lu Jin with an air of pride. "My formations have become a series of interconnected traps, capable of ensnaring ordinary individuals. Even cultivators would find it arduous to escape." Zhou Yu's countenance is filled with excitement. "Dear little prodigies, you are undoubtedly gifted. However, it is essential to recognize the wisdom in the saying that in a journey of three, one must have a mentor. I propose that each of you partners with everyone else at least once, allowing for mutual growth. After each partnership has completed their tasks, we shall hold a grand competition, and the ultimate victor shall be deemed a leader. What say you?" "Agreed." Qi Ran's suggestion, framed as a means of mutual enhancement, essentially entails a thorough understanding among the four of us, where the competition hinges on our individual comprehensive qualities. With the strongest emerging as the leader, this is a rule that the four little spirits can accept. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival in the capital is a resplendent affair. The four main streets are adorned with an array of lanterns, line dances, and the thunderous beats of the Yanga troupe. This year, Emperor Chen plans to attend the festivities and revel with the people. The organizers had informed well in advance that the highlight of this year's Lantern Festival would be the Dragon Boat Race. To enter the main venue, the Dragon Boat organizers must first pay a deposit and provide designs and performance proposals. Those who excel will be personally summoned and rewarded by Emperor Chen. The royal suppliers of Qin Kingdom undergo a bidding process every 5 years, with a Dragon Boat Race held prior to the bidding. This race is a test of strength, with a staggering entry deposit of 100,000 gold pieces, setting a high barrier to entry, which naturally attracts affluent commercial groups. The proposals submitted by these groups resemble bidding documents, and the Emperor's attendance at the event follows a rigorous evaluation process. Being summoned indicates a successful bid. The royal supplies primarily consist of silk, utensils, foodstuffs, and medicinal herbs, yet this year, there is an addition of boats, vehicles, and horses. In times of peace, the court has refrained from procuring these items, but now, under the royal banner, a significant quantity is being acquired, sufficient to establish a grand army. This has caused quite a stir among the commercial groups, leading to numerous private discussions. Emperor Chen's actions have sent ripples through the business community and stirred unease within the court. Prime Minister Lin is perplexed by the emperor's intentions. While the generals share a similar state of bewilderment, their hearts filled with apprehension. Royal procurement does not fall under the purview of court affairs and thus does not require discussion within the court. The emperor's actions are indeed thought-provoking. Uncle, what does father mean by this? Chen Huang is equally uncertain of Emperor Chen's thoughts and summons Prime Minister Lin to the palace for clarification. The old minister is equally in the dark, choosing to observe quietly. Lin candidly expresses that the emperor's actions are unusual. The royal family seeks to establish a new army, which is a matter of state importance that necessitates discussion among the court officials. Since this issue has not been deliberated, it appears to be handled as a personal matter. However, according to the laws of Chen, even the royal family is prohibited from privately establishing troops and armaments. If this precedent is set, all princes will inevitably arm themselves, turning the struggle for succession into a contest of brute force rather than strategic cunning. In such a scenario, what becomes of the court's military forces? And what becomes of the civil officials? For the nation to achieve lasting peace and stability, it is imperative that such precedents are not set. Is Father Emperor merely testing the waters, seeking to gauge the reactions of the ministers? The utilization of boats, vehicles, and steeds is not confined to the military. Your Majesty has not procured any weaponry. The armaments of the Qin state are not solely controlled by the court. In fact, the finest weapons do not originate from the court's arsenal, but rather from the hands of the common folk. Your Majesty, what is the motive behind this action? The esteemed Li Taisher is equally perplexed, unaware of the Qin emperor's intentions. On every inch of this land, there exists a sovereign, under heaven's expanse. There is no land that does not belong to the ruler. As a monarch, what is wrong with rewarding agriculture and fishing? The Qin emperor wore an expression of serene indifference. Your Majesty intends to reward agriculture and fishing. Long live our emperor. Li Taisher began to recite in acknowledgement. He who wins the hearts of the people gains the world. The populace is fundamentally sustained by food. Ensuring their peace and prosperity is the cornerstone of enduring governance. The weariness that had long clouded the Qin emperor's eyes was suddenly ignited by a vibrant flame, revealing a renewed vigor. This was the long-missed spark in Li Taisher's gaze. Our emperor's virtues are comparable to those of Yao and Shen, a blessing for the citizens of Chen. Li Taisher's excitement made his beard flutter. My dear minister, I wish to establish a royal cavalry. A cavalry? Li Taisher was evidently unaware of the Qin emperor's intentions. Horse racing within the military has a long-standing tradition. I wish to introduce this military competition to the civilian populace. Is this feasible? Li Taisher, being astute, recognized that the emperor had already prioritized the procurement of horses and was now merely seeking his approval, clearly not wishing to face opposition. Your Majesty, since this is a civilian competition with numerous participants, and given that the number of horse breeders is dwindling, largely concentrated within the military, should this competition commence, it could lead to a scenario where 9 out of 10 households raise horses. In the event of a national conflict, we would not worry about supplying cavalry. However, every endeavor requires limits. It would be prudent for the court to host this event for the participation of the populace. Your words resonate deeply with my sentiments. The Qin emperor chuckled heartily, as if all his worries had been swept away in that single laugh. I am but a simpleton, unaware of how this competition should be structured. That depends on the proposals from the horse merchants. While Li Taisher was uncertain of the ultimate outcome of this horse racing initiative, observing the emperor's enthusiasm suggested that someone had already presented the potential benefits, prompting the emperor's decisive action. The imperial treasury and the national treasury are managed separately. Although the royal family possesses wealth, expenditures are significant, and they are not exceedingly affluent. Why, then, is the Chen emperor so generously allocating a substantial sum to reward agriculture and fishing? This matter involves the national treasury. The populace will be grateful to the Chen emperor, so why should the royal family contribute from its own coffers without feeling a pinch? Yet, the emperor remained silent, and he did not press further. By the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first month, clarity would emerge. My dear minister, has that barrier vanished inexplicably? As Li Taisher pondered, he heard the emperor's inquiry. Indeed, Li Taisher replied. He had been monitoring the barrier's status. 2 individuals emerged from within it. Although he could not discern their features, their clothing and physique indicated they were a young man and woman. Once they departed, the barrier vanished into thin air. Wei Su arrived a moment too late. Having not witnessed the barrier, he was naturally oblivious to its existence. After the young man and woman exited, the barrier disappeared. Do we have any information about these two? I am currently dispatching personnel to investigate the influx of newcomers in the capital and am in the process of filtering through the data. At the main venue of the 15 Lantern Festival, only those selected for the competition were permitted entry. Emperor Chen ascended the ornate pavilion early, keenly observing the vividly decorated dragon boats gliding through the moat. Lin Xiang also attended, along with the officials organizing the event, members of the imperial court, and numerous princes who gathered to watch. Look there, that dragon boat is adorned entirely with flowers. It is indeed a floral vessel. The peony and phoenix design is exquisite and could serve as a splendid embroidery pattern. The ladies of the court were captivated by their own interests. That light boat moves swiftly, someone remarked, pointing at a small boat alongside a dragon boat. This small vessel is only occasionally set free, weaving through the dragon boats, often startling those aboard. Most of the time, it merely drifts alongside the larger boats. Look over there, the large boat has horses, exclaimed another. Oh, and riders too. Their attire is quite peculiar, yet they appear remarkably valiant. The colors of the saddles match the riders. There are 4 groups of riders. What could their purpose be? This year's appearance of horse boats was not surprising, as Emperor Chen intended to procure horses. Although Lin Xiang found the horse boats somewhat intriguing, he perceived nothing particularly special about them. His focus remained on the military matters at hand. The several generals who harbored disdain for him wore expressions of confusion, clearly taken aback by this unexpected display. Important military figures had gathered at the main venue, all equally puzzled by Emperor Chen's intentions. Consequently, this year's Lantern Festival attracted the most military and political dignitaries. As the medicinal herb dragon boat passed, the main venue fell silent. A solitary man sat upon the boat. Clad in flowing blue garments, his demeanor seemingly detached from the crowd, diligently rowing as if he were the sole star of his own performance. Such a man exists in this world. Emperor Chen broke the silence. The ladies of the court, though silently praising him, merely observed, their gazes fixed on his azure robe, oblivious to what lay within his boat. Whose dragon boat is this? Lin Xiang inquired of the organizers. This year, the owners of the medicinal herb and floral dragon boats are Miss Lin. Did you not know? The organizer replied, astonished. Yen? Lin Xiang gasped in surprise. This girl seldom returned home. He only knew she managed the business at Baya Tower and was quite busy, unaware of when she began overseeing medicinal herbs and flowers. After the merchants' dragon boats paraded around, the dragon boat performances commenced. The porcelain vendor's display was tightly intertwined with porcelain craftsmanship. As a young woman donned in blue and white patterned attire illustrated the porcelain-making process. The dancers, with their supple movements, vividly simulated the intricacies and precision of the process, eliciting rounds of applause. Even Emperor Chen nodded in approval, declaring it a brilliant representation of the artisan spirit. Following the performance, he instructed the attending eunuchs to bestow rewards. The porcelain dragon boat approached to receive its accolades. After the eunuchs announced the rewards loudly, the surrounding boats instinctively pulled back, granting ample space for the proud dancers to receive their due recognition. Thank you for your imperial grace, the lead dancer expressed as she accepted the reward. Your Majesty. With the spring festival approaching, Lady Ning has aged, and her choreography has deteriorated in recent years. I humbly request your permission to allow this young lady into the palace to guide rehearsals, Lady Lin petitioned. Emperor Chen had yet to establish an empress. When Lady Lu entered the palace, she was initially intended to be elevated to empress, but opposition from the ministers thwarted this, leaving the central palace vacant to this day. Following the passing of Lady Li, Lady Lin presided over the affairs of the harem. Emperor Chen observed that Ning Momo had indeed aged, and the choreography of her dances lacked originality. Were it not for the dancer's beauty sustaining the court dance troupe, he might have forgotten to summon performances altogether. Would you be willing to enter the palace? The emperor inquired of the dancer. This woman, with her moonlit complexion and floral beauty, was in the prime of youth, surpassing even the court dancers in allure. Although the emperor was perplexed as to why Consort Lin permitted such a stunning woman into the palace, he still favored her exceptional beauty and talent, wishing for her to join the court. Entering the palace? The dancer was evidently taken aback by such an opportunity, momentarily speechless and hesitant. There is no rush. You may withdraw for now and return once you have made your decision. The emperor spoke with a gentler tone than before. Consort Lin, initially vexed by the dancer's lack of appreciation, discerned from the emperor's changing demeanor that the woman's hesitation was, in fact, fortuitous for her. Had the lady readily agreed, the emperor might have grown suspicious. Her reluctance, however, led him to believe that this matter was not of her own scheming, thus increasing its likelihood of success. The porcelain supplier, previously a guest of Minister Lin, had fortuitously acquired a secret formula for porcelain making, which enabled him to prosper. After Consort Lin entered the palace, he endeavored to ingratiate himself with her, exerting considerable effort. The emperor, newly enamored with his favorite consort, spent each night in her chambers, leaving Consort Lin seething with frustration, yet she had to maintain an air of magnanimity towards the new favorite, although she contemplated taking action. The courtiers were adept at navigating the treacherous waters of palace intrigue, skillfully concealing their true motives. While she presided over the inner court, she remained out of favor, and the maids and eunuchs kept their distance from her. As the crown prince, Chen Huang was now under her authority in the inner palace. Yet those close to the emperor among the eunuchs and maids were well aware of his inclinations. Rather than aiding her and her son, they fortified their defenses against them. With the new consort's arrival, all the palace attendants were loyal to the emperor. After several tests, Consort Lin realized that if she could not strike decisively, she would fall into her own trap. In the palace, it had always been a matter of mutual benefit and shared downfall among mothers and sons. Consort Lin thus conceived a strategy of using poison to counter poison. If the new consort gained favor through her youth and beauty, then she too would inevitably lose her own. To ensure the success of her plan, the porcelain merchant invested considerable effort, and the current situation appeared promising. "You may withdraw for now," Consort Lin instructed coolly. "My beloved consort, there is no need for haste. We have dozens of dragon boats to observe before making a final decision," the emperor replied with keen interest. "Yes," Consort Lin responded, though her heart raced with trepidation. If the chosen individual were not to her advantage, it would be akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on her own foot. The atmosphere during the boat performance was fervent. Two young men skillfully navigated their boats through the dragon boats like swift fish, narrowly avoiding collisions that elicited gasps from the crowd, only to veer away just in time. The sounds of astonishment and cheers echoed across the water, captivating even the emperor and Minister Lin, who stood to watch, unable to suppress their own exclamations of awe and applause. The small boats, light and agile, were ideal for stealthy assaults. The officials from the military felt their journey was worthwhile, marveling at the design that allowed the boats to soar into the air and submerge beneath the water. If this technology could be applied to larger vessels, it would undoubtedly forge a formidable fleet. The naval commander appeared to envision a formidable fleet before him, a truly unexpected delight. The craftsmanship behind such a small vessel is undoubtedly extraordinary. If it is designed with such ingenuity, then all land vehicles must surely be capable of similar feats. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that the illustrious technique of Zhuge Liang's wooden cattle and horses could be revived. The assembled generals engaged in animated discussions, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the small vessel's performance before calling for inquiries. However, the vessel did not arrive as anticipated. It found itself ensnared in a whirlpool. How could such a torrential current exist in the moat? Indeed, the source of the moat is the Jing River, and with winter at hand, how could such a flow be present? The commander responsible for the capital's defenses wore a look of astonishment and instructed his subordinates to investigate promptly. The small vessel was tossed about in the whirlpool, while nearby waters roiled with turbulent undercurrents. The dragon boat had retreated several nautical miles before finally stabilizing, all in utter bewilderment at the unfolding events. "What has transpired?" Lu Qingyan inquired of Zhou Yu. He was being jostled so violently that he had expelled the contents of his stomach, now further nauseated by the acrid stench of his own vomit. His mind clouded in confusion. "Look at you, in such a pitiful state. Can you not endure a mere trial?" Zhou Yu remarked disdainfully, casting a glance his way. "Enough with the chatter. What is happening?" Lu Qingyan retorted as he wiped the foul residue from his mouth and rinsed it away with splashing water. "We have encountered a formidable opponent," Zhou Yu said gravely. "I did not foresee such a trial so soon after our partnership. Can you still calculate?" "I am merely seasick." "Not foolish," Lu Qingyan replied, suppressing his urge to retch. Though he continued to feel queasy, his stomach was now void of contents. "We have stumbled upon a practitioner of the mystical arts. This is a magical formation, and the one who devised it exceeds my prowess. I cannot dismantle it. So the task falls to you. How am I to dismantle it?" "This is an array within an array. The inner formation consists of the yin-yang bagua, augmented by damage and absorption mechanisms. The principles of the bagua harness the forces of heaven and earth, creating a compounded damage effect. We currently find ourselves within the damage array. You must identify the point of connection between the inner and outer formations. I will craft an illusory formation at that juncture to divert the opponent's attention. While they are deceived by the illusion, we must locate the eye of the formation and escape. How long the opponent can be misled is uncertain. It depends on your skill. You have learned much strategy from Chen Long. You have indeed made progress, Lu Qingyan said, forcing himself to concentrate despite the dizziness, calculating with haste. From a distance, Qi Ran observed the plight of the small vessel, realizing they were ensnared by an advanced magical formation. Given his current level of cultivation, he was not a match for the opponent. Moreover, he could not reveal his identity as a practitioner, should his true nature be exposed. He would become a target for all. All previous plans would dissolve into nothingness. They are trapped, Qi Ran lamented. Do not fret. They will find a way to escape. Chen Long replied. Having partnered with Zhou Yu for an extended period, he possessed considerable knowledge of formations and was aware of Zhou Yu's capabilities. Although he himself was not a practitioner, his understanding of formations was profound. It was unlikely that the opponent could confine the two. Had it been Zhou Yu and himself aboard the vessel, their lives might have been in jeopardy. However, it was Lu Qingyun and Zhou Yu who were on the small vessel. They were selected precisely because only they could maneuver the vessel with such skill. Perhaps it was this very display of talent that had led to their current predicament. Indeed, they are seeking an opportunity. Lu Jin observed as the whirlpool began to shift westward. Zhou Yu is not foolish. He is employing a clever ruse, he added. Chen Long seemed to have grasped Zhou Yu's intentions, a look of delight gracing his youthful face. Although Qi Ran was a cultivator, his understanding of formations was limited, leaving him in a state of anxious confusion. Boss, remain calm, Lu Jin reassured Qi Ran. How can I remain calm? Qi Ran retorted sharply. Based on my observations of this formation, if they can hold out for a few more minutes, it will coincide with the soldiers at the moat draining the water. Once the sluice gate opens, the flowing water will enhance the enemy's offensive capability, accelerating their assault on the illusory formation. With Lu Qingyun's computational prowess, he will soon ascertain the formation's core. As long as the sluice gate remains open a bit longer, we can escape the formation. That's obvious. The longer the sluice gate is open, the better, Qi Ran concluded before vanishing without a trace. When did the boss become so formidable? Chen Long mused. Is it surprising? Otherwise, would we acknowledge him? You acknowledge him? Chen Long queried. Do you not? At present, Lu Qingyu was focused on his calculations. While his memory was not as sharp as Lu Jin's, his partnership with him had allowed him to grasp certain mnemonic techniques, which proved beneficial. The formation's variations were manifold, yet they adhered to fundamental principles. From one arises two, from two arises three, and from three arise myriad things. The second principle pertains to yin and yang, while the third symbolizes their harmonious union. Understanding the intricacies of yin and yang's unity would lead one to discover the formation's core, the origin of unity. Lu Qingzhen calculated rapidly, as Zhou Yu's illusory formation drew the enemy's attention, significantly alleviating the pressure on the two of them. Zhou Yu was concerned that the enemy might realize this was merely an illusory formation before Lu Qingyun identified its core, if the adversary were to strike. Both of them would indeed meet their demise there. Fortune favors us, Zhou Yu exclaimed as he observed the torrential river waters surging forth. Although the enemy's assault was bolstered by the water's momentum, their deviation from the illusory formation correspondingly quickened. At that moment, the core of the formation would reveal itself. 350. 247. Lu Qingyun announced a string of numbers, prompting Zhou Yu to swiftly move towards the coordinates. As they hastened, it became evident that the enemy had realized they had been deceived, yet their reversal was noticeably slower than that of Lu Qingyun and his companion. What a pity, came a long sigh. I never anticipated such genius in formation techniques. If they were cultivators, the realm of cultivation would surely be tumultuous. Not every genius can ascend to become a cultivator. After several rises and falls of the river, its surface eventually calmed. As a small boat emerged from the whirlpool, Qi Ran sat aboard a larger vessel, smiling as he raised both hands. His movement had transpired in the blink of an eye, capturing the attention of those around him, who were likely oblivious. Qi Ran remained unaware, but Chen Long had not vacated his position. In mere moments, Qi Ran was seated once more. A feat that seemed utterly implausible. Qi Ran's swift action was facilitated by the soldiers at the moat, who, as per custom, had opened the sluice gate. He merely needed to delay his sense of time briefly, just a heartbeat. Once Qi Ran and his companions witnessed the small boat's escape, smiles adorned their faces, while the dignitaries atop the platform wore expressions of dark uncertainty. Although they were unaware of the events that had just transpired, it was evident from what they had witnessed that a fierce confrontation had taken place, one that was foreign to their understanding, which was indeed an embarrassing situation. Whose small boat is this? The Imperial Guards could hardly contain their curiosity and inquired of the organizers. It belongs to the esteemed Confucian school of Wei. Wei? The military leaders exchanged glances in astonishment. Wei is renowned for its civil governance. The Confucian school is famous across the land. When did they begin to concern themselves with technological advancements? The people of Wei are competing with the boats of the Chen state for procurement. What could be their intention? Esteemed officials, royal procurement is not limited to merchants of our own nation. Anyone with capability may participate, the organizer explained in a hushed tone. With such technology, how could Wei allow it to flow into Chen? According to the envoy of the Confucian school, this boat is merely intended for fishermen to gather rare treasures from the sea and is not meant for military use. Can we not perceive that this small vessel, gliding through the water, renders the other boats insignificant, and if it were to pose a threat to them, who could possibly intervene? General, this small vessel is unremarkable. Simply an ordinary wooden boat. Its distinction lies solely in the exceptional skill of its helmsman. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is. The Confucian envoy respects the emperor's intent to benefit the people, claiming it embodies the spirit of Yao and Shun, and has sent family members to perform as a tribute. Furthermore, it serves as a reminder to the world that in governance, talent is paramount. Minister Lin had been listening quietly, and at this moment, he understood the significance of this performance. Your Majesty, please allow the two young helmsmen to approach the vessel so that all may investigate. Minister Lin made the request, permitting the two to step forward. Lu Qingyun and Zhou Yu approached to pay their respects to the esteemed guests, their demeanor of neither arrogance nor subservience impressing the officials. In their hearts, they deemed the students of the Confucian school as individuals of unwavering integrity, exhibiting gentlemanly grace even in their youth. After the soldiers inspected the boat, they confirmed it was merely an ordinary vessel, devoid of any special features. Esteemed ministers, this round of royal bidding for boats is due to Chen State's prioritization of commerce over agriculture. Why do the people favor commerce over agriculture? It is because trade yields greater profits, while farming is laborious and offers scant returns. Furthermore, the heavy taxation imposed by the court leaves many rural families struggling to make ends meet despite a year of hard work. Grain is the foundation of the nation, thus. My procurement of boats and vehicles is truly a reward for agricultural families, encouraging more individuals to commit to agricultural development. Long live our emperor. Long live. The crowd erupted in praise upon learning of the emperor's intentions behind the procurement. However, they were left wondering about the purpose behind the purchase of horses. Minister Lin voiced the collective curiosity. I intend to establish horse racing as a specialized event, adhering to military regulations, with voluntary betting on winning teams. The entire populace may participate. I wish to form a cavalry, and esteemed ministers may also organize their own teams, as can the common folk. The emperor's face radiated excitement. Your Majesty rewards agriculture, but why plunge the people into the realm of gambling on horse races? An official from the censorate expressed his discontent. Can the court prohibit private gambling establishments? The emperor inquired in a firm tone. Not at all. The court's establishment of such events does not imply daily gambling. We are currently in the preparatory stages. Perhaps we could hold these events biannually, adjusting in the future as circumstances allow. The emperor proposed in a consultative manner. Your Majesty, I am unaware of the betting methods for this event, thus I cannot provide an immediate response, Lin Xiong humbly stated. Lin Xiong, I entrust you with the responsibility of overseeing this horse racing affair. Naturally, I expect you to relay all pertinent details. The court shall organize the horse racing events, establishing a membership system wherein members contribute an entrance fee. The revenue of the racing association comprises three components: the betting funds, operating capital, and membership fees. A portion of the betting funds will be allocated as prizes for the victors, another segment will serve as tax revenue for the court, and a fraction will sustain the daily operations of the association, while a portion will provide aid for the injured, the disabled, widows, orphans, and the elderly without homes. Horse racing involves horses, jockeys, and venues. Owners may choose to train their prized horses independently or commission trainers to prepare them at their stables. Trainers must undergo assessments by the Racing Association to obtain licensure. All expenses related to the horse, including feed, venue costs, and medical care, are the responsibility of the owner. Jockeys are selected by the Racing Association, contracted annually, and compensated according to the agreement. They train as required and participate in various events on race days, earning an appearance fee for each event. Facilities for racing, training, breeding, and medical care belong to the Racing Association. Owners may register their horses for competitions based on their condition, paying a registration fee for each entry. Trainers will conduct training in accordance with the specifications of the event. Horse racing is a contest of speed, categorized into short, middle, and long distances, with surfaces of either turf or dirt. Each event will determine the participating horses, identify the winners, and establish the prize amounts. Prizes will be distributed proportionately among the winning horse's owner, jockey, and trainer, sourced from the bets placed. The Racing Association may also host sponsored races, wherein sponsoring entities provide varying amounts of special bonuses, which will likewise be distributed proportionately among the owner, jockey, and trainer. The ministers express keen interest in the profit-sharing aspect. For horse owners, purchasing, nurturing, and racing horses is fundamentally an investment endeavor, while for the public, it represents an entertainment activity. The decision to purchase horses and the extent of wagers are left to individual discretion, a unique form of risk investment. Lin Xiang pondered over the Horse Racing Association structure, promising to present a detailed plan to Your Majesty once finalized. Very well. The performance of the herbalist is quite extraordinary, as he attentively boils water and brews tea. Once the teacups are filled, they are presented on stage for the esteemed guests to savor. The flavors of the tea differ for men and women. The herbalist's tea for ladies possesses a delicate fragrance and a sweet, refreshing taste that brings warmth to the drinker's core, eliciting admiration from the women, who eagerly request more. The men's tea, however, is not primarily focused on palatability but rather on health benefits. According to the herbalist, regular consumption of this tea enhances virility, although its effects may not be immediately noticeable. Yet, these noble patrons, accustomed to dietary supplements, have already discerned the flavors of ginseng and deer antler within the tea, expertly blended for a delightful experience. Emperor Chen has instructed someone to procure the women's tea from the herbalist. Wu Kairen suffers from a cold constitution and often appears gravely ill during holidays. Today, coinciding with a holiday, she could not attend. Upon hearing of the tea's warming properties, she requested several servings to be sent to her. Although Lin Fei harbors resentment, she nevertheless instructed her maid to expedite the delivery. The herbalist maintains a languid demeanor. Yet it is this very demeanor that lends him an air of scholarly elegance reminiscent of a refined minister in white robes. On the vessel, both men and women were captivated by his charisma, entranced by the casual elegance that accompanied his every gesture. "Who is he?" inquired Emperor Chen. He was once a wealthy merchant from the state of Wei, but after offending a noble there, he sought refuge in our Chen state, where he cultivated a medicinal garden and a flower shop in the outskirts of the capital. That flower boat belongs to his sister. Given his arrogance, he should rightly face some hardships. So, he has fled to our Chen state. I wonder whom he offended in Wei and the reason behind it. Does that noble perhaps have a penchant for male affection? If he wishes to escape, he naturally lacks such a favor. Various discussions arose. This was not the court, and everyone felt less constrained, sharing light-hearted jests, feeling at ease. The apothecary seemed oblivious to the chatter, diligently repeating the ritual of brewing and serving tea. Ah, this tea possesses an additional herb compared to the last. When the new round of tea was presented, the guests discerned a distinct flavor. Indeed, it was sweeter upon tasting. Suddenly, someone, unable to contain themselves, let out a loud and embarrassing fart. The culprit wore a mortified expression while others stifled their laughter. As they too felt the pressure building within, they exchanged glances of discomfort, unable to articulate their plight. Then, Emperor Chen, seated upon his elevated platform, could no longer restrain himself and released an even louder eruption, prompting everyone to cover their noses and abandon their restraint. At that moment, firecrackers were set off, allowing everyone to freely expel their pent-up discomfort, filling the air with an overwhelming odor. What a relief! After releasing his discomfort, Emperor Chen intended to express his annoyance. But feeling considerably refreshed, he sought another cup, only to be informed by the apothecary that no more tea remained. The others, unlike the emperor, found no such exhilaration. Instead, they felt abdominal pains and began seeking out the restroom. The apothecary's boat glided away leisurely, while the flower boat approached slowly. The women aboard exuded an enchanting charm, each smile and frown breathtakingly exquisite. "A fairy," Lin Fei exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration for the beauty aboard the flower boat. Such a rare and stunning creature. Emperor Chen's gaze fixated, as if his very soul had been ensnared by the woman on the vessel. "Your Majesty, please conduct yourself with decorum," Lin Fei admonished, observing his greedy stare. The two siblings are indeed unparalleled. Emperor Chen disregarded Lin Fei's warning as mere background noise. Suddenly, a cup slipped from someone's grasp. Yet it failed to attract the attention of the crowd. A nearby servant quietly retrieved it, swallowing hard. Such beauty was a luxury to behold. Perhaps it was best not to gaze at all. Having stolen a glance earlier, he had been stunned by her voluptuous figure and dared not look again. The woman, noticing the infatuated man and the displeased woman exchanging glances, smiled alluringly and began to dance. Her graceful form was mesmerizing, captivating the audience far more than their previous fascination with the apothecary's tea preparation. Though Lin Fei seethed with jealousy, she could not deny that even she would be entranced were she a man. Truly, a femme fatale, this was her assessment of Yilong. Must Yilong resort to such seduction, or would she wither away? Lin Yanran, now a knight, remarked indignantly as she watched the woman dance on the flower boat. Why must women always be so bitter, unable to bear seeing their peers excel? Yuho chuckled. Your eyes are about to pop out. To be careful. Xiao Yu found herself quite vexed by Yoho's covetous demeanor, a sentiment that any normal man would likely share. Do not take it too much to heart. Yuho adjusted his knightly hat. Although the outfit designed by Chiron was undeniably cool, it lacked the comfort of his usual coarse garments. Fortunately, it was winter and summer. Such tight attire would render one faint within minutes. She exuded grace and elegance, while the two of you presented a dashing appearance. Each possessed qualities the other lacked. Why harbor jealousy? Yuho remarked, removing his knightly hat to behold Yilong's exquisite form more clearly. Men are not virtuous creatures, drooling over alluring figures. A bit of decency would be welcome. Lin Yanran shot Yuho a fierce glare. The desire for beauty resides in every heart. Yuho chuckled. Lu Jin and Zhou Yu were engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, the boss reclining in a chair, feigning sleep, while Lu Qingyun and Chen Long whispered to one another. Are you certain he is truly formidable? Lu Qingyun glanced at Chiron, who was beginning to boast. To deceive you is child's play, Chen Long sighed. This truly exemplifies the adage that the real person does not reveal themselves, while the revealed are not genuine. Enough. In the scenario we just witnessed, could he possibly escape? That is difficult to ascertain, as we do not know him well. Child, with beauty before you, what gossip is worth your attention? Chiron found himself unable to sleep, disturbed by their chatter. Boss, are you not gazing upon the beauty? Why sleep so soundly? Is it that you are incapable? Chen Long wore a mischievous grin. Child, seeking trouble, Chiron rose, intent on hitting him. Ah, that young lady possesses soft skills. How could a man withstand such charm? Lu Jin added, joining in the fun. Boss, I wager you are unable to resist her allure, hence you choose not to see. Zhou Yu chimed in with a smile. Do not say I did not warn you. Ladies are enchantresses, devouring men without leaving a trace. Chiron stretched, having sat on that hard chair for too long, his body aching. I know, you once said women are like tigers, unreasonable and fierce. Lu Jin stuck out his tongue. Amidst their banter, Yilong's performance drew to a close. She cast a captivating glance towards Chen Huang, then seated herself in a flower boat, lifting a rose to her nose. Magnificent. Chen Huang was the first to applaud. Bravo. Another performance. Cheers erupted in waves. Even Lin Xiang offered a slight nod, compelled to acknowledge the woman's dance as truly exquisite. My beloved, Ning Mama has indeed aged. It is time for a change, let it be her. Lin Fei silently lamented, uncertain whether this woman would align with her interests. Truly. This was akin to lifting a stone to strike one's own foot. This depends on whether she is willing to enter the palace, Lin Fei replied astutely. Since the porcelain dancer, Chen Huang, inquired about her willingness to enter the palace, it is only natural to ask now. Naturally. Chen Huang instructed the attending eunuch to summon Yilong for questioning. As Yilong approached, her movements resembled willows swaying in the breeze, exuding an enchanting fragrance. She greeted Chen Huang and Lin Fei, courtesy of the eunuch's guidance. Upon closer inspection, Chen Huang found her even more captivating, her features harmoniously exquisite, her skin delicate and fair. As she drew near to respond, Chen Huang's demeanor was one of delight. Indeed, Yilong replied sweetly, stepping forward gracefully. How audacious! Your Majesty revels with the common folk. How could you be unaware of the court's etiquette, thus committing such an act of transgression? Lady Lin admonished as she approached Yilong. Your Majesty, as you have stated, you share joy with the people. If that is the case, there is no need to be bound by formalities. To adhere strictly to etiquette would contradict the notion of merriment with the populace, Yilong responded defiantly, refusing to be intimidated by Lady Lin's tactics. If I have granted you permission to step forward, then you have committed no wrongdoing. The Emperor's words afforded no favor to Lady Lin. Upon the Emperor's pronouncement, the countenance of the Prime Minister darkened considerably. In front of the assembled crowd, the Emperor's public humiliation of Lady Lin also reflected poorly on him. Lin Li Fu. Your Majesty, this woman's origins are unclear. For the safety of our emperor and the citizens of Chen, it is prudent to investigate her background thoroughly before integrating her into the harem. The Prime Minister declared with clarity, My lord, as a mere commoner, what unclear origins could I possibly possess? Yilong stepped forward gracefully, questioning him. Given that Wei and Chen are amicable nations, it is not unusual for a young lady to seek refuge and trade here. However, should she enter the royal family, it would become a matter of significant diplomatic concern between our two countries. I urge you to conduct yourself with propriety, he replied. How does my status as a common woman entering the royal family turn into a national affair? Yilong retorted, her lips pursed lightly. Her gaze fixed intently on the Prime Minister. Do you covet beauty like the King of Wei, wishing to snatch away someone's affection? Or do you believe that Chen lacks the prowess of Wei, and thus the Emperor must seek the approval of the King of Wei for a woman? The Emperor of Wei does not covet beauty. How could the King of Wei ever usurp another's love? The Prime Minister countered. Your words imply that the rulers of Chen are inferior to those of Wei. Your eloquence leads me to suspect that you may be a spy sent by the Emperor of Wei. Matters of the harem fall under the jurisdiction of Lady Lin. Whether you are innocent or not shall be determined by her, he stated coolly. For the safety of His Majesty and the state of Chen, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly, Lady Lin pledged. Yilong, in her cleverness, found herself ensnared by her own wit. She ran sighed, remarking that had the emperor truly been a protector of beauty, Lu Fei would not have passed away prematurely, nor would Chen Yu have faced exile. To openly challenge Lady Lin was indeed a foolhardy endeavor. You seem quite knowledgeable about him, Lu Qingyan observed. This conclusion stems from analysis and judgment. It cannot be erroneous. Qi Ren replied, I wager that the emperor is currently disinterested in continuing the dragon boat race. Our performance will have no opportunity for display. The three most remarkable acts are all ours. Are we truly concerned about a lack of exposure? Zhou Yu chuckled, biting her lip. The emperor, as Qi Ran had suggested, grew disinterested as Lady Lin insisted on investigating Yilong's background. Enough, let her be, he thought to himself, unwilling to see such a beautiful maiden fall victim to Lady Lin's inquiries. He anticipated the results of Lady Lin's investigation, knowing the cruel torture she might impose on this delicate woman. If he were to release her, it was likely that the two of them would once again find themselves fleeing. Although Lady Lin was unable to detain Yilong, she effectively extinguished any aspirations of entering the palace. The authority of the Lin family would not tolerate any challenges. I am weary. Let today conclude here. The emperor declared as Yilong retreated, indicating his desire to return to the palace. Your Majesty, what shall be done with the waiting dancer? Lady Lin inquired softly, noticing the emperor's melancholy demeanor. Let my beloved concubine decide. The emperor waved his hand and returned to the palace of Wu Kai Ren to rest. Shan Huang refrained from mingling with the crowd, as he seldom ventured where Emperor Chen was, to avoid inciting his displeasure. The mutual disdain between father and son was best kept at a distance. Although he did not attend, news of the events within reached him promptly. Challenging the authority of the empress mother is tantamount to courting death, Chen Huang remarked coldly. Those relaying the message were uncertain whether he referred to the woman or Emperor Chen himself, remaining silent and anxious, unsure of how to respond. Who are those two children? He inquired. They are the few children brought by Miss Lin, came the reply. Have their backgrounds been thoroughly investigated? Indeed, it has been confirmed. Though not the sons of the esteemed scholars, they are the most distinguished disciples selected by them. Today, the two children, Lu Qingyun and Zhou Yu, were indeed sent by Master Fajian. What are the other two? Chen Long is a disciple of Zhuge Yu, and Lu Jin is a disciple of Huang Jing. Have we ascertained the backgrounds of those who oppose the two children? Not yet. Your Highness, the historical office is also conducting inquiries, and it appears to be a serious situation. Our subordinates discovered that Master Li is personally investigating. The involvement of this cunning old fox indicates the gravity of the matter. Chen Huang exhaled deeply. Master Li's involvement suggests this incident is unrelated to the royal family. The political waters in the capital are treacherous, once stirred. The consequences could be dire. Is Mr. Wei back? He has yet to return. Understood. You may leave. Chen Huang felt an overwhelming fatigue. While people spoke of the royal family's wealth, they were oblivious to the countless eyes scrutinizing them. His daily existence was far from pleasant. If one were to claim that his life was enjoyable, one might argue that he, as the crown prince, was less content than that useless brother of his. That man spent his days tending to flowers and playing the zither, living an untroubled life. Should he continue in such ease? Chen Huang might soften his heart and spare him, for he was his only brother. Lin Yinren found herself cornered before the White Crane Tower by her father's envoy, who insisted that she return to the Xiong residence with them. "How dare you treat me with such disrespect?" Lin Yinren exclaimed, raising her whip in defiance. "While a lady may punish the lowly, it is imperative that I first return to the Xiong residence." The envoy regarded her steadfastly, showing no sign of retreat, as if impervious to her threats. "If I am to go, allow me to change into appropriate attire. How can I return in this outfit?" Lin Yinren protested, gesturing to her Crimson Knight's attire. "You may change upon arrival at the Xiong residence. Must I seek your permission to change my clothing? Have you all grown bolder, believing my patience has no limits?" Lin Yinren was quite incensed. "My lady, you indeed exhibit a refined demeanor now," Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. She had learned quite a few new expressions from Qi Ran. The summons from the Xiong residence indicated something of great importance, and if they could not secure her presence, they would not grant Lin Yin the opportunity to escape. Previously, she had employed similar tactics frequently, and those around her had learned to be cautious, making it improbable for her to deceive them. Her reputation was notably tarnished. Although there had been improvements, persuading those who had suffered at her hands would prove difficult. "The Xiong residents request your presence. There must be a pressing matter at hand." "Yin Ran, please return home," Qi Ran interjected. "Very well." Though Lin Yin harbored grievances, she nonetheless mounted her horse. "Thank you, Boss Qi," she said. The servant expressed his gratitude repeatedly before hastily approaching Lin Yinran's steed. "Do you possess any discernment? I am returning home. Why express gratitude to him?" Lin Yinran observed the servant incessantly thanking Qi Ran, feeling a surge of irritation. "Miss, please do not make it difficult for him. He must have been waiting here for quite some time. I assume he hasn't eaten yet." Xiaoyu, remaining on horseback, trotted alongside Lin Yinran. They exited the dragon boat and proceeded to the Yi siblings' villa. Qi Ran suggested they take refuge for a while, and although Yi appeared indifferent, Yi Long, upon hearing Lu Jin recount the court's various inhumane behaviors, felt a twinge of fear. Overcome by nausea at the mention of human deceit, she concluded that it would be prudent to avoid the situation for the time being. Yi, intrigued by Lu Qingyun and Zhou Yu's encounter with cultivators, inquired further and ultimately agreed to retreat from the spotlight, allowing Qi Ran and his companions to temporarily manage the estate. After the siblings departed, leaving their fellow disciples to guard the villa, they returned. This back and forth took the span of 2 hours. Lin Xiong's men, unaware of their whereabouts, could only remain stationed at the White Crane Tower. Consequently, Xiaoyu understood that their vigil must have been lengthy. "You are correct, miss," she remarked. Upon returning to the residence, Lin Xiong dispatched someone to summon the young lady. However, the servant, ignorant of her location, had waited there for 2 hours. "I know you have toiled, miss. Here is a reward for you." Xiaoyu retrieved 2 flour cakes from her saddlebag and offered them to him, suggesting he have a bite to quell his hunger. "Thank you, Miss and Lady Xiaoyu. Do you know why my father seeks me?" The visitor was a trusted confidant of Lin Xiong, who was generally privy to his dealings. "I do not know. However, today, while observing the dragon boat, the officiating officials mentioned that the medicinal boat and flower boat belonged to the young lady, and that the flower boat's owner instigated a dispute between Lady Lin and Lord Xiong with Emperor Chen. I suspect that Lord Xiong's summoning of the young lady is related to this matter. Thank you for your efforts." Lin Yinran replied to Xiaoyu. "Please offer a more generous reward, so that this gentleman's family may also enjoy our flour cakes. Miss, these are too delicious. They cannot be purchased even with money. Might it be possible for Lady Xiaoyu to bestow the remainder upon me?" The servant, upon hearing of the reward, eagerly made his request. Although Lin Yinran could be headstrong, she was discerning in matters of reward and punishment, earning the genuine affection of her subordinates. Xiaoyu complied, and Lin Yin urged her horse to quicken its pace. "Are you not aware that you have been exploited by that Qi fellow?" Upon seeing Lin Yinran, Lin Xiong did not allow her to explain herself and immediately launched into a scolding. "What does this have to do with Qi Ran? Is it not true that you men are driven by lust? If not, how could he long have seduced you?" Lin Yinran, feeling wronged, retorted with a quivering voice. "Did you act in the name of the Lin family without my knowledge?" Lin Xiong, evidently enraged, had never before reprimanded Lin Yinran in such a manner. In the past, he had indulged her capricious nature. However, she had once been innocent, incapable of committing any transgressions, yet since her involvement with the White Crane Tower, the affairs of that establishment had invariably been intertwined with the Lin family. Lin Xiong learned from the officials hosting the event that the horse racing idea also originated from the White Crane Tower, which infuriated him. When did Lin Yanran develop such an audacious mind? She was clearly on a perilous path without realizing it. Father, what is there to hide in the legitimate business conducted by the White Crane Tower? Lin Yanran began to wail, appearing quite aggrieved. The so-called legitimate business, ever since Qi Ran made his appearance in the capital, has not known peace. First, he unveiled the legendary Golden Heroes Manual, stirring up chaos in the martial world. Then he broke the restrictions that rendered certain residences off-limits, establishing academies and private schools, spreading his business far and wide. His power has grown immensely, posing a significant challenge to others. His ambitions are glaringly evident. Father, are you being reasonable? The academy was established at your behest, and the instructors were approved by you. He is, after all, a businessman, and you recognized his commercial acumen, allowing him to open a shop on Early Street. How has this all become Qi Ran's fault? This man harbors considerable ambition. From now on, you must distance yourself from him and cease all interactions, Lin Xiang declared vehemently. Father, Qi Ran is my husband, your son-in-law. How can we draw a line? Lin Yanran suddenly glared furiously. What? Lin Xiang was taken aback by Lin Yanran's assertion. Could it be that they had engaged in inappropriate conduct at the White Crane Tower? Father, have you forgotten? It was you who encouraged me to host a martial arts competition for suitors. He is the one I have chosen, she asserted. The people of the capital are well aware that he spent lavishly for my sake, from the nobility to the common folk. No one is oblivious to this. That's nonsense. He never participated in the competition. Father, you're mistaken. He crafted a crown of 99 roses, which I wore for 7 days. The rose symbolizes love. By donning the garland, I have accepted his proposal. Lin Xiang, upon hearing Lin Yanran's unabashed demeanor, felt his face flush with anger. How can the daughter of the Xiang family be so recklessly engaged? This is no longer up to you, father. We are already together. What? Lin Xiang slammed his palm on the table, rising as if to strike Lin Yanran. Such a scandalous matter was treated so lightly from her lips. It was utterly disgraceful. Master Xiang, calm down. Yanran is still young. This matter should not be made public to avoid ridicule. The second madam, who had eavesdropped outside, entered at that moment to placate Lin Xiang. Her tone was sardonic, clearly mocking Lin Yin and as the laughingstock of the Lin family. Second madam, Yanran still respects you as second mother, yet your words are so demeaning. How can you compare to a dog? Even a dog can be fed without biting. How are you less than a dog? This is outrageous. Master Xiang, do you hear this? Such disrespect is unbecoming of a young lady of the Xiang household. Eldest sister, it is entirely my fault for failing to discipline Yanran properly, allowing her to act so shamelessly, the second madam exclaimed with a voice filled with animosity, as if fearing the servants of the Lin residence might overhear. Be quiet. You lack the authority to discipline Yanran, Lin Yanran retorted, her small fist clenched, as if prepared to confront the second madam. Enough of this insolence. Lin Xiang intervened, scolding his wife. Where is the respect for elders? Go back inside at once. Yanran, if you persist in your defiance, do not blame your father for being ruthless. After the departure of his wife, Lin Xiang spoke to Lin Yanran with a measured tone. What does father desire? To sever our father-daughter relationship? You are no longer my daughter, Lin Lifu. Lin Yanran was taken aback, unable to fathom her father's resolute stance. Had he not admired Qi Ran? Why was he so quick to turn against her? Given Qi Ran's current status, being a son-in-law of the Lin family would not tarnish their reputation. Why then did her father refuse to accept him? Was it truly necessary to be this way? Panic gripped Lin Yanran. Qi Ran had never proposed to her. He had always maintained a respectful distance. Lin Yanran had lowered her expectations, hoping that one day he might seek her hand in marriage. It was precisely because Qi Ran had never expressed any affection towards her that she had never contemplated the possibility of him exploiting her. Now, cast out by her father, and with Qi Ran's feelings still ambiguous, she feared being branded as the one who initiated and then abandoned love, thus tarnishing her reputation as a virtuous woman. The choice is yours to make, him or the Lin family. It is all but a fleeting thought, Lin Xiang said coldly. Step outside this door, and you shall no longer be considered my daughter. Mother, I am in such anguish. Lin Yanran wept, seeing that her father was not merely trying to intimidate her. She began to cry. Lin Yanran thought of her mother's genuine affection, which she had always lacked. Lin Xiang could never provide the love her mother had given. The second wife, with her duplicitous demeanor, only fueled Lin Yanran's rebellion. Now that she had found agreeable companions, her spirit had uplifted considerably, and she had come to regard Bai He Lu as her family. Yet now, She was forced to choose between two families, which broke her heart. Crying would accomplish nothing. Lin Xiang's voice was frigid. His daughter knew that he had long forgotten her mother. With that, Lin Yan abandoned her words, seizing the riding whip from the table and rushing outside. Sir, you must not regret this, Xiao Yu said, following Lin Yanran. Our young lady is now homeless. You are responsible. Xiao Yu returned to Bai He Lu to confront Qi Ran. Qi Ran, bewildered by the situation, listened as Xiao Yu vented her frustrations at him. After finishing her tirade, she sought out Lin Yanran, leaving Qi Ran in a state of confusion. What transpired? Qi Ran wondered, seeking to inquire about Lin Yanran's homecoming. Sir has compelled the young lady to choose between the Lin family and you, Qi Ran. The young lady disregarded her reputation and chose you, Xiao Yu scoffed. Why choose me? Qi Ran blurted out. Is that even a question? The young lady is fond of you, Xiao Yu replied, slamming the kettle down on the table. Her brows furrowed. Qi Ran's expression, filled with confusion, clearly indicated his reluctance to accept responsibility. Bai He Lu will now be your shared home. If you choose not to return, then so be it. Qi Ran was not yet prepared to accept Lin Yanran's affections. Such words are easily spoken. Once the young lady leaves, the second wife will certainly tarnish her reputation further, and she along with her foolish daughter will revel in it. Xiao Yu was acutely aware of the second wife's and second daughter's true natures. They had long regarded Lin Yanran with disdain. In the Lin family, Lin Xiang held the final say, and he would not allow them to tarnish his daughter's honor. Qi Ran did not believe that Lin Lifu would permit the second wife to besmirch his daughter's reputation. Let us engage in a wager. If, in 10 days' time, any slanderous rumors tarnish Miss Yanran's reputation within the capital, you shall bear the responsibility. Little Yu, sensing Qi Ran's skepticism, insisted on the bet. You would never act in a manner that could compromise Yanran's dignity, nor would she ever willingly sully her honor. There are numerous servants in the Lin residence, and gossip abounds. Qi Ran, unaware of what responsibility Little Yu expected him to shoulder, was reluctant to agree without due consideration. The memory of Lu Xian's previous deceptions lingered in his mind, cautioning him not to be misled by the fragile appearance of women. Enough of this idle chatter. Lin Yanran, growing increasingly irked by Qi Ran's hesitance, felt her sense of injustice swell. She had never endured such humiliation before. I am unsure of the reasons behind the quarrel between Yin and the Prime Minister, or what misunderstandings may have arisen, but rest assured, Qi Ran would personally clarify matters, ensuring that the father and daughter would not become estranged. The young lady remarked that you are the Prime Minister's son-in-law, and the Prime Minister has indicated that you and Miss Yin should part ways amicably. Little Yu snorted disdainfully. Yanran, this is where you err. If the Prime Minister believes me to be a vil character, advising you to keep your distance is merely a father's concern for his daughter, which you ought to comprehend. How can a young lady of the Prime Minister's household engage without proper matchmaking? A son-in-law is not someone to be casually acknowledged. Such actions indeed tarnish the reputation of the Prime Minister's residence, and Lord Lin's anger is therefore justified. Qi Ran felt that Lin Yanran was being hasty, especially since he had never formally sought her hand in marriage nor expressed any intentions of enduring devotion. How could she so recklessly jest with her own purity? You truly are a blockhead. Little Yu was genuinely vexed. If you believe that becoming the Prime Minister's son-in-law requires formal matchmaking, why not rectify the situation? Engaging in this idle talk is pointless. What difference is there between this and abduction? Qi Ran mused. Should he prepare to marry Lin Yanran? He would certainly adhere to the marriage customs of this era. As it stands, he had no intentions of wedlock, and the impulsive actions of these two were quite irksome to him. Pray tell, why does the Prime Minister wish for you to sever ties with me? Qi Ran inquired. I registered as the proprietor for this herbal medicine and flower business. Lin Yanran replied. She had taken it upon herself to manage the registration process for these projects, opting to list them under her name for the sake of convenience in handling the necessary paperwork. This approach demonstrates her shrewdness. Her status as the Prime Minister's daughter proved to be quite beneficial, allowing the entire process to proceed smoothly. Had it not been for the disruption caused by Yilong, the bid for the Baya Tower would have certainly succeeded. Foolishness. Qi Ran chastised himself with a self-inflicted blow. He had no desire to attract undue attention at this juncture. Given his current standing, he could not withstand a concerted assault from the various factions within the capital. His previous successes were largely due to the support of the formidable Lin Prime Minister. Owing to this association, Chen Huang had not regarded him as a rival, but rather offered assistance. Thus, he was able to invite several friends from Wu Yue to the capital, nurturing future alliances within the court and fortifying his own position. Little did he anticipate that Lin Yinran's cleverness would lead to her own undoing. The confrontation between Yi Long and Lady Lin sent a message that the Baihe Tower and the Lin Prime Minister were at odds, suggesting that his past actions had merely been a guise of patience. Even if the Prime Minister remained neutral, Chen Huang would remain vigilant. Wei Su, that charlatan, was not to be trifled with. Truly, the longer one's hair grows, the shorter their insight becomes. Qi Ran lamented inwardly. It appears I have acted on my own accord. Lin Yinran observed the troubled expression on his face, realizing she had erred. It was her lack of foresight. These siblings were merely business partners of Baihe, not allies on the same path. Although Qi Ran collaborated with them, the boundaries were distinct, and she was acutely aware of their unpredictability. Regret washed over her, but the situation had unfolded as it had, and the weight of her remorse was heavy. Should Qi Ran cast further blame upon her, she feared she might shatter under the pressure. As things stood, regret served no purpose, and she resolved not to act impulsively again. Suppressing her discontent, Qi Ran reassured her, for regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yinran's intentions were ultimately for the benefit of Baihe. Yinran, please recount to me slowly what the Prime Minister said. Once Lin Yinran had regained her composure, Qi Ran urged her to relay the conversation with Minister Lin. Alas, she had indeed aroused the Prime Minister's suspicions. Having navigated the complexities of court politics for many years, he was astute and perceptive. It was a declaration to the world. He would not concern himself with those who opposed him. Can we remain here on Early Street? Xiaoyu seemed to grasp a fragment of the gravity of the situation. It is unlikely. In just a few days, we will likely be asked to leave. Perhaps even the academy shall have to be transferred. I wonder if the gentleman will still be retained. Qi Ran was engulfed in distress, facing an array of daunting challenges. Is it truly this grave? Lin Yinran had not anticipated her actions would lead to such serious repercussions. In the future, refrain from taking on matters beyond your control. It is for your own good. Qi Ran advised. I understand. I shall not do so again, Lin Yinran replied softly. Xiaoyu had never seen Lin Yinran so demure. Her heart ached, and tears as large as beans fell, quickly dampening her handkerchief. Do not act foolishly again. Remember, never seek the Prime Minister's favor, Qi Ran cautioned. Why not? The two girls asked in unison, as Lin Yinran truly contemplated the audacity of appealing to her father. If you plead, I will appear to have ulterior motives. Qi Ran replied. I shall first inquire about the gentlemen's intentions, whether they wish to remain at the academy or depart. You two should prepare to clear out the affairs of Baihe. I will ask you Ran to rent a place outside. Once we secure a rental, we shall move. We can no longer operate a business on Early Street. We have no right to reside there now, and this shop won't fetch a fair price. If we can sell, let us do so. Only officials from the capital can occupy Early Street. Should they not operate a shop there, they cannot reside. The location of Baihe is not suited for residence. Otherwise, he would have secured this premises from the outset. Now, selling it proves challenging unless Early Street permits new establishments. However, given the current circumstances, Minister Lin would not consent to anyone opening a shop here. Emperor Chen has entrusted the establishment of the horse club to Minister Lin. Presently, Minister Lin harbors grievances against the owner, complicating matters. Yu Ran, aware of Lin Yinran's eviction from her home, was deeply sympathetic. This horse club was conceived by Emperor Chen. Although Minister Lin holds power, he lacks ambition and will not instigate a change of dynasty. From the incident of Lin Yinran's expulsion, Qi Ran discerned that Minister Lin had no desire for the grand unification. Otherwise, with his astuteness, he would have chosen to navigate the murky waters rather than shy away from conflict. What does the owner imply? Yu Ran was momentarily taken aback. A blessing in disguise, she murmured, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of fortune and misfortune. Qi Ran remarked that it all depended on how Emperor Chen perceived the matter. If he were not to be muddled, he would choose me. Even if Minister Lin were dissatisfied, he would ultimately acquiesce. After all, this pertains to national affairs, not familial matters. He cannot dismiss my commercial acumen merely because I have won the heart of the minister's daughter. Boss, your shamelessness knows no bounds, Yu Ran exclaimed, astonished. Miss Lin has treated you exceptionally well. Do you not feel the need to reciprocate? Even though she has been ousted from the minister's residence, she will continue to lead a life of luxury and prosperity. I shall not let her suffer. Is that not enough? You are well aware that she desires more than mere material wealth, Yu Ran countered, shaking his head. Lin Yinran, having trained under him for a considerable time, had garnered his affection. She was merely a pampered young lady, yet her heart remained pure, possessing a natural inclination to empathize with the weak and to exhibit kindness. But I am unprepared. I am not one to settle for less. Qi Ran's pride began to resurface. Minister Lin's demand for Lin Yanran to sever ties with him stemmed from a fear of his persistent attachment to the minister's esteemed position. Qi Ran earned his living through merit. The minister need not regard this ant as a threat, for he may not even aspire to such heights. The minister believed Qi Ran had overreached, while Qi Ran perceived the minister as the one elevating him. May Miss Lin's sincere intentions not go to waste. Yu Ran, witnessing his stubbornness, found himself at a loss for words. Sell a few plots in prime locations around the horse racing venue. It all hinges on your negotiation skills. Boss, are you not concerned that the horse racing affair may fall through? In business, one must always embrace risk. I possess faith in my abilities. Let everything else be damned. Qi Ran mused that the court would not turn its back on wealth. Those dignitaries, too, sought to profit from the horse racing enterprise. Only he, with his commercial brilliance, could transform the racing venue into a principal source of the state treasury. Though Minister Lin may not hold him in high regard, he would never forsake the allure of wealth. Chen Huang might suppress him, yet deep down, he believed that the kingdom belonged to the Chen family. And a well-stocked treasury was something Chen Huang would welcome. These influential figures might plot against him, but he too would strategize against them. The road ahead is broad, and everyone shall pursue their own path. If no one grants the other a means of survival, then conflict is inevitable. Chairman Mao once proclaimed that power originates from the barrel of a gun. Coming from a civilized society, he was less concerned about who governed the realm, but rather who could stabilize it and ensure that the populace lived free from want. The rivalry between Chen Huang and Chen Yu for supremacy was akin to the electoral contests between two major parties in a civilized society, with the distinction being that they were brothers, embroiled in internal strife. Wu Yue's allegiance to Chen Yu stemmed from mutual respect, but fundamentally, it was rooted in personal camaraderie. Qi Ran could not discern a coherent political agenda from Wu Yue regarding Chen Yu's aspirations, nor from Chen Huang's. Presently, Qi Ran focused on providing financial support to Chen Yu, ensuring he lived a life of comfort and abundance. As the final stages of the capital's competition drew to a close, the victor standing atop the platform was Wu Qing, a Confucian scholar from the academy. Clad in a blue robe, he stood with arms crossed, surveying the arena, awaiting challengers to ascend the stage. After months of competition, the true masters had nearly exhausted one another in a stalemate. Only Wu Qing remained, now devoid of competitors. Wu Qing is indeed the true benefactor, the one who reaps the rewards. What is most vexing is his utter lack of martial prowess. What distinguishes him from others is his unwavering integrity. The ultimate skill of the esteemed Master Wei Yan, benevolence and righteousness. This technique reveals a gentle approach when confronted with danger. He relies on his own fierce spirit and innate goodness, fortified by an abundance of righteous energy. When the righteous spirit surges within Mr. Wu Qing, it manifests as a powerful wind in his sleeves, embodying the resolute strength of an unyielding character. His pen dances like a wandering dragon among flowers, stirring ripples in the water, reflecting a blend of iron resolve and tender heart as he records the annals of time. On the arena, he glides effortlessly, while the spectators observe in silence. Now, he stands poised on the stage, listening to the official countdown, awaiting the moment his words will seal his victory. As he wished, when the official completes the countdown, no one steps forth to challenge him. Thus, Wu Qing emerges as the ultimate victor without engaging in direct combat, claiming triumph through the embodiment of benevolence and righteousness. Who dares to assert that a scholar cannot secure a nation with culture or establish a realm with martial prowess? The essence of benevolence encapsulates the vastness of mountains and rivers within his heart. Wu Qing wears a serene smile. The final victor of the arena competition is indeed Mr. Wu Qing. Congratulations, Mr. Wu Qing, you shall be bestowed with the Golden Hero's secret manual. The official proclaims loudly. Alas, the final victory belongs to a scholar. The crowd erupts in a clamor, yet it proves futile. The arena's rules dictate that dissenters must challenge directly, rendering any words from the audience meaningless. How intriguing. Wei Su observes quietly. He arrived early to witness the competition. Chen Huang has little interest in the dragon boat races. He finds no pleasure in them. From his perspective, today's arena reveals a true contender, one possessing the talents of a statesman. He is eager to discern what manner of person possesses such potential. The martial world is replete with formidable figures, yet proving one's merit through sheer force is but a simplistic approach. This stage competition tests comprehensive strength. The more alluring the prizes, the mightier the eventual victor. The allure of the Golden Hero's secret manual is undeniable, prompting fierce competition among the martial populace. Yet it results in a scholar claiming the victory, an outcome most unexpected. The martial community must be seething in frustration. Wu Qing is recognized as a learned scholar, a distinguished disciple of the esteemed Master Wei Yan. It is unforeseen that ultimately this manual would find its way into Qi Ran's possession. Wei Su is aware of the connection between Wu Qing and Qi Ran. Perhaps only someone like Qi Ran possesses the capability to safeguard the so-called national treasures, the talents required by the court. With Wu Yu's demise, an even more formidable figure has emerged. Wei Su now questions whether his attempts to defy fate will ultimately be in vain. History may revert to its rightful course, albeit with altered experiences. However, under Chen Yu's governance, the Chen kingdom ultimately descends into decline. His philosophy of ruling through virtue, though it fosters a harmonious society where the populace enjoys peace and prosperity, ultimately renders them vulnerable to the predations of the four rival nations. Benevolence cannot ultimately prevail against violence. Wu Yu cannot accept this reality and beseeches him to defy fate. Yet can he truly alter it? Wei Su is now beset by self-doubt. The manual belongs to you, Wei Su remarks with a gentle laugh. May you, sir, conquer violence with benevolence. The pursuit of an untrammeled existence guided by righteousness has been Wu Qing's lifelong aspiration. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, even unto death, Wu Qing states with solemnity. Such is splendid, Wei Su responds, the words resonating as if from beyond the heavens. A truly divine being, Wu Qing exclaims in admiration. Qi Ran arrived at the academy and saw the esteemed gentleman gathered at Wen Jin's residence, preparing to indulge in the spicy hot pot he had concocted. In this season, such a dish brings unparalleled delight. Gentlemen, why was I not summoned to partake in this feast? Qi Ran remarked, inhaling the aromatic scent wafting from the bubbling pot. Instantly recognizing that they were savoring dog meat hot pot. Is there anything one cannot find at Baihe Tower? Yet here you are, joining us for our little spicy feast. When Qin, in high spirits, instructed his family to prepare bowls and chopsticks, inviting Qi Ran to take his seat. What joyous occasion warrants such merriment today? Have you all indulged in a bit of wine? Observing the flushed faces of his companions, Qi Ran discerned that their rosy complexions were not solely due to the piquancy of the dish, but also the potent liquor they had consumed, certainly a sign of a celebration. Do you know the outcome of the arena competition? When Jin inquired, has the arena competition concluded? Qi Ran responded, having been preoccupied with the trouble stirred up by Lin Yin and in recent days, leaving him oblivious to this matter. It seemed the legendary manual of the esteemed hero would not be as easily reclaimed as he had hoped. Huang Jing savored the ingredients thoughtfully. Qi Ran, not being a martial artist himself, understood that such techniques could only be fully comprehended by a prodigy like Wu Ran. He perceived the disappointment in the eyes of the gentlemen surrounding him. Then let it belong to him, he concluded. Wu Qing produced the familiar manual from his bosom and presented it to Qi Ran. Wu Xing, you triumphed in the arena. Qi Ran was genuinely astonished. He had contemplated various outcomes of the competition, but never envisioned that a scholar would emerge victorious amidst the cheers. The books you have lost shall certainly be reclaimed for you, Han Qing chuckled. Thank you, esteemed gentleman, Qi Ran replied. Realizing the source of their disappointment, having believed that the manual was reluctantly relinquished, they were determined to assist him in its recovery. Judging by this outcome, these 7 gentlemen were indeed renowned figures of great repute. Why was it Wu Cheng who won, instead of Huang Jing? Qi Ran asked, recalling that only Huang Jing among them was skilled in martial arts. Do you presume that only those adept in combat can stand victorious at the end of a duel? Huang Jing responded with a chuckle. While my martial prowess is commendable, it pales in comparison to the fierce warriors of the Jianghu. Victory through intellect is the path of strategy, Wang Ming added with a laugh. I see now, this conclusion was a collaborative effort, Qi Ran exclaimed, raising his cup and draining it in one swift motion, relishing the experience. Indeed, the stage was set by the 2 gentlemen of the legalist school. The strategy was devised by the martial strategist, and of course, I orchestrated the momentum. Wu Sheng's principle of benevolence was a creation of mine. While the 2 Confucian masters were responsible for its execution, Huang Jing mused with a tranquil smile. Qi Ran then inquired of the gentleman, what is your vision for an ideal nation? This topic piqued their interest. In the spring, when garments are ready and 5 or 6 wear caps, with 6 or 7 youths bathing in the Yi River, amidst the breezes of the dance at Wu Yue, we sing and return, when Jin recited. Wu Cheng smiled and declared, a harmonious world, where the realm belongs to all, selecting the virtuous and capable, fostering trust and harmony. Old friends did not merely cherish their own kin or favor their own children, they ensure that the elderly find closure, the young have opportunities, and the vulnerable, orphans. And those with disabilities receive care. Men have their duties, and women have their homes. Goods are abhorred if discarded upon the ground. Yet there is no need to hoard them. Strength is despised if not utilized, yet there is no need to wield it solely for oneself. Thus, schemes are stifled and do not flourish, thievery and chaos do not arise, and doors remain unlatched at night. This tale of unlatched doors originates from the concept of great harmony. Chen sighed softly. He rarely delved into the Wu Yue system nowadays, in this era. His own pragmatic system remains most applicable. This world of great harmony embodies the nascent form of communism, an ideal society, though its realization is far off. The presence of ideals fuels the pursuit of goals. Such notions deserve commendation. The two Confucian masters listened, somewhat perplexed. Chen often spoke of terms they did not comprehend. Now, the youth at Baihe Tower, influenced by him, frequently utter phrases beyond their grasp, particularly the four young rogues. When they engaged in lively discussions with Chen, it felt to them as if they were deciphering a foreign script. Governing by law, all ranks, from sovereign to subjects, adhere to the same principles. The populace fulfills their duties, content within their roles. Han Qing and Wu Feng's vision of a legalist ideal society aligns with that of a civilized community. This embodies the principle that laws must be followed, enforcement must be strict, and violations must be punished. Chen articulated this effortlessly, wishing to convey to the two gentlemen that their ideal society is indeed a civilized one, and the legalists deserve commendation for their pragmatic approach. The two legal scholars grasped this and praised Qiran's insightful summary. This is not my summary, but rather a borrowed concept, Qiran mused, yet he refrained from elaboration, simply accepting their accolades with a smile. The common folk delight in fine food, exquisite attire, secure homes, and joyful customs. Neighboring countries are within sight, and the sounds of chickens and dogs are heard across borders, with citizens living and dying without interaction. Huang Jing espoused the philosophy of small nations with few people. Perhaps this is why cultivators emphasize personal strength, disdainful of collaboration. Truly, the nature of one's thoughts shapes their behavioral patterns. Chen regarded the Taoist ideal of small nations with few people as unrealistic, if they understood that a civilized society has long been akin to a global village. Where one can see for miles, they might find it thought-provoking. Wang Ming and Zhuge Yu listened attentively as they dined. When it was their turn to speak, Wang Ming inquired of Chen, "What does Mr. Qi envision as the ideal society? A nation governed by law, where the populace enjoys peace and prosperity, with freedom and equality for all, and both spiritual and material civilizations highly developed, distributing resources according to need." Chen realized that if he were to articulate his vision of a future legalistic society, the people of the present might not be ready to embrace it. To articulate these concepts would require extensive explanation of their meanings and implications, which could lead to considerable complications. Thus, he endeavored to simplify his message, distribution according to need. The gentleman understood this and fell into contemplation. In the end, would Wu Cheng be the victor? Lin Xiang expressed surprise. When did Wu Cheng acquire martial prowess? The scholars in the academy had become too obscure. My lord, in truth, Wu Cheng merely employed a couple of tricks to intimidate. The formidable figures in the arena had already suffered mutual defeat. Some spectators, upon the appearance of a strong contender, discreetly departed. Wu Cheng's timing was fortuitous, allowing him to seize an opportunity. Those present had privately tested Wu Cheng and found him lacking substance. Is that so? Indeed, I have tested him, and it holds true. Alas, Lin sighed, pondering the capabilities of talent. The respondent was unaware that this Wu Cheng was merely a delicate scholar. Yet the Lord Minister appeared to hold him in high regard. How is the young lady? Lin shifted the topic. The young lady has closed the Baihe Tower. Their new establishment is located in the outskirts of the capital. Outskirts? Chen would relocate, a thought Lin had entertained even before Lin Yanran sought his assistance. Yet he was taken aback by their choice of location. The Baihe Tower had sold off a large tract of land, so their new shop should be substantial. We're in the outskirts, 3 kilometers from the royal hunting grounds. What a clever Chen. Lin placed his teacup down with an air of displeasure. His goat beard twitching slightly, clearly agitated. The respondent, unsure of the impropriety, stood quietly, holding their breath. Is the young lady well? After a few minutes of silence, Lin finally spoke. The young lady and Xiao Yu are busy preparing for the move. She intends to sell the Baihe Tower. But that place is only suitable for a shop and cannot be repurposed. It cannot be sold. You go and sell it. Do not haggle with her, Lin instructed. Understood. The servant finally realized that Lin still cared for the young lady. Outwardly, he seemed to have severed ties with Lin Yanran, but deep down, he had not truly let go. If anyone dared to harm Lin Yanran, the first punishment would surely come from Lin. Fortunately, he had defied the orders of the second madam. Otherwise, he would have become the scapegoat for both her and the second young lady. The servants who could remain in the minister's residence were all shrewd, akin to the eunuchs and maidens in the palace, adept at navigating the winds of fortune, lest they meet an untimely end. Is it Wu Cheng? Chen Huang was even more astonished than Lin. It was indeed that Confucian scholar. With just a few moves combining Confucianism with a sacrificial dance, he could astound the crowd. What a talent! Wei Su's lips curled slightly. This gesture indicated his interest in the individual. Among the 8 scholars in the academy, aside from Qi Ran, who hailed from the state of Chun, the other 7 were from the 4 neighboring states. Did the rulers of these states not recognize such talent? Chen Huang's mind was in turmoil. Not every ruler cherishes talent. Even if they do, if the monarch and ministers do not share the same vision, they will not achieve greatness together, only hinder one another. Thus, the sage remarked, paths that differ cannot conspire. Do you believe the 7 scholars can be of use to me? Chen Huang inquired, standing firm. The scholars who ultimately triumphed were Confucians. Their methods rooted in benevolence and righteousness, indicative of their political ideals. Might I ask, will the crown prince implement benevolent governance upon succeeding to the throne? Once the world is unified, benevolent governance will naturally be enforced, Chen Huang replied solemnly. Whether they can be gathered under your banner depends on your highness. Wei Su's eyes sparkled with a cloud-like radiance, delicately unfurling. The academy must be returned to imperial management. Qi Ran cannot be retained, but the others may remain. What do you think, sir? Chen Huang seemed to place great trust in Wei Su. When faced with major decisions, he would consult him. Qi Ran, I fear you may not be able to stay. The cloud-like radiance in Wei Su's eyes coalesced into layers of complexity. Chen Huang, evidently unfazed, merely cast a glance. His current concern resting on why Qi Ran could not be retained. He sold a substantial piece of land in the outskirts of Beijing, evidently no longer wishing to linger in the capital. His uncle commanded him to vacate Early Street, and naturally, he had to depart. Such a treacherous individual, thriving on the misfortunes of others, still managed to remain unscathed, all thanks to his cousin Yanran. Were it not for his marriage to her, he would not enjoy such comfort. As Chen Huang spoke, his teeth began to grind in frustration. The siblings, Yilong and his sister, remained elusive, leaving their mother in a state of unresolved fury. Recently, Lady Wu had become pregnant again. Perhaps this year would bring him additional brothers. The Emperor Chen, in the prime of his life, might still contend for power in the years to come. The newly introduced dancer had failed to earn his favor. The Emperor still held fond thoughts for Yilong. That wretched old man, it seemed, was more preoccupied with his own comfort than the governance of the realm. Unlike the other monarchs of the 4 nations, Your Highness, even with this matter at hand, I find myself powerless against the whims of fate, which are intricate and profound. It is said that human endeavor is paramount, yet success lies in the hands of destiny, remarked the teacher. Chen Huang, however, believed that human determination could conquer fate. His teeth clenching with resolve. Your Highness, maintain your composure. Excessive tension may lead to a break, suggested Wei Su, as the clouds of doubt dissipated from his eyes, revealing a clear blue. Is it possible to track the movements of that wretched Yilong? The arrival of the siblings was in accordance with celestial decree. It would be prudent for your Highness to refrain from rash actions. Are you implying their origins are questionable? Not merely questionable, but remarkable. It would be more accurate to describe them as extraordinary, Wei Su exclaimed with evident excitement at the mention of the pair. Could it be that they, like the teacher, hail from beyond our world? One could posit that their arrival will undoubtedly stir the realms of cultivation, prompting practitioners across the land to lose their composure. I have subtly hinted at their origins. What, then, is their true lineage? Chen Huang inquired, curious about Wei Su's veiled remarks. They are the coveted treasures sought after by all in the cultivation world. A treasure? Such secrets cannot be divulged. Your Highness, I have procured the means from the cultivation realm to deal with these siblings. You may observe from the sidelines. Are you certain that this Wu Cheng is merely a scholar? The Emperor Chen, engrossed in reviewing documents, paused as Li Taishe arrived to report, setting down his pen. Indeed, he is just a scholar, Li Taishe responded with a bow. How could a mere scholar triumph in the arena of martial arts? From my observations, he succeeded through strategy. Oh, do elaborate. The Emperor's interest was piqued. He first exploited the martial enthusiast's love for combat, then incited internal strife by appealing to the notion of a hero reigning supreme in the martial world. Once discord arose, he employed tactics of division, deepening rivalries and compelling participants to fight for their lives. Simultaneously, he continually altered the order of combatants, a crucial process. Each contender faced an equally matched opponent, creating a scenario where no one else dared to challenge, at which point he had secured his victory. A remarkable talent. The emperor's eyes sparkled with admiration. Such feats cannot be accomplished by a mere individual. If it were one person, they would surpass even Wei Su. I concur. The esteemed scholars at the academy must have all played a role in this. Aside from Qi Ran, the other 7 scholars are distinguished figures. Their involvement in cultivating talent for the Qin kingdom is indeed a blessing. Your Majesty, the academy nurtures only the sons of officials, not commoners. If the future court is to be dominated by them, it would result in a hereditary bureaucratic system. I propose selecting wise commoners' offspring for admission to fulfill the needs of the court. Emperor Chen paced within his chamber, clearly resonating with the words of Li Taishe. This academy currently holds a reputation surpassing that of the Hanlin Academy, and through this tournament, it has convincingly demonstrated that the scholars of the academy possess even greater intellect than the numerous scholars of Hanlin. The esteemed instructors do not judge their students by their lineage, particularly Masters Wenjin and Wuqing, who would never flatter the powerful. Commoners seeking education here will undoubtedly not face discrimination. Your suggestion aligns perfectly with my intentions. Seated at the imperial desk, Emperor Chen wrote fervently, finishing before handing it to Li Taishe, proclaiming, I shall issue an edict for the academy to enroll commoners' children. The assessment method shall be determined by the esteemed instructors. Your Majesty is wise. Li Taishe praised. No need for empty formalities. Your Majesty, provisions must be made for the commoners' children upon their arrival. The vacant Baihe Tower owned by Chiron could be acquired to serve as student dormitories. Chiron is quite intriguing. Lin Xiang did not desire him as a son-in-law, so he departed without a word, demonstrating great integrity. Emperor Chen chuckled. Young individuals can be impulsive, not merely impulsive. Emperor Chen shook his head, noting that the merchant and flower vendor Long Zhou are registered under Miss Lin's name, yet the woman from the flower boat is rather disrespectful towards the Lin consort. How amusing. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Xiang wishes to sever ties with this son-in-law, as his own son-in-law strays from the familial path, infuriating the old fox immensely. Li Taishe smiled, envisioning Lin Xiang's vexation due to his son-in-law and daughter, feeling a sense of relief. Such familial misfortune. It appears I overestimated Chiron. His actions reveal a lack of prudence. No wonder Lin Xiang is seething to sever paternal ties. I had not anticipated such a blunder on his part. It seems he is merely a merchant prodigy, lacking in strategic understanding. Your Majesty, he is indeed the strategist of the academy. I fear he may be performing a duet for your observation. Emperor Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. You worry too much. My dear minister, Wu Yue has stated that this individual is trustworthy. Your Majesty has met the Crown Prince. Li Taishe referred to Crown Prince Chen Huaq as that person and Chen Yu as the Crown Prince, indicating that in his mind, Chen Yu is the sole heir. The Lin consort passed away early. I promised her I would take good care of Wu Yue, so how could I not visit often? Since the Crown Prince trusts him, I have no further objections. Let him engage with Lin Xiang once more. I plan for him to oversee the organization of the horse racing events, and subsequently, he shall manage the affairs. That sounds excellent. Your Majesty intends to requisition Baihe Tower? Lin Lifu appeared visibly enraged. Indeed, the academy shall enroll commoners' children. And as they have nowhere to stay, Your Majesty has ordered the requisition of Baihe Tower to be repurposed for their use. The officials of the Hanlin Academy were perplexed by Lin Lifu's vehement reaction. Do you know to whom Baihe Tower belongs? Lin Xiang stood abruptly. Chiron has already moved out and is in the process of selling it. Your Majesty has ordered Lin Xiang to provide reasonable compensation. Very well. While the Academy seeks to enroll commoner children, I, as the Prime Minister, do not agree. Lin Lifu was genuinely infuriated. This academy was entirely established by him without the use of government funds. The land was purchased at a fair price. After all, it was necessary to build the school at Chen Yu's residence, and Chen Huang has long favored Chen Yu. He took precautions and followed the proper procedures to acquire this land for the academy, which is considered the private school of the Lin family. How could His Majesty issue a decree to summon new students without consulting him? Your Excellency, I understand that this academy is indeed the Lin family's private institution. But you are aware that throughout the realm, there exist sovereigns and subjects, and the land belongs to the crown. Although you hold the esteemed position of Chancellor, subordinate only to the Emperor, any overreach would tarnish the Lin family's reputation. The Hanlin official responded with measured composure. What overreach could I possibly have committed? It is clearly a case of the government seizing what is not theirs. Lin Lifu could hardly contain his indignation. As the chancellor of the Chen state, living in such a subservient manner raises grave concerns regarding the lives of the common people. Your Excellency, if the academy were to educate only the Lin family as children, there would be no grounds for complaint. However, it is instructing the offspring of officials from the capital, who will wield future authority, and the hired teachers are renowned scholars. This is indeed inappropriate. Moreover, your increasing influence in the court raises suspicions about your intentions. The court has its own procedures for appointing officials, assessing talent accordingly. What is wrong with that? Consider this, Your Excellency. Historically, royal families have never tolerated alliances among court officials, and the reasons are abundantly clear. You oversee the 6 ministries, and soon all officials from these ministries will be your students. This would undoubtedly make both the current and future emperors uneasy. The current emperor, a renowned sovereign, is reduced to such pettiness in your words. You, such a lowly person, have tarnished the reputation of the Chen monarch. Lin Lifu was not swayed by flattery. Instead, he was consumed by rage. The Hanlin official, who had meticulously crafted his arguments to appease Lin Lifu, found himself exasperated, his long beard bristling with indignation. Leave at once, Lin Lifu commanded, issuing an order for the official to depart. The Hanlin official, taken aback by Lin Lifu's mercilessness, stormed out without offering a proper farewell. Your Excellency, this individual will surely embellish the truth upon returning to the palace, sowing discord before the emperor, the steward remarked, watching the flustered official exit. The emperor has never trusted me. I manage the court affairs. His Majesty's actions are neither lawful nor reasonable. Can I not argue my case based on principles? Your Excellency, the emperor is merely testing your sentiments. You oversee the 6 ministries with strict management, and discontent brews amongst them. If Chen Huang applies pressure on the parents of the students, the academy will be left with an empty facade. With the eldest daughter away and the second daughter struggling with her studies, there will be no one to teach at the academy, and the 7 esteemed teachers, whose salaries are considerable, will become a burden. An academy without students naturally need not continue operations. It can simply close its doors. The steward was taken aback by Lin Lifu's seemingly irrational decision, momentarily at a loss for words. Enough, you may leave. The Baya Tower acquisition is to be postponed. Lin Lifu instructed. Our people have already negotiated a price with the young lady. We are merely awaiting payment and the transfer of a deed. Isn't the deal yet finalized? If she wishes to breach the contract, let her. We shall simply pay the penalty. Lin Lifu was plagued by a sense of agitation, as he vaguely sensed that ever since Lin Yin and Qi Ren became entwined, his days had taken a turn for the worse. Although the steward did not fully grasp Lin Xiang's intentions, he was acutely aware of Lin Yanran's esteemed position in Lin Xiang's heart. The second young lady could never usurp the place held by the eldest young lady, just as the second madam could never replace the first. Has uncle refused? Chen Huang mused as he paced restlessly within his chamber upon hearing his subordinate's report. He deemed Lin Xiang's actions to be rather irrational. Even though the emperor sought to recruit commoners, the academy remained under Lin Xiang's purview, nurturing the future talents of the court. As long as the 7 esteemed scholars were present, the academy would serve as an unofficial Hanlin academy, with the court favoring its disciples for positions of merit. Lin Xiang's refusal not only embarrassed the emperor but also tarnished his own reputation. Having navigated numerous political storms, Lin Xiang could hardly err over such a trivial matter. Yet, he felt a sense of unease. Wei Su was not surprised by Lin Xiang's decision. Why? Chen Huang considered the matter to be straightforward. The academy was adjacent to Chen Yu's residence. What connection did that hold? The emperor had always favored that individual over the crown prince, and the prince should comprehend this. Wei Su, with a calm demeanor, observed his pristine white shoes, seemingly preoccupied with their cleanliness. This need not be pointed out by you, sir. Chen Huang replied with a muted tone. The sons of officials were manageable, but commoners were beyond control, and moreover, the 7 scholars were not under the prince's influence. With a multitude of students at the academy, the inadequacy of classrooms necessitated expansion, and the prince ought to be aware of feasible locations for such. Thus, existing restrictions would be breached, allowing that individual to mingle with the students and interact with the 7 scholars, a scenario entirely reasonable. The Baya Tower had also become a lodging for the students, further undermining the regulations of Early Street. As these constraints continued to crumble, Lin Xiang feared that the situation could spiral out of control. It seems uncle has considered this thoroughly, Chen Huang sighed softly. The emperor truly exerted tremendous effort for Chen Yu's sake. Only uncle could be deemed his rival. Now he understood why the emperor, fully aware of Lin Lifu's growing power, still chose to endure. Both the monarch and the statesman of the Qin kingdom were men of talent. The monarch's forbearance stemmed from the fact that the statesman harbored no ambitions. Supporting his own nephew for the crown prince was not unreasonable. The monarch, too, was ardently backing his eldest son. There existed a tacit understanding between the sovereign and his minister. As long as neither party breached the limits they could tolerate, peace would prevail. Should anyone attempt to disrupt this balance, the Qin kingdom would suffer significant repercussions. Wei Su remarked coolly, "I wager the emperor will maintain the status quo. For the prince, this is indeed beneficial." That cunning old fox. After a scathing critique of Lin Xiang by the Hanlin officials, the emperor's gaze turned frigid. "Your Majesty, the insult is trivial. But Lin Lifu's blatant disregard for your authority is intolerable," a minister stated. "Very well, you may withdraw." The emperor gestured dismissively to the official, who had been eagerly awaiting further instructions. As the official departed, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Was the royal family truly intimidated by the powerful ministers? The officials of the Hanlin Academy have always been engrossed in scholarship, possessing limited knowledge of political affairs. However, it is intolerable for a sovereign to fear his ministers. "Sir, it would be wise to put this matter to rest and not dwell on it too deeply," the attendant reminded him. "Why? If others fear him, I shall not succumb to such folly," the official declared with righteous indignation. "Such rules must not be broken. A single thread can unravel the entire tapestry. You must be cautious, sir." The attendant smiled faintly, accustomed to the intrigues of the court. A court that devolves into a mere echo chamber is the most formidable threat of all. "Are you to dismiss the students of the academy, sir?" Qi Ran was taken aback by the changes that had occurred in just 6 months since his departure. Indeed, Prime Minister Lin had transformed the academy into a training ground, where military and literary scholars could engage in debates and learning. Both the first and second floors were equipped with sand tables, while the third floor served as a parlor for refined discussions. Yu Ran had already gathered insights regarding the academy's situation. What of the 7 gentlemen? Qi Ran had not received any correspondence from them and was unaware of their intentions. After Wu Qing obtained the legendary martial arts manual, he sensed impending unrest at the academy. He had previously conferred with the 7 gentlemen regarding a strategy, but they had not provided a clear response. Now, half a year had swiftly passed, and Qi Ran feared he had overthought the matter, only to find it had escalated further. After the dissolution of the academy by Prime Minister Lin, Emperor Chen summoned the 7 gentlemen, expressing great appreciation for them. Now, they had all ascended to the rank of Hanlin scholars. When Yu Ran encountered the 7 gentlemen, they expressed profound gratitude toward Emperor Chen, and he recognized their mutual affinity. Lamenting that they had met too late, the 7 gentlemen entrusted him with a message for Qi Ran, indicating their willingness to serve in Chen's realm, as it was the most suitable place for them to fulfill their aspirations. Promotion is indeed a good fortune, Qi Ran mused, naturally easygoing. He felt relieved that the 7 gentlemen had found their patron, alleviating him of any further concerns for their welfare. "I can't help but feel that Prime Minister Lin has made a miscalculation," Yu Ran remarked, believing it unwise for Lin to dissolve the academy and relinquish talent to his adversaries. "Prime Minister Lin selects talent not for personal gain, but for the state," he continued. "Emperor Chen understands this, and so does Lin. Their contest begins with personal interests, but culminates in matters of state." Qi Ran held a favorable view of Prime Minister Lin, independent of any connection to Lin Yanran. It was purely an acknowledgement of Lin's character. "I see now, that is why they can coexist peacefully." Yu Ran, astute as ever, grasped the situation with clarity. "Very clever, I commend you." Qi Ran increasingly admired Yu Ran, with the latter capable of shouldering responsibilities. Qi Ran found himself able to relax more, no longer needing to be involved in every matter personally. It is said that a strong general has no weak soldiers. If our leader is so astute, we are foolish, and it would be a significant loss of face, Qi Ran mused. The facade is of utmost importance. We must maintain it. With Baya Tower no longer standing, it fell upon Yu Shaoxia to uphold their reputation, a burden he bore with great grace. Qi Ran chuckled. "Who made me the face of our establishment?" Yu Ran, in good spirits, lightened the mood with jest. "You, Yu Shaoxia, are not only the face, but also the force behind our martial prowess. How fare the matters of the Jianghu?" "I knew you would inquire about that," came the reply. "You, my friend, have settled down. Ever since the conclusion of this plan for the purification of the martial world, The robust disciples of various sects have found themselves burdened beyond their capacity. The younger generation of disciples is rising, while the elders prefer to retreat from the tumultuous life of the martial realm, seeking a peaceful twilight. The martial world, invigorated by the emergence of youth, has undergone a significant transformation. Although the spirit of valor and martial prowess still lingers, recklessness has given way to a newfound respect for the rules of the realm. With the new generation having ascended, it is imperative that these regulations be reformed. Qiran has been anticipating this opportunity. How shall we enact these changes? First, let us consider what is of utmost importance in the martial world. What does the ideal martial realm signify for its inhabitants? Qiran admits his understanding of the martial world is limited. The chivalrous spirit often espoused by its people is largely derived from the works of Jin Yong. The martial ethos emphasizes swift retribution for both gratitude and grievance. Yu Ran, patting his less than robust physique, interjects narrow-mindedness. Narrow-mindedness. Qiran shakes his head in disagreement. What is amiss? Yu Ran inquires. Indeed, there is much that is amiss. Everyone, gather around to hear the esteemed words of our host. Yu Ran calls out loudly. Lin Yanran and Xiao Yu, who were tending to household chores, along with Yu Ho, who was instructing 4 children in martial arts, responded to Yu Ran's summons and approached him. Lu Qingyun and the others, unaware of Qiran's insights, followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding discussion. Since everyone is present, let us convene a small class, Qiran proposes, observing the gathering. He aims to enlighten them on the chivalric spirit as depicted by the illustrious Jin Yong. Today, we are fortunate to receive strategic insights from our esteemed guest. Please arrange your seats and listen attentively. After the session, there will be assignments to complete, and those who excel will be rewarded with fish and ribs for dinner. Lin Yanran, beaming with joy, exclaims, Sister, why are you so generous today? Lu Jin inquires. Ever since the closure of the White Crane Tower, Lin Yanran had cited financial constraints as a reason to reduce their lavish 10 dishes and 2 soups to a modest 5 dishes and 1 soup. Although there were murmurs of discontent, the group understood the necessity of sharing both hardships and joys during difficult times. Besides, apart from Lin Yanran, the rest were of humble origins. Having 2 dishes and a soup was already a blessing. Moreover, 5 dishes and 1 soup still comprised 3 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Qiran wisely remarked, Health is the foundation of our endeavors. The children are in their growth phase, while Yu Ran and Yu Ho, being martial practitioners, require nourishment for their vitality. Although the quantity may be diminished, the quality must be elevated. His rationale resonated with the group's fundamental needs, leaving Lin Yan and with no grounds for dissent. Besides, she too preferred a heartier fare over bland meals. In order to acquire this vast expanse of land, Qiran had nearly depleted all the funds from the Jiuzhou Merchant Bank. Finances were tight, but fortunately, dividends from various regions were soon to arrive. And the White Crane Tower had also generated some income. With funds at hand, Lin Yan naturally felt no hesitation in indulging in fine dining. Qiran was indeed correct. Health was paramount. As for the term revolution, its precise meaning eluded her, but she understood it as the ability to work effectively. Essentially, revolution equated to being able to engage in labor. With the White Crane Tower's newfound revenue, it was only fitting to indulge a little. Lin Yan cheerfully remarked, sister, today we celebrate with abandon. Zhou Yu clapped his hands, exclaiming, a heroine among women. Let us revel today. Chen Long shot Zhou Yu a glare, retorting, is there no wine to drink on this bleak day? Managing a household is no easy task. I must consider the needs of everyone. My sister has always been a remarkable woman. What is money? With your support, how could one ever worry about earning it? Lin Yanran stood tall, asserting that she does not deprive you. Rather, she is even more stringent with herself. Both she and Xiao Yu have forsaken cosmetics, embracing a natural appearance. Have you not noticed? Indeed. When has our young lady ever lived in such modesty? Previously, she only used the finest cosmetics in the capital. Girls cherish their beauty, yet between health and allure, she has chosen the well-being of all. Who dares to speak ill of that? Xiao Yu felt indignant on behalf of Lin Yanran, pointing out that despite being the financial steward and the daughter of a noble family, she insists on being a meticulous housekeeper while being harshest on herself. Complaints can cut deep, but one must always maintain a broad perspective. Yanran demonstrates lofty aspirations and an open heart. No one dares to cast aspersions upon her. Qiran was the first to voice agreement. The boss reflects the sentiments of the group. Xiao Yu, it seems your young lady pales in comparison. Yu Ran jested. Indeed, indeed, echoed the others in unison. Let us add an extra spoon of salt to tonight's meal. Xiao Yu, observing the collective opposition, lightly uttered. The boss begins her lecture. Yu Ran made a playful face. They could not afford to offend either of the two beauties. Everyone is aware of the 10 prohibitions in martial arts. Do not take your teachers lightly. Do not forget your obligations. Do not seek conflict. Do not deceive others. Do not indulge in drunkenness. Do not gamble. Do not smoke. Do not flirt. Do not show off. Do not be disrespectful. The 7 virtues of martial arts include prohibiting violence, restraining arms, safeguarding the great, establishing merit, ensuring peace for the populace, harmonizing the community, and promoting wealth. Qiren activated the Wu Yue system, effortlessly recalling these principles. The people of the martial world express it succinctly. The benevolent are invincible. Yu Ran was not fond of grandiloquent discourse. Yes, in the world, benevolence is paramount. Governance thrives on benevolence, leading to harmony across the land. But what, precisely, is benevolence? Qi Ran turned to the crowd and inquired. Benevolence is to love others. Lin Yanran may not be well read, yet she understands the essence of benevolence. Confucian benevolence encompasses 4 types of awareness: awareness of character, awareness of humanity, awareness of the value of humanity, and awareness of harmony among people. What constitutes awareness of character? A ruler employs his ministers with respect, and ministers serve their ruler with loyalty. An army may be led astray, but a person's will cannot be swayed. This speaks to the supremacy of character. Even if the emperor does not respect me, I will not regard him. One cannot dismiss the notion that all under heaven is the king's territory or the land's borders belong to the king's ministers. To put it simply, if you acknowledge my existence, I will acknowledge yours, irrespective of your status. Yu Ran listened with great interest. This is what people mean by reciprocity. The idea of mutual return is indeed the same. Xiao Yu listened intently, nodding in agreement. As a maid, her status may be lowly, but she possesses a fierce spirit. If the noble family treats her as less than human, she may stoop for survival. Yet when the opportunity arises to vent her frustrations, she will never advance or retreat alongside her masters. As for the second madam and the second miss, they disregard Xiao Yu. Yet has she ever regarded them? In essence, it is a matter of mutual respect. One should not presume that holding a position of nobility grants the right to wear a disdainful expression while others are obliged to smile. Those who can feign laughter might very well be the ones who would revel in another's downfall. Qi Ren spoke passionately, articulating this principle, which Lin Yin and wholeheartedly endorsed. What constitutes human consciousness? Upon first hearing this term, Lu Jin felt a curiosity to understand its meaning. The idea that all within the seas are brothers embodies human consciousness. Qi Ran held great admiration for Confucius in this regard. In a patriarchal society, Confucius transcended the limitations of familial ideologies and the confines of kinship consciousness. Even more remarkably, he surpassed the boundaries of self and others. The notion of treating others as one wishes to be treated reflects a profound empathy. Is it truly possible for all under heaven to be considered brothers? Li Jin shook his head, believing it to be a formidable challenge. He found it difficult to coexist harmoniously with Lu Qinyan, Zhou Yu, and Chen Long, and they had yet to achieve the intimacy akin to that of brothers. With so many individuals in the world, how could such a bond be established? Moreover, even if one desires to regard all as brothers, they may not reciprocate that sentiment. It is only when the moral and legal standards of society reach a certain level that such a notion can be realized. Qi Ren asserted that Confucius's thoughts were indeed forward-thinking. His theories were ahead of their time. Furthermore, are there not disputes among brothers? The brothers Chen Huang and Chen Yu are, after all, siblings, yet their relationship seems to be far less harmonious than that of their group. Conflicts of interest also arise among brothers. The principle of fraternal respect has been extolled for countless years, yet the struggle for succession intensifies unabated. Human nature is inclined towards self-interest. The assertion that a gentleman does not compete with a rogue for profit is fundamentally flawed. Although Lu Jin was young, his extensive reading granted him a unique understanding. The Analects state that wealth and status are desires of humanity, if one does not attain them through proper means. They shall not be enjoyed. Poverty and lowliness are detested, and shunning them through improper means is equally unwise. This speaks to the gentleman's ethical pursuit of wealth. A rogue, devoid of moral adherence, seeks to gain without effort, which is untenable. A gentleman does not usurp another's advantage, but must be capable of safeguarding his own. If one cannot defend their legitimate interests, they are a coward, not a gentleman. This insight resonated with Yu Ho, who applauded Qi Ran. What does it mean for a person to be esteemed? Xiao Yu inquired, feeling that Qi Ran's lecture had ignited a sense of personal dignity within her. When bandits attack, the masters prioritize their lives over their wealth. Wealth is but an external matter. This embodies the essence of valuing humanity. Qi Ran provided simple examples for illustration. It is akin to preserving the Green Mountains. One need not fear the absence of firewood. Yuho declared boldly, patting his chest. Sister Yinran, wealth is merely an external possession. Do not always guard the resources for the employers. Do not skimp on your own expenditures for cosmetics. Lu Qingyan chuckled softly. You four must understand clearly that when I emphasize safety first during task execution, it reflects the philosophy of valuing humanity. However, should you choose to avoid risks as a result, that is acceptable. I shall adjust your sister Yinran's compensation correspondingly. This is simply a matter of earning commensurate with effort. Quite fair, indeed. Qi Ran recognized the sharp intellect of these young ones, knowing they would negotiate with him in the future. He sought to instill the understanding that gain and contribution are proportional, lest they fall into the trap of inequitable distribution later on. Understood. The discourse on human consciousness, the inherent dignity of humanity, and the principle of equality among individuals has been sufficiently elaborated. It emphasizes mutual respect. One should not be confined to the gains and losses of a single entity, but should cultivate a broader perspective. The sanctity of human life must be upheld, as it forms the foundation for all other rights. Lu Jin pouted, remarking on the boss's parsimony, suggesting that such a perspective belittles their worth. Boss, this is rather ungracious of you. Are you implying that we lack gratitude? Zhou Yu chimed in, visibly displeased. If that is indeed the case, your educational approach has failed, and you should be the first to reflect on it, Chen Long stated, shaking his head. Boss, you frequently tell Yu Ran and his two elder brothers that hard work leads to rewards, yet look at how exhausted they appear. During lessons, they often doze off. Lu Qingyan chuckled. Focus on self-reflection rather than dragging others into it. What I am teaching today is the drunken fist, a concept beyond your comprehension, Lu Qingyan continued, inadvertently involving Yu Ran and Yu Ho in the conversation, prompting a swift intervention. Just consider it drunken fist, he added. Yu Ran, how is your study of the legendary Master Jin's techniques progressing? I sincerely worry that you might be losing sight of the bigger picture while fixating on trivialities. Lu Qingyan observed, his large eyes scanning the group. The Master Jin's techniques are shrouded in mystique, with captivating names and enticing descriptions. Yet they lack substantive guidance on cultivation, merely an empty vessel. Were it not for the existence of an unpublished overarching manual, he would regard the techniques as mere children's literature. Apply that cleverness to your post-lesson assessments and pay attention, Lin Yinran interjected. Boss, if you were to impart your martial arts knowledge to the four of us, we would undoubtedly learn more swiftly than from the two young heroes. Lu Qingyan seemed to drift away from the conversation, his focus shifting to martial arts. Qi Ran recognized that the child had begun to question him following the dragon boat race. Aside from Zhou Yu, he had not discerned any innate talent for cultivation in the other three children, thus allowing Yu Ran and Yu Ho to lead in martial instruction. After assessing the four, he would guide their training further. Success or failure would depend on fate. As I have stated, I will conduct evaluations, and should your performance be exceptional, I may consider imparting my teachings personally. Boss, do you possess an unpublished manual? Yu Ran straightened in his seat upon hearing this. Young hero Yu, that Master Jin's manual is a treasure to you, yet merely a tale to the others, as value is subjective. Boss, that is somewhat unfair, Yu Ho candidly remarked. Returning to the main topic, boss, we must discuss humanity and consciousness. What Kongzi articulated about the world being a nurturing ground for all things reflects the essence of human consciousness, representing a society where all entities develop harmoniously. Each contributes to the collective. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. The martial virtues speak of limitations and skill, while the benevolent are invincible, serving as a reminder to those in the martial realm to adhere to its principles. To act against injustice is to be a hero. To aid the vulnerable and eliminate evil is to embody chivalry. To sacrifice oneself for the nation and its people is the hallmark of a true hero. Qi Ran addressed the assembly. What vision does the boss hold for the current state of the martial world? Yu Ran inquired. A true hero acts for the nation and its people. Qi Ran boldly proclaimed that Guijing, the valiant hero, had steadfastly defended Xiangyang for over a decade, choosing death over retreat, thus truly embodying the essence of a hero. Who is this Guidixia? Yu Ran inquired. There are no records of Guijing in historical texts, Lu Jin replied. He is a brother of the great Master Jin. How could you possibly know? The four, including Zhou Yu, exchanged knowing smiles. Henceforth, Those of the Jiang who shall rise against injustice, wielding their swords in aid, they shall assist the distressed, eradicate tyranny, and devote themselves selflessly to the nation and its people, for this is the way of the Jiang who, Yuran declared with pride. Brother, you are now exuding the aura of a leader of the martial world, Yu Ho remarked, observing Yuran's exuberance. Does the leader of the martial world possess the majesty of the three managers of Baya Tower? Yuran responded with clarity. For he was indeed one of the three managers of Baya Tower. The Baya has flown away, never to return. The name Baya Tower is now but a memory. Lu Jin recalled the last time he struggled with his stance. Punished by Yuran to train for 3 days and nights in a grueling regimen he still remembered vividly. Hoping he would lead the Jianghu one day. The children do not comprehend. With us present, is it truly difficult to establish a brand? Lin Yanran queried. Not at all. The others replied in unison. Correct answer. Let us add fish, add meat, and enjoy 2 jars of fine wine, and then retire for the night, Lin Yanran said. Her spirits high. Is the assessment really this simple? Qi Ran was left speechless, as this was the easiest examination he had ever encountered in both his past and present lives. However, should the 4 of you fail the next round of assessments, the 2 young heroes will be responsible for doubling your training, Lin Yanran added. Forget the fish and meat for today. We shall rest now, Chen Long declared, rushing outside, with the other 3 closely following. It seems you 2 have thoroughly bewildered them. Their minds are quite disarrayed, Qi Ran remarked, observing the 4 in their frantic escape. The 4 slowed their pace upon hearing this. Indeed, they appear to lack confidence in passing the assessment. Lin Yanran laughed, noting their uncharacteristic self-doubt. It must be that you 2 have instilled fear in them through punishment. Are we the type to do such a thing? They simply believe they cannot succeed and have preemptively retreated, Yuran retorted. I concur. The line between succeeding and failing is tenuous. Today we have wine and meat. Yet they seem unable to even calculate this simple joy. Truly, they have become foolish, Qi Ran lamented with a tone of pity. Who said we were afraid? It is merely that the children find it difficult to drink, prompting our departure, Chen Long asserted as the 4 quietly followed Qi Ran into the dining hall. The wine was not prepared for you 4. What is there to fear? Yuran chuckled. With such little courage, how could one aspire to learn from the master? It simply does not measure up. What makes the master so remarkable? Lu Jin inquired. Without him, we would all be strangers. And such fine provisions would only be a distant dream. Each of us harbors our own life goals, pursuing our individual meanings. We do not ponder what kind of path we wish to pursue or the purpose of our existence. He provided us with a family. What the master refers to as a team, with our own objectives and ethos, life indeed holds profound significance. Is that not extraordinary? Indeed, it sounds remarkable. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. That is precisely the case, Lu Qingyun added with a pat on his head. General, a calamity has struck. The Jing River is flowing backward. Upon discovering this alarming phenomenon, the guard stationed at the city moat hastily rolled and crawled back to report. How could this be possible? Upon hearing the news, the commander rushed outside. With the Jing River reversing its course, the moat was left unprotected, rendering the defenses in the river utterly exposed. Everyone understands that water flows downhill. The ingenious design of the moat's water diversion system is a marvel of engineering, ensuring it would never reverse. As the esteemed historian Li once stated, as long as the Jing River flows, the moat's waters remain clear. Now, if the Jing River flows backward, does that imply it has run dry? This notion is utterly inconceivable. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. The waters of the river were indeed flowing backward, and by the time the commander arrived, the water level had already halved. Quickly, summon the historian. The guard leaped onto his horse, racing towards the residence of historian Li. It was deep into the night, and the streets were deserted. The hurried hoofbeats echoed against the cobblestones, shattering the stillness, awakening many from their slumber, leaving them unaware of the unfolding crisis. The guard urgently sought an audience with the historian, pounding on the door and calling out loudly. In an instant, lights illuminated the historian's residence. Please enter, General. The master is currently dressing. The guards welcomed the commander inside. Historian, the Jing River flows backward. The guard exclaimed upon seeing historian Li hastily emerging from his chamber. Return for now. I shall investigate the situation myself, Li instructed as he stepped out, disappearing into the night sky. The guard stood momentarily stunned before remounting his horse to return. The swiftness of historian Li exceeded the guard's expectations. The reason he sought Li immediately after witnessing the river's reversal was that the project to divert the Jing River into the moat was entrusted to historian Li. His expertise in mathematics and the principles of the I Ching made him the most suitable overseer of such an endeavor. The guard believed that the officials in the capital had not connected historian Li with the realm of the cultivators. However, witnessing Li's departure, employing techniques only cultivators could master, left him astounded. Such techniques allowed one to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, akin to the legendary feats of the great carp from Dongding Lake. Historian Li's loyalty to his country and its people was beyond reproach, a truth that even the heavens could attest to. The guard felt a profound sense of admiration. As for Li, unaware of the unfolding catastrophe in the Jing River, he was anxious and did not consider the implications of revealing his identity. Halfway there, he regretted exposing his true nature, but still hoped the guard would refrain from disclosing his identity. He would address this matter later upon his return. Upon arriving at the Jing River, historian Li was taken aback by the sight before him. The river's midsection appeared as if a funnel had opened, with water flowing downward in a magnificent cascade. How could this be? Li was astonished. Through careful observation, he discerned that this opening was a bottomless pit, with the water disappearing without a trace. At the current rate, by dawn, the Jing River would be completely dry. If the river were to run dry, the fertile lands on either side would become desolate, and the tributaries and streams would also dry up, turning the Qin kingdom into a land of drought. As this dreadful thought crossed his mind, historian Li broke out in a cold sweat. How had this bottomless pit come to be, and where had the water gone? If this was the work of the cultivators, capable of moving mountains and parting seas, the forces at play were formidable, and he alone could not hope to contend with them. Record, to the east of the Bohai Sea, spanning countless miles, lies a great chasm, truly a bottomless valley, known as the return to the abyss. The waters of the 8 or 9 regions and the flows of the heavenly river all converge here. Yet there is neither increase nor decrease. Is it possible that such an abyss truly exists in this world? How could this chasm appear within the realm of Chen? The esteemed historian Li observed that the water level of the Jing River had already receded by half. He dared not delay and called for help. That night, all cultivators within the borders of Qin were startled awake. Shadows flitted towards the Jing River. Wei Su was likewise roused. The ability to summon cultivators in such a manner required at least the cultivation level of the divine transformation realm, revealing that the realm of Qin indeed harbored hidden talents. Qi Ran, in the midst of his training, was jolted by the summons. An abyss? How could such a thing exist in Chen? Qi Ran rummaged through his memories from a previous life and recalled that while bottomless pits did exist in the world, none were located within Chen. He recognized that the cultivator who sent the message wielded formidable power. He was only at the peak of the golden core stage and felt quite insignificant before such an adept. If this were a trap, his life could very well be forfeit. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate, albeit with caution. Qi Ran scanned the vicinity of the Jing River with his spiritual perception, identifying no fewer than 5 cultivators heading towards it, among whom Wei Su was included. This was likely genuine. Thus, he decided to observe it firsthand. With that determination, Qi Ran took to the skies, his ancient qin, of a rustic wudong color, blending seamlessly into the night, making him appear as but a wisp of cloud drifting through the darkness. The cultivators concealed their true appearances, save for Wei Su, whose brilliant white attire stood out conspicuously, most notably as he revealed his true visage. Perhaps, in Wei Su's eyes, these other cultivators were unworthy of his regard. Li, the historian, concealed himself in the shadows, observing the various cultivators. What on earth was happening? A chilling voice echoed. This seemed beyond the capacity of mere mortals. If the cultivation world possessed such a formidable cosmic cycle, it could rival that of the heavens. Could such a powerful being truly be unaware of our presence? Why was the Jing River flowing backward? If this were the work of cultivators, it could only be an urgent borrowing of water with the intention to return it afterward. However, should they seek to redirect the Jing, it would leave Qin barren and parched, leading to its demise without a fight. Such malevolent intent defies the natural order. Do they not fear heavenly retribution? With such a mighty cosmic cycle at play, perhaps there lurked an ambition to contend with the heavens themselves. The gathered cultivators seemed to forget their need for discretion, engaging in endless speculation. Instead of wasting time on conjecture, it would be far more prudent to take action and investigate this matter collaboratively. Observing the rapid decline of the Jing's water level, Wei Su sought to rally the others to examine the cause. Very well, Li agreed, seeing no other ally at that moment. Once cultivators banded together, their individual strengths would become evident. They might hesitate to risk cooperation, but Wei Su was determined to uncover the truth for the sake of Chen. All right. Wei Su said calmly, if you choose not to cooperate, I shall not impose, but I will not tolerate betrayal. Should anyone attempt treachery, they shall face annihilation of their primordial spirit. I speak with conviction. The cultivators knew little of Wei Su, and if he had indeed reached divinity, it would be perilous for them to strike from the shadows while he was focused on assessing the situation. Such an act would surely invoke his wrath, for vengeance would be inevitable. No one dared to act treacherously from behind. Wei Su understood his need for vigilance, not wishing to become distracted. As Qi Ran stood hesitantly after Wei Su and Li Taisha joined forces, he discerned from Wei Su's words that these cultivators were yet unwilling to resort to nefarious means. This charlatan held steadfast. In safeguarding the lifeblood of the people of Qin, Qi Ran felt compelled to act. Impulsively, he stepped from the shadows into the light. Li Taisha, taken aback by the unexpected intervention, regarded Qi Ran with a discerning gaze, noting his lofty ideals. The cultivators concealed their true forms, and all he could perceive was the surrounding aura. Qi Ran's aura was not particularly formidable, yet it radiated a warmth that was quite agreeable. Excellent, Wei Su remarked. As his own aura was powerful, yet it emanated a chilling intensity, reminiscent of frost and ice. Li Taisha's aura fluctuated erratically, incompatible with Wei Su's, and despite their intentions to collaborate, true synergy eluded them. In the midst of their dilemma, Qi Ran's aura fortuitously intertwined with theirs, establishing a bridge between the two formidable energies, creating a sensation of synergy that surpassed mere addition. Consequently, Wei Su praised this development aloud, and Li Taisha, too, began to appreciate the subtle brilliance of Qi Ran's aura, allowing a smile to grace his countenance. However, upon joining, Qi Ran experienced a pang of regret. He felt as though he had shackled himself, as his aura was now being drawn and tugged by the two dominant forces, akin to a rubber band on the verge of snapping. He yearned to break free, yet found himself ensnared, silently lamenting his predicament. Cursed fate, Qi Ran thought, straining to maintain his composure when Wei Su's thunderous command startled him, sending a shiver through his being, causing his aura to surge. Hold steady, Li Taisha instructed coldly. As Qi Ran's aura surged, he felt his blood pressure rising, as though his veins might burst. He refrained from speaking, genuinely fearing that uttering a word might lead to the expulsion of blood and an untimely demise. Relax, do not tense too much. Wei Su observed the changes in Qi Ran's aura. Relax, Qi Ran admonished himself, but despite his efforts to ease his tension, he found it nearly impossible. Was it the recklessness of a fervent youth that might lead to his downfall? No, his new life had only just begun. He had yet to savor the joys of existence. How could he meet his end so abruptly? Qi Ran reassured himself. What Wei Su and Li Taisha faced was beyond Qi Ran's current comprehension, for his present role was to connect their auras, enabling them to confront formidable adversaries. Given the current circumstances, this abyss of despair was a manifestation of their immense auras. If it stemmed from cultivators, there remained a possibility for reversal. Even the divine Wei Su required assistance. The strength of their combined auras was evident. Qi Ran, you must endure, he urged himself. Should he perish, he could at least claim that he had once aided the divine in their struggle against the heavens, thus rendering his life worthwhile. With this thought, a surge of indomitable spirit welled within Qi Ran, resonating through his life instrument, the guqin, which emitted a long, melodic cry. The system of Wu Yue awakened in his mind. The guqin, now a life instrument, responded to his thoughts of the melody, ancient wind melody, a piece cherished by Wu Yue. As the music echoed within his consciousness, Qi Ran's tension began to dissipate. His thoughts were drawn through the strings, transporting him to an era of prosperity under the reign of Yao and Shun, where he envisioned the primordial beast chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas, and glimpsed the so-called deities with human faces and animal bodies. The various sounds simulated by the guqin were tantalizingly close. As Wei Su paused, he suddenly perceived a resounding voice, a surge of untamed power rushing forth. Excellent, Wei Su exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Remarkably, Li Taisha's ethereal aura was shaped by this primal force, allowing him to ascend in his cultivation. This was indeed a significant gain. For years, Li Taisha had felt powerless regarding his own celestial cycle, unable to progress further. To his astonishment, in today's battle against formidable celestial forces, he had utilized the primal energy to manifest his potential, breaking through a long-standing bottleneck, which filled him with immense satisfaction, prompting another exclamation of approval. Qi Ran was immersed in the guqin melody, a tune audible only to him. As the piece neared its conclusion, he felt a warmth in his chest, a torrent of righteous energy surging forth. With the resonant final notes of the strings, he finally broke through the celestial cycle and entered the yuaning stage. As long as one's heart harbors benevolence, opportunities will arise, Qiren mused after his breakthrough. He surveyed the battlefield again, noticing a favorable turn in events. The two great celestial cycles of Wei Su and Li Taisher no longer influenced him. The powerful energy sphere formed by the three celestial cycles left him astounded. And he couldn't help but exclaim, this energy sphere possesses power several times greater than the atomic bomb of Hiroshima. Cultivators are truly formidable. A tremendous rumble jolted Qiren from his astonishment. We won, he shouted as he watched the turbulent waters of the river surge forth, excitement bubbling within him. It worked. A chorus of exclamations arose in the sky. Qiren realized he could no longer linger. With Wei Su and the mysterious individual's formidable strength, once they locked onto him, there would be no escape. The best strategy is to withdraw, he thought, hastily returning home. From now on, he would exercise caution. As both Wei Su and that enigmatic figure were likely aware of his celestial cycle. Of course, he too had recognized theirs. Wei Su was not particularly concerned about being recognized, but the mysterious individual was another matter. Henceforth, he would tread carefully in life. General, the moat is beginning to fill. A soldier reported as dawn broke, and the guards finally witnessed the Jin River flowing vigorously once more. Thank heavens for Taisher's protection. It is indeed a blessing for the people of Chen, the commanding officer reflected. The soldiers were puzzled by the general's excitement, but now that this significant trouble was resolved, the waiting troops could return to rest peacefully. Those assigned to guard would remain, while the others could retire to sleep. The commanding officer yawned. Having felt no fatigue throughout the night due to heightened tension, but now his eyes felt heavy. Very well, the soldiers acknowledged and departed. The reversal of the river's flow had been exceedingly abnormal, but thankfully, normalcy had returned. He was unaware of what had transpired overnight. But it was evident that Li Taisher had resolved this major issue. As a member of the Chen state, he felt a sense of relief. To avoid unnecessary panic, the incident of the river's reversal was no longer mentioned. Everyone chose to forget it. Taisher, who possesses such audacity? Li Taisher returned to his residence, weary and in need of rest. As his subordinate assisted him in loosening his garments, they inquired further. Let this matter remain unspoken. Treat it as if it never occurred. Li Taisher instructed his servant. You shall convey this directive. Sir, why the hasty departure? Chen Huang had noticed Wei Su's intention to leave early on. Something was amiss. He felt compelled to return home and investigate. Wei Su remarked, Your Highness, during my absence, it is best to observe the unfolding events. Very well. Chen Huang was perplexed by Wei Su's unease and resolved to return home, though he could not do so promptly. Was there a significant occurrence in this world that even this extraordinary being could not manage? Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he refrained from pressing Wei Su for an explanation and merely responded, Sir, please make haste and return swiftly. Remember, do not act rashly. Wei Su cautioned before vanishing abruptly. Mr. Wei is acting unusually, one of Wei Su's subordinates remarked after his departure. Let us investigate if any significant events have transpired in the capital in recent days. Your Highness, last night the capital was in turmoil. What? In the dead of night, a leader of the city guards entered the capital, and many reported hearing the sound of hurried hooves heading towards the Taisher mansion. This morning I inquired, and those there adamantly claimed that the guard leader did not enter the city. This is suspicious. Understood. Continue to probe into this matter. A chill settled in Chen Huang's gaze. Did you go out last night? Lin Yanran inquired as Qiren enjoyed his breakfast. No, Qiren denied. Stop pretending. I saw you. What did you see? Qiren asked nonchalantly. I saw a ghost. I overlooked it and then overlooked it again, Lin Yanran retorted angrily. Sensing Qiren's skepticism, do not speak of this to anyone. Realizing she could not deceive Lin Yanran, Qiren cautioned her. What else are you concealing from everyone? Lin Yanran felt increasingly perplexed by Qiren. Do not overthink it. If I lack the ability, how could I ensure your safety? Qiren reassured her. You are becoming increasingly enigmatic. I initially thought you were merely a businessman in need of our assistance, but now it seems you are the most formidable among us. Have you forgotten the principle we uphold here? The capable shall rise to the top. How could I manage without some skill? Enough of this nonsense. Lin Yanran chuckled at his words. From now on, everyone must exercise caution. Avoid going out unless necessary, Qiren advised. What has happened? I cannot say for certain. In any case, we should minimize our outings during this time. We shall not entertain guests. Ensure the 4 children are well managed, and do not let their curiosity lead them astray. And you? Lin Yinran asked. I need to rest adequately. Qi Ran indeed appeared weary. He had just broken through to the golden core stage and entered the embryonic stage. He needed to concentrate on his cultivation, ideally achieving the embryonic stage in one go, thus enabling him to master the art of splitting his consciousness. The address for the horse racing venue designated by the emperor lay about 10 miles from the royal hunting grounds. Lin Xiang, upon seeing the imperial decree, remained silent. To his knowledge, the landowner 10 miles from the hunting grounds was Qi Ran, and the parcels near the royal hunting grounds held little value. The cultivation of crops is rendered impossible, as both the growing season and the autumn harvest coincide with the royal hunting period. The hunting parties are not bound by any regulations. Once a hunt concludes, the fields are often left in ruin, and no one dares to offend the royal family. Thus, the matter is left unresolved, and over time, once fertile lands have become barren wastelands. The price for purchasing land here is low, but should a race course be established, as envisioned in the proposal, the land prices in the vicinity will soar. Even if the racecourse wishes to expand, it must acquire land from Qi Ran, who, given his character, will only sell when the price meets his satisfaction. Although Qi Ran adheres to the principles of a gentleman in financial matters, his passive observation of rising land prices is speculative trading. He conducts this with such finesse that he would never categorize himself among unscrupulous merchants. Rather, he considers it a mark of his discernment. Yet, what assurance does he have that Emperor Chen will choose this location for the racecourse? The optimal site for the racecourse lies elsewhere. Given Emperor Chen's disposition, he would not select a location right at his doorstep, as it would ultimately affect royal interests. The royal hunting grounds yield substantial annual profits, and establishing the racecourse here would serve as a barrier, confining the wild beasts to the mountains, preventing them from straying outside. The lands outside the hunting grounds have been desolate for years, allowing small animals to venture out frequently. The management has repeatedly proposed expanding the hunting area. Although Emperor Chen has not explicitly ordered an expansion, it is tacitly permitted. Numerous speculators, like Qi Ran, have begun to encircle land following the announcement of the racecourse. Yet none have shown interest in the vicinity of the royal hunting grounds, except for Qi Ran, who is particularly keen on this location. With a lack of competitors, Qi Ran's acquisition price is bound to be low. He aims to recover the losses incurred from the Baihe Tower manifold. Once the site for the racecourse is confirmed, the speculators begin to lament, realizing that acquiring land will now only be possible in remote areas, which are fertile and essential for the livelihoods of farmers. Purchasing prime farmland from them will not be an easy task. This is no longer mere speculation, but a significant investment. Boss, you are truly remarkable, Yuren exclaimed, praising Qi Ran upon learning of the racecourse's location. Without such foresight, could you have gained my respect? Qi Ran wore a self-satisfied expression, fully embracing the compliments. Let us not overpraise him. Who knows how inflated his ego has become? If we continue, we risk sending him soaring too high, only for him to crash down. Lin Yinran cautioned, though secretly pleased. The boss lady has a point. He does not take flattery well, Yuran added. The racecourse's foundation has merely been laid. The true strength of its future remains to be seen. Mind your words. Do not tarnish Miss Lin's reputation, Qi Ran warned. This boss lady is unlike any other. Yuran, having discerned Lin Yinran's sentiments, frequently reminded Qi Ran, who remained unprepared for marriage and naturally wished to avoid misunderstandings. Henceforth, refer to me as the deputy manager. Anyone who misnames me shall face my wrath, Qi Ran declared, prompting Lin Yinran to feel vexed and lash out at the group. They understood her irritation. Yet this was a matter that others could scarcely assist her with. Winning over the boss would ultimately depend on her own efforts. Very well. The matter of selecting fine steeds shall be entrusted to Yanran and Xiaoyu. You are the discerning judges, and I trust you will select the finest horses. The responsibility of choosing riders will fall to you Ran and the Yu brothers. As for the other affairs, I shall take charge. Let us all get to work. Qi Ran, please make the necessary arrangements. Are you certain you do not wish for the young lady to be involved in the specific matters of the horse assembly and communication with the officials? Xiaoyu inquired. She was already aware that Lin Xiang still harbored concern for Lin Yin and its secret. The true buyer of the Baihe Tower on Early Street was none other than Lin Xiang himself, who, due to his pride, could only assist the young lady covertly. As informed by the steward of the Lin residence, it would be best not to put Lin Xiang in an awkward position, Qi Ran stated, instructing everyone to handle the matters elegantly. Those who wish to gossip can do so at their own expense. I concur, If the second-in-command makes an appearance, the ulterior motives of the big boss will be glaringly obvious. Yu Ran added with a chuckle. If one cannot speak wisely, it is best to remain silent. Do I appear to be a person with ulterior motives? Shi Ran's most capable assistant's words ignited his frustration. I believe the boss refrains from accepting the young lady's goodwill out of fear that his ulterior motives might be laid bare. Xiaoyu seized the moment to deliver another sharp remark. Very well, so you all deem me a person of ill intent, is that it? Then let us cease our endeavors and disband. Shi Ran fumed. Boss, while it is true you do not engage in deceit or trickery, you are quite adept at taking advantage of situations, which is hardly commendable. Thus, it is not unfounded to suggest you possess ulterior motives. Yu Ran continued to explain without cause. This is what one might call pragmatic flexibility. You all have such simplistic minds. Shi Ran found himself compelled to impart another lesson to these troublesome friends. In simpler terms, it means one must be adaptable in life. Yu Ran chuckled. Very well. Your lofty strategies have been reduced to mere practical philosophy, which is far more relatable. Shi Ran patted Yu Ran on the shoulder, entrusting him with the affairs of the realm. No problem. Trust me. One day I shall assemble the most formidable force. A force? Yu Ran echoed in disbelief. When did they wish to incorporate the martial world into the imperial army? This is simply impossible. Those of the martial world abide by their own codes, having retreated there precisely because they do not align with the imperial court. To integrate them into the court is a formidable task of persuasion. The true heroes of chivalry act for their country and people. We must aspire to be genuine heroes like Guo Jing. Yu Ran clenched his fists. Alas, it is lamentable how a passionate youth becomes overly inspired by a few words of encouragement. Yu Ran believed his senior brother to be a martial genius, yet lacking in leadership over the martial world. Ah, I nearly forgot. Shi Ran exclaimed loudly upon Yu Ran's reminder. What is it that warrants such a commotion? Lin Yanran was startled by Shi Ran's shout. To lead the martial realm, Yu Ran would require someone capable of providing inspirational guidance. Shi Ran smiled at Yu Ran. Yu Ran felt uneasy under Shi Ran's gaze. Typically, when the boss looked at him this way, it meant he was about to set a trap. Though he was uncertain what trap the boss had in store. Inspirational guidance? Yu Ran pondered upon this new term. It refers to overseeing ideological work. I believe your partnership with your senior brother is commendable, so henceforth, the ideological work of the martial world shall be entrusted to Yu Ran. Boss, that is impossible. Such a significant responsibility is beyond my capacity. After the journey, it became evident to you that the life of those in the martial world is fraught with difficulties, and even with a silver tongue, one might find no avenue for success. You now embody Zhuge Liang. How you navigate the intricate verbal battles of this realm lies solely in your hands. Shi Ran gestured for them to hasten their actions. You are being unreasonable, Yu exclaimed, as his ears were seized by Yu Ran. I have high hopes for the two of you. Shi Ran's voice echoed from behind, caught off guard. You felt a surge of discontent within. If you truly become Zhuge Liang, the position of the fourth master of the Baihe Tower will undoubtedly belong to you. Yu Ran observed him with a look of feigned distress, yet he remained lighthearted. He possessed a profound understanding of the rules of the martial world, having navigated it since childhood and earned a respectable reputation. Not all individuals in the martial world oppose the court. Some are unable to serve the state, while others are idealists. He believed that as long as everyone accepted the martial arts ethos, most in the realm embody the heroic spirit akin to that of the famed Guo. Why is my fate so suffering? You lamented, chasing after Yu Ran. Can I truly become the fourth master? Do your best, Yu Ran replied, spurring his horse into a gallop, with you following closely behind. Lin Xiang, since the horse racing event will fall under my purview, you need only to allocate the resources and personnel on the list for my use. You need not concern yourself with other matters. Upon completion, you may come personally or send someone to inspect. Shi Ran addressed Lin Li Fu directly. No one had ever spoken to Lin Li Fu in such a manner. The court has invested substantially. Will you simply abandon them? Lin Li Fu chuckled. Lin Xiang, you are a wise man. I have invested the most in this project and developed the surrounding commercial area. If the project fails, my losses will be insurmountable. I would never engage in such folly, Shi Ran asserted. He understood the reasoning, yet the fear of public opinion lingered. Lin Xiang was not swayed by his arguments. Is it because Yin Ran is my second-in-command that you avoid any semblance of suspicion? Shi Ran expressed his displeasure. As the ancients wisely stated, to promote the worthy, one must not avoid kin. Are you intent on forcing Yin Ran to leave? Shi Ran, with a sincere heart, felt like a mere opportunist in Lin Xiang's eyes. Since you are aware, why inquire further? Lin Xiang did not deny it. Upon hearing this, Qi Ran grew agitated. Observing Lin Lifu leisurely sipping tea, he remarked, I have traveled all morning and waited an hour at the official gates. My throat is parched. Might I trouble you for a cup of water? Is this not the proper way to host guests? It seemed Qi Ran too had moments of urgency. Lin Lifu, with a nonchalant tone, retorted without instructing his subordinates to pour water for Qi Ran. One should not behave in such a manner. As the saying goes, a statesman's heart can accommodate a ship. Yet, it appears that even a great minister can be rather petty, Qi Ran thought to himself. Eventually, Qi Ran took it upon himself to fetch a cup of water, only to find no spare teacups available. Please bring me a cup of plain water, Qi Ran said helplessly to Lin Lifu. Is this the attitude one should have towards their superior? Lin Lifu set down his cup, questioning. I, Qi Ran, am spirited and will remain so. If you disapprove, you may seek to undermine me. After all, this is not the first time, Qi Ran retorted, feeling increasingly audacious. Lin Lifu set down his cup and called out. Come in, please escort this person out. Minister Lin, you are mistaken. The matters entrusted by His Majesty have been delayed in your hands for too long. Are you not afraid of rumors? Qi Ran, outside, urged before the person entered. Without you, would this horse club still be held? Lin Lifu was most incensed by those who used the emperor against him. The proposal is on your desk. Of course, it can be executed. But whether it can be done well is another matter. When Qi Ran sat down across from Lin Lifu instead of leaving, he displayed a demeanor of reluctance to depart. Lin Lifu gazed at him with a smile that harbored ill intent, wishing to slap him, yet as the prime minister of Chen, he thought it petty to pursue further conflict. Fetch me a glass of water, Qi Ran said, as the person who entered awkwardly looked at Lin Lifu, taking the initiative. Although Lin Lifu was seething with anger, he restrained himself and gestured for water to be brought. Refreshing, Qi Ran declared, downing half a glass of lukewarm water and wiping his mouth. This afternoon, I will convene a meeting of the 6 ministries. If there's a problem, let it be known. Lin Lifu felt displeased by Qi Ran's demeanor, yet understood that the officials of the 6 ministries had already caught wind of the lucrative prospects of the horse club. The military began to train fine horses, and the high-ranking officials were eager to participate. If he delayed further, he would obstruct their path to wealth. He knew that hindering others' financial endeavors would only create formidable enemies for himself. If Lin Lifu remained apprehensive or wished to avoid suspicion, the court would send supervisors to oversee the work. The court would only concern itself with the distribution of profits. The royal family and various officials would also invest. If it failed to be profitable, I assure you, Qi Ran would not remain in Chen, regardless of whether Lin Lifu favored him or not. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Assign me a messenger to communicate with the court's various departments. It would save me considerable time. Yanran has gone to select fine horses, and communicating with officials is not my forte. Minister Lin, be magnanimous and assign someone skilled in diplomacy to supervise. Qi Ran bargained boldly with Minister Lin. How is Yanran faring? Lin Lifu suddenly interjected. You drove her out of the house, yet I have not wronged the second lady. She now manages the finances, and all expenditures must pass through her. Although I tend to spend extravagantly, her oversight has instilled a sense of restraint. She is indeed a commendable matriarch. If you wrong her, I shall not forgive you. Hearing Lin Lifu's stern words, Qi Ran felt a twinge of anxiety. Minister, I know not the reason behind Yanran's quarrel with you or her departure from home, but I assure you, my relationship with her is entirely innocent. What? Lin Lifu was taken aback by the starkly different reply from Qi Ran. This young lady knows, and everyone at Baya Tower is aware. Qi Ran was determined not to miss the chance to clarify. This troublesome girl is becoming increasingly unmanageable. Lin Lifu trembled with anger upon hearing this. Unable to steady his teacup, Yanran, spoiled and capricious, was favored by Lin Lifu yet was also known for her loyalty and compassion towards the vulnerable. Were it not for her admirable qualities, she could not have assumed the role of our second lady. At Baya Tower, the capable always rise to the top. Qi Ran was genuinely apprehensive that Lin Xiang would hurl the cup of water towards him if he did not maintain his composure, prompting him to hastily clarify. Do you truly regard Yan Ran merely as a business associate? Lin Xiang paused for a moment before inquiring. As it stands, that is indeed the case. I would not dare deceive you, Lin Xiang. However, he could not bring himself to declare that Lin Yan and was merely acting on her own volition. To assert otherwise would bring great shame to the Lin family and tarnish the esteemed reputation of the young lady in Lin Xiang's eyes. Yanran understood that Lin Xiang was devoted to the country and its people. As his daughter, she had always sought to alleviate his burdens. Yet, Being unable to serve in government or enlist in the military, she opted to engage in commerce with Qi Ran. Qi Ran contemplated that as long as Yan Ran was occupied with legitimate pursuits, rather than idling away her time, she was indeed alleviating Lin Xiang's worries, thus justifying her role as a co-proprietor. Qi Ran was convinced that his reasoning was both sound and justifiable, perceiving himself as a paragon of virtue. Humph. You are merely counting on her naivety to help you establish a foothold in Qinghua, Lin Xiang scoffed, unimpressed. My lord, you are a paragon of virtue. How can you utter such words? I, Qi Ran, am not of that ilk. Are you suggesting that I am judging your intentions through the lens of a petty person? Lin Xiang's expression darkened. I, Qi Ran, have never sought to exploit Yan Ran. To claim that I have not benefited at all would be disingenuous. Qi Ran intended to have a thorough discussion with Lin Xiang, for this matter needed clarification, otherwise it would remain an unresolved issue in Lin Xiang's mind. I engage solely in legitimate business endeavors. When you initially advised me to open a shop on Early Street, you did so because of my acumen and good character. At that time, I was not acquainted with Yan Ran. Yan Ran manages affairs at Baihe without leveraging her status as the daughter of the minister. In truth, such leverage is unnecessary, as our products are in high demand. If anyone were to utilize connections, it would be her close friend seeking to acquire more of our offerings. I intend to establish a horse club. This proposal is unprecedented and has not garnered approval. Yan Ran has merely mentioned it to Lady Lin Fei. But it was only a passing thought. Lady Lin Fei possesses discernment, and the royal procurement has arranged for this purchase. The herbalists and florists are partners of Baihe, and I have no intention of making them royal suppliers, as that would undoubtedly affect our business. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yan Ran registered under her own name. Upon discovering this, I reprimanded her, not anticipating that you would impose punishment as well. Given her temperament, she understood her error. My reprimand was already embarrassing for her, and your scolding would only incite rebellion. Of course, she also did not foresee that the siblings would cause Lady Lin Fei any awkwardness. One could only say that her simplicity led her to overlook the potential ramifications, as she merely wished to facilitate others. To prevent Yan Ran from making further imprudent decisions, I have since prohibited her from engaging in any business dealings with the court. She has matured considerably and is now quite capable of handling matters independently. As for officials in court being lenient towards us due to Yan Ran's presence, that will only extend to avoiding undue difficulties. All affairs must be conducted with propriety. Is this not precisely what Lin Xiang has always aspired to witness in the governance of the court? Perhaps other merchants encounter greater hardships than we do, enduring more errands. However, that is beyond my purview, for I possess no power to influence that matter. It seems you are still feeling quite aggrieved. Lin Xiang let out a cold snort, his demeanor remaining unyielding. Indeed, there was much to be wronged about. The court does not prohibit the children of officials from engaging in commerce. With whom and how Yan Ran chooses to collaborate is her own affair. Why should Lin Xiang interfere? When a man comes of age, he marries. When a woman comes of age, she weds. It is unbecoming for a young lady to spend her days in the company of men. Lin Xiang, that is where you err. Qi Ran, rising from his seat and slamming the table, remarked, if you do not cast her out of the minister's residence, she would have a place to stay and would not need to reside with us. If you refuse to acknowledge her as your daughter, must I, as the head of this household, neglect my second daughter? Your indifference may be callous, but my loyalty cannot be forsaken. Without your influence, how could Yan Ran possibly act so boldly? Qi Ran considered Lin Xiang's words as mere folly. The authority of a parent should not be used as a scapegoat. Yan Ran had never been timid. At the age of 10, she dared to establish a competition platform in the capital, a feat comparable to the founding of my own equestrian club. Do not underestimate Yan Ran's intellect. She understands that no one dares to provoke her due to her father being a prime minister, which is why she has never shown favor to the noble suitors who have courted her. Why should she be beholden to me? You deem me a person of talent. Does she not see a promising future in following me? Such shameless rhetoric. Lin Xiang's tone finally softened. If you were to humble yourself before Yan Ran, she would return to the minister's residence. There is no need for such formality. Simply inform her that her father wishes her to come home. In the end, Lin Xiang yielded to his daughter. Very well. Qi Ran departed from the minister's office in high spirits. At the Taisher mansion, Master Li sat upon the stargazing platform. The comet, with its foreboding presence, heralded turmoil for the emperor. He pondered for a moment before stepping down from the platform. Should we report this to Emperor Chen? The celestial phenomena are not to be feared, Master Li replied nonchalantly. Have the practitioners of Chen country investigated thoroughly? No traces have been found. They are well concealed. Master Li felt quite displeased. Through the incident involving the influx of water from the Jing River, he had learned that there were many practitioners in Chen country. Yet only he, Wei Su, and an unknown individual truly wished to alleviate the nation's troubles. Master Li was particularly intrigued by this enigmatic practitioner. His unique cosmic energy bore the signs of the wild, which could greatly benefit Master Li's own celestial cycle. He was eager to locate this individual for a discussion. However, he also understood that the cultivation world traditionally favored solitude, shunning collaboration with other practitioners. After all, revealing one's celestial characteristics to others is hardly prudent. This individual possessed remarkable cosmic traits but lacked sufficient strength. Alongside Wei Su, they had made breakthroughs thanks to his assistance. Transitioning from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, it could be said that the three of them, through their alliance, each gained in their struggle against external celestial forces. How could powerful beings from outer space intrude upon the mortal realm? Master Li was bewildered. According to the laws of the universe, it was impossible for extraterrestrial civilizations to enter the human world. Yet, this formidable entity could directly intervene in human affairs. What was happening to this universe? What other strange anomalies might arise? He could not foresee. Yet, he knew he must caution practitioners against remaining self-sufficient. If extraterrestrial civilizations were to further meddle in human matters, the consequences would be dire. Li Taisher could only hope that this was merely a warning from an extraterrestrial civilization, and that they would not truly intervene in earthly affairs. What could provoke such an intervention from beings beyond the stars? Li Taisher was at a loss, and that uncertainty was the most terrifying aspect. Were the movements of the siblings traceable? It was peculiar that these two individuals had suddenly vanished without a trace. The last known whereabouts known to those in the realm of cultivation was merely the capital city, who had proclaimed them as treasures from beyond the heavens. Inciting the covetousness of the cultivation world, Li Taisher's long brows furrowed in contemplation. If the rumors were indeed true, the entire realm of cultivation would not let them escape unscathed. The ancient ginseng essence had attained human form. Her powers were profound, making her a target not easily approached by mere cultivators. Li Taisher believed that even he and Wei Su together might not be her match. Furthermore, she was accompanied by the legacy of an ancient civilization, the nature of which remained a mystery. Its power was equally unknown to him. It was indeed a tumultuous time. Li Taisher sighed deeply. Was the extraterrestrial civilization drawn here for the sake of that legacy? Which dimension did this ancient civilization belong to? Regardless of the truth behind the rumors of the siblings being treasures, their noble demeanor and distinct presence alone could mobilize countless individuals. He believed that it would not be long before the entire realm of cultivation converged upon the capital. This was hardly a good omen, Li Taisher lamented. The sudden disappearance of these siblings and the gathering of the cultivation world in the capital, what calamity could arise from such a convergence? He genuinely feared that these individuals might incite a significant upheaval. What had become of the siblings' estate? It was now under the stewardship of 4 children belonging to Qi Ran. The notion of children managing the siblings' estate baffled the investigators. According to their observations, the 4 children only tended to the flower and herb gardens at regular intervals and did not venture outside. Qi Ran had even dispatched someone to prepare meals for them. Through their culinary endeavors, they learned that the children were initially students from a private school, having moved here only after their teacher departed. They were all children of ordinary families. Their observations revealed that the children were remarkably diligent, studying earnestly without any supervision. Children? Li Taisher had not anticipated that 4 children resided there. They were indeed studious, yet they were certainly not cultivators. How strange. Why would Qi Ran send 4 children to that location? Li Taisher found himself perplexed by Qi Ran's intentions. Perhaps we were overthinking it. The environment there was pleasant, and the children were tasked with managing the herb and flower gardens, even harvesting when necessary. There was nothing particularly unusual about it. If something were amiss, those searching for the siblings would have already taken notice. Li Taisher recognized the validity of his own reasoning. Cultivators, being in search of the siblings, would naturally first examine their last known residence for clues. Had the 4 children been anything out of the ordinary, they would surely have detected it. Unless their cultivation was so profound that the searching cultivators could not perceive it, which seemed implausible, as neither he nor Wei Su possessed such formidable abilities. If such power resided within those children, the realm of Qin would indeed be in turmoil. What of Qi Ran, then? Li Taisher did not relax his investigation into Qi Ran. Although Chen Yu placed his trust in Qi Ran, Li Taishe remained skeptical. His instincts suggested that Qi Ran was not as simple as he appeared. Most importantly, his ideological stance raised concerns. Qi Ran did not possess a strong sense of right and wrong and seemed indifferent to the evolution of power, not resembling one who was loyal to the imperial family. Based on his observations, Li Taishe deemed Qi Ran to be the type of individual who was solely loyal to his personal ideals, rendering him quite unreliable. Currently, Qi Ran was in charge of establishing the horse racing club, with the Ministry of Works dispatching its own construction unit for the project, supervised by officials from the Censorate and the Ministry of Revenue. In short, the project was progressing smoothly. Each day, he would inspect the construction site before returning to his residence, which was surrounded by land he had acquired, now under development to provide various supporting services for the club. This man should not be underestimated. Vigilance is essential. Li Taishe believed that Qi Ran was more than just a merchant. The 7 scholars from the academy had earned the trust of Emperor Chen, and these scholars had been recruited by Qi Ran during his travels across various nations. Li Taishe speculated that Emperor Chen's decision to establish the club near the royal hunting grounds was a result of the influence of these 7 scholars, a team capable of bringing Confucian scholars to the arena of martial competition, thus resolving issues with ease. Since the arrival of the 7 scholars, Emperor Chen had sought Li Taishe's counsel less frequently. Currently, Emperor Chen and Prime Minister Lin were evenly matched, thanks to the inclusion of the 7 scholars. It was inevitable that Prime Minister Lin felt angered, as these scholars were initially within his circle but now stood in opposition to him. The Emperor of Chen valued the capable, and the wise Prime Minister ensured domestic tranquility. The partnership between ruler and minister was the ideal for the state, yet within their families, they were like fire and water. Emperor Chen favored Chen Yu, while Prime Minister Lin held Chen Huang in high regard. Their differing choices for the next virtuous ruler led to subtle power struggles. Li Taishe valued Chen Yu for several reasons. First, as the eldest son, he was the rightful heir according to the laws of primogeniture, despite acknowledging Chen Huang's ambitious nature. Second, he owed a debt of gratitude to Consort Li who had aided him during his times of hardship. And third, he disapproved of Prime Minister Lin's monopolization of power, consciously aligning himself with Emperor Chen. In governance, Emperor Chen was more enlightened. Had he not been so, how could Prime Minister Lin have monopolized power? Li Taishe and the leaders of the 6 ministries began to train their own fine horses, preparing for lucrative gains. The Taishe Pavilion, being an administrative body, could consider generating income to improve its conditions. Do you think you can train horses well or become a skilled rider? If not, then abandon those thoughts and learn to place bets. If your bets are always successful, why not place bets on behalf of all at the Taishe Pavilion? This seems a more direct approach. This requires a thorough understanding of each rider and horse now in preparation. Therefore, let us focus on the tasks at hand. These siblings could not have vanished into thin air. Examine the situation closely, especially whether any new barriers have appeared within or outside the capital. Indeed, the messenger replied swiftly. Since the last barrier had appeared and then inexplicably vanished, the investigators at the Taishe Pavilion had indeed relaxed their scrutiny of the barriers. When the horse racing club project was completed, Wei Su would return to the capital of the Qin kingdom. This time, he did not maintain his composure. Instead, he avoided everyone and quietly retreated to his room. The intervention from outer space had prompted a return home, causing a ripple of unrest within the divine realm. The reason for this extraterrestrial involvement became the focal point of investigation. According to cosmic laws, each plane exists independently. Thus, such intervention is an overt challenge to the universal order, something intolerable to the deities of this realm. Consequently, the divine realm dispatched its most exceptional personnel to probe into the matter. Indeed, they were highly capable, swiftly uncovering the cause. It was the inhabitants of this realm who first disregarded cosmic laws, prompting a retaliatory response. Naturally, the divine realm would not shield its own, for the fault lay with them. Wei Su faintly realized that his actions in aiding Chen Huang to defy fate were the catalyst for this turmoil. According to the heavenly mandate, the Qin dynasty was destined to perish 20 years after Chen Yu ascended to the throne. Wu Yue believed that Chen Yu's benevolent governance, devoid of divine protection, was unjust. Thus, he sought out Wei Su to reverse fate, hoping to prolong the fortune of the Qin dynasty and propagate benevolence among mortals. Both Wu Yue and Wei Su hailed from the divine kingdom, sharing a bond as brothers and good friends. Aware that defying destiny contravened heavenly principles, Wu Yue willingly exchanged his life for a century of benevolent governance for the Qin dynasty. should a deity be willing to sacrifice their life. The heavenly mandate permits a change in fate. Wu Yue chose to make this sacrifice, and Wei Su was bound to fulfill his wish. When the divine kingdom learned of the actions taken by Wei Su and Wu Yue, it was incensed. However, since Wu Yue had perished, the fate of the Qin dynasty was destined to shift. The outer space entities, having detected this realm's circumstances, saw the entrance of the Yi siblings as a consequence of the altered fate. Once the process of changing fate had commenced, it could not be halted. The celestial realm ordered Wei Su to descend to the mortal realm to address the various anomalies arising from this change in fortune, explicitly informing him that should he fail in this endeavor, he would bear the burden of any adverse consequences stemming from the alteration. In essence, this was a demotion for Wei Su, relegating him to the realm of mortals to fulfill the altered destiny. Fortunately, his cultivation remained intact. He simply could no longer step foot in the divine realm. He was no longer a deity, but rather a powerful cultivator of the celestial cycle, possessing divine credentials that allowed him to harness the myriad resources of this realm, wielding the very forces of nature with immense power. Yet, as a mere cultivator, he could not achieve the same. He could traverse vast distances in an instant, but could only control objects within a limited range, with his consciousness unable to encompass the entirety of the realm. This was a punishment imposed by the divine realm. "Brother, I endure far greater hardship than you," Wei Su lamented, fully aware that until his mission was accomplished, he could not return to the divine realm. This reality weighed heavily upon him. For why should celestial beings meddle in the affairs of mortals? The destruction of Wu Yue's divine consciousness has resulted in Wei Su losing his divine status, rendering the account utterly unfavorable. Were Qi Ran to realize that he has entered the vessel of a deity, one can only ponder his sentiments. Wu Yue opted for a life exchange, with his divine consciousness shattered and his divine essence fallen. Qi Ran naturally possesses no recollection of Wu Yue in matters pertaining to the divine. This also elucidates why Qi Ran perceives Wu Yue's system as incomplete. The reason Wei Su refrains from retrieving Wu Yue's remains is that, once the divine essence is extinguished, this corporeal form will disintegrate into dust. He could never have anticipated that, following the onset of this celestial upheaval, variables would emerge, the first being Qi Ran's transference into this realm, thereby inheriting Wu Yue's body. Wu Yue's body had not disintegrated into nothingness. The celestial energy he harbored within his being still lingered. However, Qi Ran lacked the understanding and mastery to harness it. In moments of peril, he faltered, and the Guqin, a vital instrument of Wu Yue, sensed its master's overwhelming burden and instinctively activated the celestial energy in response. Had Qi Ran possessed the requisite skills, he would have realized that his celestial energy was not inferior to that of Wei Su. During the fierce battle, Wei Su, familiar with Wu Yue's celestial energy, found no one more attuned to it than himself. Yet, with Wu Yue fallen, this individual's celestial energy was comparatively frail. Although there was a sense of familiarity, it paled in strength when juxtaposed with Wu Yue's formidable energy. Nevertheless, this familiarity proved invaluable, enabling him and Li Taishe to vanquish deities from other realms. Could Li Taishe, a cultivator, truly deceive Wei Su? It was impossible. Wei Su refrained from targeting Li Taishe. Recognizing him as Chen Yu's ally, Wu Yue's defiance of fate ultimately facilitated Chen Yu's benevolent governance. His ultimate aim remained Chen Yu's ascendance, and thus he would not sever the ties of Chen Yu's trusted confidants. What truly eluded his perception was Qi Ran. Twice he had attempted to discern Qi Ran's essence, only to be met with a shroud of smoke, leaving him vexed. "Sir, His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence for a banquet," came a voice from outside the door, interrupting Wei Su's tumultuous thoughts. He was reluctant to be seen, yearning for a moment of respite, for he, as a deity, felt profoundly disheartened and had no one to confide in. Chen Huang placed his trust in him, yet he was not a true confidant. A truth Wei Su was acutely aware of. "Please return first. I shall join when the meal is served," Wei Su replied. The messenger, cognizant of Wei Su's intentions, promptly withdrew. "There is still ample time before the meal," Wei Su mused, surveying the kitchen, aware that today's preparations were lavish, indicative of a welcome feast in his honor. "Your Highness, Mr. Wei has conveyed that he will arrive when the meal begins," reported the subordinate to Chen Huang. "Understood." Chen Huang acknowledged with a wave, dismissing the messenger. During Wei Su's absence, Chen Huang felt increasingly agitated. Since the arrival of the 7 esteemed advisors, the Chen Emperor had thrived, with these 7 serving as the pinnacle of his advisory council. The emperor maintained a reasonably cordial relationship with Lin, placing considerable trust in him regarding state affairs. However, the balance of power within the court had shifted from Lin's predominance to a more equitable distribution. Chen Huang worried that if this trend continued, the emperor would consolidate control, thereby creating an opportunity for Chen Yue to stage a comeback. The old man had long sought to reverse the events surrounding the struggle for succession, but had yet to find the opportunity. Once the moment was ripe, he would undoubtedly elevate the one who had aided him in seizing the throne. Those 7 aged schemers were utterly self-serving, seemingly indifferent to how they infiltrated the Qin kingdom and gained their current prominence. They had now openly opposed Lin. Fortunately, Lin had adeptly maneuvered, garnering the support of several military officials who had previously distanced themselves from him, thus maintaining a precarious equilibrium of power within the court. However, given the current trajectory of events, the likelihood of the emperor maintaining the upper hand was alarmingly high. Realizing that without Lin's unwavering support, his own hold on the position of crown prince would be tenuous at best, he acknowledged the insignificance of his influence in the grand scheme of court politics. He could make no significant waves. The crown prince appears lost in thought, deeply absorbed in his musings. Wei Su approaches and takes a seat. Yet Chen Huang remains oblivious to his presence, indicating just how engrossed he is. The recent unrest in the court weighs heavily on him. For the first time, Chen Huang finds someone to confide in. Although the crown prince holds an esteemed position, he too bears his own burdens and yearns for an ear to listen. Yet, who could he possibly confide in? Wei Su is unaware of the events that have transpired during his absence, leaving Chen Huang in such distress. The political landscape has shifted dramatically. Chen Huang shares all he knows with Wei Su, his dissatisfaction with the 7 gentlemen evident in his tone. "Fear not, Your Highness." Wei Su replies with a subtle smile. The concept of Tai Chi gives rise to the dualities, symbolizing the balance of yin and yang. The court operates similarly. A balance of power creates the most favorable political environment. Authority must be supervised and checked. Once it becomes unrestrained, it leads to chaos, with decrees issued solely by the emperor, resulting in disorder. The gentlemen are mistaken. When royal edicts are not obstructed by other powers, they can be effectively enforced. If the nation is embroiled in war, and the court's ministers present conflicting views without resolution, decisions may falter, leading to defeat at the front. Swift decision-making during wartime can yield different outcomes, Chen Huang asserts. Are you certain that the decisions made by the court are infallible? Wei Su inquires with a faint smile. Chen Huang's reasoning holds merit, but it presupposes that the emperor is both wise and adept in military affairs, which is a rare combination. The court harbors numerous civil and military officials, not merely for show. They are well versed in the logistics of provisions and troops, and when decisions are needed, are they not the first to propose solutions? Your Highness, the struggle between Emperor Chen and Prime Minister Lin is akin to the clash of winds. One will inevitably overpower the other. From an outsider's perspective, it appears as though 2 tigers cannot coexist. Yet, why has Emperor Chen never considered dismissing Prime Minister Lin? Nor has Lin ever harbored ambitions of usurping power? Why? Chen Huang had not pondered this question deeply before. It is because Prime Minister Lin possesses a thorough understanding of court affairs, and Emperor Chen's decisions are resolute. They are wise ruler and capable minister, sharing mutual respect. On the day of the establishment of the Horse Association, Emperor Chen himself attends the ribbon-cutting ceremony, accompanied by Empress Lin and the talented Lady Wu. Qiren wonders whether this talented lady is indeed the beloved of Wu Yue. Upon extending his consciousness, he observes that while Lady Wu is indeed a beauty, she pales in comparison to the memory of the enchanting woman Wu Yue cherishes. Qiren has yet to discover the lady who captivates Wu Yue's heart, and he wonders how she fares within the palace. Has she become as ostentatious as he longed, leading to her own downfall? Qiren has borrowed the system of Wu Yue, wishing to fulfill his desires and ensure that this woman can live a life of abundance. While he cannot guarantee her happiness, an elusive luxury, he is uncertain of his own prospects for joy. Where is the other half that might bring him happiness? Alas, Qiren laments. To find the nameless woman within the Qin palace is no simple task. This young man cannot possibly court every maid in search of one who resembles the image etched in Wu Yue's memory. As Wu Qiren is not the beloved of Wu Yue, Qiren consequently lost interest in her. In this era, the women who gain favor in the palace are far from ordinary. Qiren's least favored among them are those who are cunning. He understands well the treacherous hearts that these beauties may possess. Both palace and court intrigues are battles of wits, albeit one involves men and the other, women. Qiren has never underestimated the intelligence of women. The lesson imparted to him by Lu Xian in his previous life remains etched in his memory. The Emperor of Qin arrived with his family, accompanied by Minister Lin, and both Chen Huang and Wei Su made their appearances as well. The presence of the emperor and Minister Lin was to be expected. However, it was unusual for Chen Huang to attend without a formal summons, as he typically avoids encounters with his father in various settings. The awkwardness of their relationship is well known among the court officials. Wei Su seldom participates in such gatherings, maintaining a dispassionate demeanor towards worldly affairs, with his only passion seemingly being the delight of fine cuisine. Yet today, he appeared with an expression of contentment. While the emperor frequently cast glances toward Chen Huang, perplexed by their interaction. Upon seeing her son Chen Huang arrive, concubine Lin was filled with joy. She had great confidence in him. In terms of strategy, he was no less capable than his father, and in terms of cunning, he rivaled his uncle, Minister Lin. She believed that one day, when Chen Huang ascends the throne, he would surpass the current emperor in wisdom. Her faith in her son was unwavering. Wu Yue, with her captivating eyes, only had eyes for the emperor, feigning ignorance of the subtle atmosphere around her, instead showcasing her affection with him. She understood that the courtiers present would notice the emperor's favor toward her, which would be advantageous for her son in future rivalries with Chen Huang. Ensuring support from various factions. The emperor was still in his prime, and his estrangement from Minister Lin presented her with a unique opportunity. She believed that the ambitions within the court were as numerous as those among the concubines vying for favor. The more ambitious individuals there were, the greater her own opportunities became. Lu Jin observed the scene from a distance, regarding Wu Siren's actions with disdain. In the harem, power struggles are the norm. There are no pure-hearted individuals. Chen Long, however, appeared unfazed by the events unfolding before him. It was peculiar that individuals from the historical bureau would appear in such a commercial setting. Zhou Yu had utilized a magical array to trace the movements of those from the historical bureau. His array had become more sophisticated, allowing him to discern the energy signatures of practitioners of the mystical arts, thanks to the artifacts left by Qi. He was aware that the members of the historical bureau were indeed practitioners, and their interest in investigating the individuals at Baihe Tower was evident. However, their low cultivation levels prevented them from penetrating his magical array, limiting their findings. Since the historical bureau began to focus on the individuals at Baihe Tower, Zhou Yu concluded that Qi Ran was adept at concealing his true nature, as the array could not detect Qi Ran's aura as a practitioner. If Qi Ran were a practitioner, he would possess formidable strength. With Wei Su's arrival, the presence of those from the historical bureau was only natural. Lu Qingyun's eyes darted around, filled with curiosity about the happenings within the venue. Qi Ran was the focal point of the day, leaving him little time to concern himself with the minutiae, as safety within the gathering was entrusted to the four of them. Though they were still young, they were capable of handling a situation with a small number of significant figures. After Emperor Chen cut the ribbon, Qi Ran delivered a brief speech. The attendees responded politely to this formality, which was rather tedious. Their true interest lay in the identities of the participants and the nature of the event. Undoubtedly, the highlight was the horse racing betting, as everyone was eager to place their wagers. Today, there were a total of 15 competing horses, all selected by the members of the racecourse, along with their riders. Information regarding these horses and riders was disseminated to the participants to facilitate their betting decisions. The racecourse presented 3 participating horses, the royal family contributed 5, the military provided 3, and the remaining 4 came from 6 different departments, alongside the royal family and courtiers. Wealthy merchants and gentlemen from the capital attended this intimate betting exhibition. The 15 riders paraded their horses, allowing the spectators to gain a deeper understanding of both the horses and the riders. Each horse bore a number, enabling the audience to select their preferred horses for betting. I chose Brother Yu Ran. Lu Jin commenced placing his bets. Everyone present was permitted to bet today, and naturally, he did not wish to miss this opportunity. I selected the military's horse number 4. Zhou Yu did not hesitate. Aren't you two going to take a closer look before betting? Lu Qingyan questioned the urgency of their decisions. If you two choose to bet during the competition, will there still be an opportunity for the 2 of us? Lu Jin replied. Indeed, quite astute. Chen Long praised the duo. Let's collaborate to ensure everything goes smoothly today. Otherwise, the boss will impose penalties. Rest assured. With the presence of that divine figure, Wei Su, no one dares to cause a disturbance, Zhou Yu remarked, observing Wei Su's enchanting gaze drifting in their direction. But what if he were to create a ruckus? Lu Qingyan expressed his unease regarding Wei Su. If he were to disrupt the event, who in the capital could rival him? Chen Long shook his head. With Wei Su in attendance, how could Li Taisher not be present? Zhou Yu mused, pondering his inability to sense Li Taisher's aura. Given Li Taisher's caliber, do you think your formation can detect him? I suspect he has already seen through it and may even be among us, unnoticed, Chen Long countered. There are not many attendees, with my level of perception. I would surely recognize anyone present, Lu Jin confidently asserted, having memorized the guest list and their physical characteristics. If an outsider were to enter, he would undoubtedly be aware. Chen Long's comments suggested a lack of confidence in him, which naturally displeased Lu Jin. Let us not bicker over this. It's best to exercise caution. Lu Qingyan admonished sternly. As the race commenced, the competition intensified, with each individual cheering for their chosen horse, and the atmosphere within the venue grew increasingly fervent. Qi Ran noted that everyone's attention was captivated by the event, providing him the opportunity to observe the crowd. He saw Lu Qingyun and Chen Long cheering for the race while Lu Jin and Zhou Yu kept a vigilant watch on the surroundings. Pleased, he nodded. 7 gentlemen had not come to watch, yet their bets were entrusted to Qi Ran, who placed them on their behalf. Qi Ran observed that Wei Su had also placed a bet, curious to ascertain which horse he had chosen to determine if he would likewise assess the horse's prospects. His curiosity piqued, yet he restrained himself from using his spiritual perception to investigate. Doing so in front of Wei Su would be akin to flaunting one's skills inappropriately. In his previous life, he had never gambled on horses, and though he lacked comprehensive knowledge of the competing horses, he held confidence in Yu Ran, Yu Ho, and Yin Ran. Yu Ran and Yu Ho are undoubtedly promising candidates. After Qi Ran entrusted the training plan for the riders to the two, they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly and remarkably emerged victorious in the training sessions. They would compete in the first event. Yin Ran harbored a deep affection for the equestrian profession. Although her riding skills did not quite match those of Yu Ran and Yu Ho, she surpassed many other riders. Determined to participate in the inaugural race, she joined the competition as well. Qi Ran was unaware of the conditions of the other horses and riders, yet he held unwavering confidence in Yu Ran, Yu Ho, and Yin Ran, thus placing his bets on the 3 horses owned by the racing club. This event presented a scenario of asymmetric information, yet it was fair. As the head of the racing club, Qi Ran, like everyone else, lacked insights into the other participants' horses and riders. Sir, why do you place your bets this way? Chen Huang observed Wei Su's wagers, noting that he had bet on every horse with identical stakes. There are too many uncontrollable factors in this horse race. This is the first event, and everyone is determined to win. Although my betting strategy yields modest profits, it remains a safe option, Wei Su replied. Can't you discern the current states of the riders and horses? Chen Huang believed that with Wei Su's abilities, assessing the participants and their mounts should pose no difficulty. The conditions of the riders and horses are excellent, Your Highness. However, the weather, wind direction, and road conditions here can change at any moment. The outcome of this race is uncertain. How could it change at any moment? Chen Huang looked up at the azure sky dotted with drifting clouds and the racetrack. The capital is home to numerous cultivators. If one among them causes the leading horse to stumble, the outcome could be turned on its head. Wei Su's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight, seemingly more eager to witness the more thrilling contest outside the racing arena. Chen Huang's fervor dimmed. He was perplexed by matters of the cultivation world and felt powerless against their mystical conflicts. Qi Ran had certainly contemplated the same concerns, for otherwise, Zhou Yu's formation would not have enveloped the arena. Although this formation's barrier was somewhat weaker than a true barrier, it was still adequate against ordinary practitioners. Qi Ran was aware that Wei Su, with his peculiar insights, had likely unraveled the formation's secrets, yet to him, it was trivial. He understood that any consciousness capable of breaching the formation belonged to formidable beings, and altering the race's outcome would not pose a challenge for them. Thus, the 7 gentlemen were not idling. They were presently with Li Taishe. The barrier erected by Li Taishe was not easily breached, especially with the support of the 7 gentlemen. Though they were not cultivators, they were all exceptionally wise, and their aura significantly benefited Li Taishe. Naturally, Li Taishe would not refuse the proposal from the 7 gentlemen. With Chen Huang present at the racing arena and Wei Su also attending, Li Taishe held confidence that Wei Su would not act against the interests of the Qin state. Nevertheless, he was aware of the presence of several cultivators within the Qin territory and sought opportunities to trace their whereabouts. If Zhou Yu were aware that a more potent barrier had been established in the capital, rendering his formation merely a means to sever the arena's connection to the outside world and prevent entry to personnel, he would not be so anxious. Yu Ran and Yu Ho raced ahead and behind, galloping fiercely. The 2 competitors maintained their lead, with Yu Ran ahead after 1 lap, closely followed by Yu Ho. The 2 horses from the racing club, having taken the lead, incited a wave of excitement. Both the horses and their riders surged ahead, leaving Chen Huang momentarily stunned. Yin Ran, however, lagged behind. Lin Xiang was aware that Lin Yin Ran was also competing, and he kept his eyes on the chestnut horse numbered 6. Although Lin Yin Ran trailed several lengths behind the top 3, she still had a chance to overtake. Lin Xiang, knowing his daughter's tenacious spirit, remained optimistic about her performance. While others placed their bets on horses, he bet on the riders. Chen Huang, having wagered on Wei Su's choice, was indifferent to the outcome, curious only about any extraordinary occurrences within the arena. Unbeknownst to Wei Su, a more formidable barrier had been erected in the capital, and he was focused on identifying the architect of the array within the arena. Although the person who set the formation possessed limited magical prowess, hardly qualifying as a cultivator. The intricacies of Chen's formation were remarkable. With 3 layers, the inner layer's absorption function obstructed the scrutiny of cultivators. Thus, it was impossible to glean the inner dynamics effortlessly. However, any movement would induce fluctuations in the second layer of the formation, transmitting information to the third layer. Based on the techniques employed in this formation, Wei Su surmised the presence of more powerful cultivators outside the formation. Li Taisher displayed remarkable caution. Wei Su believed the array was a precautionary measure against any potential threat he posed to Chen Huang. In the capital, besides himself and Li Taisher, no one else could rival such formidable cultivators, indicating that only Li Taisher harbored such distrust towards him. As the third lap commenced, Yuran remained in the lead, with Yu Ho trailing closely behind. The third position was occupied by a royal contender who had already distanced himself from the 2 leaders, while the 4th place was held by a military participant, lagging a length behind the third. Lin Yin Ran was in 5th place, merely half a length behind. With 3 laps remaining in the first race, barring any unforeseen events, the racing club was poised to emerge victorious. Zhou Yu, unwilling to be distracted, closely monitored the formation, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest change. Lu Qingyun, however, was no longer optimistic about Yu Ran and Yu Ho. From his observations, Yu Ran's horse had begun to sweat, and despite Yu Ran's exceptional horsemanship, he feared the horse might lack the stamina to last until the final sprint. In contrast, the little green horse at the back was making a comeback, having surged into the top 10, displaying a spirited demeanor that suggested it might overtake its rivals. Whose horse was that? Lu Qinggan momentarily forgot. It's from the esteemed family of the Minister of the Censorate, Chen Long remarked, expressing his confidence in the horse. If it can reach 8th place before the betting closes, I will place my bet on it, Lu Qingyun declared, raising his fist. I'm rooting for you, Chen Long replied leisurely. Qi Ran observed the arena, noting Yu Ran's horse was struggling. While Yu Ho's horse fared slightly better, it could no longer maintain its prime condition, with the 3rd place contender having already passed it by half a length. Lin Yin Ran was performing adequately, but whether she could unleash a final burst of speed remained uncertain. As the little green horse galloped ahead, thriving in its stride, the Minister of the Censorate remains remarkably composed. Qi Ran couldn't help but exclaim, Master Fong, you are indeed employing a strategy of delayed response, remarked Lin Xiang, squinting at the agile little green horse. In this arena, victory hinges primarily on the endurance of both rider and steed. A lead is advantageous in short races, yet maintaining composure is paramount in long-distance events. Master Fong chuckled. This little green horse is truly remarkable. Chen Huang observed that the tide of the race was beginning to turn. It may secure a place in the top 3, but whether it can clinch the victory remains uncertain. Wei Su's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Why so? In betting, the little green horse may triumph. But when it comes to the rider, the one currently in the lead will prevail. A skilled rider cannot compensate if the horse is exhausted. Chen Huang shook his head. Let us observe in silence, suggested Wei Su, her spirits high. All attention was now riveted on the race course. Yu Ran, too, realized that his horse was flagging. In a flash of inspiration, he executed a daring maneuver, hiding beneath the horse's belly. The horse, startled, let out a resounding neigh and reared up. But instead of Yu Ran, it was the royal steed that surged past. With a loud whinny, the royal horse stumbled, twisting in place, narrowly missing Yu Ran. Lin Yinran followed closely, and in that moment, the little green horse slipped into position behind Lin Yinran. This unforeseen turn of events took everyone by surprise, inciting a clamor from the spectators. Chiren observed Yu Ran's continued acrobatics beneath the horse, shaking his head. The rules do not stipulate that the rider must remain seated. As long as there is a rider on the horse, it suffices. It appeared that the wallets of the 7 gentlemen would remain intact. Qi Ran sighed in relief. Brother Yu Ran is learning to be as shameless as the owner, Lu Jin remarked, shaking his head. He had placed his bet on Yu Ran and hoped for his victory, yet found this method of winning somewhat dubious. Are you two still betting on the little green horse? Zhou Yu scanned the course, certain that Yu Ran would emerge victorious. No one would willingly forfeit their riches, especially when betting on our horse to win, Lu Qingyan declared, swiftly placing his and Chen Long's wager on Yu Ran's mount. How intriguing, Wei Su mused, pulling out her jade pendant to place it on Yu Ran's horse. Chen Huang noted that the little green horse had jumped to second place, just half a horse length behind the leader, while the horse that had maintained the lead had now fallen to fifth. This was the final lap. He removed his own ornament and placed it on the little green horse's head. Chen Huang observed that the royal contender, once a strong candidate for the top three, now languished in sixth place, trailing behind the earlier frontrunner, clearly unable to maintain speed. Despondency filled his heart. This was the last lap, and his betting was final. He had no opportunity for reconsideration. Lin Xiang felt a surge of joy as he saw Lin Yanran ascend to second place. Yet he noted the little green horse's impressive stamina as it overtook Yu Ran. He smiled, saying, "It seems Master Fong is destined to win. Fortune favors the bold." Master Fong replied, stroking his long beard with a smile. Lin Fei placed her bet on the little green horse just before the final wagering period, demonstrating her composure by waiting until the last moment to act. Meanwhile, Wu Kai-rin refrained from betting, choosing instead to observe, absorbing all the nuances of the race and the betting dynamics. She was not betting on the event itself, but rather on the people involved. Brother Yu Ran is about to exert his strength. Lu Qingyun is currently fixated on Yu Ran, whose performance is exceptionally remarkable, though regrettably few can truly comprehend it. This is to be expected. He skillfully seized the opportunity to outmaneuver the fiercest competitor and, through his own prowess, aided the horse in conserving energy. As they approach the finish line, the horse has nearly recovered, and a burst of speed within mere minutes is entirely feasible. The timing is impeccable. First place is secured. Chen Long nods in agreement. Look, that horse is sprinting again. My goodness, this speed surpasses even its best state before. I initially favored it, but later changed my choice, never anticipating it would emerge victorious after all. A sense of regret begins to permeate the crowd. With fewer people backing it, the prize pool swells. Perhaps by the end, no one will have wagered on it. Can this horse really make a comeback? Chen Huang is also taken aback, especially as the limping royal horse has fallen to the rear. As Yu Ran turns and mounts, the horse starts towards the finish line like an arrow released from its bow. The young horse seems startled as it passes, and both Yu Ho and Lin Yin are left speechless. Yu Ran's maneuver takes them by surprise. Reaching the finish line, the horse is utterly spent, and Yu Ran gently caresses its head. To the outside world, this gesture appears as a reward, but it is also a form of consolation. Qiren understands that Yu Ran does not wish for the horse to collapse in front of the public. This horse is finished. The second place goes to the young horse, followed by Yu Ho, while Lin Yin performs admirably, securing fourth place. Lin Xiang has suffered a loss, yet he remains cheerful. Lin Yanran's performance aligns with Lin Xiang's expectations. The master is indeed remarkable, Chen Huang remarks, observing Wei Su as he surveys the surroundings. The prince has not fared poorly. But with so many backing the young horse, the returns are diminished, Wei Su chuckles lightly. His jade pendant is of considerable value. Had he been the sole one to wager on this horse, he would have amassed a substantial profit. Now, having been cast out of the celestial realm, he is uncertain when his fate will change, and he must prepare for a prolonged stay in the mortal world. He now recognizes the significance of the material wealth he once dismissed. This gamble has yielded great rewards for us, aside from those connected to the horse. I doubt anyone else wagered on Brother Yu Ran. Lu Qingyun exclaims joyfully, pleased with his earnings. Having returned the principal to Lin Yanran, he also enjoys a considerable profit. Except for me. All of you have your own gains, Zhou Yu remarks with a hint of envy. You worked the hardest today. The success of this event owes much to your efforts. The boss will reward you, another adds. Indeed, we claim the first place prize. How could your share be any less? Such a dream. As the four children revel in their discussion, they hear Qi Ran's voice. What happened? Lu Qingyun inquires. Someone else has also wagered on your brother Yu Ran, and their stake is several times ours, with 2/3 of the winnings going to them. After tallying the figures, Qi Ran discovers that Wei Su has also bet on Yu Ran, with the wager on the jade pendant valued at no less than 100,000 gold. When did this divine being start concerning himself with mortal wealth? Qi Ran laments, feeling a pang in his heart. Is this divine being truly that formidable? Zhou Yu murmured, pondering that Yu Ran's maneuver was a spontaneous decision. Had they not been exceedingly familiar with Yu Ran, they would not have placed their bets on him. Only Lu Jin harbored unconditional trust in Yu Ran. From a negative perspective, his wager resulted in our financial loss, yet from a positive standpoint, it inadvertently aided us. The gamblers were privately speculating that Yu Ran had resorted to trickery. Lin Ran, feeling somewhat disheartened by her defeat, found solace in the fact that the horse racing team secured both first and third places, which was indeed the most favorable news. Yu Ran had no intention of deception. In such circumstances, it was remarkable that a rider could react so swiftly. Yet, was there anyone with his remarkable skills? The prowess of the renowned Jin Daxiao was unparalleled. Lu Jin expressed his displeasure, exclaiming, "How could you place your bet on Yu Ran without due consideration? It seems you had already conspired on how to respond in the moment." Zhou Yu interjected, "Though Yu Ran is the finest rider, our horse is far from the best. Yin Ran, I must say, you and your companion have chosen horses based on appearance rather than inherent qualities. Had Yu Ran ridden that little green horse today, the race would not have been so perilous." Lu Jin evidently understood that the horses chosen by the two were not of superior quality. "Get to the point," Qi Ren urged, eager to understand their strategy. In truth, when we realized that Sister Yin and her companion had purchased subpar horses, Yu Ran considered acquiring others. However, by then, good horses were no longer available. We had no choice but to enhance their speed through training. Although their speed improved, these visually appealing horses lacked endurance. For long distances, a horse like the little green one remains the best choice. Yu Ran and I devised this plan, and to our surprise, it proved effective. Xiao Jin remarked, "You're quite clever. Both turning points were designed by you, while I merely executed the plan." Upon returning in his fresh attire, Yu Ran overheard the discussion and interjected, "Senior brother, why was I kept in the dark?" "You should not dwell on it," Yu Ran replied. "The essence of Jin Daxiao's dragon subduing 18 palms lies in its raw strength. I merely harnessed the wind's force to assist the horse's power, allowing it to gather momentum before that final surge. Naturally, I also applied some force during the dash. Otherwise, it would not have endured to the finish line. Betting on horses involves countless uncontrollable variables. Today, you witnessed this firsthand. It truly is a skilled endeavor." Qi Ran reflected, marveling at Yu Ran's ability to master the dragon subduing 18 palms. Her admiration for Yu Ran grew immensely. "A skilled endeavor?" Lu Qingyan remarked, having never encountered such terminology before. According to ancient tomes, there was a year when the horse race awarded a grand prize known as the Triple T jackpot. To claim this prize, one must accurately predict the top 3 placings in 3 designated races, although the order did not have to correspond exactly. The combinations exceeded 10 million possibilities. Given our current scale, we certainly did not have that many options. Surprisingly, someone did win the grand prize. Yet no one came forward to claim it. A decade passed with no claims, and according to the rules, if unclaimed, the funds would be allocated for charitable purposes. 17 years later, it was revealed that the winner was a billionaire named Bill Benter, a philanthropist, and an invisible gambling master. I aspire to become such a remarkable figure. Lu Qingyun listened with great excitement. And I? How could I be left out? Count me in. The 4 children clamored in unison. Boss. This Bill Benter is even more extraordinary than the renowned Wei Su. Yu Ran was also captivated by the tale of this legendary hidden gambler. Wei Su is nothing. He lacks such a benevolent heart. Bill Benter is the true prodigy. Lu Qingyun was eager to uncover how this elusive gambler had achieved such feats, hoping that one day he too could attain similar heights. What I wish to convey to everyone is that success is driven by human effort. Money, while practical, should not render one a miser. If the pursuit of wealth diminishes the joys of life, it becomes meaningless, Qi Ren advised. Well said. Although we may not have earned much today, having grasped this principle, shouldn't we celebrate? Zhou Yu suggested. Indeed, we must. Qi Ren responded loudly. Yuan, double the meals. Xiao Yu had already prepared for this. Lin Yanran expressed her happiness, having noticed Lin Xiang's approving gaze during the competition. Qi Ren had also conveyed her message to Lin Xiang, who should come and visit her. Lin Yanran had matured significantly and no longer held any grudges against Lin Xiang. It was time to return home. What did the 7 gentlemen think of this horse race? Chen Huang, who had lost the most in the first race, was in a rather foul mood. Betting on horse races is a gamble of fortune, Mr. Wenjin remarked with a chuckle. Qi Ren has always been fortunate. Do I still need to establish a royal horse team? Chen Huang hesitated. The essence lies in participation. If your majesty does not wish to partake, it is perfectly acceptable to entrust your horses to the club for training, allowing the club's knights to ride and compete. This is also a fine approach. Wang Ming suggested cheerfully. What does Mr. Wuqing think? Chen Huang evidently still wished to create a royal horse team. Betting on horses is a skillful endeavor. Since this initiative was proposed by Qi Ran, who possesses the most experience, why not discuss it with him? Discussing how to win races with the 7 gentlemen would be seen as frivolous, and if I were to consult Qi Ran, people might say I have lost my ambition. Chen Huang shook his head. This horse racing is different. It represents an economic activity. Horse racing enthusiasts from all over the world can participate in the competition or place bets. It not only stimulates the development of related industries but also fosters friendly relations with surrounding nations, allowing us to gather wealth from other countries for Chen's benefit. What is there to oppose? Zhuge Yu smiled. Your considerations are profound. Chen Huang pondered, clearly swayed by Zhuge Yu's argument regarding accumulating wealth from other nations for Chen's use. How can we achieve this goal? By establishing major international trade markets, Zhuge Yu recalled Qi Ran mentioning an economic community, suggesting that Qi Ran would know the specifics of implementation. Major international trade markets? This was the first time Chen Huang had heard of such a concept. Qi Ran is knowledgeable. He is a business prodigy. Zhuge Yu did not wish to delve deeper into the discussion with Chen Huang, as he lacked expertise in this area. Qi Ran is indeed a remarkable talent. Wei Su's assessment of Qi Ran seemed unremarkable at first, but Chen Huang, aware of his character, recognized that Qi Ran was the only individual thus far to receive such high praise from Wei Su. How did that night turn the tide against the wind? Chen Huang still cannot fathom how Yu Ran emerged victorious in the competition. This is a matter of skill. The divine being remarked that Qi Ran is a talent, meaning he has cultivated an efficient team of capable individuals. A team of talents? The court is desperate for able individuals, yet few are selected. Unlike others, Qi Ran nurtures his talents himself, often resulting in unwavering loyalty. Why is that? There exists a shared ideal, belief, and goal. Chen Huang did not comprehend. It is simply a matter of like-mindedness. Wei Su altered the terminology. Those of like mind. A shadow of sorrow crossed Chen Huang's eyes. As the crown prince, who are his like-minded companions? Does Wei Su count? Probably not. Chen Huang has never fully grasped this enigmatic figure. He trusts Wei Su solely because he needs him. Apart from Wei Su, he has no other reliable confidant. Your Highness, you too should seek out your own like-minded companions, Wei Su noted, understanding Chen Huang's concerns. The most challenging endeavor in this world is finding those who share one's ideals. Chen Huang sighed deeply. Today, I observed the 4 children under Qi Ran's guidance. They are remarkable. Their future potential is immeasurable. Wei Su initially believed that the competition's formation was devised by Li Taishe. However, upon investigation, he realized it was orchestrated by Qi Ran's subordinates, specifically designed by Zhou Yu among the 4 children. Although he knows little about the 4, Qi Ran's diligent training and their residence at the Yi siblings' abode indicate the significance he places on them. These siblings' dwelling is mysterious, while others may be oblivious. He is quite aware. It is a place of foreign civilization, where herbs and flowers beneficial to cultivators are cultivated. Ordinary folk are ignorant of their uses, while cultivators merely hastily explore, seeking the whereabouts of the Yi siblings without paying heed to the garden's flora. Wei Su yearns to reside in the Yi siblings' dwelling. He is contemplating how to acquire this estate from Qi Ran. The children. Chen Huang is not unfamiliar with the 4. He had scrutinized all individuals surrounding Qi Ran during his investigations. He had inquired about these 4 children, discovering they hailed from ordinary families, one being an orphan. They were brought to Qin Kingdom by 7 esteemed scholars, who entrusted their care to Qi Ran after enrolling in the academy. The scholars would occasionally provide them with lessons. To become disciples of the 7 scholars, one must possess notable talent. During the last dragon boat race, 2 of the children performed so splendidly that they caught not only his attention but also that of Li Taishe, Chen Huang, and the military. Yet, the investigation revealed them to be merely clever ordinary children. Without like-minded companions, one must cultivate them from a young age. This is the rationale behind Chen Huang's intent to recruit commoners into the academy, as Wei Su lightly remarked. The most intriguing aspect of human existence is the ceaseless struggle. The principle of survival of the fittest remains applicable. While conflict cannot be equated with competition, the governing rules are identical. The harsh reality of natural selection prevails. Yet it is universally acknowledged across the realms. Thank you for your guidance, sir, Chen Huang resolved in his heart. Qi Ran should remain inactive if he can. Wei Su added why? He accepts the rules of competition, viewing the royal strife as a form of internal rivalry, a manifestation of the contest among various factions. As long as he proves himself to be a competent emperor, he shall remain unentangled in court disputes, living a life of opulence and leisure. Has the gentleman already discerned his fate? Chen Huang did not anticipate that Wei Su would read the fortune of Qi Ran. He considered it for the prince's benefit as well. Wei Su perceived a smile of satisfaction on Chen Huang's face. With a deep sigh, Wei Su concealed his own uncertainty regarding Qi Ran, but from his understanding of Qi Ran, he recognized the essence of the man. The reason he chose to back Yu Ran was that he identified this individual as Qi Ran's associate, who had mastered the secrets of the Golden Hero's technique. A technique he himself could not comprehend, yet this person had achieved results, compelling him to take notice. Indeed, as he anticipated, this individual was a rare talent. Wei Su thus advised Chen Huang against provoking Qi Ran, for Qi Ran had already established deep roots in the Qin kingdom. Although the 7 gentlemen had entered the Hanlin Academy, they held Qi Ran, their age-defying friend, in high regard. While Minister Lin and Emperor Chen were not particularly optimistic about him, they nonetheless acknowledged his talents in their hearts. Although he was not yet fully aware of Qi Ran's economic empire, the preparations for the horse racing event revealed the depth of his financial resources. The flow of his capital was most comprehensively understood by the Jiuzhou Trading Company, which could not afford to ignore such a significant client, yet they remained silent. This indicated that they neither wished to collaborate with Qi Ran nor to oppose him. If he does not stand against me, I shall leave him be. Allowing him to lead a life of wealth and leisure, Chen Huang stated calmly. As the crown prince of the Qin kingdom, he possessed the confidence to embrace others. Taisher, was that formation truly devised by Zhou Yu? Li Taisher's subordinate expressed astonishment. Of course it was. How could a child possess such profound knowledge of the formation? It is precisely because he is a child and not a cultivator that he is formidable. After witnessing Zhou Yu's formation, Li Taisher extolled his praises. Huang Jing claimed Zhou Yu was his student, yet Li Taisher remained skeptical. Despite Huang Jing's considerable Taoist cultivation, he was utterly ignorant of formations. How could Zhou Yu grasp such an intricate array of the cultivation world? Were it not for Zhou Yu being an ordinary person without a foundation in cultivation, Li Taisher would suspect he was a disciple of a formidable cultivator. Keep a close watch on those 4 children. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover their true mentor, Li Taisher commanded. Taisher. None of the 4 children possess a foundation in cultivation. Only Qi Ran possesses the ability to exonerate them in the eyes of the 7 gentlemen. We must not relax our vigilance over him. In May, beneath the shade of willows by the Jing River, an elderly man and a youth engaged in a game of chess. The elder donned a light-colored Rami robe, while the youth wore a lake-blue silk short shirt, unbuttoned and billowing in the gentle breeze. You are destined to lose. The elder's voice was robust, betraying no signs of old age. The youth gazed at the white pieces trapped in a stalemate, a smile playing upon his lips. I still have 1 piece remaining. The outcome shall await the placement of this piece. Yet it was but a single piece, and no matter where it fell, it would lead to defeat. The elder's face bore an expression of delight. Having lived for several centuries, you still concern yourself with victory and defeat. Your cultivation is lacking. The youth fastened the buttons of his attire, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. To triumph over you in a single match is a lifelong aspiration of mine, the elderly man mused, as the hem of his hemp robe fluttered. Your words make me feel quite embarrassed to win against you again, the boy replied, the depths of his eyes reflecting ripples deeper than the Jing River. If that is the case, are you conceding to me? The elder observed the boy's pieces with a calm demeanor. He surveyed the entire board and realized he had already achieved victory. No matter where the boy's pieces landed, they would be destined to perish. As they say, when reaching the end of the water, one can sit back and watch the clouds rise. The most challenging moments often conceal the greatest opportunities. The boy shook his head, observing the elder's smug expression of assured victory. We have played for 2 centuries, and I have never won. This time, I must prevail, the elder declared resolutely. You know the consequences of defying the heavens. The youth toyed with the white piece in his hand. Is it not enough for a deity to sacrifice themselves for a touch of compassion from the celestial order? The elder's hair flew in defiance. Not enough. The boy retorted through clenched teeth as the buttons of his azure robe came undone, a hint of green swirling into the Jing River, which began to ripple. What do you intend to do? The elder, clearly enraged, widened his squinting eyes, a glimmer of intensity emanating from them. It is not about what I desire, but rather the unalterable nature of the celestial order. The youth's white piece shimmered in his grasp. The truth is, the celestial order has begun to shift, and thus the fateful consequences of Wu Qi's demise have commenced, forces beyond our control. The elder's hemp garment tore apart, dazzling like a meteor. The white piece in the boy's hand lost its color, slowly fracturing and crumbling into dust. You would exchange your entire cultivation for a single piece. The young man seethed, evidently pained by the loss of this piece. What is taken must be given, the elder replied weakly, leaning against the willow tree for respite. Beneath the tattered hemp robe, his pristine white undershirt was strikingly bright. Fools abound, the boy remarked, glancing at the elder. Even deities would sacrifice for their ideals, let alone emotional beings such as humans. The elder's voice was soft. Your two disciples are obstinate, and it is due to your influence. The youth regarded the elder, stating that he had allowed him to remain in the mortal realm, and whether he would witness the outcome he desired depends on earthly fate. Ultimately, I have bested you in a match. The elder gasped. Was it worth it? The boy inquired, observing the elder's rapid aging. Some matters are simply necessary, the elder replied, and then unexpectedly succumbed to slumber. A deity reduced to such a state is indeed remarkable. The youth raised his hands and ascended, a wisp of azure smoke dissipating into the horizon. This elderly gentleman appears quite frail. Lu Qingyun immediately noticed the elder resting against the willow. Indeed, he must be hungry. We still have provisions. Let us offer him some. Lu Jin tenderly brushed the elder's forehead. You support him, and I will fetch him some water to moisten his lips, Zhou Yu said, eyeing the elder's cracked lips. Chen Long retrieved the water and food carried by the four of them and handed it to Zhou Yu. The four companions inadvertently overheard Qi Ren speaking of the peculiar phenomenon of the Jing River flowing backward, and they clamored to visit Jing River. May in the state of Chun is the most beautiful season, so Qi Ren granted them a day's leave to explore. The four mounted swift steeds and rode along the river, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Just as they were about to turn back, they spotted a figure sleeping beneath a willow tree and rode closer to investigate. To their astonishment, it was an elderly man who had fainted. Without hesitation, they set about rescuing him. They offered him water and some provisions, yet he remained unconscious. Chen Long checked his pulse and discovered it was weak. The old man would not recover quickly. We must take him back and find a doctor to examine him, he advised. The boss often remarked that saving a life surpasses the construction of 7 pagodas. Although the elderly man was in a dire state, they could not abandon him. Let us take him back, Lu Qingyun concurred. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our return. Zhou Yu lifted the old man onto his horse and set off for home. Zhou Yu displayed an unusual eagerness that day. Lu Jin observed Zhou Yu's uncharacteristic act of lifting the old man without a second thought and remarked that it was unlike his usual demeanor. You think too much. Among us, he is the most skilled, Lu Qingyun responded as she mounted her horse. Could it be that he is employing formations to shield the old man from the jolting of the ride? Lu Jin exclaimed incredulously. Zhou Yu had been diligently practicing formations, even neglecting rest, and he did not waste this day of leave. That is indeed a possibility, Chen Long remarked, glancing at the bewildered Lu Jin. Zhou Yu, overhearing their conversation, did not engage further but continued to ride forward. He had made considerable progress in his formation practice and, upon seeing the old man, sensed an inexplicable aura of righteousness surrounding him. Though faint, it emanated a powerful energy. A common person cultivating integrity can also develop their own aura. The elderly man radiated a noble spirit, albeit weak, leading Zhou Yu to conclude that he was a scholar of great moral standing, akin to a sage. Zhou Yu held profound respect for gentlemen, especially those who cultivated integrity, which compelled him to place the old man upon the horse without a moment's hesitation and hastened back to their residence. The four resided in the Yi family manor. After settling the old man in a quiet room, Zhou Yu went to fetch Qi Ran, hoping to bring suitable food and drink for the elderly man. Upon hearing that Zhou Yu had brought an unknown person into the Yi manor, Qi Ran was displeased. I warned you not to bring strangers to that place. Have you not learned? Qi Ran was incensed, feeling that the four had disregarded his admonitions. The old man, imbued with a righteous spirit, was indeed a person of integrity. Zhou Yu retorted, asserting that he did not believe he had erred. Qi Ran's prohibition against bringing strangers into the manor was to guard against those with ill intentions. However, the elderly man exuded virtue and did not fall within that category. Your abilities have grown, it seems, Qi Ran remarked, taken aback by Zhou Yu's defiance, causing a spark of anger to ignite within him. The boss is only concerned for your safety. Do not mistake kindness for foolishness. Yu Ran, having overheard their argument from a distance, approached them. I can still discern right from wrong, Zhou Yu replied, his eyes brimming with tears. His intentions had been noble, seeking Qi Ran's praise, yet upon mentioning that he had rescued the man, he was met with reprimand, making him feel as though the four of them were being treated as fools. Yu Ran observed Zhou Yu weeping, recognizing the turmoil within his heart. Boss, let us first proceed to take a look. It is a virtue to assist others. The Yuran believed the children had acted rather hastily. Their noble inclination to aid the weak was indeed commendable. They should have first escorted the elderly gentleman to the horse racing grounds, rather than directly to the Yi family estate, which posed significant danger. Ran was aware that the cultivators had been unable to locate the Yi siblings and often cast their eyes upon the Yi family estate. The 4 children residing within were not entirely safe. However, Zhou Yu had established a protective formation and reinforced it. Any attempt by the cultivators to breach the estate would certainly attract his attention, thereby ensuring the children's safety, if they were to lead a stranger into their midst. And if this were a trap, the consequences could be dire, exploiting the children's innocence while leaving him without recourse for investigation. Boss, should my judgment prove flawed, feel free to reprimand me. I shall now fetch some delicacies from Sister Xiaoyu to bring to the elderly gentleman. Zhou Yu, having shed tears of grievance, reached a realization. Ran had rebuked him solely out of concern for their safety, mindful of potential deception. He indeed ought to have escorted the elder to the horse racing grounds first. With his heart at ease, Zhou Yu did not forget his initial intention to seek out some treats. This child possesses discernment. His concern for the elder suggests the latter is a revered senior in his eyes, and it would be prudent for us to accompany him to witness this for ourselves. Ran observed Zhou Yu emerging from the kitchen, bearing a bag of delicacies. Is he attempting a heist? How generous of Xiaoyu, Ran remarked, watching Zhou Yu struggle with the hefty parcel. When did you become so miserly, Boss Zhou? Ran stepped forward to relieve him of the burden, placing it upon his steed. Indeed, Sister Yanran is the most frugal. She wouldn't even carry such a load. Zhou Yu grinned widely. Xiaoyu had filled the bag with freshly made flour cakes, leaving him in particularly high spirits. As they made their way back to the Yi family estate, Zhou Yu recounted to Ran and Ran the details of how they had discovered and rescued the elder. Upon arriving at the Yi family estate, they found Lu Jin waiting at the entrance, and Ran finally felt reassured. Why are you out here in the cool night air? Ran gently stroked Lu Jin's head. The elder has yet to awaken, and I was worried for his well-being, so I came out to await your return. Seeing Ran had also arrived, with a large parcel strapped to his horse, Lu Jin dashed forward to assist. We brought all the freshly baked flour cakes, Zhou Yu proclaimed with pride. You're amazing. Sister Xiaoyu must have known we would be hungry today and prepared these especially for us. It's more delightful when you don't reveal everything outright. Can't you simply offer me some praise? Zhou Yu had anticipated flattery from Lu Jin but was instead met with a piercing truth. I wish to commend you, but we must also frequently remember the kindness of our 2 sisters, Lu Jin replied, extracting a piece from the bag, peeling it, and exclaiming, delicious, truly delightful. Ran first ventured to check on the elder's condition. The elder lay with his eyes tightly closed and his breath faint, just as Zhou Yu had described. His aura was weak, yet it emanated a formidable righteousness. He is unharmed. He needs to rest and recuperate. This place is indeed suitable for his convalescence. During his recovery, you 4 shall take turns caring for him. Ran addressed the 4 children awaiting news. He had come to the conclusion that the elderly gentleman was not a practitioner of the mystical arts. His frail physique posed no threat to the children, and moreover, he was a paragon of virtue, safeguarded by righteousness. With such a person in their company, Ran felt at ease. Understood, boss, the 4 replied in unison. Once the old man awakens, let us take him to the herb garden and flower beds, Ran advised. Observing Zhou Yu meticulously breaking the flour cakes into small pieces to feed the elderly man. Rest assured, we will take excellent care of him. You should return first, boss. I will stay here until he awakens, Ran stated. There's a race tomorrow, you go back, and I will watch over things. Ran acknowledged that Ran had a race to handle the following day. Our horses won't be participating. The ones entered are all ridden by our own knights on their mounts. Our knights need rest. The racing club now hosts events monthly. If we maintain our current trajectory, we might soon have weekly races. This bodes well for the club. Lin Yin counted the money until her hands grew weary, her joy palpable. Ran couldn't help but admire Lin Yin and S foresight. Her life had transformed dramatically since aligning with Ran, and she surely must wake from dreams smiling. Naturally, Ran's own finances were multiplying, and his aspirations had evolved beyond simply purchasing a house in the capital and starting a family. There were numerous horses registered for the upcoming races, with some owners beginning to send their steeds to the club for care and training. The Royal Cavalry had been established, achieving a commendable 2nd place in last month's competition. The young steed of the inspector had triumphed in long-distance races, securing 3 consecutive victories. Money flowed in abundance, and spirits were high as they selected fine horses recently. Betting on horses had expanded beyond the elite circle, with common folk now participating. Qi Ran had multiplied his investments near the racetrack tenfold. Now, due to a shortage of hands, he had begun renting properties nearby. Each time they collected rent, Lin Yanran and Xiao Yu would beam with delight, often preparing grand feasts to reward everyone. The emotional rift between Lin Xiang and his daughter Lin Yanran had healed. Lin Yanran remained a rider for the Lin household, having secured third place in the previous month's competition, which brought joy to Lin Xiang for several days. He even attended their victory banquet at the racing club. In that moment, Lin Xiang was a doting father, and the atmosphere was free of constraint, allowing them to revel throughout the night. Yin Ran, you are competing tomorrow, correct? Qi Ran recalled Lin Xiang's horse registration for this month's competition. Yes, Yu Ran responded. What about Yu Ho? Qi Ran noted that he hadn't seen Yu Ho in quite some time. He had become a strategist in the world of martial arts. Earning renown through numerous debates, now possessing his own followers, his reputation had surpassed even Qi Ran's. The spirit of chivalry, serving the nation and its people, had become a fashionable ethos under his advocacy. He had garnered a devoted following and could now stand on his own. Yu Ran spoke of Yu Ho with a sense of pride. Yu Ho had not disappointed their expectations, establishing a formidable reputation in the martial arts community. How fares your mastery of military strategy? Yu Ran inquired, recognizing that Yu Ho's rise to prominence was due in part to Yu Ran's own strategic withdrawal. Currently, Yu Ran is studying under Wang Ming and Mr. Zhuge, with a new riding coach who has proven to be exceptionally skilled during the first competition. This royal rider, once Yu Ran's fiercest competitor, found himself sidelined from the top three due to Yu Ran's masterful handling of a crisis, which led to his subsequent departure and frustration. Unexpectedly, Qi Ran located him and appointed him as the equestrian coach for the club. Now, his income has doubled, establishing him as one of the most formidable riders in the racing world. Under the tutelage of Wang Ming and Mr. Zhuge, Yu Ran has made significant progress. A humble individual, he refrains from mentioning to Qi Ran that both gentlemen regard him as their most outstanding student. Upon hearing this, Qi Ran smiled and nodded. If you pursue this path, you too could attain the legendary achievements associated with the Golden Hero's secret manual. I believe you will become the god of war for the Chen kingdom. God of war is too grand, Yu Ran replied. Although the martial world has lost some interest in the Golden Hero's manual, they still hold a lingering fascination for the overarching principles. Are you certain such a comprehensive manual exists? Yu Ran has long wished to inquire of Qi Ran, yet he has always evaded the topic. If there were a master manual, would you practice it? Qi Ran asked. Yu Ran is eager to ascertain the existence of this manual. Inspired by his admiration for the Golden Hero and his sworn brother, Guojing, I am currently learning the art of the invincible warrior. Why should I concern myself with that? He stated. Since you recognize the invincible warrior as more practical, why then do you remain entangled in thoughts of the manual? Qi Ran contended. What you are learning and what you teach Yin Ran are your interpretations of Yu Ran's techniques. The Golden Hero's manual is merely a good concept. Its realization depends solely on you. Remember, you are to write your own heroic narrative, not someone else's concept. Yu Ran mused, encountering a new term. It refers to inspiration. For instance, I might envision transforming the Yi family manor into a feng shui paradise. I have the blueprints, yet I have not constructed it. Upon hearing this, you might begin preparations, ultimately completing it, but with your own plans. The mere thought of transforming the Yi family manor into a feng shui haven is the concept. I understand now. It's akin to wanting to plant trees, but not doing so. If I plant them and harvest the fruits, then the yield belongs to me, Yu Ran simplified. Indeed. Whether the Golden Hero's master manual exists is no longer significant. Your trees have already begun to bear fruit. Would you really consider cutting them down to replant? That seems implausible. The current fruit is quite sweet, he cheerfully remarked. Yu Ran, since you have made strides in military strategy, go forth and achieve your ambitions in the martial realm. I am here, rest assured. Qi Ran recognized that Yu Ran yearned for more than mere wealth. They were kindred spirits. Be cautious, my friend. The capital is rather tumultuous. The Lin Xiang Learning Institute has hired a new instructor, enrolling students of a similar age to Qing Yun and the others, irrespective of their backgrounds, focusing solely on talent. Fear not, Lin Xiang is a wise man. After Chen Huang secured the allegiance of 7 instructors, Lin Xiang's influence has waned, yet he remains active, persuading the military to forge alliances. The separation of powers between the government and the royal family is beneficial, preventing tyranny. This balance must not be disrupted. The 7 instructors are nurturing future officials for the court, and Lin Xiang's intentions regarding them remain unclear. He will undoubtedly take action. His initiative to cultivate talent is not without merit, Qi Ran opined, believing that Lin Xiang's efforts would ultimately benefit the Qin kingdom. The great hero acts for the nation and its people. We defend the state of Qin, not merely the Qin family. Yu Ran seems to have grasped this concept. The state of Qin requires a wise and formidable ruler. Whoever can fulfill this role will earn my vote, Qi Ran declared boldly. Little did Qi Ran realize that uttering such words in a feudal society amounted to treason. The land yearns for a sage monarch, Yu Ran remarked sagely. Oh, I see you are more eloquent than I, Qi Ran replied sincerely. The two spent the night in lively discourse, envisioning their ideal world. Qi Ran opened the window to a new realm for Yu Ran. He truly admired Qi Ran. Qi Ran possessed many brilliant ideas, all of which Yu Ran was eager to embrace. Qi Ran considered Yu Ran a commendable friend, alleviating his solitude in this era. Their conversation grew increasingly joyous, culminating in a mutual appreciation. Unbeknownst to them, the elderly man resting in the quiet room had awakened at some point, listening intently with a contented smile gracing his face. Finally, he weakly murmured, "All efforts are worthwhile. Useless fools, after searching for so long, we have yet to find them." In a lavish mansion within the bustling heart of the capital, a middle-aged man rebuked an elderly figure loudly. "Master, not only have we failed to locate them, but even those cultivators have been unsuccessful," the elder replied unhurriedly, adorned in a brocade robe, suggesting a high status. "Is it that group led by Li Taisher? Are you certain there are no other cultivators in the capital?" The middle-aged man appeared dismissive of the elder's defense. "The divine Wei Su is not intervening in this matter. Our people are keeping a close watch on Li Taisher and his companions. They are even more anxious than we are, yet they have achieved nothing. Are you not aware of the tactic of the mantis catching the cicada while the sparrow waits in the shadows? Surely they will not refrain from posturing?" The middle-aged man clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. "Master, we do not know if those two wonders are bound by limitations in this realm. Even if we find them, we may not be able to subdue them. Your task is to locate them. Nothing else is to be considered." The middle-aged man's voice turned frigid, clearly dissatisfied with the elder's response. "Master, even if I must dig 3 feet into the earth, I will find the treasures." The elder, sensing the middle-aged man's displeasure, hastily assured him, "I hope you will not disappoint me again." The middle-aged man waved dismissively for the elder to depart. "Master, these individuals are utterly incapable of locating the treasures." After the elder left, a serving maid chimed in softly, "Do not underestimate the power of mortals. Once these wise creatures unleash their full potential, they will surprise us. Master, those treasures can transform, even if they stand before these people. They will fail to recognize their value." The maid clearly disagreed with the middle-aged man's perspective. "They cannot, but you can." The middle-aged man evidently valued the maid's opinion more, declaring, "You shall lead them personally." "Second manager will not heed my words," the maid replied with a charming smile. "Take my token, they will not dare to disobey." As he spoke, the middle-aged man retrieved an object from his waist and handed it to the maid. "Why did you not issue the order directly just now?" she inquired. Accepting the item, a golden medal inscribed with the character for Shang in cursive. "Assume a different identity to lead them, concealing your true nature as a practitioner of the arcane arts." The middle-aged man seated himself and gestured for the maid to leave. At her command, the maid tucked the gold medal into her sleeve and departed gracefully. "Brother, are you certain we should remain here?" Ilong inquired, having secluded herself within the manor for over a year. The stifling atmosphere had become intolerable, and she yearned for the fresh air of the outside world. Is there truly a place safer than this realm? However, felt quite at ease. He had transformed into a medicinal herb, his tender leaves swaying, far from the stage of maturity. Since the arrival of those 4 mischievous spirits, the place had indeed become much livelier, yet this existence was not to his liking. Ilong too had taken on the guise of a herb, the pervasive scent masking their presence, coupled with the protection of a magical array, allowing them to live comfortably for over a year, albeit with a tinge of loneliness. "It is remarkable that someone could discern our identities," Yi remarked, swaying his tender leaves. "Their understanding of the cosmos is indeed troublesome," Ilong replied, "although fraught with peril. It also presents opportunities for us." Opportunities, Ilong sighed. This so-called opportunity had constricted her existence, and she would rather forego it. "I seek to find my successor," Yi said, a warm smile gracing his face. "You are truly an enigma, willingly courting danger." "Why?" Ilong questioned, aware that once Yi found his successor, he would cease to exist. She could not fathom why he was so determined to seek one. "It is my mission," Yi replied calmly. He wandered through the cosmos in search of a successor, but had yet to find a worthy one. Now that fate had brought him to this dimension. Perhaps it held the key to his destiny. Very well, Yulong said, shaking her head. Although she considered Yi to be flawless in appearance, she found his intellect lacking. It was incomprehensible that he remained indifferent to her exquisite beauty while obsessively seeking someone who could bring about his own demise. I observe that Qi Ran possesses a solid foundation. Should he inherit your legacy, it would likely satisfy you. Yulong expressed newfound interest in Qi Ran, finding him an intriguing human. If he is indeed a suitable successor, with my legacy, he would attain his own divinity. Alas, he lacks a formidable circulatory system. Even should his circulatory system grow robust in the future, he remains unfit to inherit. Yi had already assessed Qi Ran and determined that his circulatory system did not align with his own. Those 4 children display commendable talent. Perhaps you should find a suitable one and personally guide him in cultivation, Yulong suggested. Their gifts do not meet my criteria, Yi responded, clearly having scrutinized the 4. Thus, as of now, you have yet to locate a suitable successor. Given our current circumstances, it is indeed a wonder if you find one. Patience is key. There is no rush, Yi replied nonchalantly. I cannot fathom what kind of circulatory system you seek. If I am not mistaken, you must have traversed a significant portion of the universe. Is finding a successor truly so arduous? Yulong nestled within the medicinal garden, feeling quite uncomfortable. She yearned for Yi to locate his successor, for only then could she escape this inhospitable realm. Naturally, the recipient of my legacy must be a deity, possessing a sufficiently powerful cosmic structure that aligns with my essence. More importantly, the divine essence must be intact, even if the divine form is damaged. Yi spoke with a dispassionate tone, but Yulong, already agitated, exclaimed, how is that possible? A deity's consciousness is eternal, and thus their divine essence persists. Even if the deity were to obliterate their own consciousness, the divine form, being robust, would surely disintegrate and return to the cosmos. It is inconceivable that it remains intact. Therefore, while you may preserve your life, how do we escape this wretched place? After such a long search, I have finally sensed the occurrence of this improbable event, and it is happening within this realm. He certainly did not arrive here without reason. Oh my, I understand now. Your arrival here was orchestrated, not a mere coincidence. Yulong exclaimed, realizing she had fallen into Yi's scheme. Had it not been for the right circumstances, I doubt we could have accessed this plane. Something extraordinary must have transpired here, and due to the arising of these connections, we are able to enter this place. Yi had no intention of deceiving Yulong. You came here with no desire to leave. As for me, I certainly do not wish to remain. Yulong's delicate features twisted in anger. Remain composed. Such a display is unbecoming, Yi remarked, observing Yulong's imperfect visage with a hint of affection. With life lost, should one still concern themselves with their appearance? I am merely a medicinal herb at present. You are indeed a herb, thus you possess your own destiny. Yulong was evidently incensed by Yi's words. She had no desire for her own fate, as the destiny of a mere herb would only entail becoming a potent medicine to heal others. She had never contemplated such noble self-sacrifice for the sake of others. Look, what is happening to that herb? The leaves are separating, and there is neither wind nor pest. How can this occur? It was Zhou Yu who first noticed the peculiar herb. Could it be dying? We must uproot and replant it, Lu Qingyan suggested. Moving closer for a better look, Yulong, already vexed, now feared the 2 children might uproot her entirely and discard her. She could not leave the medicinal garden just yet. Ah, look, it's all right now, Lu Qingyan exclaimed upon approaching the herb, noticing its vibrant green hue had returned. Wondering if she was imagining things, she rubbed her eyes. Perhaps we were merely seeing things earlier. Zhou Yu, stepping closer, was equally astonished. The elder in the garden had remained unresponsive for half a month. Upon receiving the children's report, Qi Ran arrived to inquire about the elder's condition, learning that his name was Zhou Tian, an octogenarian without children, who had come to the capital of Qin Kingdom in search of his 2 apprentices. Zhou Tian, clearly advanced in years, spoke in a disjointed manner. When Qi Ran inquired about his apprentices, he described them as having grown up under his care, referring to them as both students and sons, extolling their beauty. Qi Ran found this amusing. Zhou Tian, indeed, was advanced in age, for his description of the 2 apprentices painted them as celestial beings, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. Chiron, feeling pity for the helpless elderly man, recognized his profound knowledge of poetry and literature and thus contemplated retaining Zhou Tian. This arrangement would not only ensure that the elder's basic needs were met but also provide guidance to the 4 children. Since the 7 gentlemen entered the Hanlin Academy, They had rarely found the time to instruct the four. Yu Ran, wandering in the world, was elusive, and both he and Lin Yin were preoccupied with managing the horse racing affairs, while Xiaoyu handled logistics, leaving them unable to oversee the four children. The promised assessments had continually been postponed, resulting in a lack of supervision for the children. Old sir, if you have nowhere to go, you may reside here. With the company of these four children, you shall not feel lonely. As a great scholar, if you could spare some time to impart knowledge to them, I would be immensely grateful, Chiron suggested to Zhou Tian. Your name is Chiron? Zhou Tian looked at him, his eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. Indeed, Chiron replied respectfully. Do you happen to know someone named Wu Yue? Zhou Tian inquired. Wu Yue, the great talent, who does not know him? Chiron replied. Wei Su and Yu Ran were the most familiar with Wu Yue, yet they had not connected him with Chiron, and he was confident that others would not make that association either. Moreover, the mark of Wu Yue upon him had diminished significantly. He had nearly ceased to engage with the Wu Yue system altogether. Ah, I see. Zhou Tian observed him for a moment longer, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. You are also acquainted with the great talent Wu Yue? Zhou Tian asked. I have heard of him. It is a pity he passed away in his prime, Zhou Tian lamented, expressing sorrow upon mentioning Wu Yue's demise. I find it curious that someone as noble as Wu Yue could have a scoundrel like Wei Su as his junior, Chiron mused. Harboring lingering resentment towards Wei Su for neglecting Wu Yue's affairs, yet forgetting that had Wei Su attended to them, he would not have gained access to the Wu Yue system. Do you know Wei Su? Zhou Tian appeared intrigued. That deity, every citizen of Chen State knows him. Yet I do not hold him in high regard, and he cannot do anything to me. I must be quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Chiron became quite loquacious as he spoke on this topic. Indeed, to have a deity unable to do anything to you is quite remarkable, Zhou Tian praised earnestly. I am a remarkable person and a good one at that. In light of your acquaintance with Wu Yue, I, Chiron, will care for you in your old age. In return, please treat those four children as if they were your own grandchildren, he proposed. You seem quite fond of Wu Yue, Zhou Tian observed, a smile gracing his features. Certainly, he was erudite and possessed both wisdom and courage, but what is most admirable is his emotional depth and kindness. Such qualities resonate with me, hence, I hold him in high esteem. Chiron extolled Wu Yue, using every commendation he could muster, for he inhabited Wu Yue's form. Thus praising him was akin to praising himself. Even his emotional depth is known to you. How intriguing, Zhou Tian remarked, his eyes shimmering with interest. Is that surprising? Scholars are inherently sentimental, naturally inclined to be affectionate, Chiron responded, adapting to Zhou Tian's apparent familiarity with Wu Yue. Zhou Tian, embodying noble virtue, was precisely the type of person Wu Yue admired, and it was possible that he truly had known Wu Yue. Are you well acquainted with Wu Yue? Chiron asked. What do you think? Zhou Tian retorted. Chiron felt compelled to access the Wu Yue system, as his recollections did not include anyone by the name of Zhou Tian. You may not be acquainted with him. It is a spiritual connection, indeed, one forged in years past. You possess a delightful sense of humor. Zhou Tian rose from his slumber, seemingly eager to engage in some activity. Allow me to assist you, Chiron promptly offered, helping Zhou Tian to his feet. He could not quite comprehend why he felt such an affinity towards Zhou Tian. Perhaps it was his inherent integrity that radiated an irresistible charm, drawing in a youth brimming with a sense of justice. Take me on a tour of the estate, Zhou Tian requested. You are rather frail, my dear lady. The four children have prepared gifts for you, hoping you will find them to your liking. Chiron observed Zhou Tian's unsteady gait, fearing he might not be able to venture far before needing to rest. What gifts? Zhou Tian inquired, evidently intrigued. Children, present to Grandpa the gifts you have prepared. Chiron called out, elongating his tone. Very well. With that affirmation, for children wheeled in a small cart. They had anticipated the old gentleman's awakening and had been waiting outside to surprise him. Is this prepared for me? Zhou Tian gazed curiously at the cart before the four. This is an elder's cart. You shall understand upon trying it for yourself. I assure you will be pleased. Zhou Yue said as he quickly maneuvered the cart before Zhou Tian, helping him to take a seat. Grandpa, give it a try, he urged, pointing to the handles in front of him. Zhou Tian settled into the cart, moving about and clearly enjoying the experience, beginning to manipulate the buttons. Upon pressing one, the cart moved forward autonomously, and most remarkably, it was capable of finding suitable pathways and avoiding obstacles. Who crafted this? Zhou Tian inquired with keen interest. We four did. Of course, inspired by our master, Zhou Yue replied, his face beaming with delight as he noticed the elder's approval. In the design of this cart, he had employed the principles of a magical formation, enabling it to be controlled through thought. However, he had opted to incorporate a button mechanism to avoid startling the elder. Such a teachable child, Zhou Tian expressed his satisfaction with the cart. In the future, while these four are engaged in their studies, you may explore the estate independently. The medicinal and botanical gardens here are unparalleled in the capital. Residing in this place is truly a feast for the senses, Qiren said cheerfully. I find this place quite delightful, Zhou Tian stated without reservation. After taking a tour around the estate, he remarked, that is splendid. Qiren, pleased by Zhou Tian's enjoyment, felt a surge of happiness. I shall take charge of the children's education. You may attend to your own matters. The four children were elated at the prospect of being taught by the elder, their faces lighting up with joy, particularly Zhou Yue, whose cheeks flushed with excitement. What brings you such joy? What leads you to believe I can teach you well? Zhou Tian inquired, observing the children's animated expressions. Zhou Yue has mentioned that you, dear elder, embody the essence of righteousness, a paragon of virtue. All of us here hold gentlemen in high esteem. With your guidance, our master shall be at ease. And we too shall be assured, Lu Qingyan chimed in, grinning broadly. Can you truly perceive my essence of righteousness? I am merely an ordinary man, Zhou Tian responded, directing his gaze at Zhou Yue. He felt diminished, having lost his former prowess. How could Zhou Yue assert that he embodied righteousness? If an ordinary person possesses noble character, they can naturally embody the essence of the universe, an aura of righteousness. Zhou Yue proclaimed. Are you a sorcerer? Zhou Tian appeared quite pleased with Zhou Yue's response. He is indeed a formidable sorcerer, Lu Jin praised. You are all quite remarkable. In the future, I shall ensure you become even more so, the elder cheerfully remarked. Yes, master, the four children replied in unison. Is there not a customary gift for apprenticeship? The elder gazed at Qiren. You are now the wealthiest individual in the capital of Chen, so you must prepare a substantial gift for me. What would you like? Qiren had already pledged to provide for Zhou Tian in his old age, leaving him with no reservations. How about this courtyard? Zhou Tian proposed. To which Qiren shook his head. That is indeed a bold request. Does Qi boss hesitate? Zhou Tian inquired with a smile. This is managed on behalf of my partners. I cannot decide unilaterally, Qiren replied. He could not possibly offer the assets of the Yi siblings as a gift to Zhou Tian. Is that so? Then let us negotiate. I will tend to the flowers and medicinal herbs here. You need not sell them, but reserve them for my personal use, if you please. Zhou Tian began to haggle. I can agree to that. Once these siblings return, I shall procure those herbs and flowers for your personal use, Qiren acquiesced. Though he pondered silently. While it was reasonable for the elder to keep the medicinal herbs, why must he also retain the flowers? In the palace, Emperor Chen hosted a banquet to celebrate the first birthday of his third son, with ministers attending to offer their congratulations. Have all the invitations for the gentlemen and dignitaries been delivered? Lady Wu inquired, adjusting her ornate hairpin while addressing a nearby maid. Yes, Your Highness, all have been sent. The maid replied. Excellent. Lady Wu donned a red cloak and proceeded towards the banquet hall. The hall was filled with guests. The young prince, cradled by his nurse, suckled on his rosy finger, his large, curious eyes surveying the lively scene. He neither cried nor fussed, merely observing quietly. It is rare for a child of such age to remain so composed amidst such grandeur, and his pure gaze was captivating, prompting the guests to lavish him with praise. A figure of phoenix grace and dragon majesty, a countenance of extreme nobility. The third prince was born under auspicious signs. A treasure for the people of Chen. Emperor Chen held deep affection for this little prince, lifting Chen Yan from the nurse's arms to play with him. Chen Yan gazed intently at Emperor Chen with his clear, bright eyes, breaking into a sweet smile when Emperor Chen playfully poked his chubby cheek with his beard, which greatly delighted the emperor. He smiled at me. How adorable, Emperor Chen remarked, pinching the child's cheek. Having fathered a son in his later years, he doted on Chen Yan immensely. Your Majesty, it is said that the sage Wei can read fortunes. Why not invite him to predict young Yan's future? Lady Wu suggested earnestly. Our son is destined for wealth and honor. Fortune-telling is unnecessary. Emperor Chen declined her request. The sage Wei was known for his forthrightness, and should he speak unfavorably of Chen Yan, it could stir unwelcome controversy. Thus he chose not to engage in divination. Your Majesty, the sage has an exceptional ability to discern. What harm would there be in allowing him to predict the wealth and honor of young Yin? Lady Wu replied with innocent sincerity. He is my prince. Some truths are better left unspoken. Emperor Chen chuckled as he assisted consort Wu to her feet, stating, I have caused you much distress over these years. I am prepared to elevate you to the status of a noble consort. I am grateful for your gracious favor. Consort Wu recited. Once she is conferred the title of noble consort, she would stand on equal footing with Consort Lin. She had endured that old woman for far too long. Where is Consort Lin? Emperor Chen inquired regarding the conferment, noting that Consort Lin had not yet arrived. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is also absent. Consort Wu had already observed all the guests who had come to offer their congratulations. It would be preferable if he did not attend. When Emperor Chen spoke of Chen Huang, his tone grew noticeably indifferent. As the future heir, it was only fitting for his elder brother to be present. Consort Wu remarked while seated beside Emperor Chen. According to protocol, in public settings, the empress would sit alongside the emperor. And since the Chen kingdom had not yet established an empress, that seat naturally belonged to Consort Lin. Consort Wu's actions defied propriety, yet the guests, understanding the underlying tension, chose to ignore it lest they dampened the festive spirit. I fear he lacks the capacity for such tolerance, Emperor Chen scoffed. Emperor Chen saw no fault in Consort Wu's behavior. He relished the playful banter with the prince, akin to the joy shared among common folk. However, his demeanor shifted drastically when Chen Huang was mentioned. The close palace attendants and eunuchs were well aware of the emperor's sentiments toward Chen Huang, accustomed to the familiarity. Yet the gentlemen and ministers seated nearby were taken aback upon hearing the emperor's remarks. Minister Lin also caught wind of this, as Emperor Chen spoke loudly, intending for the guests to grasp his feelings toward Chen Huang. Since your majesty harbors disdain for the crown prince, perhaps you should consider exiling him and his mother from the palace, Minister Lin interjected bluntly. Emperor Chen, irked by the absence of both Consort Lin and the crown prince at the birthday banquet, acted out of indignation. Minister Lin, displeased with the emperor's disregard for Consort Lin and Chen Huang, stood his ground. The rivalry between the emperor and Minister Lin had long been established. Leaving the assembly in a heavy silence, the celebratory banquet had yet to commence, yet the atmosphere was already fraught with tension. Emperor Chen fumed from his elevated seat. While Consort Wu's lovely countenance reflected the strain, yet she persisted, pouring fragrant tea and personally offering it to Emperor Chen. The air thickened with discomfort, and the guests felt the weight of the moment. At that juncture, the announcement came, Consort Lin has arrived. Just as the guests shifted uneasily, a eunuch's voice broke the tension. Unaware of the preceding events, Consort Lin, despite her rivalry with Consort Wu, was required by palace protocol to attend the prince's first birthday celebration, especially as she was still presiding over the inner court. Regrettably, her late arrival stemmed from her displeasure. I have come to pay my respects, your majesty, Consort Lin greeted, a shrewd woman who quickly sensed the discord. Nonetheless, she adhered to the formality of addressing Emperor Chen. I have seen the empress. Consort Wu approached to greet Consort Lin, acknowledging her lower rank by offering her respects. No need for that, Consort Lin waved her hand, allowing her to rise. Upon taking her place beside Emperor Chen, she noticed his unnatural expression and inquired with a smile, Is your majesty unwell? Would you like me to summon the imperial physician? No need, he replied curtly. Emperor Chen observed Wu Kairan taking her seat and straightening her posture before addressing Consort Lin. I intend to confer the title of noble consort upon Wu Kairan. What are your thoughts, my beloved? This is not a matter for me to decide. I implore your majesty to submit this for court discussion, replied Consort Lin, now fully aware of Emperor Chen's intentions. His preemptive move indicated that if she acquiesced, the deed would be half accomplished. Yet, how could she possibly agree? This is a family affair. Emperor Chen gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of the situation. Since this is not a matter of state but rather of family, your majesty holds the final say, Consort Lin responded gently. However, the royal establishment of an empress and noble consort has never been merely a family matter. It is of paramount importance to the state. Otherwise, why would the imperial residence of Chen have remained vacant for so long? Though seated at the lower end, Wu Kairan listened intently to the exchange, her frustration barely concealed. The crown prince has arrived. As the atmosphere at the banquet turned peculiar once more, the eunuch's announcement echoed through the hall. Emperor Chen appeared calm and composed, flanked by Wei Su in pristine white attire and Lin Yanran, adorned in a flowing water-red gown. Lin Xiang was taken aback upon seeing Lin Yanran. What brought her here? And why was she accompanying Emperor Chen? Although Emperor Chen did not recognize Lin Yanran, any woman who could walk alongside Chen Huang and Wei Su must surely be Lin Yanran, the esteemed cousin of Chen Huang. Wu Xiren's captivating gaze fixed upon Lin Yanran, whose reputation as a formidable and unruly young lady preceded her. Even Emperor Chen found her challenging, as she was Lin Xiang's cherished daughter and the second in command of Baya Tower. Yanran has arrived. Consort Lin chuckled softly upon seeing her niece. Despite her differences with Yanran's mother, she held great affection for this niece, appreciating her spirited nature. After performing her greetings with grace, Lin Yanran proclaimed loudly, "I, Lin Yanran of Baihe Tower, wish the third prince health, happiness, and peace." It became evident that she was there on behalf of Qi Ran. Lin Xiang understood her purpose for attending. Wu Kairan had invited Qi Ran, and now, no one dared to overlook his presence. Moreover, from her observations, Qi Ran was astute, aiming to compel a choice between Emperor Chen and Lin Xiang. Today, Qi Ran's absence suggested that, as long as he presented a gift, he could maintain neutrality. Yet, with Lin Yanran's appearance, it signaled to all that she was the representative of Baihe Tower, and her allegiance would reflect Qi Ran's choice. It was clear that Lin Yanran had chosen Chen Huang. Her cousin, Emperor Chen, was not taken aback by Qi Ran's preference. It was unlikely that he would align with Wu Kairan and offend consort Lin and Lin Xiang. Chen Huang, as a prince, was publicly aligned with the preservation of the throne. With Lin Yanran advocating for him, he also secured a measure of flexibility for himself. Miss Lin has brought a generous gift for the young prince. Since I am here, I too should present a gift. What does your majesty wish for me to bestow upon the young prince? Wei Su inquired after taking her seat. I only desire the young prince's happiness and well-being. Emperor Chen's voice resonated throughout the banquet hall. The assembled guests discerned the unspoken truth. Emperor Chen favored Wu Kairan, but had no intention of allowing her to meddle in state affairs. Nor would he permit the young prince to become embroiled in court disputes. The fierce rivalry between the first and second princes had undoubtedly weighed heavily on Emperor Chen's paternal heart. Do you know? When Wu Kairan heard Chen Huawei express his wishes for the little prince's happiness and safety, his countenance darkened, turning pale beneath his makeup. Lin Yanran's first words upon meeting Qi Ran were these. After the little prince's full moon banquet concluded, Lin Yanran returned to the horse club. While Qi Ran made his way to the Yi family estate, hastily mounting his horse to reach the manor. Upon entering, he discovered Qi Ran and Zhou Tian engrossed in a game of chess. The game was unfamiliar to her, so she curiously observed for a while. Once she discerned its simplicity, she pondered why this elderly gentleman and young lad were so thoroughly entertained. This game is called checkers, intended for leisure and amusement. Qi Ran explained after finishing a round. You possess an endless stream of brilliant ideas, Lin Yanran remarked, having grown accustomed to Qi Ran's inventions, no longer finding them astonishing. Indeed, otherwise, how could I have become the wealthiest in the Chen kingdom? Do you truly relish this lifestyle? Zhou Tian inquired, his complexion much improved. The Yi estate suited his recuperation well. With renewed vigor, he no longer appeared frail, exhibiting an ethereal grace. Naturally, this life suits me splendidly, living in peace. Indulging in exquisite cuisine, surrounded by like-minded companions, how could I not be content? Qi Ran was genuinely satisfied with his current situation. He was nearly becoming lethargic. With the wandering Yuran managing affairs in the world, and 7 esteemed gentlemen in the court, Baihe Tower not only possessed considerable benevolent assets but also maintained ample cash flow each quarter, ensuring the sustainability of his industrial chain. With his current strength, he commanded the winds and rains in the Qin kingdom. How could he not find joy in this? Are you certain your ambition is merely to be a carefree rich man? Zhou Tian asked with a smile. Is there a life more delightful than this? Qi Ran was indeed pleased with his existence. Contentment breeds happiness. Zhou Tian chuckled, turning to Yanran. Girl, you will make a fine husband. I am certain. Lin Yanran replied with a smile, gazing at Qi Ran. This does not concern you. Qi Ran felt uneasy under her gaze. Having accompanied him for several years, Lin Yanran had developed a thicker skin. Following the incident of her elopement, though she no longer broached the subject of marriage, her discipline towards him had grown considerably stricter. After he had praised several other beauties, she had lectured him for 3 to 5 days, leaving Qi Ran feeling overwhelmed in her presence, ensuring he would never dare to admire other beauties before her again. Wrong. It is a significant relationship. You are my future husband. Lin Yanran smiled radiantly. Miss Lin, please spare me. You are now the beloved second manager, adored by all. Why can you not let me be? Qi Ran exclaimed, feeling no debt to Lin Yanran, questioning why she could not grant him reprieve. Want me to let go? Simple. Lin Yanran laughed even more joyfully. What do you mean by simple? Qi Ran was taken aback by her candidness. Submit to me, and it will suffice. Lin Yanran's beautiful eyes sparkled. Maintain your decorum. A young lady must be discreet. Qi Ran retreated behind Zhou Tian. Do you not feel you have completely abandoned your ladylike demeanor? I have never been a lady. Why must I feign? Lin Yanran gazed at Qi Ran, perplexed by his evident fear of her. From her observations, Qiran did not seem to dislike her. In fact, he treated her rather well. Yet, he was reluctant to engage in discussions regarding marriage. As the daughter of a prominent family, she was not inclined to pressure him unduly. If Qiran truly found love with another woman, she would resign herself to that reality. However, it was clear to her that he still held a fondness for her, and she had no intention of relinquishing her claim. You two share a bond. Cherish it, Zhou Tian remarked, observing the pair. Your insight is profound. As an outsider often sees more clearly. He is astute in many matters, yet lacks confidence when it comes to affairs of the heart. As though he has suffered a deep blow, Lin Yin and now regarded Zhou Tian as a confidant, for he understood her better than most. When have I ever lacked confidence? Qiran retorted, taken aback by Lin Yanran's banter with Zhou Tian. If you are indeed confident, then propose to me. What holds you back? Lin Yanran fixed her gaze upon him. Is it so wrong to not have feelings for you? Qiran refused to show weakness, wary of revealing any vulnerability that might embolden her to devise schemes to compel him into compliance. Are you truly certain you do not harbor feelings for me? Lin Yanran arched her brows. Let us refrain from discussing this matter. A woman of my standing cannot linger indefinitely. Lin Xiang cannot dictate your choices. Can I not also have a say? I am the head of Baihe Tower, and you must heed my words. That is a fair point. You govern the affairs of Baihe Tower, while I oversee matters within the household, Lin Yanran replied with a playful smile. When did you become so entwined in public and private matters? Remember, one must not confuse the affairs of Baihe Tower with those of the family. Qiran exclaimed in exasperation. Currently, there are 4 heads of Baihe Tower. Who does not treat it as a grand family? Am I not responsible for everyone's sustenance? I have drawn no such distinctions. If there are any, they stem from your own entanglements. Henceforth, I shall only concern myself with financial matters and remain oblivious to everything else. Is that acceptable? Lin Yanran mused, gazing at her hands and reflecting. These hands, once untainted by labor, have toiled for your benefit. I have even transformed my own maid into a cook. What a pity. Lady Lin, spare us the theatrics. No one can compel you to do what you do not wish, Qiran noted, observing the roughness of her hands. He begrudgingly acknowledged her sacrifices but felt he had treated both her and her maid well. His decision to invite Lin Yin to the third prince's birthday banquet was a clear statement of his intentions. Her choice aligned with his own. Was that not sufficient? I can choose for you. Does that not imply we could become a family? Lin Yanran chuckled lightly. Stop pretending. Affection is affection. Why the pretense? Now, both of you must confront your true feelings. From my perspective, it is evident that you are already in sync, Zhou Tian observed with a twinkle in his eye, finding their banter entertaining. Impossible. Qiran shook his head. Can you treat any other woman better than you treat her? Zhou Tian inquired. Not at all, Qiran replied. Qiran pondered for a moment. Since his arrival in this era, he had maintained a respectful distance from women, treating only Lin Yin as a friend. This was indeed appropriate. Zhou Tian observed the radiant expression on Lin Yanran's face, realizing he had struck a chord with her. You are meddling in matters of the heart. Qiran muttered. Young people should cherish those before them. Do not be ungrateful, Zhou Tian remarked as he gradually departed. Qiran called after Zhou Tian's retreating figure, feeling the phrase was not quite fitting. Sensing his discontent, Zhou Tian merely waved as he made his way towards the medicinal garden. Since moving into the Yi family estate, he visited the medicinal and flower gardens daily, sometimes lingering for half the day. The old man truly relished the environment here. Come on. Let us go see those 4 little rascals. I've brought them some treats, Lin Yanran urged, pulling Qiran to find Zhou Yu and the others. Miss Lin, do you see anyone besides those 4? You chatted with me an old show for so long without offering any goodies, Qiran retorted. They've already been placed in the kitchen. If we don't hurry, they'll be gone, Lin Yanran replied. You should have mentioned that earlier. Qiran exclaimed as he dashed towards the kitchen, spotting the 4 children emerging triumphantly. Realizing he might miss out on the treats, he stood still. Boss, you're showing off your affection. It's tough for the young ones. We'll take our leave now, Lu Jin said, sticking out his tongue as he darted away. Indeed, it's tough for the young. Let us make our exit, the other 3 children echoed as they hurried after him. This is becoming increasingly absurd, Qiran remarked, watching their retreating figures. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. You are the most unprincipled here. Lin Yanran delivered a timely jab before also departing. A pack of ingrates, Qiran shouted in pursuit. In the Liashan Brotherhood Hall, Yuren sat in the central chair, looking quite beleaguered. Below him sat the source of his distress, the young master of the Yun Gue escort, Wu Yue. The Yue escort wielded significant influence across the realm, earning respect from all who traversed the world. No one dared to rob a convoy bearing their flag. Over the years, their esteemed reputation was largely due to Wu Yue. Renowned in the martial world, Wu Yue was considered a prodigy akin to Yu himself. He began his career as an escort at the tender age of 12, and when the notorious bandit Chen learned that a valuable shipment would pass through their territory, he attempted to stage a robbery, dismissing the escort as merely a child. However, upon seeing the striking youth brandishing a dagger, Chen first thought was, the Yue escort's fortune has run out. Chen was greedy but not murderous, a trait that allowed him to survive and elevate Wu Yue's name. Mentioning Wu Yue sent shivers down Cen's spine, as he would exclaim, "That is no mere human." Clearly, he had been thoroughly intimidated. The martial world was rife with skilled individuals, and many were skeptical of such tales. Wu Yue frequently traversed the roads on escort missions, providing numerous opportunities for those eager to witness the terror of this formidable figure. In the martial world, those who played by their own rules were often labeled as demons, with the most fearsome among them being the infamous devils. The individual, who speaks with great righteousness, is known as El Fong, revered as El the Hero. A distinguished figure within the martial world, unmatched in skill with his dual dragon and phoenix rings. This celebrated El the Hero, confident in his prowess, approached Wu Feng with an air of superiority, perhaps overly self-assured, dismissing Wu Yue entirely. Naturally, Wu Yue reciprocated this disregard, leading to El the Hero's disappearance without a trace. Eyewitnesses who narrowly escaped recounted that Wu Yue's once serene gaze transformed into a razor-sharp blade. He proclaimed himself virtuous while harboring malevolent intentions, displaying a fearlessness that was astonishing. He did not even deign to confront Chen directly, as a mere look and a few words sealed Cen's fate, an occurrence truly beyond comprehension. Consequently, individuals in the martial world became wary of coveting the cargo of the Yue escort agency. As a result, the agency's reputation soared, attracting a constant influx of clients seeking protection. However, the Yue escort agency began to circulate the word that they would only safeguard cargo deemed too risky for others to handle. Henceforth, whenever one spotted a vehicle from the Yue escort agency, escorted by Wu Yue, they would recognize the significance of the cargo and promptly steer clear. For it was well understood that neither the escort nor the cargo owner was to be trifled with. No one could definitively ascertain the extent of Wu Yue's martial prowess. As he left no survivors, those who lived to tell the tale were merely spared out of his own volition, left in a state of shock and unable to articulate their experiences. Yu, skeptical of the prevailing narrative, believed that those who survived were merely pawns meant to elevate Wu Yue's reputation within the martial realm. Eager to experience Wu Yue's skills firsthand, Yu, however, held disdain for underhanded tactics and was preoccupied with his own affairs alongside Chen, having long since dismissed the pursuit of fame in the martial world. After all, the perilous life of bloodshed could scarcely be compared to the comforts of wealth and peace. Yu had begun to value his life. While he sought to avoid trouble with Wu Yue, it seemed that Wu Yue sought him out instead. At merely 25 or 26 years of age, Wu Yue appeared slightly plump, his fair hands fleshy, adorned in a flowing azure robe and wielding a folding fan, embodying the guise of a cultured scholar. Were it not for his tightly pressed lips and piercing gaze, Yu might have assumed that the Yue escort agency had amassed sufficient riches and that Wu Yue, now seeking comfort, had grown complacent. "Chief Wu, what brings you here today?" Yu pondered what could have prompted Wu Yue's visit, fully aware that he had no inclination for idle conversation. "Martial world figures have slain my escort and seized my cargo. Does the leader of the alliance not owe me an explanation?" Wu Yue enunciated with precision. "Who dares to rob your escort?" The revelation that someone had indeed attempted to rob Wu Yue was truly unexpected for Yu. Although Wu Yue seldom took on escort duties, his notorious reputation was well known. Who possessed the audacity to provoke such a formidable figure? The position of the martial alliance leader was indeed fraught with challenges. Yu silently lamented that even before firmly establishing his authority, trouble had found its way to him, leading him to suspect that someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Engaging Wu Yue to deal with him was a most fitting move. This strategy of using another's blade to inflict mutual harm was ruthlessly cunning. Yu was confident that should he and Wu Yue come to blows, their strengths would be evenly matched. When two tigers clash, how could either emerge unscathed? Wu Yue spoke deliberately. "Yu Ho?" Yu was taken aback. He was not surprised by anyone's actions, as many in the martial world bore a grudge against him. But he knew Yue would not target him. Leader Yue, aside from you, who else dares to disregard me? Wu Yuan? Are you certain it was Yue and not an impostor attempting to instigate discord between us? Yuran's eyes were as profound as water. I have come to inquire directly. Otherwise, did I come to congratulate the young hero Yue on ascending to the leader's position? Does the third chief of Baihe Tower still care for this chair? Enjoying a comfortable life while rolling on the edge of a blade. Wu Yuan spoke with a clear tone. When he ceased to speak so deliberately, his tone softened. To my knowledge, few have escaped from Wu Biao's grasp. I can count Yuran among them, but Yue cannot. Yuran replied. Yue should still be unharmed. Otherwise, this Wu Yuan would not have come to inquire directly. If the person is no longer present, what can be clarified? The issue is, I am not the one escorting this shipment. Wu Yuan fixed his gaze on Yuran. Wu Biao is certain that if you are not escorting the shipment, someone will rob it. Yuran chuckled. I have not personally escorted for quite some time. Wu Yuan looked at his slightly plump hands, which had not touched blood in years. He had begun to grow averse to it. It seemed the day for him to wash his hands of blood would never arrive. Does Wu Biao intend to withdraw from the martial world? Yuran's thoughts stirred. When life becomes comfortable, one begins to cherish life. How vexing. Wu Yuan rarely smiled broadly. What I wish to know is, why does Wu Biao believe the shipment was robbed by Yue? Your ambition is commendable. He truly does not regard me highly. Wu Yuan remarked, producing a silk cloth from his sleeve and handing it to Yuran. Robbery, murder, and plunder cannot be tolerated. We must act on behalf of the heavens and return what belongs to the rightful owner. Yue's name was mentioned. The elegant script of Yue fell into Yuran's eyes. Yue's handwriting, forced by Lin Yanran's insistence, bore a feminine delicacy, yet Yue was a bold individual, and the composition of the characters exuded a sense of freedom. Yuran was well acquainted with his handwriting. This was undoubtedly Yue's penmanship. Wu Biao, it is said in the martial world that you only accept the shipments that no one else dares to. Is that true? Not at all. My escort agency charges quite a high fee. Generally, the shipment owners cannot afford the exorbitant commission, hence they do not seek us out. As a result, the world has misconstrued it as only taking on the jobs that no one else dares to. Wu Yuan replied lightly, yet a profound smile adorned his face. You do not inquire about the origins of your clients? Yuran asked coldly. To take others' money and resolve their troubles. Wu Yuan sighed lightly, seemingly finding Yuran's lack of understanding rather dull. Your boldness is commendable. My junior is indeed spirited, Yuran stated with equal deliberation. The air in the hall felt as though it might crystallize into ice. The attendants pouring water for both parties did so cautiously, fearing to make a sound that could invite unwarranted calamity, for this Wu Yuan was a figure that instilled terror in the hearts of those within the martial realm. Wu Yuan's subordinates had their hands on their weapons. No one had ever dared to challenge Wu Yuan in such a manner. Is Leader Wu complimenting your junior? Wu Yuan lifted his teacup, using a small white porcelain lid to stir the emerald green tea leaves within, sipping delicately to savor the flavor. His hands were steady, unaffected by the words of Yuran. Since Wu Biao did not inquire about the origins of the goods, it was evident that he adhered to the principle of having milk means having a mother. As a person of chivalry, I act on behalf of heaven. What is there to fear? Yuran proclaimed. Clang. Wu Yuan's subordinates had already drawn their swords. Does the leader of the Yu Alliance admit that the escort was robbed by your political commissar? Wu Yuan set down his cup, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as he regarded Yuran. Against such villains who engage in plunder and murder, they deserve to be punished by all. Yuran clenched his fists. So, you two will take action. Leader Yu. If I must investigate, I shall act in accordance with heaven's will. Wu Yuan finally lost his composure, rising abruptly. In that case, a battle between us is inevitable. The true essence of chivalry is to serve the country and its people. Do you think I fear you? Yuran displayed no signs of trepidation. I have heard that Leader Yu has mastered the legendary techniques of the great hero Jin and have long wished to test my skills. Let us settle this through combat. The coldness in Wu Yuan's eyes intensified. I shall accompany you to the end. Yuran met his icy gaze, though he felt the pressure. He would not retreat in the face of this villain who wielded strength to impose his will. At dusk tomorrow, atop Mount Yashan, we shall determine our fates. Wu Yuan uttered this final remark before departing with his subordinates. Take care, I shan't see you off, Yuran called out, striking the table with his fist in frustration. Leader, will you not summon the political commissar for an inquiry? The young man tasked with cleaning up the aftermath asked. He was a disciple of the Shaoao sect and having merely caught a glimpse while pouring tea, found himself unable to endure the frigid aura emanating from Wu Yue. The legendary figure's prowess was evident. Is there any need for inquiry? Given his disposition, how could he possibly ensure the legitimacy of the goods? He came to my door, indifferent to their origins, eager only for a contest of strength, as per his desire. Yu Ran felt a sense of dread. The oppressive aura surrounding Wu Yue filled him with trepidation. He was uncertain what dark arts this demon had mastered over the years, as even the mere pressure he exerted was enough to instill fear. If he were to strike with full force, Yu Ran truly could not ascertain whether he could withstand it. Yu Ho, on his way, encountered Wu Yue and his entourage. Though he did not recognize Wu Yue, he was familiar with the subordinates, particularly the escort who had fled in terror after being beaten by him. So soon have they come to demand an explanation. Yu Ho turned his horse back towards the righteous hall of Liashan. He had robbed the escort and intended to return it to the rightful owner, who, upon learning the reason, dared not accept it, revealing that Wu Yue was the one who had provided protection for this shipment. Yu Ho grasped that this unfortunate soul would certainly not dare to identify the Yungue Escort Bureau as the thieves. He would choose to suffer a loss rather than invite disaster. Yu Ho journeyed to the Amei Path, where he encountered the victim's family weeping by the mountainside, lamenting that a priceless heirloom had been stolen by robbers, and that their guards had been slain. Yu Ho, unsure of the true worth of the heirloom, noted that the victim only mentioned its great value without further elaboration. Sensing the victim's mistrust, he refrained from pressing for more details. Along the mountain path lay a dozen corpses. Clearly, these were the guards the victim had spoken of. Moved by the plight of the family, Yu Ho offered them a few pieces of silver to ensure the deceased received a proper burial and to assist them in their return home. He then set out to confront the thieves. 7 days after the incident, the culprits were apprehended. In a bid to save their own skins, they divulged the location of the stolen goods to Yu Ho, revealing that a significant figure had requisitioned them and that they had entrusted the cargo to the Yungue Escort Agency for transport. However, they were unaware of the identity of this influential person, claiming their sole responsibility was to seize the goods, while the details of the transport and its escorts were relayed to them. Upon hearing this, Yu Ho discerned that it was indeed a coordinated effort by a gang, with each member playing a distinct role. Unable to extract any useful information from the thieves, he decided to pursue the Yungue Escort Agency. Fortune favored his diligence. Based on the thieves' clues, he located the escort team 3 days later. Although he did not recognize Wu Yue and considered the rumors surrounding him to be mere fabrications, after all, tales of the legendary Golden Knight could be embellished, he believed Wu Yue's fearsome reputation was likely a result of his own self-promotion and the efforts of his sycophants. In a moment of recklessness, Yu Ho seized the cargo from the Yungue Escort Agency, believing that although the escort's martial skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to his own. It was only when he witnessed the victim's astonished expression upon seeing the cargo, adamantly refusing to accept it, that Yu Ho realized the gravity of the situation. He hastily concealed the goods and rushed to consult with Yu Ran, only to discover that Wu Yue was already pursuing him with vengeance. Regret washed over him for his earlier arrogance. He should not have left any trace behind. He understood that if the victim did not come forward to reclaim the stolen items, his intentions of upholding justice would become a farce, and he risked becoming the subject of ridicule. Wu Yue, the formidable adversary, had first sought Yu Ran and demanded an explanation. Yu Ho feared a confrontation between Yu Ran and this villain was inevitable. A clash of honor between the two men was on the horizon. The duel was set for the morrow atop Liangshan's highest peak, and Yu Ho could hardly contain his excitement. Remain calm. The situation may not be as dire as you presume, Yu Ran reassured him. Yu Ho, battered by the tumult of his journey, recounted his experiences in detail. After listening intently, Yu Ran sensed that many peculiarities surrounded the affair and decided to send word to Qi Ran. We are entirely in the dark about Wu Yue's background. Yet he must have thoroughly investigated yours, he remarked. How can I remain composed? Yu Ho lamented his impulsive actions. Have you secured the cargo? Yu Ran inquired. Are you still concerned about that? I examined it. It consists merely of pearls and agates, the most valuable being a luminous pearl. Far from the exorbitance claimed by the victim, Yu Ho replied, his irritation evident. It was peculiar that Wu Yue had not demanded the return of the stolen goods, and the victim was equally insistent on not reclaiming them. Shouldn't Wu Yue have sought the cargo first? The victim, having lost his treasures, would not refuse to reclaim them, as they were undoubtedly his private property. A man of such wealth could not be an ordinary merchant or landowner. He must have sufficient means to afford such risks. According to your account, he travels with a dozen guards. Why would he carry such a considerable fortune while making such a conspicuous journey? If he was aware of the immense value of his possessions and knew the strength of the Yin Yue escort agency, why did he not enlist Wu Qingyuan's protection? Wu Qingyuan's fees are substantial, yet the victim would surely be capable of paying them. This all suggests something is amiss. Upon reflection, it is indeed perplexing. If this unfortunate individual is adept at generating profit, his acumen surely rivals that of his employer. How could he possibly engage in a losing venture? This matter is rather enigmatic, and I have already reported it to the boss. I trust he will personally address the situation. You have unwavering confidence in Qiran. Senior brother, do not forget that the boss is merely a strategist. He cannot contend with a master like Wu Qingyuan. Moreover, Wu Qingyuan does not engage in reasoned discourse with the boss. He resorts to the simplest form of violence, striking directly. No matter how cunning the boss may be, he will not have the opportunity to employ his tactics. We have a day and a half left. I have faith in the boss. It is not a matter of distrust in the boss. Rather, I am concerned that you may struggle against that peculiar Wu Qingyuan. You have acknowledged that he is not an easy opponent. You sighed deeply. I sense he is comparable to that enigmatic guardian. Good heavens. Does this mean you believe we stand no chance? Yuho exclaimed. Have you lost faith in your senior brother? Do not forget, I am the undefeated Yu, the current leader of the martial arts world, a disciple of the great Jin, and I can wield the righteous and formidable 18 dragon-subduing palms. Quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree? Yuho shook his head, producing a gold ingot. As members of the association, we always wager on matches. I am placing my bet on your victory. Do not let me suffer a total loss. Absolutely necessary. Upon receiving Yu Ran's letter, Qi Ran's countenance darkened. The news of Wu Qingyuan potentially being a practitioner of the arcane arts indeed troubled him greatly. While Yu Ran was adept at dealing with the vagaries of the martial world, he was ill-equipped to confront a cultivator. If Wu Qingyuan were truly a practitioner, Yu Ran would be in grave peril. Yu Ran was his most capable assistant, a prodigy who could transform the legendary skills of the Golden Knight into practical martial prowess. He could not be allowed to perish at the hands of a cultivator. After briefing Lin Yin and on matters concerning the horse race, he hastily sought out the 7 masters for counsel. Currently, the 7 masters were not easily accessible. Appointments were necessary. They taught not only the scholars of Hanlin, but also the royal offspring, and when time permitted, they would engage in scholarly discussions with Emperor Chen. Time was indeed of the essence. What? A practitioner of such caliber has emerged? Huang Jing furrowed his brows, his expression troubled. Although Huang Jing was a scholar of Taoism, he belonged to the accumulated virtue sect, which emphasized benevolence, the accumulation of good deeds, and achieving heavenly resonance through virtuous actions. Practitioners of this sect devoted themselves to the teachings of texts such as the Taishang Gainiying Pian, Gonghua Go, and Yinji Wan. They believed that to cultivate as a celestial being, one must establish 3,000 virtues. To attain earthly immortality, one needed to establish 300 virtues. It was evident that Wu Qingyuan did not adhere to such principles. Is there anything amiss with this Wu Qingyuan? Qi Ran inquired. According to your account, Wu Qingyuan practices the alchemical path of the golden elixir, pursuing immortality. Huang Jing began to sigh heavily. The alchemical sect espoused a philosophy of seclusion and self-sufficiency, neither engaging in malevolence nor benevolence, seeking only personal transcendence while disregarding the plight of the masses. This closely aligned with Wu Qingyuan's modus operandi. What is wrong with the golden elixir path? Qi Ran had successfully cultivated his own golden elixir and did not perceive any fault in its pursuit. The alchemical sect focused solely on the cultivation of one's essence and life. From what you have described, Wu Qingyuan has already attained the golden elixir path, and his eyes serve as his most formidable weapon. Qi Ran's own cultivation steps comprised contemplation, spirit retention, qi refinement, and elixir formation. And while he too cultivated a golden elixir, he could only exert force through magical artifacts. In contrast, Wu Qingyuan could refine his own organs into divine artifacts. Such a person, if not destined for divinity, who else could claim that title? Could it be that the alchemical sect is the most powerful? Qi Ran asked. His heart increasingly anxious, he wondered if he could even match Wu Qingyuan in direct confrontation, let alone Yu Ran. Not at all. Huang Jing shook his head. Among the 5 Taoist sects, there remain 3 others. The classic school studies the texts, reverently cultivating the manifestation of humans and deities, seeking only to leave their names in the annals of the divine. The talisman school excels in crafting talismans to exorcise spirits and healing ailments through talismanic waters. specializing in rituals and ceremonies that can command celestial beings and harness infernal spirits, establishing connections for life and death. The divination school practitioners consume elixirs internally and cultivate virtue externally, excelling in divination, fortune-telling, and strategic formations. Huang Jing articulated the Taoist classics with clarity, suggesting a profound understanding of the various Taoist schools. Qi Ran, unfamiliar with these esoteric teachings, now contemplated that the array formations must synthesize the essence of both the talismans and divination schools into a cohesive system. This ultimate synthesis, akin to Yu Ran's genius, would undoubtedly lead to significant accomplishments, etching their legacy into history. The talismans excel in combat, while the divination school specializes in foresight. The practice of the divination sect is exceedingly taxing on the spirit. Only the astute may approach its thresholds. Consequently, true heirs of the sect are few, with most talisman practitioners dabbling in this path, yet achieving little success. Those of the Tao seldom engage in divination. After taking a sip of water, Master Huang continues to elucidate the historical intricacies of the Tao. Master Li, who adeptly merges talismanic arts with divination, stands as a paragon among Tao practitioners. Qi Ran has come to recognize the formidable prowess of that refined elder. He now realizes that it was Master Li who, alongside Wei Su, valiantly resisted formidable foes during the extraordinary event of the river's reversal. It is no wonder that his cosmic cycle appears so ethereal. He must cultivate a talismanic cosmic cycle. Qi Ran surmises that, as time progressed, Master Li's cosmic cycle reached completion, no longer wavering, yet the reasons behind his newfound stability remain an enigma to Qi Ran. Master Li is a pillar of talent for the Chen family, as Han Sheng extols. With Master Li aging, a new generation rises. Young talents like Lu Qingyun, Zhou Yu, Lu Jin, and Chun Long hold great promise for the future, reflects Mr. Wenzin. According to Master Huang, these four possess significant potential for cultivation. Qi Ran laments not having previously discussed Taoist sects with Master Huang. After hearing his discourse, he believes these four children possess high aptitude for cultivation. Rather than lacking in talent, they are, in essence, cultivators who have squandered their potential. Naturally, Zhou Yu is a formation master, already equipped with foundational skills in both talisman and divination. His splendid performance alongside Lu Jin at the Dragon Boat race garnered even Master Li's admiration. Master Huang nods slightly. Lu Jin, possessing extensive knowledge, shows great talent in talismanic arts. Lu Qingyun is a rare gem in divination. And should Chen Long find a capable mentor, he could ascend to greatness akin to Wu Yuan, a being of longevity and harmony with the cosmos. As Master Huang acknowledges with a slight nod. Thus, the seven masters have been seeking worthy mentors for them. Qi Ran understands why the seven masters hesitate to instruct the four children, teaching only the most fundamental ethical and moral cultivation. They are acutely aware of their limitations in imparting further knowledge. In terms of discerning talent, Qi Ran humbly admits he falls short of the seven masters. Should the four encounter a capable mentor, their achievements would be profound, yet if their instructor's own cultivation is limited, it may do more harm than good. Hence, even Master Li believes he cannot serve as their teacher. Wu Cheng has long wished for Master Li to instruct the four in cultivation techniques, yet Master Li declined, fearing he would ruin four promising seedlings. Qi Ran does not share this view. He perceives Master Li as cunning, knowing that even if he wished to teach the children, he would not consent, thus politely refusing. Indeed, he muses, only someone as exceptional as Wei Shenren would be worthy to guide them. Qi Ran exhales deeply, recognizing he too cannot assume the role of their mentor. He relies on an ancient tome for his practice, advancing methodically yet possessing limited understanding of its profound depths. His successful formation of the golden elixir and the condensation of the primordial infant stem from the suitability of the Wu Yue body for cultivation. This vessel is ideally suited for the art of cultivation. In his previous life, he took 10 years to progress from Qi refining to foundation establishment after his transmigration. He entered the golden elixir stage in merely a month, and transitioned from golden elixir to primordial infant in just over a year. He describes his cultivation journey as if he were endowed with extraordinary luck. Wu Yue possesses the talent for cultivation. It would indeed be a pity for him not to pursue it. This is Qi Ran's assessment of Wu Yue. Mr. Huang Jing, does the Dan Ding sect possess any weaknesses? Qi Ran inquired, for his immediate concern was to confront Wu Yuan. While the teacher of the four children was nowhere to be found for the time being, the Dan Ding sect advocates the dual cultivation of life and death, utilizing oneself as the furnace, essence as lead, and consciousness as mercury, to forge the golden elixir path. Wu Yuan, with his murderous gaze, employs his own organs as instruments. Such a practitioner, capable of utilizing his own corporeal form in such a manner, is unprecedented. According to Yu, his alchemical fire is akin to water, capable of transforming water into a sword to strike at the opponent's spiritual sea, a technique of formidable dominance, which the old man could not fathom how to counter. Wang Jing shook his head. Understood, sir. You may convey this information to Grand Historian Li. I shall go to fetch Yu. Qi Ran, reluctant to linger among the 7 masters, intended to visit the Yi family estate to check on old master Zhou Tian and the 4 children. He had prepared for the worst, contemplating that at the very least, it could result in mutual destruction. Grand Historian Li, upon learning of such a powerful practitioner in the Qin kingdom, would surely not remain idle. Following the reversal of the Jing River, his subordinates had not ceased their inquiries into practitioners. Although Wu Qingyuan was formidable, he still paled in comparison to Grand Historian Li and Wei Su. While Qi Ran believed he could not contend with either of them, he felt that in a life-or-death struggle with Wu Qingyuan, he would not be utterly defeated. At worst, it would result in a stalemate. You plan to go to Liangshan? Zhou Yu asked upon learning of Qi Ran's intentions. He was aware that it had become the stronghold of Yu Ran, who had recently seized the position of Wulin Alliance leader. And he was eager to witness the prowess of his 2 elder brothers. Thus, when Qi Ran expressed his intention to go to Liangshan, Zhou Yu resolved to accompany him. Yes, your 2 elder brothers are in trouble. I must go and see for myself. Trouble? Lu Jin's gaze fixed intently on Qi Ran. What kind of predicament could they be in that required Qi Ran's personal intervention? Yu Ran is set to duel a formidable demon. I must go to support him. Qi Ran reassured the 4 children. What sort of person is Yu Ran? Who would dare challenge him? Lu Qingyan clenched his small fists. Boss, your personal involvement suggests the trouble is quite serious, Chen Long remarked, observing Qi Ran closely. From Qi Ran's demeanor, he sensed unease. It was evident that the boss surpassed Yu Ran, for the latter faced few rivals in the martial world, which was why he occupied the Wulin Alliance leader's position. If the boss was stepping in, it indicated that Yu Ran might not be a match for his opponent. And Qi Ran's lack of confidence suggested a formidable challenge lay ahead. Take us with you. We might be of assistance, Chen Long declared, thumping his chest. You 4 should stay with Grandpa Zhou and study diligently. Upon my return, I will find a teacher to instruct you, Qi Ran stated firmly, unwilling to bring the 4 along. You wish for them to cultivate? Zhou Tian inquired, having listened intently. Upon hearing Qi Ran's plans to find a teacher for the 4 children, his eyes sparkled with interest. Having brewed medicinal concoctions from the herbs in his garden and primarily consumed medicinal meals for half a year, he no longer required a cane and could even engage in games of hide and seek with the children, moving with agility. Indeed, they are excellent candidates for cultivation. I cannot afford to delay their progress, Qi Ran affirmed. I have an old acquaintance, a master in this field, who lives in seclusion in the mountains and rarely meets outsiders. After my recovery, he intends to take the 4 of them to the mountains for training. Zhou Tian said slowly. That sounds wonderful. I wonder if you could invite him here to teach? Qi Ran thought highly of this idea. Yet he remained apprehensive about entrusting the children to a stranger in an unfamiliar place. I can discuss this with him, but my old friend has a rather irritable temperament, which may not align well with your character, Mr. Qi. That is of little consequence, as long as he can teach the 4 children. I can endure any unpleasant disposition he may possess. We only need Grandfather Zhou to instruct them. Upon hearing that the other party had a bad temper, the 4 children felt a tinge of trepidation. Zhou's disposition was amiable, yet the rigorous training methods of that demon were intolerable to them. Having a teacher with a bad temper might lead to the invention of peculiar methods to deal with them. They were still minors, lacking the means to protect themselves and in need of safeguarding. Lu Jin, the walking encyclopedia, had already informed everyone about the affairs of cultivation. If a genuinely powerful cultivator were to exert their pressure, the 4 of them would tremble. Furthermore, should they witness phenomena beyond their comprehension, such as teleportation, stealth techniques, or ghost summoning, they might find themselves utterly at a loss. Once you achieve success, you will realize that the hardships endured in childhood are trivial. This training is far less grueling than hanging from beams or enduring the prick of needles. Most importantly, once you have mastered it, you will be able to traverse the heavens and the earth. Even 7 masters combined would not be a match for any one of you. Impressive, isn't it? Is that truly the case? Chen Long's eyes widened with astonishment. To deceive you would be beneath me, Qi Ran responded, extending his hand to make a pact with the 4 children. Observing their mixed expressions of belief and skepticism, he couldn't help but smile. Although these clever little ones were undeniably intelligent, they were still children, and his actions might seem somewhat predatory towards minors. What you said holds merit, Zhou Tian chuckled. I assure you, you shall graduate in less than 10 years. Is that really possible? Absolutely. Your employer possesses a keen eye for talent, Zhou Tian replied. Embracing the 4 children. Grandfather Zhou, during my absence, I entrust the care of these 4 to you, Qiren mentioned. Knowing he had lingered too long and needed to head to Mount Liang, you must be facing a dilemma that you cannot resolve. Zhou Tian remarked as Qiren stepped out the door. What storms have I not weathered? Why should I fear this? Qiren straightened his back. Do not be stubborn. I can tell you lack confidence in overcoming your adversaries. Zhou Tian shook his head. Even if I cannot win, I must fight. Am I to fear the Dan Ding sect's cultivators? The Dan Ding sect's cultivators? Zhou Tian exclaimed in surprise. You are familiar with the Dan Ding sect? I have heard of it from an old friend. Tell me, what is the situation with those cultivators? Upon learning that Zhou Tian was aware of the Dan Ding sect, Qiren saw an opportunity to discuss it further, hoping to glean unexpected insights. He relayed everything he knew about Yu Ran's report to Zhou Tian. After listening, Zhou Tian replied, Indeed, that is a formidable opponent. You cannot handle him alone. Yu Ran has already arranged a duel at the summit of Mount Liang. We cannot simply hide away like turtles. Moreover, with Wu Qingyuan's capabilities, do you think we could evade him? I never suggested hiding, Zhou Tian insisted. Still shaking his head. What do you mean by this? Although Wei Su may not pose a threat to you, he certainly knows how to handle this Wu Qingyuan. Zhou Tian remarked with a smile as he stroked his beard. He will not assist me, do you understand? This is what we call a divergence in principles. Qiren stood up, intent on leaving. He had no desire to entertain such meaningless propositions, especially with the limited time before the battle. How can you know he won't help you if you don't even try? Zhou Tian shook his head again. What reason does he have to assist me? Qiren, being a self-serving individual, did not believe that Wei Su would lend him any aid. He has always wished to reside in the Yi family estate. If you agree to let him stay, he will help you, Zhou Tian asserted. Am I to accommodate a deity here? That is preposterous. Your time is running short. Yet you continue to prattle on. If he moves in, those 4 children need not worry about lacking guidance. In any case, it would be to your advantage. I shall go and negotiate. As Qiren spoke, he darted out the door. Boss, is that technique of yours instantaneous movement, or some kind of stealth? Chen Long inquired, watching Qiren vanish in an instant. In truth, there is not much distinction between instantaneous movement and stealth. The boss possesses considerable skill, Lu Jin replied. Having this Wei Shunren instruct us in our cultivation is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Our instructor is a divine being. Quite impressive, Lu Qingyan remarked, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. Why did the boss not hesitate this time? Wasn't he it said that those with divergent principles do not collaborate? Zhou Yu pouted. Enough with the wild conjectures. He is hardly a paragon of virtue. The priority now is to save the lives of your 2 elder brothers. Zhou Tian chuckled. Grandfather, you seem quite eager for Wei Su to move in, Zhou Yu observed, noticing the joyful expression on Zhou Tian's face. Indeed. He was in high spirits. How could I not be pleased with the prospect of multiple divine beings looking after me? As Zhou Tian spoke, he made his way toward the medicinal garden. You 4 should focus on completing the assignments I have left for you. I shall return to assess your academic progress. Grandfather Zhou is a kind man. The tasks he assigned us are rather simple. He does not realize that we could finish them in less than 10 minutes. Lu Qingyan remarked as he headed to his room. You are simply too clever. I cannot complete them in 10 minutes. Chen Long patted Lu Qingyan on the shoulder. Each day, Zhou Tian assigned different tasks, and the time taken varied for each individual, yet Lu Qingyan consistently finished first, indicating his superior intellect among the 4. I too require a fair amount of time for calculations, Zhou Yu admitted. Although his skills in formation were quite advanced, his computational ability was still lacking. While I may recall information faster than any of you, my verification process does not match that of Qingyan. Lu Jin rushed off, among the 4. His calculation skills were the weakest. Whenever Grandfather Zhou assigned such tasks, he had to adopt the strategy of the early bird, working a bit harder than the others. I shall visit Sister Xiaoyu today to bring back some delightful treats, Lu Qingyan declared as he headed outside. Ever since Grandfather Zhou moved into the estate, he had sent away the cook, and the 3 of them prepared the meals under his guidance. Grandfather Zhou favored medicinal cuisine, which the 4 of them did not particularly enjoy, prompting them to frequently seek out delicious morsels from Xiaoyu. If only you had come to find me earlier. The time is nearly upon us, and you arrive in such haste that I scarcely have time to change my clothes. As Wei Su followed Qiren out, he complained. You, a divine being, are always immaculate. Why all these pretenses? Qiren glanced at Wei Su, whose pristine white garments were free of dust, and retorted, "I say, is this your attitude while seeking my aid to save someone?" Wei Su, incensed by Qi Ran's demeanor, thought that had it not been for the invitation of the Yi family estate, he would never have rushed to extinguish the flames for him. Their relationship was purely transactional, not one of friendship. As long as their interests aligned, his attitude was of no concern. The rumors in the capital painted Qi Ran as shameless, and now they seemed all too true. Wei Su kept pace with him, realizing that Qi Ran was a practitioner of considerable skill. Had he not sought Wei Su's help, he might never have perceived him as such. Reflecting on it, the Golden Hero's manual might indeed be his cultivation insights. Yet this scoundrel concealed the true essence of his techniques, while throwing out mere illusions for the martial world to bicker over. Wei Su now believed that the Golden Hero's manual was merely a strategic maneuver by Qi Ran, aimed at elevating Yu Ran to prominence. That companion of his, capable of mastering the manual, was now the leader of the martial alliance. Such a scheme was indeed clever. How could one engage in combat without a hint of shamelessness? Qi Ran smiled lightly. This divine being now had to heed his words. It was utterly satisfying. "You come to me for help, which only proves you know I am your superior," he remarked. "I never claimed I would surely win in a contest of skills." The two moved swiftly as the sun began to set. Meanwhile, Yu Ran and Yu Ho, having waited in vain for Qi Ran's arrival, started their ascent to Liang Mountain as dusk approached. "Brother, I feel quite uneasy," Yu Ho confessed to Yu Ran from halfway up the mountain. "You wagered on my victory, so refrain from such disheartening talk." He scrutinized every move of Wu Qingyuan, convinced that he was a practitioner as well. After Lu Jin's perilous experience at the dragon boat races, he had disseminated information about the cultivation realm to everyone, leading Yu Ho to firmly believe that Wu Qingyuan was indeed a practitioner. If he truly is a practitioner, we brothers have hit the jackpot. Yu Ran had already surmised this, which was why he had promptly relayed the news to Qi Ran. Am I to be undone before I am even officially appointed as the fourth steward? How unjust. Yu Ho lamented. Isn't that just the way of passionate youth? I willingly boarded your ship, yet here I am, lamenting my fate. Look at my capabilities. Do I still need to moan? Brother, in our sect, you are my senior. And in Baihe Tower, you are above me as well. It is only natural for your prowess to surpass mine. Yu Ho grinned at this. Had Yu Ran not been so impulsive, he wouldn't have waded into such murky waters. He was hardly qualified for his role as political commissar, lagging behind in enlightenment compared to Yu Ran. I am now quite curious about just how formidable Wu Qingyuan truly is. In truth, Yu Ran knew nothing of Wu Qingyuan. If his eyes were like two icy blades, could he merely kill, or did he possess formidable skills akin to the soul-stealing arts described in the Golden Hero's manual? In the face of his fierce dragon subduing 18 palms, which was more potent, his formidable energy or the icy blades? Brother, he is a practitioner, a being akin to a deity. Though you are a martial genius, you remain but a mortal, and in the eyes of the divine, mortals are beneath contempt. He sought to challenge me, which indicates a lack of confidence within him. If it were not for a fair confrontation, why would he invite me to the mountaintop for a contest? Could it be that he believes you are also a practitioner of the mystical arts? A sudden flash of insight crossed my mind. There exists a possibility. I nodded in agreement. How could this be? Once again, I began to voice my disbelief. Is it not currently whispered in the martial world that the legendary Golden Knight's manual is, in fact, an extraordinary tome from the realm of cultivation? The Golden Knight's manual is known to be in your possession, a fact recognized by all. Could it be that this Wu Qingyuan is after this very manual? Was that previous escort merely a ruse? It is plausible that he sought to test me without knowing my true capabilities. Oh, dear brother, if this is indeed the case, you shall bear the blame on behalf of our employer, a burden that weighs heavily. I stomped my feet in exasperation. As my political commissar, you are responsible for managing our morale. What I require now is comfort and encouragement, not agitation. Do you understand? I am aware. Yet I find myself unable to restrain my own emotions as I advocate for you. The proposal from the fourth shopkeeper shall be postponed until I can regain my composure. I urge my steed onward swiftly. Brother, one must not conduct oneself in such a manner. You must recognize that obstructing a person's livelihood is akin to robbing them on the road. I am also aware that remuneration must align with one's capabilities. Upon hearing this, I could not help but sigh deeply. Brother, you have fallen too deeply under the spell of our employer. I initially believed Miss Lin to be ensnared, yet you appear to be even more entrapped. I smiled serenely, reflecting. Ask yourself, when did you transform into this passionate youth? In the past, when witnessing acts of robbery, would you have rushed to intervene without a second thought? When have you ever been so righteous? I could not contain my excitement and found myself embroiled in trouble. Indeed, I unknowingly boarded a pirate ship. I spurred my horse forward hastily. Sir, are those two approaching on horseback? One of Wu Yuen's subordinates inquired. Observing the two riders galloping toward the mountain, Wu Yuen had already arrived at the summit, seated comfortably as he gazed down at Ran and Yu Ho riding in. It seemed that the duo were merely exceptionally talented mortals. Wu Yuen appeared quite disheartened. Sir, do you still wish to compete? Although their skills were commendable, they remained mere mortals. To slay mortals is a disgrace. Wu Yuen contemplated his hands. However, the master has decreed that their lives must be taken. Are their lives of greater value than my disgrace? This little man is difficult to read. Yet, such is the master's command. Are you certain that by killing them, you will obtain those two treasures? A solitary leaf fell, which Wu Yuen flicked with his fingers, causing it to change direction and fly toward the subordinate who had just spoken. Sir, please spare me. I am merely relaying the master's orders and know nothing beyond that. The other party reacted swiftly, kneeling down. As he bowed, the leaf reversed course, soaring back to Wu Yuen and gently landing in his palm. The leaf had been stripped of its surface, leaving only the veins behind. The kneeling individual stole a glance, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. I conduct my affairs according to my own principles. Do not attempt to intimidate me with tales of the old man. Wu Yuen raised his hand and gently blew on his palm, causing the leaf to dance once more, vibrant and green as it had been in the beginning. My mastery of the cold jade art has further advanced. Rise, for the old master must provide an explanation to that esteemed individual. I am aware. Wu Yuen instructed the kneeling individuals to stand. In his observation, Ran would arrive at the mountain summit before sunset. He currently did not wish for the two to join the rendezvous. As long as Ran acted in bad faith, he would have an excuse to eliminate him. Above one's head, there exists a divine presence. This man is a gentleman. Should I, Wu Yuen, take his life, my virtue would undoubtedly suffer. Wu Yuen sighed deeply. The attendants dared not respond, fearful that a misplaced word would bring about unforeseen calamity. Take your time. Your two associates are still on their way. Wei Su remained suspended in the air. He had already spotted Wu Yuen's group along with Ran and Yu Ho. He had overheard Wu Yuen's lamentation. Why would this cultivator, despite the loss of virtue, wish to kill the two? Cultivators pursue the path of divinity, advocating for the dissemination of kindness and the accumulation of merit, for the loss of merit is a grave taboo for them. Ren also heard this, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, such a lack of virtue, and yet one can ascend to divinity? Some deities do not achieve their status through benevolence and the accumulation of virtue. With the right opportunity, even the most malevolent can attain godhood. This is the balance of heavenly principles. How unjust the way of heaven can be. Ren's teeth ground together audibly. Being young, one should cherish their teeth and savor the world's delights. Wei Su feared Ran might shatter his perfect teeth, which would be a pity. I am now convinced that you, charlatan, are indeed a product of great evil turned divine. Congratulations, you have spoken the truth. Wei Su smiled faintly, ascending to place himself beyond Wu Yuen's probing reach. Truly a malevolent deity. How could I not be included? Ran lacked the ability to seek help loudly. Ran and Yu Ho arrived punctually at the peak of Liashan. You two are quite punctual, Wu Yuen languidly remarked from his reclined position. Do you still hope that I would not come? Ran replied with a cold smile. Now I understand why your political commissar is so intriguing. It is because like attracts like, you were even more fascinating than he. Wu Yuen straightened himself, placing his hands upon his knees, his cold gaze fixed upon the two. We are not here for idle chatter. Ran stated bluntly. I had initially intended to show you more of the world's scenery. But it seems you do not appreciate my goodwill. The chill in Wu Yuen's eyes transformed into a semblance of amusement. Enough with the pleasantries, we will not grovel. Yu Ho scoffed. The trouble was caused by him, yet Ran must bear the burden. He felt quite displeased within. How forthright. Does this mean that you two are prepared to meet your end at my hands without complaint? Wu Yuen perked up at these words. Such shamelessness you display. Although you possess an appealing appearance, your actions are lacking in virtue. Should I and my companion perish by your hand, it would be an affront to natural justice. Yu Ho, now unafraid of anything, accepted the consequences of the chaos he had caused. Evasion was impossible. Moreover, even if he were afraid, Wu Yuen would show no mercy. Infuriating. Wu Yuen sprang to his feet. Whatever Yu Ho said only served to further irritate him. I have no fear in coming here. Do not assume that your menacing demeanor will intimidate me before the battle even begins. Yu, seeing Wu Qingyuan's anger, did not retreat, continuing to issue his threats. Wu Yue, my political commissar, once wielded his eloquence like a sword, battling the formidable forces of the martial world. Do not think I failed to give you a heads up. He indeed speaks as though the dead owe no reparations. Yuran has yet to see Qi Ran arrive, and I am left pondering what unforeseen misfortune has befallen him. Had Qi Ran received his message, he would surely be here by now. His absence must indicate some delay, as he must bide his time for reinforcements. I am rather intrigued to know how your commissar managed to sway the hearts of the people in the martial realm. Wu Qingyuan appears unhurried to engage in combat. It is quite simple, through the spirit of chivalry that pervades the Jianghu. Yuran did not expect Wu Qingyuan to expend so much breath on such trivial matters. Could it be that he has no intention of engaging in battle with me? If so, what purpose does his invitation serve? Is it merely a fade of the chivalrous ethos rising in the Jianghu, claiming to act for the nation and its people? Wu Qingyuan scoffed. Ah. So you have heard. It seems I have accomplished my duties as a political commissar effectively, Yuran chuckled. Wu Qingyuan's familiarity with the lofty ideals of chivalry indicates that the principles of the Jianghu have indeed permeated the hearts of the people. They are but a gathering of disillusioned souls, indulging in benevolent philosophies to soothe their fragile spirits, seeking to reframe the court's perception of them from bandits to loyal subjects. Yearning for acceptance. What is there to be proud of in that? Wu Qingyuan found the notions espoused by the two masters amusing. Their rhetoric, though thunderous, was merely a contrivance to placate the court, a fabricated narrative for the sake of survival. Do not presume to be astute. As if you can unveil the shadowy depths of another's heart. One must adhere to principles. Without them, one is no better than a beast. Do you comprehend? Yuran began to assert himself, determined to overshadow Wu Qingyuan's imposing presence. Otherwise, he risked being regarded as inconsequential. Only the worthless squander their words. Wu Qingyuan, however, evidently dismissed the significance of their exchange. It appears you lack education, ignorant even of the art of verbal critique. Today, I am in good spirits and shall enlighten you. Do you understand what a nation is? A nation is an institution of power elected by the populace to govern in their stead. The people choose who shall manage their affairs. And what connection does that have with submission? Such blasphemy, Wu Qingyuan sneered. The divine right of kings has been reduced to mere popular election in your view? What would Emperor Chen think upon hearing your words? Humanity, the most intelligent of beings, is governed by the ruthless laws of nature, survival of the fittest. Where the victor dictates the terms, the divine selects the tyrant, while humanity selects the steward who ensures a life of peace and prosperity. The distinction is palpable. Ignorance of scholarly pursuits is truly alarming. Yuran chose to disregard Wu Qingyuan's arguments. Even if there is divine selection, it aligns with the natural order of governance. In this world, all things coexist and struggle. Disregarding the laws of nature invites calamity. If the common folk cannot lead fulfilling lives, how can they remain docile? In times of peace, even a humble meal can compel one to bow. When hunger gnaws and warmth eludes, will they not fight for survival? Listen to my commissar's teachings. You shall find them profoundly enlightening. His thoughts are remarkably progressive, suggesting that even deities must ponder their strategies. This reflects a keen understanding of public sentiment. Yuran, intrigued, does not perceive any great transgressions in Yuho's words. How fascinating. To align with public sentiment. I believe you are blissfully unaware of your own limitations. Wu Qingyuan exudes an intensified aura atop the mountain, where the biting cold winds swirl. Surely, these remarks from the two were instigated by you. Wei Su has been observing from a safe distance, his expression inscrutable. My stance is clear. One should govern their own affairs without burdening others. Qi Ran remarked, acknowledging that his political education has served him well. Their incessant chatter seems a mere ruse to buy time until your arrival. Evidently, they harbor considerable trust in you. A faint smile graced Wei Su's lips. Qi Ran's persuasive prowess had evidently been well honed, and Yu Ho had absorbed his teachings thoroughly. Now he is convinced that persuading the masses with the concepts of democracy and freedom is hardly a daunting task. After all, who among the populace, be they virtuous or malevolent, does not yearn for democracy and freedom? Who wishes to be enslaved and exploited like a mere dog? My integrity has earned their trust, a decision undoubtedly wise, Qi Ran declared as he patted his chest. With such earnestness, surely he deserves some acknowledgement. If Yuran and Yu Ho do not place their trust in him, how could he reciprocate that trust? Yet, why does Wu Qingyuan entertain their lengthy discourse? Qi Ran observed Wu Qingyuan standing in the chilling winds below, the cold aura around him intensifying. This is perilous. After a brief contemplation, Wei Su swiftly descended. In his haste, he disregarded Qi Ran, who plummeted downward. At this height and speed, he was bound to face hardship. In a critical moment, the ancient zither miraculously cushioned his fall. What a close call. Relying on others is no substitute for self-reliance, he mused, steadying himself while calming his wildly beating heart. Wei Su paid no heed to his reproachful gaze, already channeling his energy. Upon landing, Qi Ran comprehended the cause of Wei Su's earlier discomposure. Wu Yue had engaged in dialogue with Yu Ran, and Yu Ho solely to await the opportune moment. The climate on Liaoshan is peculiar, with significant temperature fluctuations, ensuring that fog envelopes the mountains during the Shen hour. On days of lunar obscurity, a fog barrier will arise, inducing hallucinations in ordinary folk. Each individual perceives and experiences their demise differently. Today, being a day of lunar obscurity, Wu Yue wished to preserve his own virtue, allowing Yu Ran and Yu Ho to seal their own fates. What are you waiting for? If you wish to prevent their madness and demise, assist me in erecting a barrier, Wei Su urged as he noticed Qi Ran still dazed. Oh, Qi Ran, jolted by his sharp command, regained his senses and joined Wei Su in channeling energy. Is it you? Wei Su exclaimed upon recognizing Qi Ran's contribution to the energy flow. This was the same flow that had aided him and Li Taisher on the day of the reversed river. How well he concealed himself, Wei Su mused. Casting a glance at Qi Ran, was Wu Yue genuinely listening to their admonitions? Qi Ran inquired. Why would he endure such trivial chatter? He seeks to understand them. Not foolish, he has discerned their ideologies and identified the key to their impending madness. This chilling formation, seemingly a means of self-preservation, effectively suppresses their intellect. They are now likely grappling with the shattering of their ideals. The stronger one's beliefs, the more resolute their opposition becomes. They may choose to perish alongside their imagined adversaries. Wei Su spoke, his subordinates exhibiting no signs of respite, as his energy resonated harmoniously with Qi Ran's. Amidst their toil, he occasionally cast a glance at Qi Ran, as if feigning ignorance of his presence. Such shamelessness, engaging in morally reprehensible acts, yet appearing oblivious to their implications. Qi Ran feared that the two might succumb to a misguided sense of valor. The natural order dictates survival of the fittest. In such circumstances, Wu Yue, in his quest for self-preservation, harmed other vulnerable souls, yet the universe does not deem this a moral failing. Indeed, the cosmic order seems more just than the human principle of emergency avoidance, Qi Ran muttered in discontent. What? Wei Su inquired, perplexed. You wouldn't understand the affairs of the world, Qi Ran replied, enveloped by a formidable chill, experiencing fear for the first time since becoming a true cultivator. Despite the presence of the divine Wei Su, yet, this could alleviate the pressure on Yu Ran and Yu Ho, which was paramount for their endurance. The expressions of Yu Ran and Yu Ho had turned increasingly grave, standing at the precipice of life and death. They were besieged by former allies, those who once followed them, now their greatest foes. These adversaries knew them intimately, always finding ways to shatter their most steadfast convictions. How infuriating! They had poured their hearts into these individuals, valuing their interests above their own lives, yet they returned kindness with malice. Yu Ho first recognized the instigator of this debacle, the robbed merchant. This was merely a trap, designed to ensnare individuals like you, a noble soul with fervor and ideals. Yet possessing a simplistic mind, this outcome is what you deserve. The merchant's chubby face was adorned with a mocking smile, and Yu Ho perceived a chorus of laughter around him, as if they were deriding his own folly. In a world devoid of fools like me, filled instead with cunning individuals capable of self-preservation, it would indeed be a wretched place. You may continue to be subservient, like obedient hounds. Yu Ho was evidently wounded, yet he retained his composure. Do not presume that clutching a mere straw will ensure your survival. Those ideals you espouse were instilled in you by your master. So noble in rhetoric, yet when faced with peril, he retracts like a turtle, leaving you two simpletons to charge into battle. TSK. Is this the conduct of a virtuous gentleman? The path we tread is our own choosing. We do not require others to instruct us on how to traverse it. Yu Ran, too, felt vexed, harboring discontent towards Yu Ho's rashness, yet his mastery of the golden hero's dragon-subduing palm imbued him with righteousness, preventing him from being swayed by the opponent's ploys. I shall not regret my actions. It is you, the petty souls lurking in the shadows, who cast others in a negative light. Yu Ho remained a steadfast supporter of Yu Ran. However, your senior brother is quite displeased with your reckless behavior, harboring unspoken grievances against you at this moment. A gentle voice interjected, Strange indeed. Is there truly someone satisfied with your actions? At times, even I looked down upon my own ignorance and expressed dissatisfaction with my senior brother's methods, slamming the table in frustration. It appears you are unaware of how to interact with others. I am disinclined to waste words on you. Yu stood resolutely beside Yu Ran. Disciple. The situation is dire. You must remain steadfast in your resolve. Otherwise, we shall descend into mutual destruction. Yu Ran cautioned Yu. Recalling how his brief moment of distraction had been detected by the opponent, this was far more formidable than the soul transference technique of the esteemed Jin. He was confident that his masculine energy could withstand the challenge, yet Yu practiced a different martial art, and he feared that she might be swayed and destabilized by the adversary's manipulations. Yu followed closely at his side. If he were to suddenly turn against her, the consequences would be catastrophic. Rest assured, my senior, my renown in the martial world is built upon my eloquence. I possess a certain acumen in counteracting psychological warfare. Yu had also sensed the suspicious atmosphere. Fortunately, her heart was filled with more light than darkness. Otherwise, she might have fallen prey to the tricks of psychological manipulation long ago. How pitiable are the fledglings. Do you truly hold fast to your beliefs? The true essence of chivalry is to serve the nation and its people. A country is but a collective of families. Why is it that, though we are all human and belong to families, the treatment we receive is so vastly different? The voice continued with a mocking tone. Your masters always make you bear the burdens, presenting themselves as blameless. Reflect on this. Are all the good deeds truly theirs? While the burdens of failure fall squarely upon your shoulders, they employ the same methods as the esteemed Jin and Wu, inciting the martial world to turn on itself. Those who perish unjustly are not deserving of their fate, but are merely pawns in their schemes. Such individuals harbor a darkness within their hearts, and yet you still dare to call yourselves virtuous gentlemen? Spare yourself the trouble. It is your own greed that leads to their demise, not the actions of others. As Yu engaged in this debate with the martial artists, he had long since developed a nuanced understanding of the topic. Humans are driven by desires. Is this not the prevailing rule of the strong in our world? What is wrong with their yearning for the secrets of the esteemed Jin, desiring to grow stronger? This is akin to striving to cultivate one's own fertile fields to yield a greater harvest. Tending to one's own fields, whether the yield is plentiful or sparse, is a personal matter. It does not impede others, nor does it pose a threat to life. In the arena of life and death, one must contend with mortality. As rational beings, we ought to recognize the gravity of our actions. Of course, for those like you, devoid of humanity, notions of right and wrong hold no significance. Anything can be justified in your eyes. Thus, one could interpret the principle of minding one's own affairs. In this world, does it not still adhere to the rule of violence? If that is the case, then knowingly engaging in the impossible is merely courting death. Perhaps such an end is indeed fitting. The voice pondered Yu's statements to itself. You are mistaken. What you espouse is merely the twisted rationale of self-preservation. I speak of sacrificing oneself for righteousness. If there is something to be gained, then the notion of knowing it to be impossible does not apply. I have always been aware of my intentions. I act with full knowledge of what is achievable. Yu interjected, interrupting the other's self-indulgent musings. Yuren initiated a defensive maneuver, erecting a barrier. He could not afford to be distracted by the verbal skirmish with Yu. The surrounding mist thickened, and he struggled to maintain his composure, his teeth chattering audibly. He understood that Yu's steadfastness was bolstered by the protective barrier, which infused her with righteous vigor. Should the adversary breach this shield, he could not guarantee that her resolve would remain unshaken. How increasingly intriguing. I am curious to see how long you two can endure. The voice echoed, ethereal and distant. I find this contest rather intriguing. Yuran is already aware that his duel with Wu Yue commenced long ago. What he remains oblivious to is that Qi Ren arrived earlier, accompanied by the enigmatic Wei Su. However, Wei Su, this extraordinary being, is rather peculiar. Despite his capability to subdue Wu Yue, he refrains from intervening and chooses to spectate instead. To be fair, he does not entirely neglect the situation. He has mitigated the noxious miasma that naturally emanates from the mountains, granting the two adversaries the opportunity to engage in verbal sparring. It appears he derives great pleasure from such spectacles. Qi Ran feels utterly powerless in the face of this level of confrontation. He believes he falls short compared to Yu Ran. Yu Ran possesses the ability to wield the dragon-subduing palm against a formidable opponent like Wu Yue, whereas Qi Ran, as a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, finds it difficult to make an impact. You cannot intervene, nor can I. Qi Ran muses in frustration when he hears Wei Su's voice in his ear. What do you mean? Was my invitation to you in vain? Qi Ran's irritation flares at these words. There is indeed significance. Wei Su chuckles lightly. I am the divine presence hovering above Wu Qingyuan. He dares not act recklessly. Should he choose to do so, I would have every right to obliterate him, as you mortals say, to uphold the celestial mandate. Qi Ran comprehends the implication. Wei Su, this inscrutable figure, is intricately connected to this conflict. Today's battle would unfold regardless of whether he sought Wei Su's assistance. There must be some correlation between him and Wu Qingyuan, perhaps established when Wu Qingyuan acknowledged the divine presence above him. This now hinges on whether the Yu brothers can withstand their inner demons. If their vital energy dissipates yet they endure, they are indeed the chosen ones. And I shall treat them with the utmost regard. Wei Su's eyes glimmer with excitement. It has been ages since he encountered such remarkable humans that he can scarcely recall the last time. The chosen ones? Qi Ran inquires, intrigued. Indeed, I have only ever encountered one such individual in my lifetime. Perhaps there will be more in the future, Wei Su cheerfully responds, seemingly fascinated by the chosen ones. Who has become the chosen one? Qi Ran asks, his curiosity piqued. Who knows, this chosen one might achieve great feats and etch their name in history. I yearn to discover who it is. My senior brother, Wei Su mentions, letting out an involuntary sigh at the mention of him. Wu Yue? Qi Ran blurts out. How do you know? Wei Su's demeanor shifts, his gaze towards Qi Ran growing peculiar. How could I not know? The Wei deity is renowned among mortals, and his senior brother has gained fame as well. Qi Ran realizes he has inadvertently revealed too much and begins to deflect. No, that is not right. Wei Su shakes his head. How could you possibly know? Zhou Tian informed me, Qi Ran admits, immediately regretting his words, feeling guilty for implicating an elder. Is it he who sent you to seek my assistance? Wei Su scrutinizes Qi Ran intently. Otherwise, would I dare to approach you? Qi Ran retorts, observing Yu Ran, who is visibly straining. His vital energy has waned, and the mist from the mountains is swirling towards them. Now is truly the time to test the two of them. Wei Su states, every human has their weaknesses. Why must you be so merciless? Why must you witness others standing before you, devoid of any integrity? Qi Ran was filled with anxiety. Wu Qingyuan's cultivation was nearly on par with Wei Su's. The rising mist crystallized into glistening ice before him. Yu Ran and Yu Ho were merely 100 meters away. If he were to freeze them, their lives would be forfeit. This technique is one you taught me. It's most fitting for dealing with the martial world, Wei Su remarked, casting a glance at Qi Ran. This world is remarkably fair, every action has its consequence. Had it not been for Qi Ran stirring the waters of the martial realm, how would Wu Qingyuan have revealed himself? Why should Yu Ran and Yu Ho not face the same trials? Since I am the instigator, why do they face peril instead of me? Qi Ran's voice was icy. Fortune is quite enigmatic. You may be the instigator, yet the benefits accrue to them, and they shall bear the consequences. From my perspective, this seems fair enough. Unfair. Qi Ran retorted, how can it be just when they confront someone as formidable as Wu Qingyuan? True fairness lies in a contest of equal strength. Wu Qingyuan understood this principle. Thus, he refrained from striking to kill. As long as the two remained resolute, they could become the chosen ones, and that was indeed fair. Did I not tell you that the heavenly law entails the principle of interdependence between gain and loss? Wei Su spoke in a soothing tone, for in his view, the chosen ones could not expect a smooth journey. Such nonsense. Qi Ran scoffed. He perceived that under Wu Qingyuan's oppressive aura, Yu Ran and Yu Ho were nearing their breaking point. No matter how strong a person might be, once encased in ice, they were indistinguishable from the dead. This was no mere psychological battle. It was a life and death struggle defined by absolute superiority and power. What do you intend to do? Wei Su inquired loudly as he saw Qi Ran preparing to join the fray. What can I do? If one-on-one is futile, then surely a group assault is permissible. Let me tell you, if you join, their threat will only increase, Wei Su cautioned. I understand that among practitioners, the heavenly law views this as a life or death scenario. Entering the fray depends solely on strength. Qi Ran began to breach the barrier that Wei Su had erected. This barrier was initially designed to repel the miasma. Once the miasma receded, Wu Qingyuan would summon his celestial energies, transforming the barrier into a shield against the outside world. If you dare to join, Wu Qingyuan will unleash his full power. He would annihilate all three of you without a hint of remorse. I would have no opportunity to intervene. Do you comprehend? Wei Su warned, noting Qi Ran's fierce determination. When he suffers a loss of virtue, by the time you are able to act, their lives will be extinguished. They are my capable subordinates. I am aiding myself. This life and death scenario is already set. Allow me to exit. Should you possess the ability, go forth and join. Stop your wailing. Wei Su retorted coldly as he recognized Qi Ran's urgency. I should never have sought you out. Qi Ran lamented, feeling the weight of the situation as he faced the barrier erected by his own ally. Such is the unpredictability of fortune and misfortune. Let me impart another truth. Human determination can triumph over fate. Qi Ran gathered his strength, aiming to shatter the barrier that Wei Su had conjured. Yu Ran and Yu Ho struggled against the biting cold. Brother, I can hardly endure any longer. After the ordeal, Yu Ho felt as though his blood flowed sluggishly within him. He had lost all hope. The chill here pierced to the bone, like a blade of ice, and he was enduring an excruciating torment. Yu Ran was not faring any better. Immobile and engaged in a struggle to channel his vital energy, his body was subjected to the agonies of rebirth. With each intensification of that sinister energy, he found himself in a state of profound suffering, standing protectively before Yu Ho to shield him from direct assault. Yet, Yu Ran was but a man. An ordinary man with his own spectrum of emotions, joys, and sorrows. When pain surged forth, the dual torment of spirit and flesh ensnared him in a relentless struggle between liberation and perseverance. To end his life would mean the cessation of all suffering. Yet he was unwilling to do so. He still harbored unfulfilled aspirations. There remained a substantial sum in his Jiuzhou trading company account. He had yet to purchase a home, marry, or raise a family. He longed to savor the delicacies crafted by Xiaoyu, to impart the teachings of the falling petal sword to Lin Yanran. And he could not abandon the protection of the four little spirits who relied on him as their elder brother. Most importantly, he still needed to discuss with Chiron the formal appointment of Yu Ho as the fourth head. Hold on, your appointment as the fourth head has yet to be issued. Yu Ran said through gritted teeth, fearful that even a slight exertion might shatter his teeth, which felt like shards of ice. Brother, at this moment, you still have the heart to jest? Yu Ho was unable to move, his aspirations of becoming the fourth manager now seeming futile in the face of death. Ever since I boarded this ship of the boss, I have never known peace. I have enjoyed fortune, but have also shouldered burdens. The risks I have faced are not few. The boss may be shameless at times, but he is fundamentally a good person. I have no regrets in following him. Yu Ran spoke of Chiron, his criticisms outweighing his praises, yet it was clear he held Chiron in high regard. Brother, the one I most wish to scold in this life is the boss, yet he is also the one I respect the most. You are right. He may be slightly unscrupulous, but he is worthy of friendship. Yu Ho spoke with faltering strength, fearing that silence would turn him into a mere statue of ice. I believe the boss will not abandon us. His absence must be due to some pressing matter. Yu Ran still held on to hope for Chiron. I believe in this as well. Given the nature of our boss, how could he forsake us? Without us, he would have no leverage to boast. Yu Ho wanted to smile. Yet he felt as though he were turning into a popsicle, unable to muster the strength to do so. Despite his fiery demeanor, always speaking of realizing Wu's ideals, deep down he harbored the desire to be a leisurely wealthy man, to indulge in the beauty of the world and savor its culinary delights. The fire in Yu Ran's eyes dimmed. He feared he might fail to fulfill Wu's aspirations. Indeed, he wished to savor the world's delicacies. But to indulge in its beauty was a daring dream he dared not pursue, especially with a fierce woman keeping watch over him. His mischievous thoughts had to be kept in check. Yu Ho did not dare to approach Yu Ran. Both of them felt fragile at this moment. As the pain subsided, his blood congealed, and he gradually lost sensation. It seems we shall not partake in their wedding feast. Yu Ran summoned his last strength to utter a phrase, feeling as though his mouth could hardly move. If the boss were to find him in this state, he might think he had died with unfulfilled desires. A most unflattering image indeed. The presence of the third and fourth managers is indispensable at Baya Tower. Just as the two were on the verge of losing consciousness, they heard a familiar voice. Boss. Their spirits were instantly uplifted. Indeed, they had often grumbled about the boss. Somehow, they must survive to return and make them pay. As Qi Ran broke through the barrier set by Wei Su, he finally arrived, albeit late, due to the formidable strength of Wu Yue. The charlatan Wei Su had not intervened, leaving him to breach the realm on his own. Fortunately, Wu Yue desired his presence and did not exert his full power to hinder him. With the assistance of cultivators, Yu Ran was able to prevail, and afterward, Qi Ran unleashed his full strength to eliminate the three, maintaining his virtue. Such a splendid opportunity was not something he would impede. Once Qi Ran joined, Wu Yue cast aside his reservations. The trees atop Liaoshan began to snap under the pressure, and the wind carried a resonant sound from the flora. Liaoshan had become a sculpture of ice. It's frigid, Yu Ran murmured as his body softened. Indeed, it is cold, but you are not frozen into an ice sculpture. Yuran realized that Chi-Ren had erected a barrier to protect them. It turned out that the boss was indeed a powerful cultivator. He also recognized that his survival was thanks to Chi-Ren. You two are far too cold. Go ahead and scold your boss. I shall warm myself. Venting the frustrations of these past years, miss this moment, and there shall be no second chance. Chi-Ren exclaimed, observing the two shivering uncontrollably. Boss, how could we possibly berate you? We hold you in high regard, despite the many times you were in the wrong and made us shoulder the blame. No one is perfect, after all. Thus, we concur with your notion of seeking common ground while reserving differences. Ultimately, the heaviest burden still rests upon your shoulders. Does it not? Yuran chuckled. It seems I was mistaken, allowing the sharp tongue you've honed in the martial world to be directed at your own boss. Chi-Ren, his teeth chattering from the cold, felt a deeper torment than Yuran, for Wu Yue was now unleashing a full-scale assault. Boss, focus on the battle. If you let your guard down for a moment, we shall all meet our end here. Yuran understood the torment Chi-Ren was enduring. He had recovered and could sense the overwhelming mental pressure. This is what we call fighting fire with fire. If one wishes to avoid being engulfed by negative emotions, one must first release them. Chi-Ren was uncertain of the efficacy of his approach, but it was the best he could devise. He had long believed that individuals succumb to their negative sentiments due to a lack of outlets, if one had a dumping ground for mental clutter. What could not be managed? I've often argued heatedly with you. Those rules you impose can be quite uncomfortable, yet in critical moments. You have proven to be quite righteous, and for that, I support you, Yuran remarked. Agreed. Although those rules are numerous and vexing, there is wisdom in the saying, without rules, one cannot achieve order. As emotional beings, humans are inherently sentimental, thus they must be bound by the chains of reason. Yuran began to move gracefully. Though the chill had lessened, his joints remained stiff from the recent freeze, requiring gentle movements to restore fluidity. Boss, if that gallant Guo were to have experienced what we have, I am certain he would not fare better than us. Yuran began to practice his dragon-subduing palm once more, a technique imbued with a robust vigor, perfectly suited to counter the prevailing chill. That depends on the mood of the great swordsman. Chi-Ren blurted out. Why does it rely on mood? Yuran pondered, finding his employer's thoughts inscrutable. You are not of the same era. It is impossible to analyze what has not transpired. Chi-Ren deflected. He too had to engage in conversation to fend off Wu Yuen's psychological onslaught. This Wu Yue was more formidable than the most distinguished psychologists, for he not only discerned the shadows lurking within one's heart, but also magnified them exponentially. Yuran, with a heart unclouded, managed to withstand, though his thoughts were heavy. Perhaps too scheming. He did not wish for Wu Yue to uncover his true identity as Wu Yue. The guardian deity was likely beginning to harbor suspicions about whether he and Wu Yue were allies or adversaries, a matter Chi-Ren had yet to clarify. What a peculiar celestial cycle, Wu Yue mused after several encounters with Chi-Ren. Initially, he believed Chi-Ren's involvement would present an opportunity to swiftly conclude their contest. However, despite his apparent weakness, Chi-Ren proved to be quite a handful. Chi-Ren's celestial cycle fluctuated, opposing him as though engaged in combat on a sponge. No matter the ferocity of the strike, it would be diffused. Wei Su observed in astonishment. Chi-Ren's celestial cycle now differed from that which had aided him against Li Taisher. A person's celestial cycle is typically fixed, capable of weakening or strengthening. Yet its attributes remain consistent. Conversely, Chi-Ren's celestial cycle appeared unstable, still in a phase of growth, and yet to solidify. Even after ascending to divinity for so long, Wei Su had never witnessed such a celestial cycle. He was eager to see what form Chi-Ren's would ultimately take. The surprises Chi-Ren brought to Wei Su were abundant. I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you, Wu Yue declared, an icy demeanor settling over his handsome visage. Heaven and earth possess righteous energy, a chaotic blend of vitality, Chi-Ren proclaimed with fervor. How intriguing, Wei Su remarked, gazing at the swirling clouds above the barrier. The boss is truly leveled up, Yuran exclaimed, astonished by the sight of Chi-Ren enveloped in a mass of auspicious clouds. When did the boss become so formidable? Yuran questioned, recalling that such a phenomenon was typically reserved for great sages or enlightened beings. Seeing it manifest in Chi-Ren, he struggled to believe his own eyes. While Chi-Ren was commendable, he hardly qualified as a sage or a sage-like figure. He was merely an ethical businessman. You, young hero, have studied the great swordsman's secrets, yet you have not grasped the underlying truths, Chi-Ren observed, surprised by his own prowess. When had he attained such capabilities? Could it be that Wu Yue inherently possessed a formidable celestial cycle? yet he simply lacked the skill to harness it? The golden thread woven through the great swordsman's teachings embodies righteousness. All things in heaven and earth thrive upon it. With your righteous energy, how could you fear the crooked paths? Yuran began to grasp the essence of this principle. Boss, that assertion is flawed. While you may sustain the righteous energy, I cannot, for my inner strength is limited. Yuran countered, shaking his head, suspecting the boss was attempting to ensnare him. Foolish one, Qiran sighed. You are the first to dare call me foolish. I shall remember this. Once we exit, shall we spar? I am unafraid of being bested. I have no objections. Qiran replied nonchalantly. Yuran was utterly astonished, having witnessed firsthand the confrontation with Wu Yue, yet still yearned for a challenge. It was merely a desire to learn from his superior, to enhance his own abilities and thus become a worthy support. With a cheerful demeanor, Yuran expressed his newfound aspiration to cultivate his spiritual practice. Count me in. Though my innate talent may be slightly inferior to that of my senior brother, I am undoubtedly a gifted cultivator. Yu-ho, unwilling to lag behind, chimed in, enough of your chatter. If you wish to prevent your master from meeting his demise, then lend a hand. Qiran was perplexed by the force Wu Yue wielded. His celestial energy was being constricted, with each inch of pressure causing his pain to deepen. Engaging in conversation to distract himself was becoming futile. To concentrate on the task at hand felt akin to lying upon a butcher's block, becoming a target for slaughter. He required assistance. As the dragon soared into the heavens, Yuran did not disappoint. He unleashed his utmost power with a singular strike. When the ethereal visage of a golden dragon rose within the barrier, Wei Su ascended into the air, his gaze now imbued with emotion. Wu Yue, startled by the apparition, pondered how a mere mortal could command a dragon. Dragons were the epitome of strength and ferocity in the realm, directly opposing his own attributes. Alarmed, he intensified his assault. After all, this was merely an illusion. Should it materialize into reality, his only option would be to flee swiftly to ensure his safety. You are indeed impressive. Young hero you, Qiran exclaimed, equally taken aback by the dragon's manifestation. Yuran had managed to transform the 18 dragon-subduing palms into a dragon form. If Jin Daxiao were to learn of this, he would surely lament his own lack of imagination. Yuran dared not engage in further conversation, holding his breath in fear that any lapse in concentration would cause the dragon's visage to dissipate. Senior brother, you are truly the greatest in the world. Look, the dragon is taking shape, Yu-ho exclaimed, now utterly captivated by the legendary creature. Ah, Qiran noticed that the dragon indeed was forming. How can Yuran, a non-cultivator, bring forth such an embodiment? Such phenomena are typically reserved for the forging of magical artifacts. How could this occur now? The serendipity of the moment was beyond description. Wei Su watched with keen interest, having forgotten the purpose of his arrival, becoming merely a spectator filled with wonder. Master, your celestial energy possesses such remarkable utility, able to solidify the ethereal into the tangible? Yuran was not surprised by his own prowess. As the dragon's illusion began to intertwine with Qiran's surroundings, the pressure on him noticeably lessened. He understood that it was Qiran who was the true miracle worker, not himself. Me? Qiran snapped back to reality, only now realizing that the dragon soared amidst auspicious clouds, gazing at him with fiery eyes. You cannot possibly be my magical artifact. He stammered in disbelief. His magical instrument was an ancient cither. How could it transform into a dragon? Dragon barrier. Wu Yue swiftly retracted his attack, sensing the ominous turn of events as the barrier siphoned his spiritual energy. It seems I have underestimated you, he muttered before hastily retreating. As Wu Yue departed, the chill of the mountains dissipated, bringing forth a resurgence of vitality. The wilderness appeared to awaken from a dream, with small creatures stirring and making their presence known. The broken branches could not return to their former state, rustling in the mountain breeze. Who would have thought you could forge a dragon artifact? Truly the chosen one, Wei Su marveled, praising him in admiration. Only the chosen ones can forge the dragon artifact. Qiran inquired. Naturally, Wei Su replied, his eyes glimmering with mirth. Are they not the chosen ones? Qiran pointed towards Yuran and Yu-ho. They are your finest partners, Wei Su remarked, observing the pair. Endowed with talent, they are promising prospects. Henceforth, you shall instruct them, as well as the 4 little ones. What say you? Qiran seized the opportunity to make his request. You are truly shameless, pressing for more, Wei Su retorted, clearly displeased. I have calculated that you have not assisted me in dealing with Wu Yue. On the contrary, you ensnared me with your array. Had it not been for their summoning, I would have remained trapped. Your arrival was of no benefit and rather counterproductive. As a businessman, I wield my abacus deftly. You must teach them the ways of cultivation. Otherwise, the Yi family estate shall not permit your stay. Your two associates speak truthfully. You are indeed quite unscrupulous, Wei Su coldly asserted. You are the one lacking in integrity. Do you not comprehend the concept of fair trade? Yu Ho now staunchly defended Qi Ran. Qi Ran was advocating for the interests of himself and his senior brother. Having Wei Su teach the art of cultivation would be highly advantageous. Truly, one is influenced by their company. Proximity to virtue fosters virtue, while closeness to vice breeds vice. Wei Su dismissed with a remark and retreated swiftly. Hey, what was the artifact of the previous chosen one? Qi Ran called out to Wei Su as he departed. The dragon. Wei Su's voice became ethereal and elusive. No wonder I seem to possess such extraordinary fortune, Qi Ran muttered, leading Yu Ran and Yu Ho back to the Liangshan Hall of Gathering Heroes. What? Wu Qingyuan has faltered. In a lavish residence within Luoyang, a figure revered as the master by his subordinates trembled with rage. My lord, the young master truly exerted himself, reported a servant who accompanied Wu Qingyuan. After the clash between Wu Qingyuan and the brothers Yu Ran, he observed from afar. Given the caliber of their confrontation, he knew survival necessitated distance. He did not witness the fierce exchange, yet Liangshan was frozen in time, and Wu Qingyuan certainly gave it his all. In Luoyang, aside from Wei Su, none could rival him. The middle-aged man ground his teeth in frustration. Wei Su exited the palace yesterday. Li Taisher's people were not idle either. The master clenched his hands tighter. Had Wei Su assisted the Yu family brothers, the young master could have emerged unscathed, his cultivation nearing divine levels. Why would Wei Su aid the Yu family brothers? The middle-aged man resumed his seat, his face still flushed with indignation. According to our spies, Qi Ran offered Wei Su some benefits. The middle-aged man lifted his head, astonished that this deity could be swayed by worldly possessions. In this world, whatever he desires is within reach. What could possibly entice him yet remain unattainable? What benefits were bestowed? According to our informants embedded within the palace, Wei Su vacated the prince's residence and relocated to the Yi family estate. The Yi family estate? The middle-aged man pondered, and after a brief moment, a spark ignited in his eyes as he waved his hand, dismissing the messenger. Once the messenger departed, he entered the inner chamber and sent out a command talisman. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged man reappeared. The master summoned, "What is your command?" "Keep a close watch on the Yi family estate." "Understood." The middle-aged man, after responding, inquired further. "Is there anything amiss with the Yi family manor?" Wei Su, eager to reside within the estate, was willing to strike a deal with a mere mortal. It seemed that the second treasure had likely remained in the old residence all along. The so-called departure was merely a smokescreen. No wonder our exhaustive search yielded no information. They were playing a game of shadows right under our noses. The man was evidently incensed. It appeared that the second treasure was even more remarkable than rumored. It must possess extraordinary qualities to have captured the attention of a deity. "Master, I shall personally keep watch over the Yi family manor. With Wei Su residing there, our access will be severely restricted. Qingyuan would be the most suitable, yet he requires a period of recuperation. You should maintain your vigilance in the meantime." "Master, if Yuran is not eliminated, how shall we account to that individual?" The middle-aged man bowed in inquiry. "My Jiuzhou Merchant Guild prides itself on its credibility. The deposit shall be refunded at double the amount." What of the young master's response? "Do not disturb his tranquility." "Understood," the middle-aged man affirmed. "Will that merchant's precious treasure still be safeguarded?" "Investigate that merchant thoroughly, ascertain the nature of his treasures, regardless of who it may be. Should anyone attempt to wield my Jiuzhou Merchant Guild as a tool for nefarious purposes, they shall face no mercy." "Yes, master." The middle-aged man withdrew. "Today, the second steward seems rather enthusiastic," he remarked. The maid who had been summoned that day also arrived. Upon noticing the second steward's presence, she discreetly concealed herself, managing to evade his attention despite being in close proximity. "The second treasure is something everyone wishes to behold. Did you not come forth to volunteer for this endeavor?" "The master knows me best." The maid cast a flirtatious glance. In Wei Su's eyes, she was scarcely worthy of notice. Clearly, this man was not swayed by her charms. That Wei deity is exceedingly aloof, holding others in disdain. Yet, I believe he will come to appreciate my presence. Why is that? This assertion evidently piqued the master's interest. "Because my preparation of daunting carp is simply irresistible to him," the woman cheerfully explained, aware of Wei Su's fondness for daunting carp. She had sought instruction from the chefs in the prince's palace. She was confident that upon entering Yi family manor, Wei Su would seek out a skilled cook adept at preparing fish. As the saying goes, fortune favors the prepared mind. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for your kind words, master. The maid gracefully expressed her gratitude before departing. Has Wei Su left the prince's palace? Emperor Chen mused in surprise upon receiving the news. Wei Su was a crucial ally for Chen Huang, who had always supported him. Why would he abandon the prince's palace? Was the future heir of the Chen kingdom not enticing enough? Wei Su's departure did not signify his renunciation of the prince. Minister Li had also heard the rumors regarding the Yi siblings being the second treasure. It was best not to disclose this information to Emperor Chen, lest he too become embroiled in the quest for the treasure. After all, immortality was a dream ardently sought by mortals. On which side did Qi Ran truly stand? The emperor's thoughts were tumultuous. Minister Li was well aware of Qi Ran's disposition, and he suggested that the emperor directly consult with the 7 gentlemen regarding him. Minister Li found Qi Ran inscrutable as well. Qi Ran possessed a distinctive character and a strong sense of right and wrong. Yet his forward-thinking ideologies were difficult for many to accept. Qi Ran was an idealist. His notions of freedom, democracy, and prosperity transcended the concept of a harmonious society, painting a vivid yet impractical vision of a utopian world. I inquired, and the 7 gentlemen unanimously concurred that he is a talented individual who assists wise rulers. Emperor Chen separately questioned each of the 7 gentlemen, only to discover that their assessments were consistent. This response is indeed thought-provoking. What kind of wise ruler resides in his mind? Is it Chen Huang, Chen Yue, or perhaps himself, or another? If he believes that the Chen state lacks a wise ruler, what actions would he undertake? This uncertainty is what troubles Emperor Chen the most. From my observations, Qi Ran harbors no ambitions. It is not surprising that a carefree sage would choose to associate with affluent idlers. Historian Li aligns with the responses of the 7 gentlemen. Qi Ran is patriotic, yet his loyalty to the monarch is not guaranteed. Should the ruler demonstrate wisdom, he would offer assistance. Conversely, if the ruler proves incapable, he would opt for someone capable of shouldering responsibilities. In his view, the court is merely a governmental organization, elected by the populace for its capability to undertake significant duties. Just as he entrusted Yu Ran to manage the rivers and lakes, if Yu Ran were inadequate, he would allow him to retire and seek another capable individual. Historian Li perceives Qi Ran as the greatest variable for the Chen state, for in Li's eyes. Qi Ran's loyalty lies not with an individual but with his ideals and convictions. I wish for him to remain loyal to me, Emperor Chen sighed. Qi Ran is a talent. Such individuals are essential. Your Majesty is loyal to the Chen state. Naturally, he will be loyal to you, Historian Li remarked calmly. The Chen state is my realm. I shall certainly ensure its tranquility and the well-being of the populace, family and country. Although Historian Li believes that Emperor Chen's perspective will not find favor with Qi Ran, maintaining the peace of the Chen state and the happiness of its citizens constitutes a wise ruler. If that is the case, Your Majesty, what is there to be concerned about? Historian Li inquired with a smile. Uncle, when did Wei Su and Qi Ran become so close? Chen Huang pondered, troubled by Wei Su's abrupt relocation to the Yi family estate. What Wei Su wishes to do is beyond our control, Lin Lifeng remarked. Aware that Wei Su's move to the Yi estate was not surprising. Both Wei Su and Qi Ran operate outside conventional norms. Their interactions are not to be manipulated by others. Does my cousin not understand why their relationship has suddenly improved? Wei Su is a sage. If he were to abandon Chen Huang, how would the world perceive this? Chen Huang felt uncertain. Yin Ran mentioned that Qi Ran and Wei Su wagered on horses, with the stake being the Yi estate. If Qi Ran were to lose, the estate would naturally belong to Wei Su. It is evident that Qi Ran would lose against the sage. His arrogance led him to believe that his horse was synonymous with his dominion. Chen Huang recalled Wei Su's words during the horse race that even a slight alteration could change the outcome. With Wei Su's capabilities, victory would not be difficult to achieve. The wager Wei Su placed is your future, Lin Xiang interjected unexpectedly. What? Chen Huang exclaimed in shock. Wei Su is a sage. He cannot wager his own future. Has Wei Su changed his mind and chosen to return to the righteous path? Is he not assisting him in defying fate? Since you believe he will win, and in fact, he has won, what do you still have to worry about? Lin Xiang felt anger rise within him upon hearing Lin Yanran's words, yet he chose to believe in Qi Ran rather than Wei Su. At the birthday banquet of the third prince, Qi Ran had already expressed his stance. Lin Yanran's decision was his own. Lin Yanran was the most loyal supporter of Chen Huang, and he truly believed in his daughter. How infuriating. After gritting his teeth and uttering 2 words, Chen Huang returned to the palace. Lin Xiang accompanied him, his expression as deep and tranquil as water. Wei Su had always been a solitary figure. Upon taking residence in the Yi family estate, he immediately went to see Zhou Tian, with whom he had spent ample time. On this day, Zhou Tian unexpectedly did not visit the medicinal herb garden or the flower garden. Wei Su, in an unusually lively manner, personally prepared medicinal dishes for Zhou Tian. The 4 children watched in astonishment, baffled by this peculiar situation. Was this Wei Su truly a model of respect for the elderly? When had he ever shown such kindness to an elder? The children sensed that this matter was not simple and promptly reported it to Qi Ran. Qi Ran felt guilty for making Zhou Tian take the blame, claiming that he had informed Wu Yue and Wei Su of their brotherhood. He knew that Wei Su would undoubtedly inquire about Zhou Tian. Since Zhou Tian had not mentioned this to him, he would naturally deny it. Wei Su, this divine being, would certainly investigate the matter. Since Wei Su moved into the Yi family estate, Qi Ran had refrained from visiting, preferring to wait until the matter cooled down. He anticipated that Wei Su would question Zhou Tian, but he had not expected Wei Su to be so considerate as to prepare medicinal dishes for him. How had Zhou Tian managed to win over this divine figure? Wei Su, being of high stature, should not have been so diligent. Why did Wei Su not reside in the Crown Princess Palace but choose the Yi family estate instead? Why did Zhou Tian stay at the estate and request all the medicinal herbs and flowers? Upon deeper reflection, Qi Ran concluded that it was not Zhou Tian himself who had inspired such diligence in Wei Su, but rather the medicinal herbs of the estate. Rumors circulated that the Yi siblings possessed extraordinary treasures. Though he had been skeptical, it now appeared that the Yi family estate harbored secrets unknown to him. And the siblings had certainly kept something hidden from him. I must uncover the truth. Qi Ran was now curious about why Zhou Tian and Wei Su were so fond of the estate's medicinal cuisine. Wei Su had resided in the estate for some time. It was time to welcome him properly. Qi Ran said to Lin Yanran, prepare some delicious dishes, and invite the Yu brothers, Yu Ran and Yu Ho, as well. Understood. I will have Xiao Yu prepare everything. We shall go over first and deliver it once it is ready. Lin Yanran, preoccupied with matters concerning the horse club, rarely visited the Yi family estate. Hearing that Qi Ran intended to host a banquet there, she was naturally delighted and wished to see how Wei Su had fared with Zhou Tian and the 4 children since his arrival. Let us first buy 6 generous gifts to bring along. Qi Ran remembered that he wanted the 4 children, along with Yu Ran and Yu Ho, to pay their respects to Wei Su as their master, so he prepared a token of respect for each of them in advance. Do you have great faith in Wei Su? Lin Yin inquired. She recognized that Wei Su was an ally of Chen Huang, and Qi Ran did not seem particularly close to Chen Huang, appearing to be more aligned with Chen Yu. Regardless of the number of roses provided by Chen Yu, Qi Ran paid the original purchase price, which Lin Yanran considered uncharacteristic of a businessman, viewing it as a veiled assistance to Chen Yu. Qi Ran's support for Chen Yu did not align with his nature as a seeker of wealth. There must be some connection between them. Yet, he remarked, a discarded crown prince is not worthy of investment. However, given his noble status, he deserves to live with dignity. Lin Yanran understood that the meager gold and silver bestowed by the royal family upon Chen Yu could scarcely suffice to provide for his own sustenance, let alone support an entire family. Qi Ran's assistance was akin to sending coal in the midst of snow. Due to her mother's amicable relationship with Chen Yu's mother, Lin Yin had played with Chen Yu many years ago. Although she felt a closer kinship with Chen Huang, she still harbored a sense of compassion for Chen Yu. Pretending to be deaf and mute, she noted that Chen Yu's payments were consistently made in full and on time. For this reason, she believed Qi Ran was more inclined towards Chen Yu. If that were the case, why did he still allow Wei Su to educate Yu Ran and Yu Ho? Along with the 4 children? Why was there a lack of trust? Was he not a sage, and would it not be best for them to be taught by him? After they became Wei Su's disciples, was she not concerned they might change their allegiance? Lin Yanran inquired. Wei Su, this sage, followed the way of heaven. Yu Ran and Yu Ho were steadfast in their convictions. As one ought to have heard the adage that it is easier to alter a kingdom than to change one's nature. As for the 4 children, allowing them to adhere to their own hearts was not unreasonable. Fundamentally, human affairs must align with the heavenly way. Therefore, having Wei Su, this sage, teach them was most appropriate. Qi Ran felt secure in trusting the 6 individuals to Wei Su's tutelage. Wei Su had his reasons for choosing Chen Huang, just as he had his reasons for selecting Chen Yu. Regardless of whom he chose, the objective remained the same, to ensure the enduring peace of Qinghua. I see now, you are selecting pillars of strength for Qinghua, not merely assistance for yourself. Qi Ran, Lin Yinran remarked, expressing her admiration for this quality in him. Those who understand me, Yinran. Qi Ran chuckled, noting the abundance of talent within Chengua. If the court fails to serve the people's interests, the citizens of Chengua should take charge. Such words would be deemed rebellious by Lin Xiang. Lin Yinran raised her index finger to her lips, signaling for silence. In the eyes of the world, Lin Xiang also strayed from the path of loyalty, yet I consider him a great man. Do you know why? Qi Ran asked. Lin Yinran had always believed Qi Ran held a low opinion of her father, and now she was bewildered to hear him bestow such high praise. Because it is vital to hear diverse opinions within the court. This is akin to water needing to be replenished by fresh streams. Only with fresh water can all things thrive. You have stated before that no one is perfect, and we should not demand perfection. As long as the general direction is correct, that suffices. Lin Yinran perceived Qi Ran as a thorough realist. He was not harsh on others, yet would not permit anyone to impose moral shackles upon him. Indeed, the sage way adheres to his heavenly way. While I pursue my human way, my understanding of life's realm is still not profound. I am not purely noble, and I possess self-awareness in this regard. Even you, Miss Lin, consider me a cunning merchant adept at maneuvering. Are you not concerned that these 6 will follow me and become tainted by the stench of money? Qi Ran recalled that Lin Yinran had not held him in high regard, viewing him as a treacherous figure. When did Boss Qi become so petty? Lin Yinran teased. That was then, and this is now. You did not understand Boss Qi's sincere heart back then. She smiled as she recognized that he still remembered that jest. Through the passage of time, she had come to realize that Boss Qi harbored grand ambitions, possessed noble character, maintained a commendable attitude towards learning, and most importantly, was endowed with compassion and tolerance. You are indeed the esteemed master we all admire. Such flattery is of a high caliber, he chuckled, accepting it with grace. Qi Ran was already delighted by Lin Yinran's insincere praise and received it without reservation. I have yet to finish speaking. Lin Yinran cast a glance at him. Recognizing that Boss Qi was striving to align himself with the esteemed persona of the Qi boss in everyone's minds. It turned out that the earlier figure was merely an idealized version of the masterful steward. Having learned this, they would henceforth pursue this aspiration. Qi Ran was not upset. Having spent considerable time with Lin Yinran, he understood that as long as he did not engage in disputes with her, she would not indulge in unreasonable antics. As they conversed, they arrived at the Yi family estate, where the 4 children, upon seeing the gifts, eagerly assisted in carrying them while also expressing their curiosity. Stop looking. These are the master's tokens of apprenticeship prepared for you, Lin Yinran remarked, noticing their growing intrigue. Ah, how can we ever repay the master's kindness? Lu Qing mused. One must not forget the well-digger when drinking water. I shall remember this. Zhou Yu patted his own chest, proclaiming, let us learn from the revered master. And truly astonish the boss, shall we? Lu Jin chuckled, questioning, is there even a need to say this? Such a precious token of apprenticeship must surely be reciprocated with the master's full impartation of knowledge, lest we disappoint him. Indeed, we must demonstrate our prowess to the revered master, so he no longer looks down upon us with disdain, they concurred. At that moment, Wei Su emerged from the herb garden and overheard the 4 children murmuring about him. After listening for a brief while and glancing at the gifts prepared by Qi Ran, he shook his head and declared, I am a sage. There is nothing in this world that I do not know. Those who dare to gossip behind my back should beware of my wrath. The 4 children observed him, grasping an unknown medicinal herb, as he floated towards them, their hearts racing. It was clear that this sage intended to discipline them, and they knew avoidance was futile. It would be best to vanish from his sight altogether. So, it turns out he is inherently cowardly, Wei Su mused, shaking his head as he drifted towards the kitchen. Qi Ran had already caught sight of Wei Su and was intrigued to observe how this divine figure prepared medicinal cuisine. Welcome to the Yi family manor, Wei Shen. Are you satisfied with your stay? He conversed amiably. Thanks to you, I find it quite enjoyable. However, I would appreciate it even more if you could send those 4 little children away, Wei Su replied, diligently washing the medicinal herbs. His method of cleansing was rather unconventional. With one hand grasping the herbs and the other applying force, the ingredients grew robust under his touch, soon resembling plump little dolls with distinct limbs and pronounced brows. As Qi Ran watched him toss the chubby doll-like herbs into the pot, he exclaimed, so you have this peculiar fondness. Wei Su glanced at Qi Ran, unable to bear the sight of his expression as he looked towards the pot, and chuckled, this is ginseng. Surely, you often consume it? Just a change in shape. And you cannot bear it. How finicky. What is this situation? Qi Ran inquired, pointing at the swirling white mist rising from the pot. This is an excellent substance, but alas, you are not destined to partake in it, Wei Su replied, resuming his cultivation to press the mist into the pot. As a glistening paste formed within, he scooped out 2 bowls and handed them to Qi Ran to deliver to the elder. Taking the bowls, Qi Ran turned back as he exited, only to find Wei Su savoring the dish with great delight. Noticing Qi Ran's inquiring gaze, Wei Su merely waved him off, urging him to hurry and deliver the medicinal meal to Zhou Tian. Carrying the 2 bowls of medicinal broth towards Zhou Tian's room, Qi Ran reflected on the dedication Wei Su exhibited while preparing the soup for Zhou Tian. Why should a mere mortal command such reverence from a divine being like Wei Su? As Qi Ran understood it, in the imperial palace, Wei Su was also held in high esteem, with both Emperor Chen and Prince Chen treating him with utmost respect, despite his inclination to dismiss those of elevated status. Upon arriving at Zhou Tian's chamber, Qi Ran found Zhou Tian recuperating. Hearing the sound, Zhou Tian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the 2 bowls of soup. Qi Ran was taken aback by the brightness in his gaze. It had only been half a month, yet Zhou Tian appeared considerably revitalized. Clearly, this divine figure treated Zhou Tian quite well. Delicious, Zhou Tian remarked after finishing 1 bowl, wiping his mouth. Would you care to try some? He asked, looking at the perplexed Qi Ran. No, thank you, Qi Ran replied, his frustration evident. He was indeed tempted to sample the divine dish prepared by Wei Su. It must have been remarkable if it delighted Zhou Tian so. Wei Shen truly cares for the master, Qi Ran mused quietly. That is to your credit, Zhou Tian said, glancing up at him before returning to his meal. Me? Qi Ran asked, instinctively pointing to himself. Indeed. He wishes to know how I am aware of his brotherhood with Wu Yue. I shall tell him, but only after he prepares a 100-day ginseng soup for me, Zhou Tian stated. Upon hearing this, Qi Ran sighed deeply. I initially thought I had caused the master trouble and felt unworthy to face him. I never anticipated that he would gain such fortune from it. What an extraordinary person. Not at all. To be able to command a divine being like Wei Su is indeed remarkable, Zhou Tian replied, finishing his meal swiftly. After consuming 2 bowls, he rose and began to walk slowly to aid digestion. I am also curious. How did you come to know that Wu Yue and Wei Su are brothers? Zhou Tian inquired, fixing his gaze on Qi Ran. Qi Ran inwardly lamented. He had overheard the conversation between the 2 brothers, yet the system Wu Yue operated under seemed devoid of this memory. Now, Qi Ran was filled with confusion regarding this system. What critical information had he lost? Why is there no memory of Wei Su? Brother Wu mentioned it. Qi Ran can only attribute it to Wu Yue now. What did Wu Yue say to you? Zhou Tian fixed his gaze on Qi Ran. He stated that his lover participated in the selection at Chen Palace. Yet his junior disciple Wei Su did not come to her aid, which is quite vexing. Qi Ran believed that this line of reasoning could serve as a convenient excuse. How intriguing. What else did he say? Since ancient times, who has not met death? Let my loyal heart shine through the annals of history. Qi Ran still recalled the poignant scene of separation between the 2 brothers. How amusing. Wei Su had entered unnoticed and listened to Qi Ran's words, his eyes quietly scrutinizing him. Do not look at me like that. It makes me uncomfortable. Qi Ran felt uneasy under his gaze. Truly a chosen one. Wei Su mused to himself. Have you mastered the dragon artifact? Zhou Tian inquired. By a stroke of fortune, but I cannot wield it yet, Qi Ran replied. For the past half-month, he had been contemplating how to proficiently control this magical instrument, yet he found himself lacking in capability. What was your previous magical instrument? Zhou Tian asked with a smile. The guqin, Qi Ran admitted without hesitation. Let me see. Zhou Tian's interest piqued. Wu Yue's guqin must be recognized by Wei Su. There must be an explanation for how it came into his possession. Brother Wu's guqin is my magical instrument, Qi Ran stated as he produced the guqin. Zhou Tian took the instrument, caressing it gently before handing it to Wei Su. After examining it closely, Wei Su nodded, affirming it is indeed his guqin. How could you use Wu Yue's guqin as a magical instrument? Zhou Tian now posed a probing question. I had arranged to meet Brother Wu at the cool pavilion outside the city. As the time approached, I went there only to find that Brother Wu had departed. Yet his guqin remained. Since the guqin is a gift for a kindred spirit, I thought, since Brother Wu intended to leave and summon me, he must have meant to bestow this guqin upon me, so I took it as a memento. Qi Ran wished to conclude this inquiry quickly, fearing that the more he spoke, the more inconsistencies would arise. When you arrived at the cool pavilion, where was he? Wei Su asked. I do not know. I did not see anyone else. Ran was reluctant to mention the grave, as that would surely lead them to suspect he had taken them to see a tomb, which would complicate matters. How do you know he is no longer here? Wei Su pressed on. Brother Wu held his guqin dearer than life itself. Both the guqin and his personal belongings were present. There were wine cups in the hall, and upon inspection, they were laced with poison. It must have been dire. Ran recounted, reflecting on the events of that day. His beloved entered Chen Palace? Wei Su appeared bewildered. Is it not so? Ran observed that Wei Su did not seem to be pretending. As a divine being, he had no need to conceal anything. You have such a good relationship with Qin Huang and are a divine being yourself. Why did you not assist him? Ran challenged. This matter is quite suspicious. Wei Su responded evasively. What is so suspicious about it? Ran queried, perplexed as to why the elder and the younger seemed more confused than he was. Can you play the guqin? Zhou Tian asked. Yes, Ran replied, unsure why Zhou Tian had shifted the conversation to the guqin. Play a piece titled Flowing Clouds Locked, Zhou Tian suggested, looking at Ran. Flowing Clouds Locked? Ran searched through the Wu Yue system, but found no trace of the melody. Shaking her head, she replied, I do not know this piece, but I can play Qingjiang Shui. Allow me to perform it. Zhou Tian sighed. Ran took the guqin and plucked its strings, producing a haunting melody that evoked the rushing waters of the river, grand and powerful. The sound resonated against the mountains and stones, deep and ancient, as if it were music from the heavens. As the notes of the guqin filled the air, the once tranquil medicinal garden stirred. A particular herb trembled violently, its leaves seemingly on the verge of falling, releasing a burst of verdant energy. What is this piece? Yilong was taken aback by the music. It is Lu Yun Sua, Yi replied, his tone devoid of emotion, maintaining a solemn silence in stark contrast to Yilong's astonishment. Lu Yun Sua? I have never heard of it. This piece, originating from the primordial era, had long been forgotten. Who would have imagined hearing it here? I wonder who the player is. It would be delightful to find out, Yi said, his voice imbued with satisfaction. If you wish to know, simply go and see, Yilong suggested. 2 individuals of dubious character have taken residence here, so we must be discreet and not attract their attention. Only those from the celestial realm could recognize the value of this place. I observe that the inhabitants here are not greedy. They take only what they need each day, Yilong noted. Those who reside here must be connected to Ran. We should never have allowed her to oversee the estate. Yilong clearly harbored disdain for Ran's decision to accommodate so many people. If it weren't for her, we might have had some peace, Yi replied coldly. It is my fault that I have burdened you, Yilong lamented. Let us not dwell on what has transpired. As the music came to an end, the conversation between the 2 herbs also ceased. They were evidently fatigued and in need of rest. Is this Qingjiang Shui? Wei Su exclaimed in surprise. Where did this piece come from? My elder brother Wu taught it to me, Zhou Tian said, looking at Ran, his emotions fluctuating. Is something amiss? Ran inquired, noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces. Nothing at all. It is a beautiful piece, Zhou Tian replied, gently caressing the guqin. You should teach him the dragon taming technique, he added to Wei Su. Of course, Wei Su responded without hesitation. Ran's curiosity about the 2 deepened. Zhou Tian was not overly polite to Wei Su, yet Wei Su seemed hesitant to act freely in his presence. Ran was now certain that Zhou Tian was no ordinary individual. However, Zhou Tian was indeed not a cultivator nor a celestial being. He was merely a common man. By what right could he command a deity? As Zhou Tian, Ran, and Wei Su emerged, it became apparent that all 3 bore heavy hearts. What is the matter with them? Zhou Yu observed the solemn expressions of the trio. I surmised that the divine Wei and the master had a disagreement and Shou, as the mediator, could not resolve it. Lu Jin speculated. Could it be that the divine Wei does not wish to be our mentor? Lu Qingjian remarked. Noting Wei Su's unprecedented descent to the mortal realm, his eyes filled with confusion. What trick has the master employed to draw this formidable deity down to earth? I believe the divine Wei will struggle to meet the master's expectations. Mortals surpass deities in this instance. Chen Long pressed his palms together, observing that his boss was unusually unsettled today, despite having faced numerous challenges in the past with a cheerful demeanor. Today's disheartened state suggested that he had not achieved his objectives. Lin Yanran's beautiful eyes scrutinized the 3 individuals. Zhou Tian, typically amiable, wore a furrowed brow and remained silent, a stark contrast to his usual geniality. Wei Su fidgeted with her fingers, seemingly lost in her own world. Ran, oblivious to her concern, appeared vacant and distant, a condition that startled her. Once the trio entered the room, the atmosphere became palpable. After a brief moment, Lin Yin could no longer contain herself and spoke first. Welcome, Wei Shinren. Wei Su glanced at Lin Yin and upon hearing her words and replied coolly, Miss Lin. I reside here, not to join your ranks. Residing here makes you one of us. Do you have other arrangements for sustenance and shelter? Lin Yin replied with a subtle smile, clearly engaging in a playful exchange of words. Wei Su shot her a disapproving look. Those who associate closely with the virtuous will be virtuous. Those who associate with the wicked will be wicked. Who is virtuous and who is wicked? Zhou Yu interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. Enough of the banter, Qiren said, coming back to her senses and preparing the incense table to commence the apprenticeship ceremony. You ran. Has you arrived yet? Lin Yin had sent messages to the two, but they were not in the capital, and their arrival at the Yi family garden was uncertain. They would hold their own separate ceremony. Qiren smiled and assisted Wei Su in taking her seat. Please, you take your place. However, Wei Su bowed politely, inviting Zhou Tian to sit instead. They are here to pay their respects to you as their master. You should take your seat. Zhou Tian's demeanor softened. Let us first pay homage to our ancestral master, Wei Su announced, and then proceeded to bow before Zhou Tian. The four children imitated her gesture of reverence. Qiren raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Lin Yin found the situation somewhat peculiar, yet chose to stay quiet, observing Qiren's indifference. As the four children paid their respects to Wei Su, she assessed them and concluded that Zhou Tian's suggestion was indeed wise. These children possessed considerable talent, and she was confident she could cultivate them into extraordinary individuals. There is a rule that must be clearly stated before you become my disciples, Wei Su said with a light smile. What rule? Lu Jin inquired. This Wei Shinren intends to establish rules only after the apprenticeship, aiming to entrap them, he remarked. It is easy to become a disciple, but challenging to graduate. Wei Su examined her slender fingers and remarked, I fear you may lack the capacity to teach us adequately. Chen Long found Wei Su's approach somewhat shameless, but countered without hesitation. You wish to learn everything, do you not? Wei Su lowered her hands and surveyed the four with a mischievous smile. If you possess the capability, feel free to demonstrate it. First, state your rules, Lu Qingyan urged. Eager to ascertain the stipulations, if unacceptable, they should dismiss this divine master early on. It is quite simple, and I am sure you are all confident, Wei Su said, smiling. You will officially graduate once you can defeat me. During your training, you must adhere strictly to my teachings. Set aside your boss's methods. Any teachings from him shall be disregarded as mere nonsense. Do you understand? No, I cannot accept that. Lu Jin was the first to object. This notion of absolute obedience to the master, I oppose as well. This is tyranny, not democracy, Chen Long added, equally defiant. The master has enlightened us on the essence of faith. How could we possibly disregard it? Lu Qingyan shook his head in agreement. Indeed. It is the unpalatable truths that often constitute mere platitudes. Zhou Yu pouted in response. Zhou Tian, ever the cheerful observer, listened to the children's opinions and, once they fell silent, chuckled at Qiren. Have you already indoctrinated them? One cannot make such sweeping statements. A rational individual with ideals cannot simply be brainwashed. Qiren countered, asserting that instilling one's moral values should not be equated with such manipulation. Your path is indeed fraught with challenges, Zhou Tian remarked, opting not to engage further with Qiren, instead sighing towards Wei Su. These four younglings are hardly a challenge for me. Wei Su wore a peculiar smile. Are you not concerned about him reshaping their values? Zhou Tian inquired of Qiren. The principles of heaven and humanity are interconnected. Humanity is encompassed within the divine order. Elevating their perspectives is ultimately beneficial, Qiren replied with a serene demeanor. How intriguing. Wei Su chuckled softly at Qiren's confidence. Do you believe yourself to be superior to me? You place considerable trust in me, do you not? As a deity, I exist on a different plane than you. A mere mortal. If a god were to lose their moral compass, chaos would ensue in this world. Qiren never considered himself superior to Wei Su. The celestial principles that Wei Su commanded far exceeded his grasp of human morals, a truth he humbly accepted, thus experiencing less turmoil. Truly, you are one chosen by fate. Wei Su remarked, shifting his attention to the four children. Have you comprehended the rules? The children, although somewhat puzzled, were encouraged by Qiren's faith in Wei Su, and decided to take a chance. Understood. We shall engage after defeating you, Chen Long declared boldly. Get to the point. Wei Su waved his hand dismissively. Only the heavenly way is absolute. Anything that contradicts it must be eradicated, Lu Qingyan murmured. I have a fondness for clever children. Wei Su chuckled at Lu Qingyun's rephrasing of his own words, appreciating those who approach tasks with creativity. After the initiation ceremony concluded, Xiao Yu sent over a selection of culinary delights she had prepared herself. The messenger, a young maiden, arranged the dishes and, after bowing to the assembly, stood to the side. When did Xiao Yu hire someone? Qiren asked Lin Yanran, who typically managed such affairs without delving into specifics. Xiao Yu is exceedingly busy now, serving as a nutritional chef for several gourmet chains, overseeing both the recipes and daily operations, in addition to personally managing our meals. It is quite taxing. Hence I consented to her hiring help. This young lady, Xiaoqin, has been with us for less than a month and is quite sharp. Qiren observed Xiaoqin, noting her simplicity and the way her modest attire accentuated her graceful form, though her demeanor was composed, an alluring charm radiated from her essence. Now, she stood silently to the side, offering a polite smile in response to Qiren's glance. This is absolutely delightful, Qiren mused internally. Sensing an underlying disquiet he could not quite articulate. As he hesitated, he heard Wei Su's praise. Turning his gaze towards Wei Su, he noticed the plate of fish before him had been entirely devoured, the divine figure savoring the remnants with delight. Is it not unbecoming for a deity to indulge so voraciously? Lin Yanran shook her head, finding Wei Su's gluttony rather excessive. Others had yet to touch their chopsticks. Yet he had already finished his meal, displaying a distinct lack of decorum. Could this girl, Xiao Yu, possibly stay here? Wei Su paid no heed to Lin Yanran's demeanor and simply inquired. It was well known that Wei Shun had an affinity for fish. However, it would not do. Xiao Yu had too many troubles, and one could not neglect important matters merely to satisfy one's appetite. Lin Yanran declined. Miss Lin is rather petty, Wei Su sighed. As she merely sought a change of work location, it would not impede anything. If I say no, then no, Lin Yanran asserted. Noticing the disappointment in Wei Su's gaze as he fixated on the fish platter, she asked, Wei Shen, you only eat dongting carp, correct? Indeed, Wei Su nodded. Did you just eat dongting carp? Lin Yanran questioned, recalling that the kitchen had not procured any fish, nor was there any included in the banquet dishes she had arranged. Yet here it was, a dongting carp. Yes, Wei Su's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yanran, puzzled by her inquiry. Had she not requested Xiao Yu to prepare this for him? What is it? Qiren asked. Xiao Yu cannot prepare such fish at this time of year. There would be no dongting carp in the market, Lin Yanran remarked, turning to Xiaoqin. What is the meaning of this fish's presence? In response to the second shopkeeper. After you left, someone happened to be selling fish. Sister Xiao Yu did not know it was dongting carp. She mentioned that serving fish at a banquet is an auspicious sign, ensuring abundance year after year. This is a principle in business, so I bought it all. Xiaoqin explained, her voice bright and clear, not at all soft or timid. Even so, she cannot replicate the taste that Wei Shen prefers. Who prepared it? Lin Yanran inquired. I did, Xiaoqin replied softly, lowering her head. You did? Wei Su's face lit up with joy. This place was in need of a cook, and she would be perfect for the role. Master, will we have fish to eat every day from now on? The four children asked. Intrigued by the divine being's fondness for dongting carp, eager to understand what made this fish so special. Of course, I can go to Dongting every day to catch a basket of fresh fish, and we shall have fish to eat every day? Wei Su exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Though Qiren felt something was amiss, seeing his joyful expression and the eager eyes of the four children, she did not voice her objections. Zhou Tian showed little interest in the matter. Fish was not to his liking, and he barely touched the delicious dishes on the table, seemingly lacking an appetite. Indeed, the 2 bowls of ginseng soup were sufficient for an elder's daily needs, Qiren mused, before turning to Xiaoqin. Would you be willing to cook here? Xiaoqin graciously accepted the arrangement from the head and second shopkeepers, performing a slight bow. This sister is quite polite, Lu Qingyan remarked approvingly. What else can you cook? Lu Jin asked, a little foodie who worried that with Xiaoqin cooking, Xiao Yu's delicacies would no longer be available, having become accustomed to Xiao Yu's culinary delights. He feared losing something wonderful. I have learned a variety of dishes from Sister Xiao Yu over the past month. I can prepare most of the delicacies, Xiaoqin replied. You are quite skilled, Wei Su praised. Rarely did he offer compliments, and upon hearing this, Xiaoqin lowered her head, quietly expressing her gratitude. This girl evokes my compassion. Once she arrives, you all must treat her well, Qiren instructed the 4 children. We must treat our elder sister with utmost kindness, the children declared. Lin Yanran, who had been listening attentively, finally spoke up. Oh dear, is Sister Lin feeling envious? The moment I heard the boss's pitiful utterance, I knew mischief was afoot. Zhou Yu remarked, sticking out his tongue. Boss, if we cannot indulge in delectable fish daily, you must bear the responsibility, Chen Long addressed Qi Ran. Yen Ran. Do not cause a scene, Qi Ran, feeling the pressure, retorted, while Wei Su, the enigmatic figure, regarded him with a teasing glint in his eyes. How is it causing a scene? Lin Yanran fixed her gaze on Qi Ran, who claimed that a chef was unnecessary here, who said we should think thrice before hiring. I see you, unable to discern the north from the south when faced with beauty. Women can be dreadfully jealous. Zhou Yu began to savor his preferred dishes. Women are like tigers, indeed quite fearsome. Chen Long, who had been seated beside Qi Ran, shifted away, wishing to distance himself from him. Times have changed. Previously, with 4 children residing here, I feared for their safety, but now with Mr. Zhou and the divine Wei Su present, I am certainly at ease. Qi Ran did not wish to engage in conflict with Lin Yanran at this moment. Those 4, would they be bullied? We both know they are the ones who bully others. Who would dare to touch them? Weren't you just cautioning them not to pick on Xiaoqin? Lin Yanran was genuinely incensed. Boss, when seeking reasons, they must be both reasonable and plausible. The rationale you presented is rather strained. And convincing Sister Lin will be a challenge. Lu Jin shook his head. What do you intend to do? Qi Ran, feeling embarrassed by the crowd's pressure, was curt with Lin Yanran. I wish to establish a fish restaurant, with Xiaoqin as the head chef and Wei Su responsible for supplying fish. If he cannot supply, that is acceptable, as long as he frequently visits the restaurant to sample the fish. I assure you, once Wei Su steps foot in the establishment, it will thrive. Lin Yanran asserted. Sister Lin's business acumen surpasses that of the boss. With Wei Su's name as a banner, it is sure to flourish. I commend it. Chen Long understood Lin Yanran's objections. Qi Ran glanced at Xiaoqin, who lowered her head, her delicate hands entwined nervously. You should also inquire whether she is willing. Qi Ran suggested. Was she not just agreeable? I merely expanded the venue. With a greater workload comes higher remuneration. I believe Xiaoqin will be satisfied. Lin Yan took charge. Do you accept the second manager's proposal? Qi Ran inquired, as he never forced anyone into a corner. Xiaoqin had come to the capital to visit relatives, but as they were away, she found work. Once her relatives returned, she would leave. She had no intention of entering the business world. You clearly agreed to cook here earlier. Lin Yanran's eyes sparkled with determination. Cooking here allows her to leave at any time, whereas opening a restaurant entails significant investment. If Xiaoqin cannot commit regularly, it must be made clear to prevent the second manager from investing without return. Any loss would fall upon Xiaoqin. She reasoned with clarity. Sister Xiaoqin speaks with reason. Establishing this fish restaurant would require purchasing or renting premises, renovating, and acquiring kitchenware and furnishings, a considerable expense. It would be challenging to recoup costs in less than 3 to 5 years. Lu Qingjin calculated the financial implications succinctly. Wei Su, it seems you are out of luck. If you wish to enjoy fish, you should go to the prince's palace, Lin Yanran chuckled. Miss Lin, you certainly treat your cousin with great kindness, Wei Su remarked indifferently. Yanran, having no elder brother, always regarded him as her own. You may take charge for him, but not on my behalf. Wei Su cast a glance at Qi Ran. Why should I act on your behalf? Lin Yanran chuckled, finding it amusing that this Wei deity was so self-involved. Whether or not he wished to partake was solely his affair, irrelevant to her. Sister Lin, what Wei Shen means is that whether he aids the crown prince is his own matter, not to be interfered with by others, Lu Jin interjected. Aware that Lin Yanran would not contemplate the intricacies of power struggles. Can mere mortals truly manage the affairs of the divine? Lin Yanran indeed had not considered this angle, as she held no interest in such political machinations. After tidying up the aftermath, Xiaoqin departed. Qi Ran gazed vacantly at her graceful silhouette as she walked away, prompting Lin Yan to firmly tug at his ear. Restrain your wandering thoughts. Poor boss, Lu Jin lamented, feigning a woeful expression before scurrying off. We did not witness anything. The other 3 followed suit. Wei Su left lightly, while Zhou Tian made his way towards the medicinal garden. Do you not realize that one must maintain a semblance of dignity in public? This is called emotional intelligence. How many times must I reiterate this to you before it sinks in? Qi Ran expressed his exasperation towards Lin Yanran, who was increasingly embodying the role of a matriarch. Scrutinizing him more closely. They had yet to finalize their marriage, yet she seemed to instill in herself a fear of the institution, as if she were certain he could not live without her. Qi boss, I am merely resolving your dilemma. Do you not find Xiaoqin's actions suspect? Traveling from Dongting to the capital of Chan would take at least a cup of tea at Wei Shen's pace. At this season, with no fishing boats in operation, where would the fish come from? The exquisite fish that Wei Shen desired could only be prepared by the chefs of the Crown Princess Palace. Who else would possess such skill? Moreover, as my cousin mentioned, preparing this fish is particularly intricate. If it were not to satisfy Wei Shen's whims, who would go through such trouble for a single fish? The timing of its arrival was peculiar, just as we were heading to the Yi family manor. And she even leveraged the delivery to enter the estate. Did you not say that the Yi family manor is currently under close surveillance by various deities coveting treasures? Men become foolish in the presence of beauty. Is it not amusing? It is not amusing. At Baihe Tower, I handle external affairs while you manage internal matters. Although Qiren found Xiaoqin to possess a certain unexplainable charm, he had not considered pursuing her, merely curious about the source of her allure. Little did he expect that casting a few more glances at Xiaoqin would provoke Lin Yanran's jealousy, leading to her seizing the opportunity to chastise him. This is not only the rule of Baihe Tower but also a family principle, Lin Yan declared before swiftly departing, leaving Qiren in a state of contemplation. Yuran and Yu Ho returned home in a carriage. Along the way, they dispatched 3 groups of people and were soon scrutinized again upon reaching the outskirts of the capital. Senior brother, is this not endless? Yu Ho said, lifting the reins and guiding the carriage forward, addressing Yuran, who sat beside him on the axle. It is a blessing to have companions to practice with daily. Riding in a carriage can be tiring, so it is good to stretch and move about. With half-closed eyes, Yuran was not particularly concerned about these individuals. Yet he harbored a deep-seated fear of Wu Qingyuan. The formidable prowess of Wu Qingyuan transcended his understanding. He had once believed that his own martial talents and comprehension of the legendary techniques of the esteemed Jin Daxia had brought him to the pinnacle of martial arts. Even against cultivators like Qiren, he felt no trepidation. However, Wu Qingyuan was an exception. Whenever thoughts of Wu Qingyuan crossed his mind, he felt as if his body were ensnared within a myriad of icy blades, fearing that he might succumb at any moment. The injuries he sustained from confronting Wu Qingyuan with the dragon-subduing palm had healed physically, yet the psychological scars lingered. Wu Qingyuan's psychological tactics were far more potent than Jin Daxia's soul-capturing methods, if he were to realize that Yuran feared him. His fragile heart would surely shatter. As they entered the capital, this sensation grew increasingly pronounced. The group accompanying them seemed to have ties to Wu Qingyuan, as an intense aura of frost made him shudder involuntarily. Senior brother, are you well? Yu Ho inquired, perceiving Yuran's seemingly nonchalant demeanor contrasted with his serious expression, which betrayed an underlying anxiety. Throughout their journey, they had faced formidable opponents. Though numerous and powerful, they still fell short before Yuran. He appeared indifferent to their presence. Yet his lack of confidence against this particular group was undeniable. What could possibly be wrong with me? Yuran tightened his cloak, his eyes glinting with resolve. With the capital's authority overseeing matters, and Li Taisher's men scrutinizing cultivators closely, I believe they dare not act recklessly. Yu Ho urged the horse to quicken its pace. The only beings capable of instilling fear in Yuran were powerful cultivators. How could such formidable figures enter the capital without attracting the attention of Li Taisher's men? Even upon their arrival, if they emitted any signs of their cultivation, Li Taisher's forces, known for their keen responsiveness, would swiftly locate them. As long as the adversaries could not strike decisively, the two of them would remain safe. Let us hope so. Otherwise, we face grave peril, Yuran murmured. We cannot breach the cultivators' barriers, nor can we relay information to the boss. Why have they chosen to act in the capital rather than elsewhere? Would it not be more convenient? It seemed they were hindered by some circumstance, or perhaps they had received delayed intelligence. Yuran felt the oppressive aura intensifying, causing his heart to race. Is it truly worth a cultivator's intervention for just a box of jewels? Yu Ho, now driving the carriage frantically, assessed that the barrier could not impede their journey, suggesting that their pursuers were either still distant or close yet lacking in strength. However, observing Yuran's expression, it was evident that the adversary possessed considerable power. This signified that the formidable figure was still far from them. Yu Ho pondered that if the enemy could completely control them, it would be prudent to draw closer to the capital, thereby increasing the odds of being detected by Li Taisher's forces. This box contained far more than mere treasures. The merchant who had been robbed had eluded them for several days, seemingly vanishing without a trace. If it were simply a box of jewels, petty thieves would have taken it, failing to capture the attention of such powerful beings. Furthermore, with both of them present, any greedy intentions would be overshadowed by a lack of courage. Upon receiving a message from Lin Yanran, Yuran swiftly accompanied Yu Ho to the capital. The opportunity to learn the art of cultivation from the extraordinary Wei Su was a cherished dream for him. He aspired to one day engage in a fair duel with Wu Yue, firmly believing that if he could grow powerful enough, he would dispel the psychological barriers imposed by Wu Yue. Is there truly a treasure within this box, as claimed? Yue mused, contemplating whether the item was cleverly concealed among others. If it exists, the master will ascertain its authenticity, Yu Ho replied, driving the carriage with urgency. Yue clutched his chest, feeling an intensified pressure weighing upon him. Are you not sensing anything? He inquired, noticing that despite Yu Ho's tension, he remained unafraid. I feel nervous and apprehensive. Among other unpleasant emotions, Yu Ho confessed, observing Yuren's distressed expression. Brother, are you injured? Your complexion appears quite poor. Yue pondered whether this overwhelming pressure was singularly directed at him. It struck him as odd that if the pressure was related to the items in the carriage, the individual would not have first instructed Yu Ho to halt. You feel no pressure? Yu Ho queried, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seems to be solely directed at me. Yue replied, sitting back in the carriage. There is no need for such alarm. The other party does not seek wealth. Then their target is you, brother? Yu Ho slowed the carriage, casting a concerned glance at Yue, who appeared to be in torment. This must be the so-called heart demon as described by the master. The adversary is aware of my internal struggles, thus daring to confront me. Though their cultivation may be lacking, should they engage in combat, they would not be our match. Yue asserted, Brother, I was misled by you. In truth, they lack the capacity to hinder our communication with the master, Yu Ho exclaimed, realizing his oversight. His role was merely to drive the carriage. In the face of peril, it was natural for Yue to send a distress signal. Yue nodded, feeling increasingly unwell, fearing that speaking would cause his heart to spill forth. Brother, hold on, Yu Ho urged, producing fireworks from his robe to send a message. He then dismounted and rushed towards the direction of those who had been trailing them. Yue wished to intervene but remained silent, merely waving his hand while Yu Ho had already covered several paces ahead. Although Yu Ho's skills did not match Yuren's, he was still a notable figure in the martial world. He felt confident that as long as their pursuers were not cultivators, he could safeguard himself while awaiting the master's arrival for assistance. Retreat, a cold voice commanded, and several figures vanished in an instant. Before Yu Ho could reach his destination, the group had already dispersed. He halted, concerned for Yuren's well-being, and chose not to pursue, making his way back to the carriage instead. Once the threat had receded, Yue felt a sense of relief. When Yu Ho returned, his discomfort lessened. Let us await the master, Yue suggested, leaning back against the carriage for rest. Fatigue still weighed heavily upon him. With the message dispatched, Chen would surely come. He anticipated that upon Chen's arrival, they could investigate further, trusting in Chen's capabilities to yield fruitful results. Noticing the fireworks in the sky, Chen instinctively dashed toward the source of the light. In mere moments, he found Yue and Yu Ho resting atop the carriage. What transpired? Chen inquired. A group of individuals who had been tracking us has been influenced by the heart demon. Please investigate, Yue said, rising to his feet. Heart demon? Chen exclaimed. Taken aback, no one understood better than him that this concept originated from the martial arts novels of the esteemed Jin. How could people of this era possibly possess such knowledge? He can probe into my heart demon and successfully invoke it. It is difficult to ascertain whether he is merely an ordinary individual or a cultivator, Yue remarked. Chen glanced at the somewhat weakened Yue and began to focus intently on his investigation, yet he detected no aura of a cultivator. Are you all right? Chen inquired, unaware that Yue harbored a heart demon. This sunny youth had mastered the righteous and formidable dragon, subduing palm. When had he succumbed to a heart demon? I thought it might be Wu Yue. Yue understood Chen's thoughts. That is quite understandable, Chen replied, patting Yue on the shoulder. As a cultivator, Chen felt a profound sense of dread when faced with Wu Yue's overwhelming force, reminiscent of a blade cutting through flesh. To this day, he remained haunted by the experience, especially concerning Yue. This nightmare shall be dispelled, Chen assured. Observing the various scars on the carriage, the journey has been quite tumultuous. My senior brother and I were escorting. Yet there were still those audacious enough to attempt a robbery. This cargo must indeed be a priceless treasure. Indeed, we shall ascertain its worth upon our return. Chen instructed Yu Ho to drive until they reached the Yi family manor. Despite the multitude of individuals desiring the treasure chest, they were compelled to halt at the manor, for it was common knowledge in the capital that the divine being, Wei Shen, resided there. Boss. You place great trust in that Wei Shen, Yu Ho remarked. Yue Enlighten me as to why I should trust Wei Shun, Qi Ran inquired. Turning to the languid Yu ran beside him. Wealth holds no allure for Wei Shun. He lacks for nothing. The treasures of this world are meaningless to him. If he desires something, who could possibly possess it? Yu Ran replied, invigorated by the conversation. Indeed, you are commendable as the leader of the martial world, young hero Yu. By the way, Yu Ho, this should have been your first thought. Why do you still harbor doubts? Qi Ran questioned Yu Ho, having witnessed the darker sides of persuasion. I have grown more suspicious myself. One must tread cautiously in the martial realm. It is prudent to possess a wary heart without harboring malicious intent. Yu Ho chuckled. Not quite. Although I have not witnessed your eloquence in the martial world, I have seen you engage in verbal duels with Wu Yuan. And I can only commend your prowess. Qi Ran expressed, skeptical of his reasoning. So, the boss arrived early that day? Qi Ran was astonished. If you arrived early, why did you not reveal yourself? Wu Yuan is formidable. The divine being, Wei Su, is quite particular. He merely assisted in preventing the miasma of the mountains from allowing Wu Yuan to draw on the energies of heaven and earth to confront you both. If Wu Yuan were to unjustly slay you, it would be a loss of virtue. Hence, Yu Zhengwei had the opportunity to engage in debate, allowing Yu Mingzhu to endure until I could breach Wei Shun's barrier. Ah, so this Wei Shun was not entirely without influence. Yu Ho murmured. He remained unaware that had Wu Yuan harnessed the powers of heaven and earth, they might have inflicted harm upon each other. Merely escaping with their lives would have left them in a shadowy existence. With me present, how could we allow so many dark histories to linger? Qi Ran laughed. You both should learn from him diligently. One day, it would be delightful to see Wu Yuan thoroughly defeated. The rules of Wei Shun dictate that one must engage him before embarking on a journey. Thus, once you are initiated, you shall seek out Wu Yuan for practice. Boss. Your character is truly commendable, Yu Ho remarked, perceiving Qi Ran's inherent spirit of inclusivity, which instinctively upheld the dignity of individuals, preventing their flaws from being exposed to ridicule and mockery. Your personal charm of love and tolerance is sufficient to elevate your emotional intelligence. Qi Ran patted his chest. Boss, when will I officially become the fourth steward? Yu Ho, having momentarily forgotten his affairs while dealing with Yu Ran, seized the opportunity to inquire. Are you not already the fourth steward during this period? Qi Ran chuckled. Have you not noticed that Yin Ran has increased the funds she allocated to you? I thought that was a bonus. Yu Ho laughed, tapping his head. Dream on, there are no bonuses. The three of them carried the chest into the house, where Lin Yin had already arrived with an abundance of delicious food. Wow, look at all this delectable fare. Yu Ran and Yu Ho exclaimed in awe at the spread before them. As you both take on your roles as disciples, I naturally had to prepare a grand welcome. Moreover, you two have brought back an entire chest of treasures, and I have heard that along your journey, you managed to repel at least 10 factions. Lin Yanran's eyes sparkled upon seeing a large box of treasures. Boss, when did you become so avaricious? Yu Ran remarked, noting that Lin Yanran's martial skills were taught by him. Although they lacked the formal title of master and disciple, their relationship was genuine. Among the 4 shopkeepers, only he dared to confront Lin Yanran. Who would oppose wealth? Everything you enjoy, from fine dining to luxurious living, relies on it, right? Lin Yanran beamed with joy. And she generally accepted Yu Ran's playful jabs. What has become of that little Qin? Qi Ran inquired. Lin Yanran would undoubtedly interrogate her upon returning. You're not still pining for her, are you? Let me tell you, I have dismissed her, Qi Ran declared. Lin Yanran, initially in high spirits, lost her smile at Qi Ran's words. Goodness, she changes her face faster than a page turns, Yu Ho exaggeratedly remarked. Senior brother, let us invite everyone to dinner. With so much delicious food, those 4 little rascals will be delighted. Indeed, Yu Ran followed swiftly behind Yu Ho. You are becoming increasingly capable. Qi Ran observed as the two dashed away, understanding they wished to spare her feelings and avoid witnessing Lin Yin and reprimand him. Surely, someone must oversee you, Qi shopkeeper. Otherwise, you'd be creating chaos. Lin Yinran remarked with an expression of displeasure. Who are you to govern me? Qi Ran retorted angrily. Is there anyone else who can manage you? The mere fact that I can is sufficient justification, is it not? A gentleman should not quarrel with a lady, she continued. So what exactly happened with that little Qin? Qi Ran recognized that continuing the conversation would lead Lin Yin and to concoct even more bizarre justifications as an emotional being. She prioritized her feelings above all else, rendering rational logic ineffective. She hasn't returned to the horse club since leaving the estate, Xiao Yu explained. I met little Qin while inspecting the capital's shop a month ago. She is skilled and homeless, so I took her in. I intended to find her a helper. And since Xiaoqin seemed decent, I didn't investigate further. Do not be so careless again, Qiren admonished. Understood. There shall be no more vixens around here. Lin Yanren replied, her tone elongated playfully. You truly are unreasonable. Qiren thought women could be quite fearsome, particularly when they disdain their own kind's excellence. If, in the future, the establishment were filled with a group of gentlemen and only a few women, the latter not being pleasing to the eye but rather dismal, the consequences could be dire. Remember, women should avoid jealousy. It does them no good, Qiren warned bitterly. If you refrain from lust, I shall refrain from jealousy. Any issues should start with self-reflection, understood? Lin Yanran's beautiful eyes sparkled with mirth. You are the true vixen, Qiren said, feeling flustered under her gaze and turning away. Qi boss, how can you be like this? The rules of Baihe Tower dictate that any problems must begin with self-examination. Do not always seek to shift the blame. Lin Yan flashed a bright smile before him. Is this rule not applicable to you? You're impressive. Your ability to draw inferences is unparalleled. Oh. This couple is flirting without regard for the occasion, Wei Su's voice chimed in. Whoever marries her will be struck by misfortune, Qiren muttered. Don't be so harsh on yourself. Wei Su chuckled lightly, pondering whether such banquets could be held daily. Are you not only fond of daunting carp? When did you begin to relish earthly delicacies? Lin Yanran shot him a sidelong glance. What a stark contrast in treatment. Observe how Boss Qi gazes at you with tenderness and depth, while I receive only disdainful glances. Am I not as capable as he? Am I not as attractive? Or perhaps I fail to treat you well enough. Wei Su, undeterred, selected his favorite dish first. Since moving into the Yi family manor, the divine decorum had diminished, becoming more down-to-earth. Everyone here treated him better than he did, and because of his inability to satisfy his desire for conquest, he was wholly intent on winning him over. Lin Yanran remarked, if he could behave obediently and treat me as kindly as the others do, I would reciprocate with equanimity. Miss Lin is truly talented. Boss Qi is fortunate, Wei Su mused, savoring a piece of green bamboo shoots. Delicious. Where did this come from in this season? From the Yi family manor. Lin Yanran replied, realizing that Wei Su's newfound appreciation for earthly cuisine stemmed from the winter's scarcity. She had planted a vegetable garden in the flower beds, and all the ingredients were sourced from there, thus explaining his fondness. This Yi family manor is truly peculiar, she thought to herself. How did I not notice it before? Wei Su remarked, leaping outside. Have you noticed? This divine being only consumes produce grown in this locale, Lin Yanran observed, gazing out the door. I had noticed long ago. Qiren interjected, this place is a treasure trove of feng shui. Zhou Tian and the children entered, followed by Yu Ran and Yu Ho. Their tardiness was due to the completion of the children's assignments. So many delicious dishes. Sister Yanran is truly wonderful, the four children exclaimed as they began to eat. Take your time, there's plenty for every day, Lin Yanran chuckled softly, already considering these four children as her own. Miss Lin, you are indeed a talent. Wei Su was the last to enter, evidently having lingered in the garden longer than anticipated. Otherwise, he would have arrived first. Divine being. What intentions lie behind your flattery of Sister Yanran? Lu Jin remarked, noticing Wei Su's animated expression. The other three children nodded in agreement, puzzled by why he would praise Lin Yanran when he seemed eager to hear something else. The vegetables you cultivate enhance the ecological system here, making it more conducive for various produce to thrive. It dawned on the four children why he was so elated. Miss, I had not contemplated so deeply. If it is indeed as the divine being states, it is merely a stroke of serendipity, Lin Yanran said with a smile. Such serendipity is commendable. Wei Su continued to express his admiration. Divine being, what makes this Yi family manor so distinctive? Qiren inquired, voicing her curiosity. It is indeed different, outside. The weather is frigid and snowy, yet here, it is warm as spring, Wei Su remarked, effortlessly blending praise for Lin Yanran with a subtle jab at Qiren's question. Why is it warm as spring here? Qiren, dismissing his disdain, pressed on. Because this place does not belong to this world, Wei Su replied nonchalantly, savoring a crisp red carrot. What brought us here? Qiren pressed for answers, while Wei Su's thoughts were consumed by the meal, showing little inclination to clarify the background in one breath. This place must have been established by the Yi siblings. Their cultivation was not inferior to mine, and their civilization differs from our own. This locale is indeed suitable for our habitation. The Yi siblings? Qiren nodded, realizing that Wei Su's intention to reside here was certainly purposeful. The existence of the Yi siblings, akin to Wei Su, was unexpectedly intriguing. If the two were indeed, as the world claimed, mischievous spirits, Then why would they seek concealment given their formidable abilities? This puzzled Qi Ran. Beings like Wei Su were divine, and two deities residing here would not fear mortals or cultivators of this world, would they? They are powerful, yet their prowess does not lie in combat. It is in the art of celestial calculation where their strength truly lies, Wei Su remarked as he savored his dish. Is this little world a creation of their celestial calculations? Qi Ran began to comprehend. This small realm must be beneficial for Wei Su's cultivation, otherwise. How could he relish the ingredients so thoroughly? Since moving to the estate, he had not ventured elsewhere. This place was, in essence, a barrier set by the two of them, though it differed from the rest of the world. The cultivators who came to visit, unaware of the underlying reasons, could only return empty-handed. If that is the case, why would these siblings wish to leave this haven? Qi Ran was now filled with inquiries. Where could the two possibly go? Where would be suitable for their existence? Unless they had established a new stronghold, but from my observations, there is no place in this realm that can rival this one. A hint of a smile graced Wei Su's lips. In truth, they have not departed. Have they merely hidden in plain sight? Is there perhaps a secret chamber here? Qi Ran was taken aback. I know little of their civilization, and I am unaware of how they exist. In any case, Qi, the owner, possesses a good heart. It is only because of him that they allow you to oversee this place. Otherwise, not even I could intrude, let alone reside here and enjoy it as we do. Godwei, I sense your divinity is quite shameless, Qi Ran mused, feeling as though he had been ensnared by Zhou Tian's schemes. He glanced at Zhou Tian, who, nearing a century in age, could still crunch a carrot with vigor, defying the frailty expected of old age. Is the esteemed one cursing the old man or me? Zhou Tian inquired with a sidelong glance at Qi Ran. Given your age, I can only curse in silence. My ire is directed towards him, Qi Ran replied. The owner is even more shameless. The four children erupted into laughter. The owner is certainly not flawless, but he is undeniably a good person, you will remark cheerfully. Well said. Good people reap good rewards. You all benefit from the virtuous ties I have cultivated, Qi Ran mused. He did not believe the vegetables grown in the Yi estate were exceptionally delicious. Yet seeing Zhou Tian and Wei Su savoring their meals with such diligence, he too began to indulge slowly. The meal stretched on for quite some time. After dining, the four children returned to their studies, opting out of Yu Hu's apprenticeship ceremony. Lin Yin and tidied up the tableware in preparation for tomorrow's equestrian event before departing. Is there truly such a person? Zhou Tian and Wei Su expressed their astonishment after Yu Hu recounted the sights and experiences of their journey. Their inner demons are indeed formidable, Yu Hu noted. Zhou Tian gazed at Yu Ran, seemingly able to penetrate his thoughts. Are you afraid of Wu Qingyuan? He is exceedingly powerful, Yu Ran replied candidly. On what grounds do you assert that he employs the heart demon inducement? Zhou Tian inquired. The consequences align perfectly with the heart demon inducement technique described by the boss. Yu Ran explained. Zhou Tian then turned to Qi Ran. Boss Qi, from whence did this heart demon inducement originate? It is from the legendary Jin Daxia. Qi Ran blurted out. Regret washed over him immediately. He had borrowed too much from Jin Daxia in this era. Still from Jin Daxia? Wei Su's eyes scrutinized Qi Ran. Indeed, Qi Ran reluctantly admitted. How many tomes does Jin Daxia possess? Zhou Tian asked with a smile. Not many, perhaps 5 or 6, Qi Ran replied. To my knowledge, Jin Daxia is unmatched across the realm. He is truly the one who dares to challenge fate. His declaration, my life is determined by me, not by heaven, has inspired countless young souls. In his time, there were many heroes who dared to defy destiny, though the consequences of challenging the mighty were severe. The outcomes for those characters were relatively favorable, thus motivating successive generations of aspiring youth to joyfully join the ranks of justice and become warriors. Qi Ran took the opportunity to enlighten the divine being about Jin Daxia, cautioning him not to regard himself as superior if one views others as insignificant. They too will be perceived as void. From my observations, Jin Daxia seems to be a mere fabrication. Boss Qi possesses an impressive talent for storytelling, Wei Su remarked coolly. Storytelling is indeed Jin Daxia's forte. Qi Ran lacks such a gift. Qi Ran finally spoke a truth, exhaling deeply afterward, relishing this genuine conversation devoid of deceit. It appears I must seek out these siblings to ascertain the origins of this Jin Daxia, Wei Su mused, stretching his arms. Still unable to unravel the mystery surrounding Jin Daxia. I assure you, he is undoubtedly a great hero, Qi Ran smiled, well aware that Wei Su could not predict the future. Enough of the boasting. Let us return to the matter at hand, Zhou Tian interjected, shaking his head. The apprenticeship begins. Please take your seats, master, Yuren announced. Wait a moment, Zhou Tian halted. Is there something amiss? Shiren inquired. The attack on the outskirts of the capital bears peculiarities, Zhou Tian remarked. From my perspective, they were merely probing rather than genuinely intending to launch an assault. Their techniques suggest they possess the skills of cultivators, yet they are not true cultivators. Why is that? Shiren also found it strange. Let us observe the developments. You two need not rush into apprenticeship just yet. I possess a set of techniques from an old friend that far surpasses Jin Daxia's and is far more practical for you both, Zhou Tian stated as he retrieved an ancient, ornate tome from his robe. Wei Su's eyes glimmered with hope upon seeing the book. She ran, noticing his expression, leaned forward to glimpse the contents of this intriguing volume. This is of no use to you. Focus on becoming a true cultivator and achieving divinity soon, Zhou Tian remarked. Casting a glance at Yuren accepted the book with gratitude, bowing to Zhou Tian, who smiled and said, You two should diligently practice here. Do not hesitate to ask me if anything confounds you. As the two departed, Yuren noticed their faces illuminated with joy, stirring his curiosity about the remarkable book Zhou Tian had bestowed upon them, which elicited such delight. I surmise that significant changes are imminent in the near future, Zhou Tian remarked when only Yuren and Wei Su remained. Do you have any premonitions? Wei Su inquired. Upon hearing this question, Yuren scrutinized Wei Su more closely. Was it not this divine being who possessed boundless capabilities? Why, then, did he seek the wisdom of this elder? This estate sees visitors daily, with numerous cultivators and many outsiders alike. Exercise caution. Could it be that they suspect the Yi siblings are still within the estate? Yuren was unaware of the lurking dangers. The matter concerning the Yi siblings was divulged by you, was it not? Zhou Tian cast a glance at Wei Su. Initially, I intended to utilize the cultivation world as leverage for the crown prince, to compel the Yi siblings to depart, yet the situation has escalated beyond my expectations. Who would have thought that such a divine being as Wei Su could be so ensnared by human greed? It is indeed most unexpected. Why forsake the role of a divine being to wade through the murky waters of humanity? Truly unwise, Yuren mused. Allowing me to introduce a figure even more illustrious than the renowned Jin Daxia marks. You seem to know quite a few eminent individuals. Wei Su pondered what sort of greatness this marks possessed, reflecting that Yuren, a natural braggart, would surely feel uncomfortable without embellishing his words. Familiarity with this elder is essential. His insights into human nature are profoundly incisive, and in this regard, you, as a divine being, fall significantly short. Yuren continued his playful banter with Wei Su. You do tend to ramble. If you refrain from boasting, does your skin not feel tight? Shall I relieve you of this burden? Wei Su ceased his activities, appearing eager to confront Yuren. How could someone of my stature ever boast? Let us defer to the esteemed Zhou to adjudicate. Does he not surpass you in merit? Yuren cleared his throat and declared, if there is a 50% profit, capital will take risks. If there is a 100% profit, capital will dare to face the gallows. If there is a 300% profit, capital will not hesitate to trample upon all earthly laws. The principles of capital intertwine with those of humanity. When the temptation is sufficiently great, one is compelled to take risks. Zhou Tian nodded. Your revelation of their lively escapades has created a temptation far exceeding 300%, inevitably attracting various factions. This calamity is of your own making, and thus you must bear the consequences. You once stated that the heavenly way is remarkably just. One reaps what one sows. Hearing Zhou Tian's agreement, Yuren delivered another cut to Wei Su's pride. Boss has quite the memory. Now, let us trace back to the source. Who is it that sought the Yi siblings' collaboration? Who orchestrated their appearance at the dragon boat race? Who incited the crown prince's displeasure? Wei Su would not accept this blame. So it turns out the instigator is none other than Boss. Zhou Tian chuckled, finding the situation quite amusing. However, the matter cannot be understood in such a light. If they do not belong here, how could they have arrived? What fortune allowed their presence? Yuren did not consider himself the instigator. To defy the heavens and alter fate, Wei Su exclaimed impulsively. To defy the heavens and alter fate? Yuren recalled the conversation between Wei Su and Wu Yue that he overheard upon his arrival in this era. Could it be that his presence in this time was a consequence of their attempts to defy destiny? Was everything that transpired here rooted in this act of rebellion against fate? It seemed that Wei Su was, in fact, executing this defiance on behalf of Wu Yue. Their brotherhood did not appear to be as strained as he had initially thought. Yet, why had Wu Yue met his demise? Were they truly brothers in the craft? If that were the case, he too must possess extraordinary talents. Why, then, was there no recollection in Wu Yue's mind of their shared apprenticeship? Furthermore, Wu Yue seemed utterly bewildered by the events that lingered in his memory. The intricacies of fate were indeed enigmatic. If you two were the true architects of this scheme, then the burden must fall upon your shoulders, Zhou Tian remarked solemnly. Why should I bear this responsibility? Chen protested. Although he had borrowed Wu Yue's system, he had no desire to achieve the monumental feat of altering fate in this era. The risks associated with such a venture would undoubtedly exceed his expectations by hundreds of times. Those who have emerged in response to this situation cannot remain uninvolved. Zhou Tian stated nonchalantly. Very well, let us resign ourselves to fate. What course of action shall we pursue now? Chen was increasingly concerned for the safety of the Yi family estate, even with Wei Su's presence. This divine being was rather naive and lacked a profound understanding of human nature. Locate the Yi siblings, Zhou Tian instructed. These two treasures are not easily found. Chen observed Wei Su's furrowed brow, aware that he too was at a loss. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. Let us examine the extraordinary qualities of this chest of treasures. Chen recalled that Yuho had mentioned a merchant who claimed to possess a treasure of immeasurable worth. If it truly existed, it should be among these items. Wei Su gazed at the dazzling treasures within the chest, raising his hand to levitate them into the air, resembling brilliant stars twinkling with radiant light. After a brief moment, a multitude of stars descended back into the chest, sealing it shut. What have you discovered? Chen inquired. Unable to discern any change in Wei Su's expression. Merely some ordinary valuables. Wei Su sighed heavily. The most inscrutable aspect of this world is indeed the human heart. What is amiss? Chen was left utterly perplexed. You must prepare your finances early. The Jiuzhou Merchant Guild has set its sights on you, Wei Su said. His eyes clouded with concern. How could the Jiuzhou Merchant Guild be aware of my existence? Chen was astonished that he had attracted their attention. Wu Qingyuan was the young master of the Jiuzhou Merchant Guild. Wei Su had utilized these artifacts to uncover Wu Qingyuan's connection to the guild. So it was. Chen realized. Yuan had fought with the young master of the Jiuzhou Merchant Guild and emerged victorious. It was indeed difficult not to attract their notice. Were the individuals causing confusion in the suburbs related to the Jiuzhou Merchant Guild? The likelihood was quite high. Wei Su possessed a profound understanding of Wu Qingyuan and Zhou Tian, able to accurately gauge Yuan's inner fears, as these individuals were undoubtedly his subordinates. Was that so-called merchant merely a trap? A chill ran through Chen. The Jiuzhou Merchant Guild orchestrated this scheme to eliminate their own trusted allies. The fact that this matter could compel the young master to intervene indicated their unwavering resolve. I have no connections with the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Our fields of operation are entirely different, yet I remain one of their major clients. It eludes me why they would take action against me. Chen is truly perplexed by the motives behind the Jiuzhou Chamber's actions against him. The Yunnan Guizhou escort agency must have secured a significant deal. Observing Qi's behavior, Wei Su mused that when one is confronted with danger, they become sluggish due to fear. Is the escort agency still involved in human trafficking? Chen had not anticipated that a chamber controlled by cultivators would engage in such unethical dealings. The Jiuzhou Chamber is composed of capitalists, and as you just mentioned, if the profits are substantial enough, they can disregard all rules. Now Wei Su has metaphorically plunged a dagger into Qi's heart. Wu Qingyuan obviously would not act. Otherwise, he would have succeeded long ago rather than returning empty-handed. Chen understood that if Wu Qingyuan were not intent on leveraging natural forces to eliminate Yuan, they would have long since become pawns in the underworld, indicating Wu Qingyuan did not wish to engage in immoral conduct. Whose head did the Jiuzhou Chamber accept for the bounty? What benefits were promised to them that would compel them to act against their own interests? Zhou Tian remained silent, contemplating. This matter will be investigated. However, the Jiuzhou Chamber is well aware of my funding sources and the layout of my enterprises. They know my income. What concerns me now is the threat they pose to my collaborators, Chen stated. They all claim you are shameless, adept at playing the game of shame. Surely this matter cannot be too difficult for you, Wei Su added with a sharp retort. You are a divine being, unaware of the vastness of human vocabulary. I can pardon your ignorance. Shamelessness is a term reserved for deities. For someone of my station, it is simply an affront to come and not reciprocate. As Chen spoke, he cupped his hands towards Zhou Tian, stating he needed to attend to commercial affairs and would refrain from disturbing them for a time. He entrusted the matters concerning the Yi siblings to Wei Su. You are indeed exceedingly shameless, Wei Su gritted his teeth. One can only say that my character is commendable. As I remain unmoved by such amusing individuals, to show disrespect towards such characters is truly shameless. With that, Chen soared out the door. He is indeed quite shameless. They both echoed. The voices of the old and the young lingered in Qi Ran's ears. Even from such a distance, their words resonated as if whispered right beside him. How impressive that divine beings can be. Qi Ran muttered to himself, quickening his flight. He had mastered the use of his divine artifact, the dragon. Wei Su had truly spared no effort in assisting him. Now, whatever Qi Ran required of Wei Su could simply be communicated through Zhou Tian. And whatever Zhou Tian agreed upon, Wei Su would undoubtedly fulfill. As for the nature of their relationship, Qi Ran did not concern himself overly much. It sufficed to confirm that neither was his enemy at this stage. In the grand mansion of the capital, the master inquired, "Has that merchant's whereabouts been determined?" Yu Ran and his fellow disciple have searched extensively without success. Our people have found no trace of him. Perhaps he has already been silenced, replied the second steward. Have Qi Ran's funding sources been thoroughly investigated? His business spans various nations and industries, yet he does not engage in operations, merely reaping dividends. The second steward, based on the knowledge of Qi Ran's funding sources, had essentially grasped the scale and manner of Qi Ran's business dealings. Does this mean he can easily withdraw his involvement? This conclusion clearly caught the master off guard. Indeed, he merely needs to withdraw his capital, Lin Yin, and has begun to recoup her investments, and recently, a substantial influx of funds has entered the Jiuzhou commerce. Does he still choose Jiuzhou commerce? This news is evidently beyond the expectations of the master. Yes, the second steward reported. Has he disclosed the source of his funds to those who wish to know? As per the master's directive, it has been handed over to the buyer. The second steward remarked, "Master, Qi Ran has no entanglements with our Jiuzhou commerce. Why must we proceed in this manner? No one is averse to money. I have long desired a share of this lucrative prize." The master coldly stated that the daily income from the horse racing flows into Jiuzhou commerce, and calculations show that the profits from the races have multiplied exponentially. Numerous affluent nobles from various nations have come to Chen country to engage in horse racing, and Qi Ran's surrounding enterprises are also flourishing. He is under the watchful gaze of more than just our Jiuzhou commerce. The second steward recognized that this revenue is sufficient to incite envy among many. There are indeed many who covet our Jiuzhou commerce, yet they lack the capability to intervene. While Qi Ran's strength should not be underestimated, he pales in comparison to Qing Yuan. The master evidently harbors great confidence in his son. Master, this Qi Ran is a cultivator. A cultivator? The master appeared unsettled. Clearly, if Qi Ran is indeed a cultivator, he must be wary. Should he discover that Qi Ran is not only a cultivator, but also adept at reciprocating in kind, it would pose a considerable headache for him. According to reports from those who accompanied the young master, Wei Shen has indeed ventured to Liaoshan. But it is Qi Ran who truly opposes the young master. The second steward responded cautiously. Are you suggesting that Qing Yuan was defeated by Qi Ran? The master inquired eagerly. This revelation further caught him off guard. One could say so. The second steward deliberated before responding slowly. Could it be that this Qi Ran has been concealing his true abilities and has indeed acquired that second treasure? The master began to pace anxiously within the room, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing, causing the second steward to instinctively take a few steps back to avoid being collided with. This subordinate is unaware. But according to Xiao Lian, there are no treasures within the Yi family estate. It is merely the climate that is peculiar, allowing it to remain spring-like year-round. Xiao Lian is the maid who entered the Yi family estate under the alias Xiao Qin. There is no need for your reminder, the master replied sharply, his tone revealing evident agitation. Master, we have lost an important ledger at our business in Yu country. The second steward lowered his head, trembling with fear. When was it lost? The middle-aged man fixed his gaze intently upon the second steward, his eyes ablaze with fury. Such confidential matters are seldom disturbed. It was only while recording the affairs of Qi Ran that the loss was discovered. The second steward trembled even more violently, fearing for his own life due to this breach of confidentiality. Damn it! The middle-aged man was clearly enraged, cursing under his breath, and ordered him to leave. He looked skyward, enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis. The middle-aged man believed that this matter was most likely instigated by Qi Ran. A warning to Jiuzhou commerce not to provoke him. This echoed the warnings Jiuzhou commerce had issued to the Yu royal family in years past. The middle-aged man now understood why Qi Ran would still deposit his money in Jiuzhou commerce. He is emboldened by his own confidence. The second steward expressed his gratitude, thanking the master for sparing his life, then raised his hands to his own eyes in a gesture of despair. Alas! The sound of distress echoed within the room, emanating from the second steward. The middle-aged man did not turn around. Instead, the steward groped to place an object upon the table before retreating. The master cast a disdainful glance, and with a mere flick of his long sleeves, the object was reduced to ashes. Xiao Lian, summon the young master. The master commanded after Xiao Lian replenished the incense in the room. Yes, master, Xiao Lian replied, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences, and swiftly exited. Wu Qingyuan was in quiet meditation when he heard the anguished cries. He opened his eyes, glanced in the direction of the sound, shook his head, and resumed his practice. As he too was no stranger to such matters. Young master, the master requests your presence, came Xiao Lian's melodious voice. Understood, Wu Qingyuan responded. Rising to head towards the main hall, he walked leisurely, as if pondering something en route. It was rare for the household staff to catch sight of Wu Qingyuan. And today, his presence surprised them. Even Xiao Lian appeared somewhat taken aback. The distance from his secluded chamber to the main hall was merely a few hundred meters. Yet he took 7 or 8 minutes to traverse it, his azure robe billowing gracefully along the bluestone path, a striking sight indeed. What business does father have with his son? Upon entering the room, Wu Qingyuan noticed the middle-aged man furrow his brow slightly, as Wu Qingyuan's behavior today was rather unusual. Was it Qi Ran with whom you battled on that day? The master first verifies the information reported by the second steward. Indeed, Wu Qingyuan evidently anticipated the questions that were to arise. He did not evade them, responding with candor. Why was this not mentioned sooner? The master struck the table with his fist, causing the corner of Wu Qingyuan's delicate azure robe to flutter momentarily in the still air. The father did not inquire of his son. Wu Qingyuan remained unhurried, as he always had. For many years, his sole responsibility had been to fulfill his tasks. Each accompanied by a supervisor to ensure his compliance, he focused solely on execution, unconcerned with reporting back. That wretched Lu San deserved no mercy. The master retracted his fist and began to caress the jade ring adorning his ring finger. Xiao Lian, who had been quietly concealed, swiftly emerged upon witnessing this gesture. Come back, Wu Qingyuan's icy voice resonated. Xiao Lian halted in her tracks, yet her gaze was directed at the master. Since when have you become so fond of meddling in affairs that do not concern you? The master let out a cold snort. You have shown Lu San my presence for so many years, I have grown accustomed to it. Wu Qingyuan's reasoning was sufficiently bizarre, causing the middle-aged man's lips to twitch involuntarily. Although Xiao Lian maintained her posture to leave, her steps retreated slightly, her trajectory shifting from advance to withdrawal. Qingyuan, while you are fervently dedicated to your cultivation, your father understands the significance of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, which is too grand to allow for any missteps. This father, it seems, continues to indulge his prodigious son, making concessions. Lu San's omission of details led to a grave misjudgment by his father, which is unforgivable. However, the child insists that he remains of use, and thus pleads for his father's mercy. Wu Qingyuan's response was as cold as that of a stranger. If that is the case, then we shall momentarily spare him. The Yu Country Chamber of Commerce has lost a crucial ledger, which may have fallen into the hands of Qi Ran. You must retrieve it intact. The master spoke with measured deliberation. Xiao Lian vanished silently. Her appearance had been abrupt, and her disappearance was equally swift, almost in the blink of an eye. Were it not for the formidable practitioners, ordinary folk would merely be left bewildered by the fleeting moment. This girl has made considerable progress in her skills, Wu Qingyuan remarked approvingly. He rarely bestows compliments. When he does, it invariably signifies that the individual excels in some regard. Thank you for your praise, Master Xia, Xiao Lian replied in a delicate voice. Her charming visage illuminated upon the wall. Despite her considerable progress, her innate abilities still fell significantly short in comparison to yours, rendering her strength a mere third of yours at present, the master remarked nonchalantly, emphasizing the necessity of retrieving the account books. Is Qi Ran issuing a warning to our Chamber of Commerce? Upon grasping the gravity of his mission, Wu Qingyuan understood the paramount importance of this account. He deemed himself insufficiently qualified. This posed a dilemma. Since he was a cultivator, it would be prudent to eliminate him, for his presence would ultimately be detrimental. The master enunciated each word with palpable disdain. The second steward, having lost his sight, bore the burden of this calamity stemming from Qi Ran. Should he vanquish Qi Ran, he would undoubtedly rend him asunder with his own hands. Though the founder of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce was also a cultivator, his talents were limited, and his cultivation fell short of Xiao Lian's. The notion of tearing Qi Ran apart with his own hands remained a mere fantasy. As he feared his son lacked the capability to do so, Wu Qingyuan stated calmly. Through their recent confrontation, he recognized that Qi Ran was no ordinary foe. Qi Ran's celestial energy was peculiar, fluctuating between strength and weakness. He evidently could not yet master his own energy, yet it possessed remarkable potency, certainly surpassing his own. When Qiran manifested his magical artifact, the dragon, Wu Yue was astonished. How could a mere mortal cultivator conjure such a divine instrument? This enigma left him perplexed. Regardless of the means you employ, you must maintain control over the situation and swiftly retrieve the account books. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences, he commanded. The regulations of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce must not be transgressed, even by my Wu lineage. With that, Wu departed, leaving his voice to reverberate in the chamber. Wu Yue's expression remained icy and devoid of emotion, yet the corner of his stiff azure garment gradually drooped, reminiscent of a broken wing. What? That old cur dares to terminate our collaboration? A displeased female voice resonated from the bamboo grove outside the city temple. Indeed, they will obliterate all the information we possess. A deep male voice replied. What has caused that old cur to tremble? The woman inquired in a hushed tone. It is rumored they have lost something of great significance. Came the response. It seems that object could cost them their lives. Procure it for me, she commanded. They have dispatched their most formidable personnel. We are no match for them. The man hesitated. Who is it? Wu Yue. So it is him. Then let us engage in a game of mantis stalking the cicada, while the sparrow lurks behind, the woman remarked, evidently aware that their side was no match for Wu Yue. We still require external assistance. We need allies, the man asserted. Let us leverage the prince's influence and seek Lin Xiang's aid. Her voice brightened with joy. How do we leverage, and how do we seek help? The man inquired solemnly. The Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce is a plump target, even more enticing than the Horse Racing Association. Once the prince ascends the throne, he can rightfully reclaim the financial authority of the Racing Association. He may not conspire against it, but he will certainly plot against the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Lin Xiang is a dedicated servant of the court, and he will not overlook any opportunity for the benefit of the nation and its people. Chen Huang seeks to appropriate the wealth of other nations for his own use. When these three learn of the potential to manipulate the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity, the woman revealed, demonstrating her profound understanding of the various factions she sought to enlist for assistance. Given our limited power to confront any faction, it would be prudent for us to allow the equally matched parties to deplete each other, while we, like a clever fisherman, reap the benefits of their conflict. The affairs of men are subject to human agency. Uncle, the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce has lost a significant treasure. Whoever finds it will gain their support. Upon hearing of the chamber's misfortune, Chen Huang sought counsel with Lin Xiang. Wei Su has not emerged from the Yi family estate since she proclaimed her intention to enter seclusion, clearly rejecting his overtures for a visit. Chen Huang, understanding Wei Su's temperament, refrained from imposing upon her. He had selected a group of promising young talents from various locales, who were diligently studying at the Lin family's academy. The resources available at this academy rival those of the Hanlin Academy, and the children have not disappointed him, showing promising progress in their studies. Presently, his sole trusted ally is Lin Xiang, who is himself beset with troubles, his hair graying and his burdens visibly weighing upon him. Lin Yinran has been preoccupied with horse racing affairs. Although she is past the suitable age for marriage, she remains unperturbed as Qi Ran has yet to propose. Lin Xiang is anxious for her, yet he cannot force the matter, remaining in a state of fretful anticipation. The second lady has arranged for the second miss to wed the son of the minister Wu, who has persistently sought marriage, only to be rebuffed by Lin Xiang. This has led to discord between the second lady and Lin Xiang, as she believes that Lin Yin and S situation should not hinder her daughter-S prospects. Ultimately, Lady Wu has ascended to the rank of noble consort, sharing equal standing with Lady Lin. Emperor Chen has lavished favor upon Lady Wu, seldom visiting Lady Lin's quarters. Although Lady Lin lacks favor, she still retains control over palace affairs, and relative tranquility prevails within the harem. The third prince, being young, is personally instructed by Lady Wu, who has dismissed the esteemed tutor appointed by Emperor Chen, stating that upon reaching the appropriate age, he would study with 7 distinguished teachers. The emperor acquiesced to her request. The court and the palace maintain a delicate balance of power. While the surface appears calm, Chen Huang is acutely aware that the struggles, once overt, have now shifted into the shadows with ongoing strategic maneuvering. Should anyone disrupt this equilibrium, they would possess the means to dismantle the various factions. He intends to leverage the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce to shatter this balance. As the chamber seeks its lost treasure, its members will undoubtedly be on the lookout, and he will observe the developments with keen interest. Lin Xiang, however, does not endorse Chen Huang's strategic approach. Should Lady Wu establish a connection with the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, she would become increasingly restless. Chen Huang watches with a discerning eye. While Lady Wu appears calm and composed, she harbors a strong desire for control. Reports indicate that a general from the Imperial Guard has pledged allegiance to her, forming a special task force within the Guard to gather intelligence on her behalf. Yet, Chen Huang has been unable to find any incriminating evidence against her. And with Emperor Chen's unwavering trust in Lady Wu, he is cautious in his actions, harboring a wariness towards this astute woman. She possesses self-awareness. If she seeks the assistance of the Jiuzhou Chamber, her connection to Emperor Chen would suffice to establish that link. Oldly, the historian has long known that the Jiuzhou Chamber's headquarters lies within Chen territory. Given their foundation in Chen, does Emperor Chen remain oblivious to this? Lin Xiang remarked, suggesting that perhaps this is all part of a larger scheme. Many are observers, and many are participants, all waiting to see how events will unfold. Lin Xiang remains unflappable amidst the turbulence. Having long engaged in the intricate dance of power with the royal family, he had garnered considerable insights. Upon learning of this matter, he had already weighed the pros and cons with his advisors, concluding that it was prudent to observe the situation as it unfolds. Who possesses the capability to procure such significant items from the Jiuzhou Merchants Guild? This incident also indicates that there are those who can rival the guild. Yet, the identity of such a formidable individual remains unknown. Talent is a constant in the lineage of our nation. Stagnation signifies decline. Lin Xiang harbors no fear of talent emerging from the Qin kingdom. Rather, he yearns for a flourishing of skilled individuals, as such vitality invigorates the realm. Has Miss Yanran returned to the capital? Chen Huang was aware of Lin Yanran's departure, and Lin Xiang's reluctance to set a marriage date for his second daughter stemmed from his anticipation of Lin Yanran's return. No. She mentioned that her absence would span a year and a half. Lin Xiang recognized that for Lin Yan and to willingly leave the affairs of the family, a matter of great importance must be at hand. Typically, he refrains from meddling in the affairs of Baihe Tower, as long as his daughter remains. He believes the people of Baihe Tower will not become adversaries, thus requiring no defenses against them. It appears that the marriage of the second miss is indefinitely postponed. Chen Huang sighed, feeling helpless regarding his unconventional cousin. What do the 7 gentlemen think of the Jiuzhou Merchants Guild matter? The emperor summoned them for their council. We shall observe the developments, Wang Ming replied. Why? Inquired Wu Yue. The empress generally remained present during discussions between the emperor and the 7 gentlemen, engaging in this domestic-style discourse without reservation. We are utterly unaware of what the guild has lost. The guild operates across various nations, and it remains unclear whether the items were acquired through the populace or the authorities. In this world, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Should the misfortune outweigh the benefit, no action is warranted. For now, it suffices to keep a watchful eye on the situation. The emperor nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, I suggest selecting a capable team to investigate this matter. The Qin kingdom must at least be informed. Wu Yue emphasized the importance of the 7 gentlemen's opinions. Granted. The emperor responded cheerfully. The horse racing industry has recently seen increasing profits. Qi Ran is indeed a talent. The emperor was pleased. Not only has the racing industry enriched the national treasury, but it has also stimulated related sectors, leading to a robust economic trend within the Qin kingdom. Friendly exchanges with neighboring nations are flourishing. Mr. Wenjin has consistently praised Qi Ran. The charitable endeavors of this fund are also commendable. The populace of the Qin kingdom speaks highly of our sovereign's benevolence, and currently, there are widespread praises for the nation's peace and the emperor's virtuous governance, which shines brightly like the sun and moon. Mr. Wuqing also expressed admiration. According to reports from the Ministry of Justice, domestic litigation has significantly decreased, which brings me great solace, the emperor thought, reveling in the compliments from the gentleman regarding his virtuous rule. Under a wise ruler, the tenets of legalism find no application, which is indeed a positive sign. Han Sheng and Wu Feng spoke these words from the heart. To be born in an era of peace is a blessing. Huang Jing nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Taisher, to retrieve significant items from the Jiuzhou Merchants Guild, must surely involve a cultivator. How could an ordinary person freely enter and exit the guild? The messenger speculated, observing the pensive and somber expression of Taisher Li. This capital harbors profound depths. The identity of Wu Leoi has been exposed. Who has discerned his true nature? Li Taisher pondered to himself. The proprietor of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce has always been an enigma. Who possesses the capability to unravel this mystery and take action against him? Li Taisher has no clear objective. Perhaps the duel sought by the Yungue Escort Bureau has stirred the attention of Wei Shinren, who certainly has the ability to intervene. Speculations continue to swirl among those who provide information. Since when has this Wei Shin taken such a keen interest in meddling in others' affairs? Li Taisher is evidently affected by this conjecture. The Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce has engaged in numerous clandestine dealings. It is only a matter of time before their misdeeds are exposed. This news surely did not originate from the Jiuzhou Chamber. Someone aims to profit from the ensuing chaos. Li Taisher rises, closely monitoring the situation. On the ancient road of Yun City, a man and a woman ride freely. The man, clad in silk leisure wear, bears his distinctive mark. Indeed, it is Qi Ran. The woman, adorned in a striking red short outfit, exudes vitality. Naturally, she is Lin Yanran. You are truly shameless, Lin Yanran declares loudly. This time, she has genuinely witnessed Qi Ran's methods of handling matters. He has resorted to thievery and even deceived her with seduction. Such behavior is intolerable. Enough. You merely played the role of a vixen. It cost you nothing. Why are you so furious? Do you expect me to please others with my looks? Do you take me for a courtesan? Lin Yanran continues to press. Stop speaking so harshly. You have indeed done it, Qi Ran replies nonchalantly. Wasn't I sacrificing my appearance for everyone? How dare you say such things? Lin Yanran raises her riding whip, intent on striking him. Indeed, your alluring demeanor is quite captivating. I find it hard to resist, let alone others, Qi Ran remarks, glancing at the whip. I wager you would not dare strike me. As he speaks, he spurs his horse to gallop away. You are truly shameless, Miss Lin. Since you have sacrificed your appearance for the sake of others, I shall discuss with the group about awarding you a bonus upon our return. How does that sound? If you dare to speak of this, you know the consequences, Lin Yanran retorts, pursuing Qi Ran and swinging her whip at him. It seems I overestimated my own charm. You truly would strike me, Qi Ran says, gripping the whip she has thrown. You did not overestimate, Lin Yanran chuckles lightly, effortlessly leaping onto Qi Ran's horse and wrapping her arms around him. How could I bear to strike you? Heavens, spare me. Must we be so intimate? Qi Ran exclaims, startled by her boldness. You must take responsibility for this, Lin Yanran insists, burying her face in his chest. Responsibility for what? Do not get it twisted. Nothing has transpired between us, Qi Ran protests, attempting to free himself from her embrace. In order to infiltrate the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, he had taught her how to seduce the handsome men there, a tactic born from personal experience in a past life. He believed even he would fall for it. After all, how could those who become entranced by beauty resist? The method proved quite effective. However, Lin Yanran has since latched onto him, employing every trick along their journey to make his life miserable. A man must keep his word. You said that as long as I could make the person leave, you would marry me. I never said I would break my promise, but certainly not at present. Let me go. This is inappropriate. There are people coming and going. A lady must maintain her modesty. Do you understand? Lin Yanran laughed even more heartily upon hearing this. I have already learned to indulge myself and will not hold back any longer. What shall I do? If you do not loosen your grip, the reputation of Miss Lin will be tarnished. Qi Ran was at a loss for words. He found himself precariously balanced on the horse, and any further movement might cause him to be thrown off. He could not guarantee that he would remain composed at that moment. This enchanting woman, with her intoxicating fragrance, was starting to ignite a fervor within him. Do you believe I still have a reputation in the eyes of the world? Ever since I moved into the White Crane Tower, that has vanished. Lin Yanran's voice began to take on a delicate tone. I surrender. Release me, and upon my return, I shall propose to your family. Qi Ran realized that if this continued, with her cunning nature, he would indeed lose his dignity. You should have said so earlier. Lin Yanran's face blossomed with a smile as she released her embrace. So it was all a ruse. My fate is truly unfortunate. I ensnared myself and shall endure this torment for a lifetime. Qi Ran genuinely began to lament. This is the consequence of unearthing a woman's potential. Remember, it is best not to teach the woman you intend to marry how to deal with men. She will undoubtedly employ every tactic against you. Lin Yanran turned her face away as she noticed Qi Ran tugging at his clothes. Get onto your horse. If you don't leave now, you'll find yourself in quite a predicament. Do not regret it. Qi Ran warned. Dream on. If you desire an early wedding night, it shall be as you wish. Lin Yanran leaped onto her horse. You truly do not comprehend what it means to be modest. Qi Ran shot a resentful glance at Lin Yanran, who was now gazing at him with enchanting eyes. She was rapidly transforming into a siren. My father intends to marry off my second sister. Yet he is still preoccupied with the marriage of my elder sister. You must assuage his worries. Understood. I shall marry you. Your wedding will undoubtedly be the most splendid in the capital. Qi Ran recognized how deeply Lin Xiang was troubled over her marriage. That is unnecessary. All I require is your promise to love only me for a lifetime. Why are you so petty? Other families can have multiple wives. Why must I be confined to you alone? Because I, too, shall remain devoted solely to you. It is only fair. I should not have brought notions of gender equality into this era. Without such thoughts, could you even marry me? A series of silver bell-like laughter and sighs echoed along the ancient path. Boss, I must admit, you are truly remarkable. Yu Ran praised upon seeing the account book in Qi Ran's hands. That old fox attempted to ensnare me. How could I not respond? Qi Ran chuckled. He had indeed exerted considerable effort to steal this account book, leveraging Yu Huang's long-standing grievances against the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. He obtained classified information regarding the investigation of the Jiuzhou Chamber, and with Lin Yin and distracting the most formidable cultivator, he managed to infiltrate and seek out the necessary details, which required quite a bit of finesse. Fortunately, his skills had improved significantly. Although he was no match for Wu Qingyuan, he was more than capable of handling the less competent cultivators of the chamber. Having acquired the account book and erased his traces, he began to attend to his own business affairs. Such confidential matters would take some time for the Jiuzhou Chamber to uncover, and by then, he would have already departed to another country. Remarkably, no one had interfered with him along the way. In the ancient roads of Cloud City, such a prime ambush point remained unutilized, leading him to deduce that the members of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce had yet to realize the loss of their significant treasure. This was not a scenario he wished to witness. Should that cunning old fox become aware that he held the key to his survival, it would complicate matters considerably. You truly are one who cannot handle flattery. Wei Su was aware of Qi Ran's arrival, coming to gloat. Unless you brandish that item to showcase your prowess, no one dares to question your capabilities. The old fox must be informed, Qi Ran stated. He had anticipated this. The dilemma was that the entire realm was in pursuit of this treasure, and he believed tranquility would be fleeting in this place. Wei Su shook his head. Recognizing Qi Ran's ability to act decisively, his maneuvers were far more formidable than the legendary techniques of the Golden Knight. After all, was not the esteemed Wei Shen here? No matter how formidable Wu Qingyuan might be, he would not dare to challenge you. Qi Ran smiled. You are utterly shameless. Wei Su bristled at this remark. As Qi Ran continued to drag him into the fray, I have always been without shame, as you well know. I bear witness that Wei Shen was aware of this matter long ago. Yu Ran was intentionally adding to Wei Su's frustration. He had discerned the clues. And in following Yu Ho and Shou Tianxue, Wei Su found himself unable to maintain his usual posture. His cordial demeanor towards the two caused envy among the four young ones. How has your training progressed of late? This place will not remain peaceful, and you must be capable of self-defense. Qi Ran knew that Yu Ran held a deep fear of Wu Qingyuan, who would undoubtedly arrive here. Do not worry. While I may not confront him directly, I can still protect myself, Yu Ran assured, thumping his chest. Where is Yu Ho? Qi Ran inquired, noticing his absence. The horse club is currently managed by the two of us. He is there today? How is the operation of the horse club? Excellent. Even the Emperor Chen would awaken joyfully from his slumber, as the 7 gentlemen have stated. Why do you discuss this matter in my presence? Wei Su shook his head, feeling that such information was meant to be concealed from him. Even deities are not omnipotent. The 7 gentlemen are loyal to the Chen state, Emperor Chen knows. Minister Lin knows, and you are aware that they maintain a good relationship with me. This is hardly a secret. Humanity is exceedingly cunning. Wei Su's clear voice echoed within the manor. The eldest and second daughters of the Xiang family wed on the same day, causing quite a stir in the capital. Qi Ran, honoring his promise, accompanied Lin Yanran to the Xiang residence to propose, and upon seeing his daughter's radiant happiness, Minister Lin understood that this was the outcome she had longed for. Qi Ran's character was commendable, although he had previously maintained a distance from Lin Yanran. No rumors of infidelity or entanglements with other women had emerged. Given Qi Ran's current prominence, every action of his was under scrutiny, and any misstep would surely ignite a flurry of gossip, with the second mistress unlikely to remain silent. In such matters, the greatest harm often comes from those closest to you. They know you best and are most eager to witness your misfortunes. Rumors abound, often based on mere whispers. And with tangible evidence, exaggeration is a certainty. Many wish to see Lin Yanran suffer misfortune, yet only her father truly desired her happiness. Qi Ran, unwavering in his devotion to Lin Yanran, brought satisfaction to Minister Lin. He now regrets harboring so much suspicion towards Qi Ran in the past. A person like Qi Ran would not be looked down upon by a woman's family, regardless of her noble status as a miss from a prestigious house. Had he not been so doubtful, they might have already tied the knot. Consequently, after Qiran proposed, Minister Lin confirmed the wedding dates for the two young ladies of the family. The second madam was displeased with the arrangement of marrying off two daughters in one day. She wished for her daughter to have a grand and glorious wedding. The incident of Lin Yin and running away from home was long forgotten by the public after 2 years. But now that the second miss is married and the eldest remains single, the topic would inevitably resurface. With the embellishments of gossip, Lin Yin and S reputation would suffer another blow. What is so remarkable about the master of Baya Tower? Is it merely the abundance of gold and silver? When compared to a wealthy merchant, a first-rank official from a noble lineage is in a vastly different league. It is one thing for Lin Yin and to be arrogant. But even the maid Xiao Yu has become rather haughty. The last time the second madam and the second miss went to a temple outside the city to pay respects, they sent someone to the old pastry shop to buy their favorite delicacies. To their surprise, Xiao Yu happened to be there and outright refused to serve them. This shop is renowned for having the finest pastries in the capital, and the owner has always been respectful to the second madam and the second miss. However, since that incident, the owner has not sold to them again, regardless of the price offered. Through inquiries, they learned that Xiao Yu had commanded that her shop should not sell to the second madam and the second miss. Upon discovering this, the second madam and the second miss held Lin Yin and responsible. Although they devised ways to deal with Lin Yin and Xiao Yu, everyone in the household knew that the Lin family forbade any disrespect towards the eldest miss. Her words fell on deaf ears among the Lin household servants, and finding an opportunity to tarnish Lin Yinran's reputation had been her goal for the past 2 years. Finally, the opportunity arose, as the minister's family decided to marry off both daughters simultaneously. The minister even ordered that all arrangements for the two weddings be identical. From the perspective of wedding standards, the family treated both daughters equally, sending a clear message to the world that Lin Yin remained a daughter of the minister's family, and her being cast out was merely a rumor. Though the second madam and the second miss were dissatisfied, the household continued to bustle with wedding preparations. The banquet menu, beverages, and desserts were all arranged by Xiao Yu, leaving the second madam and the second miss feeling sidelined. The wedding of Qiran and Lin Yinran was held at the Yi family estate, and they did not invite guests. It was said that the banquet was quite lavish. With Xiao Yu as the head chef, Xiao Yu's value has risen significantly. Even Lin Fei has invited her to the palace to prepare pastries, though she often declines, citing numerous commitments, while still sending new creations as compensation. Because Wei Su wished to eat fish, Lin Yin had him catch a few cages of donging carp, which she then sent to the princess residence, requesting their chef to prepare them, dispatching someone to retrieve the dish afterward. However, the chef agreed only to prepare a few for Wei Su, stating that he did not have the time for such elaborate preparations for others. Lin Yinran acquiesced, having witnessed firsthand how tedious it was to prepare the fish he desired. Chen Huang, upon learning this, understood that she wished to prevent anyone from visiting the Yi family estate, which has become quite enigmatic. Chen Huang was bewildered as to why everyone was so eager to explore the estate. The whispers regarding the Yi siblings originated from Wei Su. This was a cunning ploy devised by Wei Su to leverage the situation, forcing the Yi siblings to vacate the Chen kingdom by borrowing a blade from the realm of cultivation. Yet, why did this matter now seem so credible? Uncle, although Qi Ran and Yin Ran do not entertain guests, we must certainly extend our hospitality to family. We shall attend their wedding. Though the matriarch is no longer with us, you remain, and we must pay our respects. Chen Huang expressed his desire to visit the Yi estate. Lin, too, felt an inquisitive urge to witness the estate, curious about its peculiarities. He conveyed to Qi Ran that the Lin family relatives would attend the wedding. From the 7 esteemed gentlemen, Qi Ran learned that Emperor Chen and Empress Lin also intended to attend, as they were close kin of Yin Ran, making it unreasonable to exclude them from the celebrations. Initially, Qi Ran presumed these eminent figures would grace the residence of Minister Wu, considering him merely a wealthy merchant. Even as the wealthiest in the capital, he felt overshadowed by the grand occasions hosted by high-ranking officials, which is why he contemplated organizing a family banquet at the Yi estate. Yin Ran had mentioned that the wedding was merely a formality. What she truly desired was a lifelong partnership. It seems we must reconsider the venue for our nuptials, Qi Ran announced to the group. Any place will suffice. I have no objections, Lin Yinran replied, radiating happiness, although she was still awaiting marriage and was traditionally residing at the Xiong residence. She found her current stay at her maternal home quite uncomfortable. The second matron in the young lady's sardonic demeanor was disquieting to her. Aware of the unsuitable atmosphere at home, Lin chose to allow her this freedom as long as she was present at the Lin residence for the wedding. The arrangements for the wedding could be completed by their small group in a day, provided the venue was secured. Let us head to the academy, Qiran suggested. The Lin family academy? The group inquired in unison. Is there a better place than that? It is merely 2 li away, conveniently close to the imperial city. Alleviating our concerns for safety, Qiran explained. Are you afraid that Wu Qingyuan will come to partake in the festivities? Wei Su raised an eyebrow. If I host a banquet, he is bound to come and seek a drink, is he not? Qiran acknowledged that he was aware of the Jiuzhou Merchants Association being headquartered in Qinjing, and that Wu would certainly have heard of the marriage. He would come to offer his respects, and Lin would not refuse him. After all, he was not there to steal a bride. Why instigate conflict with him? Given that the account book was in Wu's possession, it was only natural for him to seek resolution. Boss, do you wager that he will refrain from causing trouble at the Lin Academy? Yuran commented, expressing his trepidation despite his recent advancements in cultivation. Young Master Wu is quite proud. He would not resort to violence there. Furthermore, even if he did, Master Li would not permit it, Wei Su asserted. Should he resort to violence, would you still assist me? Qiran inquired of Wei Su. Wei Su, possessing his own set of principles, while currently residing with them as if they were family, did not imply he would offer his aid. I shall merely observe, Wei Su remarked nonchalantly. Why merely observe? Yuran felt an urge to strike Wei Su. Because this is a personal feud between him and Wu Qingyuan and does not pertain to the greater scheme. Wei Su replied, your divinity is truly unfathomable. After the festivities, I am bound to be exasperated by him. I have already stated, I am not one of your kind. Wei Su spoke, revealing a captivating smile. The next time I prepare a delectable dish for you, I shall ensure it is utterly flavorless. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows. Oh no, women are inherently sentimental. A deity cannot concern himself with such trivial matters, and thus should be understanding. The last thing Wei Su wished to incite was Xiao Yu's ire. She had skillfully prepared the ingredients, and he had grown fond of the exquisite dishes crafted by her hand. It had been ages since he had savored the delights of daunting carp. Yin ran. You should consult with Lin Xiang. We shall host a grand banquet there. Let us see whether the minister's residence or the academy is more lively. Is there truly any doubt? Of course, our gathering shall be the more boisterous one. Lin Yinran proceeded to consult Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang had no objections to Qi Ran's wedding banquet being held at the academy. He instructed the scholars and students to take a few days off. If the banquet is there, we shall partake of the feast. The emperor expressed great interest. The residence of Minister Wu is at the front end of Early Street. While the academy lies at the back, it would be convenient to stop by the academy on the way back to the palace after leaving Minister Wu's abode. I wish to attend as well, the favored concubine said in a soft voice. When Lin Xiang marries off his daughter, Lin Guifei must certainly attend. You may abstain. The emperor rejected the favored concubine's request. I believe the academy will be quite lively. May I solely visit the academy? Since my beloved consort wishes to go, let her proceed to Minister Wu's residence. I shall accompany Lin Fei to the academy. The emperor mused for a moment. What does your majesty mean by this? The favored concubine's gaze was fixed intently on the emperor. The academy is adjacent to Chen Yu's residence. I wish to pay him a visit. Understood. Although the favored concubine felt some dissatisfaction, she acquiesced. Lin Yin and Qin Huang are cousins. They shared a good rapport with Chen Yu during their childhood, and both should be present at her wedding banquet. The emperor is wary of these two sons clashing. Chen Yu had been silent for several years. Only the emperor knew of his current situation. As long as the emperor is present, no one would dare comment should Chen Yu attend the banquet. The emperor's presence serves to ease Lin Fei and Qin Huang's oversight of Chen Yu. The favored concubine's heart raced. What scheme was the emperor concocting this time? On the day of Qi Ran's wedding, Wei Su granted a holiday to the 4 children and took them to the banquet. Yu Ran, after the festivities, will greet the various guests. Xiao Yu enlisted a few nimble wait staff to assist her. The horse race is still some time away. Qi Ran requested Wei Su's help in establishing a barrier, to which Wei Su readily acquiesced. After all, Xiao Yu had promised to prepare a banquet specifically for him. A privilege indeed worthy of his assistance. Thus, many from the horse race attended as well. Zhou Tian remarked that he was growing old and did not enjoy such lively gatherings, choosing instead to remain alone at the Yi family estate. The academy was abuzz with activity. The 7 scholars arrived, and the 4 children engaged in lively conversation with them. Those unable to enter Early Street, eager to witness the scenery, took the opportunity to come and extend their congratulations. Chen Yu, a business partner of Qi Ran, also attended, albeit alone at a separate table. Today, there were numerous solitary tables set, and Wei Su was quite satisfied with his own solitary seating, glancing occasionally at Chen Yue beside him. Feeling little affinity for the former crown prince. Whether it is Chen Yue or Chen Huang, both are destined to be influential figures in the future of the Chen state, each with their own opportunities. Had it not been for Wu Yue's insistence on altering the fate of the Chen state, he would still be the lofty crown prince, while Chen Huang would have to humble himself. Chen Yue, more composed than Chen Huang, disregarded Wei Su and savored his meal, occasionally glancing at the lively wedding scene, clearly favoring the newlyweds. Everyone awaited the arrival of the Chen emperor to preside over the ceremony, but as lunchtime approached without his presence, the banquet commenced. The servants from the Lin household reported that the Lin prime minister would only arrive after attending the wedding of the second daughter. His attendance at the second daughter's ceremony first indicated its significance. Lin Yanran, however, did not dwell on this. It was reasonable for her father to attend her sister's wedding before coming to her own, as most guests at the minister's residence were officials and peers, while her own gathering was more relaxed. Qi Ran perceived no impropriety before the esteemed Chen emperor and Lin prime minister arrived. It was best for everyone to enjoy themselves first. He and Lin Yanran, unceremoniously, began to feast, ensuring they were well fed before engaging in social niceties, lest they falter before the ceremony's conclusion, complicating their matrimonial night. After delivering the daunting carp to the crown prince's residence, Wei Su consumed a fish for himself. Noticing Chen Yue casting frequent glances his way, evidently desiring a taste, he generously offered him another fish. Chen Yue, seated beside him, was more than welcome to partake. The server hesitated momentarily, puzzled by Wei Su's unexpected gesture towards Chen Yue, whom he was supposed to support, yet here he was, extending goodwill, dismissing any overthinking. Wei Su decided that since Chen Yue was beside him, he might as well allow him to savor the delicacy, observing that no one was paying attention. The server promptly presented a fish to Chen Yue. "Try it. It is absolutely delicious," Wei Su said as he ate, accustomed to the vibrancy of the Yi family's estate. Finding solitude intolerable, he sought casual conversation. "Can the divine favor two at once?" Chen Yue mused, inhaling the aroma of the fish before delicately placing a piece into his mouth. "You mortals overthink matters too much," Wei Su countered, shaking his head. Believing that divine favor was abundant for those who cultivated benevolent ties. "What good deeds have I accomplished?" Chen Yue inquired leisurely, clearly interpreting his enjoyment of Wei Su's fish as a sign of divine favor. "You possess a heart full of compassion," Wei Su replied, needing no further understanding of Chen Yue, for Wu Yue had already discerned much about him. Chen Yue was Wu Yue's chosen ideal ruler. Had it not been for the desire to secure his enduring reign, Wu Yue would not have perished, nor would he have been left stranded in the mortal realm, now burdened with a mentor's fate. Should Chen Yue ultimately disappoint, the repercussions would be grave. Wei Su regretted his impulsive decision to accompany his senior brother to the mortal realm, yearning for significance, believing that as deities, they could manipulate earthly fortunes, only to find themselves humbled by reality. According to Chen Yu's original fate, the Chen state would fall a decade after his ascension, and he would meet his end in service to his nation. Wu Yue sacrificed his own life to secure a century of peace and prosperity for the Chen state, allowing Chen Yue to live out his days in longevity. Wei Su pondered whether Wu Yue's choice was indeed worthwhile. Humanity is capricious and steeped in intrigue. Could Chen Yue truly ascend to the status of a wise ruler, as Wu Yue had hoped? With a gentle smile, Chen Yue mused that benevolence often falters in the face of cunning strategy. "Are you dissatisfied with your fate?" Wei Su furrowed his brow, reflecting on the harsh realities of life. In this world, nothing is acquired without toil. The exalted crown prince, born into privilege, remains oblivious to the sufferings of the common folk and the vicissitudes of human emotions. When faced with life's inevitable trials, he crumbles. How can such a person hope to become a sage monarch? Is it possible to govern one's own destiny? Chen Yue inquired. "What do you think?" Wei Su found Chen Yu's question increasingly dull. If one lacks the confidence to seize their own fate, how can they aspire to grand ideals or achieve great deeds? It is an arduous endeavor. It should be possible. I choose to be myself, Chen Yue replied, resuming his slow, deliberate consumption of fish, seemingly impervious to the distractions of the outside world. To be oneself? Wei Su echoed. Indeed, I could be a plum blossom standing proudly against the wind and snow, devoid of friends and warmth. Yet, as long as I possess a sincere heart, I can emit my own fragrance. It appears you have found a semblance of tranquility. Wei Su noted, recognizing Chen Yu's sense of disillusionment. Brother Wu has departed, leaving me without companionship. I miss him. Chen Yu's voice grew sorrowful. Hearing this, Wei Su felt an icy chill in the air. This man seemed profoundly lonely, as if his heart had long since withered. You miss him? Wei Su asked, aware that he too yearned for his elder brother, yet felt the fracture of his own divinity. As a deity, he could no longer reunite with his mentor, a reality laden with frustration. What can I do to bring Brother Wu back? You ask me? Wei Su nearly choked on his soup. But you are a god. In moments of helplessness, people often look to the divine for aid. Chen Yong glanced at Wei Su, puzzled by his extreme reaction. Very well, gods symbolize humanity's hope. Yet they are not omnipotent, Wei Su countered, shaken by Chen Yong's response. As a deity, he could not fulfill every wish, nor extinguish the flame of hope within one's heart. Perhaps Chen Yong sought divine assistance, teetering on the brink of despair and in need of strength to continue living. Chen Yong understood he must survive. Otherwise, the narrative of fate's transformation would lose its protagonist. Do you wish for Wu Yue's resurrection, regardless of the cost? Wei Su queried, eager to grasp the essence of benevolence amidst years of deceit and treachery. Indeed, Chen Yong affirmed. Is it because your own existence has been so burdensome that you seek liberation? Wei Su pondered. Life itself is fraught with challenges, especially for those born into royalty. The struggles within the royal family are but a microcosm of the greater conflicts in the world. If one cannot prevail in royal intrigues, how can they hope to contend with the myriad forces of the realm? Each faction harbors its own designs, as the benevolent navigate these waters. The noble strive for harmony while the ignoble scheme. Without unifying the hearts of the populace, chaos will inevitably reign. I cannot control the affairs of the world. Being ensnared in the expectations of others, what is there to lament or to weary over? It is fate, after all. Fate? Wei Su mused. This Chen Yong understands himself quite well. Considering his disposition, it is commendable that he has governed for a decade. This is, indeed, his destiny, and he has accepted it. Why must my senior brother defy the heavens to alter fate? Would you be willing to exchange your life for that of Wu Yue? Brother Wu is my confidant. I only wish to fulfill his desires. Chen Yong's response left Wei Su both amused and exasperated. Wu Yue's aspiration is for Chen Yong to bring peace and prosperity to the realm. Chen Yong's answer is sufficiently clever. He does not wish to trade lives, but rather seeks to enhance his own existence. What desires does Wu Yue harbor? Wei Su was eager to hear Chen Yong's reply. Great virtue prevails across the world, ensuring that all beings find their rightful place. Such a wish is beyond the power of mere mortals. Besides, you are divine. As long as great virtue can flourish throughout the land, I would willingly exchange my life for it, Chen Yong declared resolutely. Such are the dreams of the foolish. Sighed Wei Su. Should one not live for their dreams? Chen Yong replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. I perceive that Qi Ran's temperament aligns well with yours. You should cultivate a closer relationship with him. Wei Su could truly sense Chen Yong's solitude and his yearning for Wu Yue. Ever since Wu Yue's demise, he too felt the pangs of loneliness, reminiscing about the times they shared. He sympathized with Chen Yong. Qi Ran's nature is quite different from Brother Wu's. He is a free spirit. His thoughts do not belong to this era. Chen Yong glanced at Qi Ran, who was merrily drinking and playing games with Yu Ran. Qi Ran, now adorned in the attire of a groom, exuded an air of nonchalance, disregarding the various rituals and conventions of such an important occasion, choosing instead to revel in his own freedom. How intriguing. Wei Su observed Qi Ran. Indeed, his thoughts seemed to diverge from those of his contemporaries. The individuals he spoke of were unknown even to this divine being, so how could he possess such knowledge? Yet, he clearly lacked the capacity to fabricate these people and events. Zhou Tian harbored doubts about Qi Ran's origins, and Wei Su too believed that Qi Ran was not a simple character. Most importantly, he was the chosen one, his magical artifact being a dragon, which resonated deeply with Wu Yue's essence, yet his demeanor and conduct diverged significantly from Wu Yue's, which troubled Wei Su greatly. He yearned to unravel the enigma of Qi Ran, the one person he could not decipher. You are divine, cannot you see through him? Chen Yong inquired. The divine is not omnipotent, remember that. In the course of their conversation, Wei Su had finished his meal, eating meticulously without wasting a morsel. Chen Yong glanced at his own plate, having consumed only half of his food, clearly reluctant to waste it, yet lacking appetite, he continued to eat slowly. I cannot see through you either, Wei Su remarked, observing Chen Yong's leisurely movements with his chopsticks. What is there to discern? Chen Yong paused his eating to inquire. You must harbor some dissatisfaction towards Minister Lin. Why attend his daughter's wedding banquet? Is it merely because they bestow upon you a substantial sum of gold and silver each year? I have seen enough of the divine. Chen Yong managed a rare smile. Qi Ran is a friend of Brother Wu, and Miss Lin was my childhood companion. Their union warrants my presence. Regarding Lin Xiang, you are mistaken. I have never regarded him as my adversary. Pray, share your thoughts. Wei Su expressed his curiosity, as it was indeed unexpected that Chen Yu did not consider Lin Xiang his enemy. Lin Xiang was a talented statesman, one who appointed individuals not solely based on personal affiliations, adhering to the principles of the state of Qin and exhibiting a fearless demeanor in the face of imperial authority. Never deceiving the common folk, he was truly a remarkable minister of his time. Chen Yu held Lin Lifu in high esteem. Given your current circumstances, all has been granted by him. Do you not harbor any resentment toward him? Wei Su sought to understand why Chen Yu bore no ill will toward Lin Xiang, especially since Qin Huang's rise to power was due to Lin Xiang's support. I differ in political views from Lin Xiang. Qin Huang is his own nephew. Who else would a maternal uncle support if not his own kin? My father favors me over Qin Huang, not due to familial bias, but because of our differing political stances. Lin Xiang, well-versed in the machinations of power struggles and adept in dealings with other states, perceives this as a conflict between two opposing political factions, a balance of power. I have witnessed him engage in protracted debates with my father over certain matters, enduring sleepless nights. My father has contemplated ending his life on several occasions, yet Lin Xiang remained unfazed, asserting that my father lacked the authority to dictate his fate. My father has remarked that with a minister like him, the state of Qin could thrive in peace and prosperity. How wise is Emperor Chen? Wei Su mused, acknowledging the emperor's rare capacity for tolerance. My father, in truth, dares not kill him, Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. Why? Wei Su blurted out. Chen Yu cast a glance at him, pondering the nature of this so-called deity beside him. How could he lack understanding of such a fundamental truth? As a divine being, he must reside above the fray, unable to connect theory with the practical world, hence such a foolish question. The authority of the emperor is not to be challenged. Both my father and Lin Xiang are acutely aware of this. If my father wishes to eliminate Lin Xiang, he must weigh the consequences. For Lin Xiang is cognizant of his own leverage. It is this equilibrium of power that has secured my father's esteemed reputation and ensured Lin Xiang's safety. Qi Ran is indeed a talent, Wei Su sighed deeply. Chen Yu regarded him, puzzled by this deity's admiration for Qi Ran, because he understands the intricacies of balance. Wei Su remarked, clicking his tongue and smiling. Your survival thus far indeed provides ample justification for your continued existence. I have my reasons for choosing Qin Huang. The world is fundamentally just, although even the divine can sometimes be swayed by emotion, much like my senior brother. Chen Yu was at a loss, his eyes filled with confusion. There is no need for you to comprehend. If one cannot act purely on rationality, then constraints become essential. This fosters a positive cycle. Lin Xiang understood this, as did Qi Ran, and Emperor Chen is aware. You too should recognize it, and so should Qin Huang. To eradicate those deemed different is the most foolish course of action. Upon concluding his thoughts, Wei Su quietly rose and departed, his exit occurring almost unnoticed. Chen Yu blinked in surprise, momentarily dazed by Wei Su's sudden disappearance. Where has the god of Wei gone? The four young ones had been attentively observing their master, now holding him in high regard, having learned from Wei Su insights that Qi Ran and the seven esteemed masters could not impart. A dialogue between a divine being and a mortal must surely be captivating, Huang Jing remarked, observing the still-dazed Chen Yu. What insights might emerge when a deity and a human examine the nature of humanity? Han Qing mused, tapping his leg thoughtfully. I firmly believe that benevolence is invincible, Wu Cheng declared, as he bit into a piece of fragrant lotus root, the crisp sound echoing in the air. My young lady has expressed that the son-in-law wishes for a world filled with fairness, freedom, and benevolence. Xiao Yu listened to Qi Ran's extensive discourse with a sense of vague comprehension, yet she retained those 6 words, as they encapsulated her deepest desires. Achieving fairness and freedom is a formidable challenge, Wu Feng remarked with a shake of his head. The legalists aim for a state of inaction, which is even more arduous. Wang Ming chuckled. Establishing a legal framework that embodies fairness and freedom is indeed a daunting task, Han Cheng concurred. While Lin Xiang sought to implement the methods of Shangyang to regulate both the sovereign and the populace, aspiring for a harmonious governance among the monarch and the chancellor. However, Emperor Qin was resolutely opposed to this. Had it not been for the 7 gentlemen entering Qin state, pledging their assistance to Emperor Qin, perhaps Lin Xiang's ambitions could have materialized. The arrival of the 7 gentlemen in the capital brought forth a complexity that was difficult to articulate. The delay of Emperor Qin and Lin Xiang in attending the academy and the wedding was due to their obstruction by the imperial guard. As the sovereign, I have made a solemn promise to officiate their wedding. How could I go back on my word? Emperor Qin pondered. having been thwarted multiple times in his attempts to leave the palace by concubine Wu. Meanwhile, concubine Lin found herself in a state of unease within her chambers, unable to leave the palace as well. Chen Yue was also instructed not to depart the crown prince's residence at will. Court officials whispered among themselves regarding the royal family's failure to attend the wedding banquet as promised. Lin Xiang was acutely aware of the situation, yet he bore his troubles in silence. During the marriage of his daughter at the Xiang residence, there were those who wished to embarrass him. Although concubine Wu desired to make Qi Ren uncomfortable, her alliance with the second lady, who harbored resentment for her own sister, concubine Lin, favoring Lin Yin over her daughter, led to an unexpected collaboration with concubine Wu. Lin Xiang had heard of this intrigue but pretended to be oblivious. In her quest for power, concubine Wu sought the support of the 7 gentlemen and Master Li, who, after gaining renown in the academy, cultivated favorable relations with the young scions of various officials. Master Li, being a capable aide to Emperor Chen and a representative of the true cultivation sect, played a pivotal role during the discussions of the consort's establishment, where several opponents abstained, resulting in a tie. Naturally, the inquiry fell under Master Li's purview, facilitating concubine Wu's ascent. Through this contest of power, Lin Xiang recognized the severity of his misjudgments. The 7 gentlemen had garnered significant prestige in both court and society, their influence becoming increasingly formidable. Concubine Wu's cunning surpassed that of concubine Lin, as her power in the harem now rivaled that of concubine Lin. Lin Xiang perceived concubine Wu's unbridled ambition, believing that Emperor Chen could not rein her in. Since General Jin of the 7 armies had retired, the newly appointed general, a confidant of Emperor Chen, now served as an ally to concubine Wu, whose influence within the military was undeniable. If Lin Xiang could not regain control over the military, relying solely on a cadre of civil officials, a coup could ensue, leaving him vulnerable and defenseless. Following the reshuffling of power in the court, Lin Xiang understood the urgent necessity of establishing a military force under his control. Otherwise, a scenario akin to the current predicament would inevitably repeat itself. With the Imperial Guard dominating the streets, their movements signaled a demonstration of power. Whether it was the will of Emperor Chen or concubine Wu was inconsequential. What mattered was that he must swiftly cultivate his own loyal army. Is the crown prince also confined within the palace? Lin Xiang inquired of a returning servant. Indeed, my lord. Both the princess and the crown prince are trapped within the palace. What is the current state of Early Street? The young master of the Wu family, Wu Yue, seeks to enter Early Street, but the Imperial Guards deny him passage. A standoff ensues between the two parties. Zhang Lin, who is familiar with the name Wu Yue, recognizes him as the head of the Yungue escort agency. However, Wu Yue is, in fact, the esteemed heir of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. His true identity has been uncovered by the servants. The Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce is well known, yet it traditionally refrains from political entanglements. Lin Xiang muses over the reason for the young master's visit. He is uncertain whether Wu Yue has come to cause trouble or to present a congratulatory gift. According to Wu Yue, he has come to attend his elder sister's wedding. Yet without an invitation, the Imperial Guards refuse him entry. The situation has escalated, with both sides in a stalemate for several hours. Lin Xiang gestures for his servants to leave as he continues to investigate. The wedding of Chun Huang and Qi Ran is presided over by 7 esteemed gentlemen, with both the Lin Empress and the Crown Prince in attendance. Naturally, the Imperial Guards will not allow entry without an invitation, especially since Wu Yue is a formidable figure in the martial world. The strategy of inviting him to disrupt the occasion proves astute, intensifying the coldness in Lin Xiang's gaze. As the auspicious hour passes without the arrival of the officiants and dignitaries, Qi Ran and Lin Yanran proceed with the wedding rites under the guidance of the 7 gentlemen. This unforeseen circumstance leaves the other guests perplexed and engaged in hushed discussions. After the ceremony, Qi Ran changes out of his wedding attire and turns to Lin Yanran, expressing concern about the day's unrest and his intention to investigate outside. The guardian has already departed, and should Wu Yue indeed be present, he is no match for him. Lin Yanran is reluctant to let Qi Ran venture out. I shall not engage him in battle. I will simply give him what he desires. Qi Ran, unbeknownst to him, has tucked a book into his embrace. I understand now. Your objective is achieved, and you must discard this hot potato. Lin Yanran realizes the implication. Indeed. The warning to the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce has been delivered. Wu Yue is a man of integrity who will honor his commitments, unlike his untrustworthy father. As long as he remains undisturbed, there is little to fear. You are quite shameless, Lin Yin and retorts with a laugh. To strike is to show affection, and to scold is to express love. My dear wife, await my return to consummate our union. With that, Qi Ren swiftly exits. Such recklessness. Lin Yin and thinks as she reemerges to greet the guests. Madam, what is happening? For children inquires, having witnessed Qi Ran's hasty departure. Wu Yuen may have arrived. He truly came? Yu Ren exclaims, leaping to his feet. Remain calm, remain calm. He is your master. He will not engage with that fiend, Lin Yin and reassures them. The 7 gentlemen, upon hearing of Wu Yuen's arrival, were expressions of dread. Chen Yu, unaware of the day's peculiar events that have caused the absence of Chen Huang. The Lin Empress, and others from Qi Ran's wedding, returns to his own residence. Yet, he senses that today is extraordinary, as if a storm is brewing. Wei Su hastily makes his way to the horse racing club. As the architect of its barriers, he is quick to notice any intrusions. To endure so much trouble for a banquet is quite unwise. Indeed, it is exceedingly foolish. Wei Su arrived at the horse club and observed dozens of covert investigators, including officials, military personnel, merchants, cultivators, as well as members from beggar clans and thieving associations. Individuals from various walks of life had gathered. This boss Qi is indeed more formidable than I, a deity. He has managed to draw all those lurking in the shadows into the light for this wedding feast. Demonstrating his profound understanding of human nature, Wei Su promptly collected images of the visitors. Qi Ran had specifically instructed him to set up this function, which proved to be quite practical. Regrettably, these individuals not only exhibit arrogance but also a profound ignorance. Wei Su muttered to himself as he worked. It is one thing for those from the martial world to underestimate the power of barriers, but surely the cultivators should comprehend the significance of this horse club. How could Qi Ran neglect such an important venue? It is inconceivable that there is no guard. How could they commit such an obvious blunder? Furthermore, the invaluable assets of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, how could Qi Ran possibly store them here? Do they all believe that Qi Ran would employ the most improbable location as a facade of safety? Human nature is too restless, and suspicion runs deep. A profound realization dawned upon him. As a deity, one must still learn the 36 stratagems of the mortal realm, and mastering these tactics is indeed a formidable challenge. After gathering the information on all the visitors to the horse club, Wei Su returned to the Yi family estate, where Zhou was busy preparing herbal porridge. Upon seeing him, Zhou cheerfully inquired, "Did you gather much information? That is essential. Did you not also gain quite a bit?" Wei Su responded, "This place is certainly livelier than that one. Filled with experts. This wedding is splendid," Zhou remarked with great enthusiasm. "Indeed, it is splendid." But whether Qi Ran can smoothly navigate the challenge posed by Wu Yuen remains uncertain. Wei Su ladled himself a bowl of herbal porridge. His appetite had been quite good lately, having enjoyed a solitary feast at the academy, and now he could still manage to drink the porridge. He might successfully overcome it, and perhaps even achieve unexpected gains. What unexpected gains? What have you disowned? Zhou asked, his face alight with curiosity. "I wager that this person is fortunate," Zhou said, handing his bowl to Wei Su for another serving. "One may gamble on luck, but why should a deity engage in such games? Who says a deity cannot gamble?" Qi Ran arrived at the entrance of Early Street and beheld Wu Yuen seated in a soft palanquin, facing off against the Imperial Guard. The guards were fully armed and poised for action, yet Wu Yuen remained composed in his seat, his countenance icy and silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "Young Master Wu, have you come to partake in my wedding celebration?" Qi Ran's melodious voice shattered the somberness, and as his words resonated, one could almost hear the collective sighs of relief from those around him. "It could be said that," Wu Yuen replied, casting a sidelong glance at Qi Ran as he shifted slightly, feeling discomfort from sitting too long. "If you wish to attend the celebration, you ought to have mentioned it earlier. I could have made an announcement, and you could have arrived with great fanfare, sans this grand display. At this rate, onlookers might think you're here to contest my marriage," Qi Ran remarked, a hint of jest in his tone. "Such shamelessness could only be attributed to you, Boss Qi." Wu Yuen's voice remained frosty. "You possess considerable influence. Having the Imperial Guard as your escort for a marriage is unprecedented among the wealthy. I simply had to witness this spectacle." As their conversation flowed, Wu Yuen appeared more at ease. He leaned slightly forward, his clear eye surveying the line of Imperial Guards standing at attention. This royal guard had been summoned today, and he could not ascertain whether it was his own ostentation or Qi Ran's capability that warranted such treatment. Having sat in silence like a statue since his arrival at the entrance of Early Street, he now engaged in casual banter with Qi Ran. much to the astonishment of the guards and the onlookers alike. This scene has taken me by surprise. I anticipated this to be your grand design, young Master Wu. But it seems to be orchestrated by your esteemed father. Qiren observed, noticing Wu Qingyuan's lack of understanding regarding the situation's origins, and he sighed deeply. Today is your momentous day, and I have little desire to intrude upon your festivities. I merely came to reclaim my belongings, Wu Qingyan remarked, glancing at the growing crowd. Young Master Wu, since you are here, how can we not share a drink? Qiren called for the imperial guards to bring 2 chairs and a fine bottle of wine. The leader of the guards, who had been stationed there since Qiren's arrival, wore a pained expression. Wu Qingyuan was a formidable character. Should a disagreement arise, he could easily end Qiren's life. Leaving the Lin family's new son-in-law dead shortly after the ceremony, thereby rendering Miss Lin a widow, a scenario that would not bode well for anyone involved. Miss Lin was not one to be trifled with. If she were to unleash her wrath, it would undoubtedly stir considerable unrest within the Imperial Guard. To provide a satisfactory explanation for Lin Xiang and Miss Lin, Wu Qingyuan might risk losing his own future, or worse, his life. Now, upon hearing Qiren's intention to drink with Wu Qingyuan and observing Wu Qingyuan's descent from the palanquin, the leader concluded that their relationship must be extraordinary. Thus, he ordered 2 chairs and a table to be brought forth, personally presenting the fine wine and cups. If only these 2 troublemakers could be sent on their way, he would be eternally grateful. Qiren, undeterred by the discomfort of the hard chair, chose to sit in a position that brought him the utmost ease. Wu Qingyuan, however, was evidently unaccustomed to such informality. Upon sitting down, he furrowed his brow and straightened himself rigidly, clearly uncomfortable and visibly restrained. Do not hold yourself so stiffly. Young Master Wu, if you were to adopt my relaxed demeanor, you need not suffer this discomfort, Qiren suggested, shifting to find a more comfortable posture. I did not come here for idle chatter. Wu Qingyuan cast a glance at Qiren, whose posture was rather ungraceful. I have no desire for trivialities either. Since young Master Wu has arrived, I am curious to know what splendid gift you have brought me. Qiren took a delicate sip of his wine. Still seeking a gift? Wu Qingyuan's irritation was palpable, his hand, fairer than that of any woman, resting upon the table. It is improper to arrive to offer congratulations without a present. Qiren glanced at the pale hand, noting that it was far from tender. Rather, it bore a certain hardness. I fear you might not be able to accept it. Wu Qingyuan was incensed by Qiren's disdain. Having gained fame at a young age, he had never before been so belittled. If you do not present a gift, how can you ascertain my inability to accept one? Qiren remained unfazed. This is a predicament of your own making. A mist enveloped Wu Qingyuan's icy gaze. Nearby, the Imperial Guards sensed a sudden drop in temperature. Glancing up at the blazing sun before looking back at the encroaching frost surrounding Wu Qingyuan, their eyes wide with trepidation as they began to retreat. How dull! Qiren, seated opposite Wu Qingyuan, felt the chill that the onlookers could hardly bear, yet he, at the center, endured the discomfort. It is of your own making. Wu Qingyuan enunciated each word with precision, his fingers taking on a bony appearance, resembling ice blades, his eyes filled with a wintry haze. Qiren shuddered at the sight of his gaze, now aware that Wu Qingyuan's eyes could indeed be lethal. To receive without giving is impolite. Qiren withdrew an ancient guqin from his robe, its antique charm glowing softly in the cold light, exuding a sense of rugged elegance. I did not realize you possessed such a mystical instrument. Wu Qingyuan gazed at the guqin, its material unknown, the ethereal glow dazzling his vision. Did you think I possess only dragons? How could a true dragon manifest here? Qiren chuckled lightly. The appearance of a real dragon would send shockwaves across the realm, and even Wei Su would be unable to protect him. In this era, the dragon symbolizes the true sovereign, and his ability to command one would severely undermine the imperial family's dignity. It would be prudent for him to refrain from boasting. I believed you to be quite willful, yet it seems you are not as formidable as I thought. The chill emanating from Wu Qingyuan intensified. Objects within 5 paces began to freeze, prompting the crowd to withdraw. One must adhere to the heavenly order when aspiring to divinity. How can one disregard human conventions? I am not foolish. Though Qiren's teeth began to chatter, he maintained his composure. Wu Qingyuan, having reached the semi-divine realm, had indeed improved since their last encounter. Yet Qiren, under Wei Su's guidance, had also made considerable progress. Young Master Wu, this frigid weather is rather unpleasant. Allow me to play a piece, Clear River Water, to dispel the chill. As Qiren spoke, his fingers danced gracefully over the strings. The sound of flowing water emerged, causing the frozen ice to stir, and as the river's roar grew louder, it was accompanied by the sound of cracking ice. Wu Yue, clearly unprepared for such an effect, found the chill in his eyes deepening. A fierce wind arose, and as the sounds of the ice cracking echoed, the spectators felt the temperature rise with the resounding water. Yet as the water's roar diminished and the cracking intensified, the coldness seeped back in, compelling them to retreat another step. "You are impressive," Chen scoffed softly, realizing that Wu Yue was channeling his water's momentum to freeze the rivers. After harnessing this power, his icy prowess was exponentially amplified. When the waters of the Yong River freeze completely, Early Street transforms into a street of ice. Should death ensue from the frost, the consequences would fall squarely upon Boss Qi. Upon hearing the sound of the flowing water, Wu Yue could not help but exclaim that heaven was assisting him. Qiran's cleverness had ultimately led to his own downfall. Winning against me is the only thing that matters. The ancient zither in Qiran's hands shimmered with brilliance, its strings seemingly on the verge of turning to ice. His 10 fingers danced deftly across the strings, leaving behind streaks of crimson as blood seeped into the instrument, casting a faint red glow. As the sound of water gradually subsided, a smile began to form at the corners of Wu Yue's lips. Now, Early Street had truly become a frozen chamber. Though everyone still stoked their fires in this season, they could hardly withstand such biting cold and began to add layers of clothing and fuel. Lin Xiang looked out at the crystalline landscape, bending slightly as he coughed heavily. Li Taisher's long brows quivered, his hands clasped within his sleeves as he gazed skyward. A celestial omen, is it a blessing or a curse? Chen Huang remarked as he tended to the roaring flames. This Qiran is ultimately a harbinger of misfortune, Wu Guifei whispered closely to Chen Huang. In the distance, within the Jade Shen Palace, Lin Fei tightened her mink coat, letting out a soft sigh as she instructed the maidens to add more charcoal. After Early Street was encased in ice, Chen Huang bit his lip but said nothing. Chen Yu merely sighed as well. Lin Yinran attempted to venture out in search of Qiran, but was halted by Yu Ran, who intervened. The two resumed their contest of wits. Their departure would not only be futile but would also complicate matters for Qiran. Though they were concerned, they had faith that Wei Su would not stand idly by. The 7 scholars sipped wine in the hall of the academy, demonstrating the state of affairs in the world, while 4 children watched intently. Each of the 7 held a long pole, beginning to narrate the unfolding events, and inside, the sound of chattering teeth echoed, a result of the unbearable cold. Sha Yu filled the brazier with charcoal, the flames glowing fiercely, yet the assembly continued to shiver. Thus, they endured. Wei Su, in the still balmy manner, prepared medicinal porridge for Zhou Tian. "I wager on Qiran's victory," Zhou Tian remarked, inhaling the fragrant broth. "Let us hope he prevails, otherwise I will have to clean up the aftermath." "This divine role is quite stifling," Wei Su complained. "Fate is remarkably intricate," Zhou Tian chuckled. "What is transpiring outside?" "I sense Zhou Tian's formidable presence," Yilong remarked, shaking her delicate branches. "A marvelously intricate Zhou Tian," Yi praised. "Intricate?" Yilong felt no such intricacy. "I believe a turning point will soon arise. When that river ignites, the capital will bask in warmth," Yi replied, her tone noticeably buoyant. "Let us hope so, or our barrier shall be compromised," Yilong cautioned. She understood all too well that should the capital be encased in ice, the barrier she and Yi had erected would weaken due to natural forces, necessitating recalibration. During this interval, their secrets might be laid bare. And before the barrier could be restored, their lives could be at stake. "Stay calm," Yi urged. Yilong listened but felt her frail body begin to tremble, shaking her head as worry deepened in her eyes. Indeed, as Wu Yue observed Qiran's bloodied hands still deftly plucking the strings, a flicker of emotion began to stir in his otherwise frigid gaze. This instrument serves as Qiran's magical artifact, intricately linked to his very essence, and he can still play it, indicating his capacity to contend with himself. The instrument possesses an unusual quality. When blood drips onto its body, it blooms into a vivid display of crimson, radiating a brilliance akin to the blazing sun, stirring a ripple in Wu Yue's crystalline gaze. This sensation unsettles Wu Yue greatly. Qiran, at present, appears to be in a much better state than when he faced opposition on Mount Liang. Although Wu Yue currently has the situation under control, he finds himself incapable of vanquishing Qiran. The mournful notes emanating from Qiran's instrument evoke an inexplicable dread within him, a feeling that intensifies with each passing moment. Qiran stands as the most formidable adversary Wu Yue has encountered, possessing limitless potential. In a fleeting moment of realization, Wu Yue comprehends that the music conveys an overwhelming pressure, a force greater than his own. The true extent of Qi Ran's power remains a mystery to Wu Yue. He fears that Qi Ran might leverage his strength to break through. Should that occur, their future confrontations would not be equal, but rather, he would find himself at a disadvantage. As a cultivator, he must also cultivate benevolence. Yet, in this moment of conflict, he sees an opportunity to exploit Qi Ran's vulnerability. Although he harbors no intention to kill Qi Ran, he now feels an overwhelming desire to extinguish this terrifying presence in a single stroke. Despite his resolute intent, he feels utterly powerless. The fluctuations in Qi Ran's aura are pronounced, and Wu Yue is apprehensive of the primal force within it, as if it were specifically cultivated to counter him, leaving him hesitant. Wu Yue clenches his lips, sensing himself being melted away. A warm force dissolving the coldness in his gaze, yearning to blossom. I must take a closer look. At this moment, Li Taishe releases his grip, drifting towards the street ahead. You should also take a look. Concurrently, he directs his aura towards Wei Su. Following his words, Wei Su arrives at their resting place just as Li Taishe does. What brings you here, Divine One? Li Taishe inquires, raising an eyebrow. With the Grand Scholar present, how could I not come? Wei Su's demeanor is serene, harmonizing perfectly with the surroundings. What is your intent, Divine One? Li Taishe's robe flutters. What the Grand Scholar desires. I also desire, Wei Su replies, gazing at his own pristine attire, questioning Li Taishe. Do you not think my attire complements this scene beautifully? My humble Taoist robe suits the occasion better, he retorts, creating an awkward exchange. Meanwhile, Qi Ran internally laments, his aura spirals out of control. Overwhelmed by the oppressive force radiating from Wu Yue, which shatters his own, he finds himself unable to manage this overwhelming energy. The functionalities of the Wu Yue system have driven Qi Ran to the brink of collapse. His fingers no longer feel pain, as if they belong to another. The familiar melody, originating from Wu Yue, resonates through his command of the ancient Guqin, its strings ablaze under his rapid playing, as though they might ignite. Wu Yue's icy intent, though not escalating, remains unyielding, leaving Qi Ran to endure the torment of alternating flames and frost. Qi Ran senses he is nearing his limit, on the verge of slumber, utterly fatigued. In his stupor, he hears the roar of a dragon. How could I have forgotten about the dragon as a magical artifact? As the chosen one, how could I be so ineffectual? The sound of the dragon's chant awakened Qi Ran's consciousness. He gazed upon a pair of grotesque, bloodied hands, reminiscent of Wu Yue's delicate fingers that once caressed the strings of a zither upon his arrival in this era. Is he still alive? Qi Ran was taken aback as he realized his consciousness had drifted outside his body. Has Wu Yue forced him out of his own vessel? Such a potent poison failed to claim his life? Or perhaps there lies another opportunity at hand. Qi Ran's thoughts whirled, now that his spirit had separated from his form. He was liberated from the agonizing torment that had pierced his very soul. The dragon's chant resounded once more, jolting Qi Ran back to reality. And he involuntarily gasped in astonishment. How vexing. Upon regaining his composure, he heard the voice of Wu Yue, tinged with frustration. Was there a turn of events? As Qi Ran's consciousness floated away, he had been oblivious to the duel, but now he found himself once again within Wu Yue's body, hastily assessing the outcome. What a powerful Zhou! Qi Ran, upon witnessing the scene, was overwhelmed with joy. Wu Yue truly embodied a dormant Zhou, now that his essence was awakened. The raw power radiated with a newfound gentleness. The ancient zither played a melodious rendition of clear river water, akin to a stream of springtime flow. Qi Ran could hear the blossoms unfurling within the music, envisioning the swaying aquatic plants, the playful fish, and the waterbirds in pursuit of their prey. The ice had evidently invigorated the river's spirit, transforming the landscape into a vibrant tableau. With winter's arrival, spring would not linger far behind. Clear river water encapsulated the rhythms of seasonal change, Wu Yue could harness the forces of nature, and so too could Wu Yue. Qi Ran grasped this principle, a smile of elation gracing his face. Wu Yue wore an expression of disbelief. Had he truly been defeated, and by Qi Ran no less? Although he had believed himself incapable of slaying Qi Ran, he was certain he could triumph over him. Yet, after this confrontation, he realized that Qi Ran's prowess now rivaled that of Wei Su. This was the realm of the divine. How could Qi Ran have so effortlessly breached the divine threshold? Wu Yue felt a bitter resentment, his delicate hands trembling slightly. The ice on early street froze swiftly and melted just as quickly. While the peach tree in Lin Xiang's garden bloomed with fragrant blossoms, Lin Xiang straightened his back, approaching the tree with a newfound smile. nodding gently as he reached for a branch to pluck a flower. Flowers had blossomed in the imperial palace as well. Emperor Chen's eyes reflected a profound weariness as he uttered, "One can indeed reverse the course of fate." In that moment, he appeared to age a decade, burdened deeper than when Lin Xiang had witnessed the frost on Early Street. "Your Majesty, this will not change," remarked consort Wu Yue, her gaze lingering on the flowering garden, tinged with a hint of melancholy. In Chen Yu's garden, roses had also bloomed. He plucked the strings of a zither, playing high mountains and flowing water. Chen Huang observed the blossoming garden, hands clasped behind his back, as the crown princess invited him to admire the flowers. He coldly declined, retreating into seclusion thereafter. Zhou rested with closed eyes, savoring the tranquility. "You have triumphed," Yilong conveyed to Yi. The effort was not in vain. Yi's frail roots had doubled in strength. The 7 gentlemen accompanied 4 children to enjoy the blossoms, their spirits lifted. Lin Yanran, and you prepared a feast. Eagerly awaiting Qiren's return to celebrate his victory. Yiran had already soared off to find Qiren, their exhilaration palpable. Qiren had indeed triumphed over Wu Qingyuan. "Young Master Qi, I graciously accept this grand gift. Is there anything else you find unsatisfactory?" As Qiren observed the vibrant scene of spring blossoming in early, he turned to the weary-faced Wu Qingyuan. The capital had simultaneously endured the coldest winter and the warmest spring in history, resulting in a cacophony of voices, with most coveting the treasures of the Wu family retreating, leaving only a few to watch the unfolding events. The grand historian has returned to the divine. If you are interested, simply observe, Wei Su chuckled as he flew back. "I shall return to the estate to appreciate the flowers," Li Taisha remarked, mirthfully departing. "Young master is lost," Nian sighed wistfully after the flowers had bloomed. It became evident that the most formidable force in the state of Qin was not the divine Wei, but rather Qiren himself. Wu Mai sighed. From that moment forth, no one dared to covet his possessions. Wu Qingyuan, bruised and battered by Qiren's prowess, wore an expression of discontent. "What does Boss Qi desire?" he thought begrudgingly. "Is it even necessary to ask?" Qiren, having conquered Wu Qingyuan through sheer strength, knew that peace would now reign between the Horse Racing Association and the Yi family estate. In this world, power is the ultimate truth. We part ways on separate paths. Wu Qingyuan enunciated deliberately. "Our principles diverge. Seeking tranquility is arduous." Qiren responded, "As long as both parties adhere to righteousness and morality, there shall be peace. However, should one act immorally, we must enforce justice. Can young master Wu accept this? The rules of this world are dictated by the strong. To the victor goes the spoils." Wu Qingyuan wasted no words, decisively accepting the established rules. "Well said," Qiren smiled, producing an account book from his bosom. "I am not interested in this matter. If not for your Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce's lack of virtue, I would not have acted unjustly. Take heed." Wu Qingyuan perused the account book, confirming its accuracy before replying. "The Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce will not engage in any actions detrimental to Boss Qi under any circumstances. However, if you seek trouble, that is another matter." With Wu Qingyuan's promise, Qiren felt content. Agreed. Wu Qingyuan stowed the account book and returned home in his plush sedan chair. "Today is my wedding day. After such a prolonged struggle, I am utterly exhausted. How shall I consummate the marriage?" Qiren muttered as he walked back. "Boss, the boss lady is preparing a nourishing soup for you. It won't hinder your important affairs." Yu Ran and Yu Ho had arrived early. Standing at a distance to watch the conversation between Qiren and Wu Qingyuan, now amused by his mutterings. "This wedding is absolutely unprecedented," Qiren mused, inhaling the fragrant spring air of early, wearing a self-satisfied smile. Upon arriving at the academy, they encountered Chen Yu, who had crafted a stunning arrangement of roses. Lin Yin rushed forward, embracing Qiren tightly and refusing to let go. "Release me. This obstructs the view," Qiren urged, attempting to pry her arms away. But her grip only tightened. Resignedly, Qiren scanned the surroundings and noticed that no one was looking their way. "Very well, I shall carry you. Let us proceed to the bridal chamber." Indeed, the state of Qin remained under the enlightened rule of the emperor and the wise governance of the chancellor. Qiren ascended to divinity, marrying Lin Yanran, while Lin Lifu stood equally matched against Emperor Chen. Although consort Wu's maneuvers were frequent, they had noticeably subsided. Qiren and Lin Yanran moved into the Yi manor, where they often indulged in sweet moments following their recent nuptials. However, due to their infrequent encounters with others, their intimacy often went unnoticed. The 4 children, aware of Qiren's ascension to divinity, felt a deep sense of envy and were resolutely determined to emulate their master in their cultivation practices, doubling their efforts compared to before. It became rare to see them during mealtimes. Meanwhile, Yuan not only engaged in cultivation but also managed affairs of the martial world, maintaining their dedication to training without faltering. Whenever Zhou assessed their progress, a satisfied smile would grace his face. Wei Su and Zhou continued their routine, conducting lessons before concocting medicinal dishes, resulting in a flourishing garden of herbs and flowers. They no longer discussed cultivation matters with Qi Ran, showing little curiosity about his victory over Wu Qingyuan. On the other hand, Wu Qingyuan had retreated into seclusion since his return, and the Zheng Yugui escort agency remained operational yet nearly dormant. Qi Ran's funds were securely housed within the Jiuzhou Commercial Bank. On this occasion, Qi Ran received a distant guest, the young master Wei Xian from the state of Wei. Wei Xian came to discuss business, seeking to establish a horse racing club in his homeland, and was eager to gain insights. Boss Wei, let us speak candidly. You are already aware of my intentions. What is your opinion? Despite being a young master, Wei Xian was refined in demeanor, possessing an attractive appearance and a straightforward manner that resonated well with Qi Ran. Since you are an open-minded individual, let us clarify our discussion. Are you merely seeking advice, or do you wish to collaborate? Qi Ran inquired, genuinely interested in the nature of Wei Xian's visit. What does seeking advice entail, and what does collaboration involve? Wei Xian asked. Consultation means you will receive guidance for a fee, determined by the specifics of your inquiry. The pricing standards are outlined in this booklet, Qi Ran replied, sliding a document towards Wei Xian. Wei Xian glanced at the booklet, which clearly detailed the fee structure along with a summary of expected outcomes. It is an honor to collaborate with a businessman of your caliber, Boss Qi. Let us discuss the terms of our partnership, he said after reviewing the document. In this era, commerce was not highly developed, and merchants held a lowly status. While there were numerous regulations governing business interactions, few protected merchants' interests. The notion of capital operation was novel, and seeking legal safeguards was nearly impossible. One had to rely on prestige or strength, as the law offered little protection. Thus, instances of plunder were commonplace. Although Qi Ran felt powerless regarding national matters, he could still exert influence over industry associations. He was fully capable of leveraging the financial frameworks of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. And although his knowledge of civil and commercial law was limited, he understood business customs and transaction practices well. He was currently preparing to establish the Chen State Chamber of Commerce, with Han Sheng and Wu Feng tasked with drafting its commercial practices and transaction norms. In the absence of legal provisions, self-regulation within the industry was always an option. Having traversed to this realm and achieved great wealth, enjoying a life of comfort, and marrying a beloved wife who treated him well, Qi Ran felt compelled to leave behind something of value for this world, contributing more and perhaps even becoming a legendary figure. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attained divinity, existing as a legend of this age, much like Wei Su. Listening to Boss Qi promoting the business code of conduct in the Qinghua commercial circle, I wonder if I could have the fortune to witness it. Wei Xian did not inquire about profit-sharing collaborations but instead diverted the conversation to the code. Young Master Wei is well informed. This code is currently under formulation, and once finalized, you shall certainly have the opportunity to peruse it. Qi Ran cast a glance at Wei Xian, clearly disappointed. Boss Qi, what is your perspective on the merchant class? Wei Xian altered his line of questioning. Merchants must enhance their wealth through collaboration and trust, achieving maximum profit while also mitigating risks. At present, they occupy a status inferior to that of craftsmen, rendering them a vulnerable group in this era. If Qi Ran is unaware of this, how could he possibly amass wealth swiftly in such times? How does one mitigate risks? Wei Xian evidently took greater interest in this aspect. Young Master Wei, there are myriad ways to manage risks. Yet the paramount concern is whether merchants can generate greater profits and maintain orderly transactions within the business sphere. Qi Ran evaluates business opportunities primarily based on profit margins. If a transaction yields a meager profit margin but is entirely secure, he would not pursue it. Conversely, if a deal offers a high profit margin but only a 10% security, he would still seek a share. The Shajuan Shu calculation pool states, the nature of the people is to seek food when hungry, to seek rest when laboring, to seek joy when suffering, and to seek honor when humiliated. This is the sentiment of the populace. Furthermore, the Shajuan Shu misguided law asserts that since people possess preferences, governance over them is possible. Human sentiments entail likes and dislikes, thus rewards and punishments can be employed. I wonder how Boss Qi interprets this? Human existence necessitates survival. and the state cannot allocate resources according to need, the pursuit of profit is essential. In the balance of benefits and detriments, the inclination towards profit and the avoidance of harm is defensible. Qiran believes that everything a person does to survive is based on this goal. As long as one refrains from unlawful actions, there is no need for others to cast judgment. Boss Qi is a magnanimous individual, seemingly unconcerned with moral exemplarity. Wei Xian chuckled softly, perceiving the Qinghua tycoon is grounded. The pursuit of fame and profit can take many forms, yet I admire those who lead authentic lives. This resonates with me. Wei Xian clapped his hands, expressing, Boss Qi, I am eager to hear about your commercial regulations. The people of Wei State are affluent. Yet the regulations governing commerce are lacking. Establishing a comprehensive set of commercial rules is no trivial task. Qiran comprehended that his true purpose in visiting was to glean insights, specifically regarding commercial regulations. Does young Master Wei aspire to draft a commercial law or perhaps a civil law in Wei State? Qiran was taken aback by the lofty ambitions of this seemingly refined young man. Commercial law? Civil law? Wei Xian had not encountered these terms before, momentarily taken aback, his bright eyes igniting with enthusiasm. It pertains to the laws governing commerce and the interactions among the populace. The rules are indispensable for daily life and economic exchanges. Order can only be achieved through established regulations. Qiran, having long engaged with individuals at Baya Tower, was accustomed to his innovative approaches, which flowed incessantly, with novel terminologies becoming commonplace. Yet, in his initial encounter with Wei Xian, such linguistic expressions inevitably posed a challenge for him to adapt. Qiran endeavored to align his explanations more closely with the current era. Boss Wei. The etiquette system governing interpersonal interactions among the populace has reached a fundamental level of maturity, with propriety serving as the guiding principle for social exchanges. Within the mixed laws, numerous established regulations and customs exist. The quality measures and distinctions in commercial interactions have been present since the Western Zhou dynasty. Yet they have not been codified into a systematic framework. I am quite curious about the commercial regulations established by Boss Qi. Wei Xian expressed his eagerness, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Young Master Wei, this set of rules was devised by the esteemed gentlemen Han Chen and Wu Feng. To learn more, one must consult with them, Qiran remarked. Although Qiran was not well-versed in lawmaking, he possessed an innate ability to recognize and utilize talent, coupled with financial resources. With wealth and capable individuals supporting him, it was only natural that he thrived in the state of Chen. Are Han Cheng and Wu Feng both in Chen? Have they devised regulations solely for your commercial association? What gives them the right? Wei Xian nearly leaped from his seat. Who are Han Chen and Wu Feng, you ask? They are the eminent masters of legalism in our time, sought after by the four states for quite some time. Yet, they have consistently declined to enter the court for various reasons. To think they have become esteemed guests of Qiran. Their willingness to draft this commercial regulation speaks volumes about Qiran's standing in their eyes. Remain calm, remain composed. Qiran had not anticipated such a vigorous reaction from the gentlemen. He pondered how they would respond if they learned that 5 other esteemed gentlemen were also in Chen. You have yet to explain why these gentlemen would heed your counsel. Is it merely because of your wealth? Some matters cannot be resolved solely through financial means. Qiran gestured for Wei Xian to take a seat, for they align with the principles I have established for the regulations. What principles? Wei Xian inquired urgently. Clearly a man of impulsive nature, often indicative of shallower depths of character. There are 4 principles. First, the principle of facilitating swift transactions. Second, the principle of strengthening commercial organizations. Third, the principle of ensuring transaction security. And fourth, the principle of upholding transaction fairness. Qiran recalled these principles from his ancestors' management of the library, where a certain instructor preparing for the judicial examination frequently visited to study. She entrusted him with all the books and, while he did not memorize much, he retained the fundamental tenets of various legal codes. Could you elucidate what a commercial organization entails? Upon hearing the 4 principles, Wei Xian's interest was piqued, and he leaned forward to inquire of Qiran. Qiran had not systematically studied law. Establishing rules was not his forte. However, as a civilized individual in his previous life, how could he be unaware of such fundamental legal knowledge? Although he was reluctant to discuss it, he activated his memorization mode. Sole proprietorships, partnerships, joint ventures, foreign enterprises, corporations. Qiran recalled how, at that time, the 2 gentlemen had inquired meticulously, their eyes sparkling with brilliance. By reiterating this information, he anticipated achieving the desired effect. Indeed, he noticed an even brighter gleam in Wei Xian's eyes. Could you provide more details? Wei Xian leaned eagerly toward Qi Ran. You should consult the two gentlemen directly about this, Qi Ran replied, unable to impart any further useful knowledge, and passed the proverbial hot potato to Mr. Hanqing and Mr. Wu Feng. What kind of commercial organization will it be? Wei Xian inquired, rephrasing his question. Mixed ownership, Qi Ran responded. Mixed ownership? It was evident that Wei Xian did not comprehend. There will be half private capital and half funding from the imperial treasury. The private capital comprises multiple shareholders, of which I am merely one. While it appears to be a 50-50 split, the reality is more complex, involving issues such as voting rights, which the two gentlemen will manage adeptly. If you wish to glean insights from this, it would be best to learn from them, but the tuition will undoubtedly be steep. Whatever the cost, as long as I can learn from the two gentlemen, Wei Xian declared, successfully piquing Qi Ran's curiosity. He retrieved his wallet, not bothering to count the contents, and pushed all the silver notes before Qi Ran, which were indeed from the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Is this sufficient? His voice rang clear and melodious, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. Qi Ran estimated the sum. It was quite substantial, amounting to several 100,000 taels. A young man so generous could be both advantageous and disadvantageous as a partner. However, as long as he grasped the rules of commerce, he would prove to be a valuable collaborator. A liberal partner was undoubtedly preferable to one who was overly calculative. The tuition is enough, but I still need to consider meal and accommodation expenses. Qi Ran mused, curious if Wei Xian was completely penniless. If that were the case, he would have to arrange food and lodging, which would be rather cumbersome. All right, how much do you need? I can send a message for my family to bring it. I will settle here to learn, Wei Xian said, his face alight with excitement. The seven gentlemen currently resided at Hanlin Academy, and since Wei Xian was not an academic there, he could not enter the premises, which posed a complication. The seven gentlemen do not stay with me, Qi Ran muttered. The seven gentlemen? Wei Xian cast a curious glance. There are also Wen Jin, Wu Cheng, Huang Jing, Wang Ming, and Zhuge Yu, alongside Mr. Han Cheng and Mr. Wu Feng, all residing together. They are all in the state of Chen. Wei Xian exclaimed, astonished. What qualifications does Chen have? Indeed, I invited them, Qi Ran casually remarked. You are impressive, truly impressive. I thought no one could summon seven gentlemen. How did you manage it? Old friends. Of course, when an old friend is in need, one must come to their aid, Qi Ran stated, truthfully noting that he had indeed invited the seven gentlemen under the auspices of Wu Yue. Wu Yue and the seven gentlemen shared an unbreakable bond. Upon Wu Yue's demise, his final wishes must be fulfilled, compelling him to invite the seven gentlemen from their seclusion. Little did they anticipate that they would inadvertently board the treacherous vessel of Qi Ran, finding themselves unable to disembark. Presently, the reputation of the seven gentlemen has flourished, and they seem to relish their current lifestyle, likely harboring no ill will towards him. Are you not merely a merchant? Wei Xian inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. I am a man of vast knowledge, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Qi Ran asserted, straightening his posture. I have only heard that you, Qi, possess a remarkable talent for amassing wealth, and that you are closely allied with the national guardian of Qin, your skills rivaling that of Wei Xian. You have now ascended to become a pillar of Qin, recognized among the elite defenders of the realm, Wei Xian articulated with eloquence, a testament to her persuasive nature. Your words imply that I am boasting about my own merits. Is that accurate, esteemed seven gentlemen? Qi Ran felt that Wei Xian was mocking his self-aggrandizement. Rest assured, I shall investigate thoroughly. By the way, where do the seven gentlemen reside? Wei Xian's foremost concern was the seven gentlemen. The Hanlin Academy, Qi Ran slowly divulged. As officials? Wei Xian queried, astonished. As educators, he replied, which aligned with the personalities of the seven. Wei Xian appeared quite familiar with them. You cannot enter the Hanlin Academy, thus missing the opportunity to learn from the two gentlemen. What a pity, Qi Ran remarked, raising the silver note in his hand. Relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself, Wei Xian retorted, snatching the silver note from Qi Ran's grasp and tucking it away. Wait. One cannot simply suffocate oneself. With a bow, she turned to depart. Observing her retreating figure, Qi Ran muttered to himself, her temperament is reminiscent of Yin Ran. My dear husband, am I truly so remarkable that you cannot help but think of me? Lin Yin Ran, having arrived from the estate, caught the tail end of Qi Ran's soliloquy and chuckled. My lady, you are perpetually within my thoughts. My love for you knows no bounds, Qi Ran acknowledged. Aware that Lin Yin Ran delighted in such flattery, even if it was insincere. Who was that young gentleman who just left? Lin Yin Ran inquired. noticing Wei Xian preparing to mount her horse. That was Wei Xian, eager to collaborate with us. Upon hearing that Han Cheng and Mr. Wu Feng were in Chen, he changed his mind and sought them as mentors for his studies. I consented and accepted a significant sum in silver notes from him. A young man keen on learning deserves encouragement. You have collected quite the tuition. It should be reported. Lin Yinran extended her hand towards Qi Ran. Do not rush. The matter is not yet concluded. After learning that the 7 gentlemen reside at the Hanlin Academy, he withdrew his request, determined to find his own means of education. Enough of this. You are aware that the 7 gentlemen are quite selective in taking on disciples. You do not know much about Wei Xian. If he does not capture the attention of the 2 gentlemen, even your personal entreaties would bear no fruit. It would be wiser to refund his tuition promptly. Lin Yinran advised, shaking her head. Are you attempting to ensnare a young man in your schemes once again? He does not appear to be a mere youth. I suspect he is not younger than you, Qi Ran noted, ever astute in reading the nuances of character, despite Wei Xian's handsome appearance. His face bore the marks of experience, suggesting a maturity beyond his years. Although the presence of the 7 gentlemen in Chen is not a secret, it is certainly not common knowledge for an outsider. What motivates you to act in such a manner? Lin Yinran believed that Qi Ran was currently overflowing with confidence, as if everyone around him were afraid of him. I perceive his potential to become a distinguished legal scholar and wish for both gentlemen to conduct further evaluations. Qi Ran pondered this and realized that he had no necessity to engage in such actions. Why had he done so? Was it merely due to their congenial conversation? By what rationale could one determine his potential for greatness in law? Lin Yinran inquired with curiosity. Instinct. Qi Ran attempted to deflect the question, acknowledging that he had indeed become momentarily conceited. My dear husband, I support you and trust your instincts. The 4 children had become quite a headache for Wei Xian. They were quick learners, and she believed it would not be long before Wei Xian would be outmatched by their antics. Yu Yinran, your progress has also been commendable. Old Mr. Zhou is quite satisfied. With your discerning eye, how could you possibly misjudge? Lin Yinran smiled. Indeed, you understand me best, my dear wife. Qi Ran felt elated by her praise and readily returned the compliment. Though in my eyes you are unparalleled, you are not without flaws. Ever since you bested Wu Qingyuan, I have noticed a certain arrogance in you. I have not seen you practice diligently of late. My dear wife, you must understand, as newlyweds, I find myself enraptured by your enchanting allure, and you are the root of my indulgence. Qi Ran exclaimed, watching as Lin Yinran raised her fist, hastily defending himself. Who is being enchanting? Lin Yinran teased, biting her lip as she swayed closer to him. Spare me, from this day forth I shall resume my practice, and our intimate moments shall be halved. Qi Ran shut his eyes, feeling a sense of trepidation towards Lin Yinran. After their marriage, her previous assertiveness had transformed into an alluring charm, a beguiling enchantment that was hard to resist. How could he focus on his practice in her presence? Moreover, with the comprehensive activation of the Wu Yue system, his own Zhou had been absorbed. He was uncertain of its true strength, as he was still unskilled in its manipulation. Currently, Wu Yue resembled a spaceship with the capability to navigate the cosmos, while the Guqin served as an intelligent operating system. Qi Ran found himself struggling to comprehend the full functionality of this system, which was indeed his most vexing predicament at present. Qi Ran diligently began his training as instructed. Yet he now found himself at an impasse. His intimate encounters had not only diminished, but also lacked fervor. Despite this, he had yet to cultivate endurance. He considered seeking guidance from Wei Su, but feared that Wei Su might discern his struggles, so he resorted to solitary exploration, mired in frustration. While Qi Ran was at the Yi family estate admiring the blossoms, he received a message from Wei Xian, inviting him to a banquet at the Spring Fragrance Pavilion, where he was to bring his wife. The head chef at the Spring Fragrance Pavilion was Yu Pin, who had acquired the establishment as her own venture. Having toiled in the business world for several years, she had amassed considerable capital and learned numerous operational secrets from Qi Ran and Lin Yinran. Upon securing their approval, she acquired the failing Spring Fragrance Pavilion and personally hired a renowned chef. The signature dish, 8 delicacies, comprised 4 meat and 4 vegetable offerings, all beautifully presented and flavorful. Following the establishment of its reputation, the Spring Fragrance Pavilion became a bustling hub of patrons. This success incited envy in the previous owner, who consulted a feng shui master. Initially, the master speculated on the geomantic features and, after a thorough analysis, concluded that while the site possessed auspicious qualities, the owner's destiny and the elements did not align. He advised the owner to invite a Taoist priest to perform rituals, including the creation of a transformative water wheel within the spring fragrance pavilion to enhance fortune. This endeavor cost several thousand taels of silver, yet due to the business's closure, customers ceased visiting. The feng shui master, upon further reflection, suggested that the owner's inflexible destiny warranted an early exit, recommending that the establishment be entrusted to someone whose fate was more harmonious with its energy. The owner, genuinely apprehensive, attempted to sell but, having previously engaged a Taoist for rituals and sacred objects, led the local business community to view the spring fragrance pavilion as an ill-fated venture. As the price dwindled to a point of personal distress, Yu ultimately acquired it. Initially, the owner believed he had struck gold. But upon learning that the buyer was Yu from the Baihe Pavilion, he became increasingly anxious. Convinced that she would not invest in a cursed establishment and that Qi Ran, the proprietor of Baihe Pavilion, would not suffer losses. He suspected a conspiracy between Baihe Pavilion and the feng shui master, believing he had fallen into a trap. However, the feng shui master adamantly denied any connection to Baihe Pavilion, asserting that the current success of the spring fragrance pavilion was due to the favorable alignment of the owner's destiny. Although the previous owner lost half of his clientele through gossip, he also incurred substantial financial losses, having to pay the hired thugs and recompense the feng shui master. Ultimately, after all his efforts, little remained from the sale of the spring fragrance pavilion, and he vanished without a trace, never to be seen in the vicinity again. For Lin Yanran, Yu was as dear as a sister, and granting her the autonomy to establish her own business was a gift from her and Qi Ran. Grateful for this opportunity, Yu departed from Baihe Pavilion, leaving behind her culinary creations and investing in the spring fragrance pavilion, where she became the major shareholder. With Lin Yanran as the secondary partner, Yu's business practices aligned with Qi Ran's entrepreneurial philosophy. He had transformed into a true capitalist, focusing solely on investment while refraining from day-to-day management. It is indeed the Horse Racing Association, which is gradually transferring its influence to the court. The profitability of earning money through money itself is significantly better. His speculative ventures have yielded ample rewards, and the wealth he accumulates continues to generate further wealth. In this era, the risks undertaken by capitalists are far less than those in previous times. Yet this lucrative method of earning has provoked envy among many. Countless eyes are fixated on his capital, though he finds little interest in counting them. At least, for now, no one dares to covet his interests, not even the court. Y is aware of QRN and LNYNRN's imminent arrival and has taken to the kitchen herself. She frequently sends gourmet delicacies to the Y family estate, and the more they benefit from her generosity, the more likely they are to offer her assistance within their means. Upon arriving as promised, QRN and LNYNRN stood before the gilded characters of Chun Xiang Lu and instantly understood why Y was thriving so remarkably. These characters, inscribed by the emperor himself, must have been procured through the efforts of the 7 esteemed gentlemen. The display of this imperial plaque serves as a public declaration that Chun Xiang Lu possesses formidable connections, and those who might harbor intentions against it should tread cautiously. It is unexpected that this young lady possesses such astuteness. After pausing briefly beneath the sign, QRN ascended the stairs. This reflects the notion that a strong commander is never accompanied by weak soldiers. L and YN appeared thoroughly pleased with Y's endeavors. Are you complimenting me or praising yourself? QRN cast a glance at the exuberant LNYNRN. Are we not family now? Must we still distinguish ourselves? LNYNRN playfully nestled her head against QRN's arm. All right, let's refrain from displaying our affection in public. QRN relished LNYNRN's feminine charm, yet in such a public setting, discretion was preferable. In this era, interactions between men and women tend to be more reserved. There is no need to be ostentatious about their affections. We are already affectionate. Why must we put on a show? My demeanor is natural, devoid of any pretense. LNYNRN smiled playfully. Indeed. Such naturalness should be contingent upon the setting. QRN glanced up at the 3rd floor, where I Su and observed them with a smile. I see. LNYNRN noted I Su N's presence. When he noticed her gaze, he bowed in greeting. How peculiar is this WI gentleman? He did not bow to you, but shows such courtesy to me. Why is that? LNYNRN inquired softly of QRN. You are meeting him for the first time? QRN responded. Ah, that makes sense. You two have already met. And this WI gentleman's carefree demeanor is indeed something we both appreciate. LNYNRN adjusted her dress as they ascended the stairs. She typically dressed in a practical manner, but for today's occasion, She had donned a more elaborate gown, making her somewhat awkward as she had to be cautious not to trip. He certainly possesses your spirit. One can only imagine how flamboyant you were in the past. QRN seized the opportunity to tease LNYNRN. I shan't dwell on past grievances. I am now quite eager to discover what special delights Y's exquisite 8 flavors have to offer. Enough. You have indulged in enough delectable treats. Why the lingering desire for Y's exquisite offerings? QRN shook his head. LNYNRN seemed to be regressing. She had always been the first to taste Y's culinary creations, yet she now appeared to yearn for them again. You two are quite punctual. I Su-in welcomed them into the suite. Of course, QRN replied graciously as they entered. The 7 gentlemen rose in respect upon their arrival. Chi-Ran glanced at the 2 empty seats at the center, recognizing that they were reserved for him and Lin Yanran. He did not engage in any formalities and took his seat directly. This had become a habit. Further pleasantries seemed unnecessary. Since the last encounter with Wu Yue, the 7 of us had not met again, and it was evident that Chi Boss appeared more spirited than before, suggesting he had fully recovered. Wang Ming observed the vigorous Chi Ran. Recalling how Chi Boss had made a name for himself in the capital with a birthday gift for Sister Lin and had now gained even greater renown by defeating Wu Yuan, which was truly impressive. Mr. Wu Cheng stroked his long beard, pondering Chi Boss's hidden prowess as a cultivator, realizing he had underestimated him on a previous occasion. Huang Jing recalled the tales he had shared about various Taoist sects, believing himself to be well-versed, only to discover that Chi Ran was already a master of the Tao. Reflecting on this now, he felt a sense of shame. Old Mr. Huang, please do not belittle yourself. Although Chi Ran is indeed a cultivator, he possesses limited knowledge of the various Taoist schools. Your guidance has been invaluable to him, and he holds your teachings close to his heart. Chi Ran, with his straightforward nature, fostered an atmosphere of camaraderie among the group, making their gathering feel as joyful as a casual family reunion. Wei Xian knew little about Chi Boss, but after conversing at length with the 7 gentlemen, she understood the depth of their friendship. She expressed her apologies for any previous disrespect towards Chi Boss and asked for his forgiveness. After the customary exchanges, Wei Xian also offered her respects to Chi Ran. Do not take offense, Wei Xiao. The fact that you have invited the 7 gentlemen today surely indicates you bear good news for me. I would love to hear it. The good news is that Mr. Han Qing and Mr. Wu Feng wish to take me on as their disciple. Wei Xian's face lit up with joy, clearly pleased with this outcome. Which Hanlin Academy are you entering? Chi Ran was taken aback. Gaining admission to the Imperial Hanlin Academy was no simple matter. The selection process was quite intricate. Even the 7 gentlemen had been unable to secure a place for their own child there. As Wei Xian was from the state of Wei, how could she possibly gain entry to the Hanlin Academy? To Chi Ran's knowledge, the academy had never accepted students from foreign nations. Indeed, as far as I am aware, Chi Boss has risen to fame in the capital through constant innovation. Your creative insights, as I understand them, are nothing short of surprising and remarkable. Surely, such matters cannot perplex someone as astute as myself, Wei Xian remarked with a smile. Her smile exuded a captivating charm, prompting Lin Yanran to steal a few glances at her. Upon hearing her speak of creative insights, Chi Ran realized she had engaged deeply with the 7 gentlemen. When had they become so inquisitive as to reveal his background? What was it about Wei Xian that inspired such trust from the 7 gentlemen? I, Chi Ran, have managed to establish the Baihe Tower on Early Street, which is a precedent for turning the impossible into the possible. Indeed, in this world, everything is feasible. I merely wish to know what method you employed. Chi Ran was always confident in his abilities. Why not take a guess? Wei Xian said, lifting her teacup for a sip. The 7 gentlemen turned their gaze towards Chi Ran, curious to see if he could deduce the answer. Chi Ran, known for his unexpected insights, piqued their interest in whether his intuition would differ from Wei Xian's. Young Master Wei, it is not about you or me. It is about our individual selves. I am aware of my own strengths, yet I remain oblivious to yours. When undertaking any task, one must first consider their own capabilities. In the absence of familiarity with you, I find myself at a loss. Chi Ran shook his head, disinterested in this mental game. If you were to approach the 2 gentlemen for knowledge, how would you do so? Wei Xian posed a different question. He now inquired about Chi Ran's choices, leaving no room for Chi Ran to evade responsibility. Indeed, Wei Xian was quite the talent. Numerous methods exist. The desire to learn is not confined solely to becoming a student of Hanlin Academy. Each year, the Academy also enrolls various aides, should young Master Wei deign to visit. It is not beyond possibility. Alternatively, if one prefers not to lower themselves, Wealth affords the opportunity to procure a residence outside the academy and invite the 7 gentlemen to reside there, as they are not obligated to dwell within Hamlin Academy. There are certainly more than these 2 approaches. Diligence is all that is required. How did you gain entry? Wei Xian inquired. Admiring Qi Ran's past as a strategist at the Lin Family Academy, recognizing his prowess in strategy. Young Master Wei, do not shy away from the question with mere pleasantries. You have yet to disclose how you entered Hamlin Academy. My Qi Ran has recommended you to study under the esteemed gentleman Han Qing and Wu Feng due to your potential to become a master of legal studies. I am equally curious about the special talents you possess that garnered such high praise. Lin Yanran, listening to Wei Xian's compliments aimed at Qi Ran, felt a twinge of irritation at the lack of clarity regarding Qi Ran's admission to the academy, her words laced with provocation. Ah. So Qi Ran holds me in such high regard. I had thought this merchant was merely interested in my wealth, seeking to collect a hefty tuition fee to enrich the 7 gentlemen. Wei Xian chuckled. The 7 gentlemen, upon hearing this, could not contain their mirth. Their gazes at Wei Xian tinged with mockery. Qi Ran might dismiss it as trivial, but with Lin Yanran present, a volatile spirit, it was unlikely that she would spare Wei Xian any leniency. Does my Qi Ran truly covet your paltry sums? He may lack in many things, but he certainly does not lack in wealth, Lin Yanran retorted sharply. Madam Qi, while you possess great spirit, is it not the nature of a businessman to seek profit? The ocean encompasses all rivers. Wealth accumulates from small beginnings. Can you truly assert that he has no desire for gain? If he did not, would you have the confidence to be so generous here? Wei Su responded with casual indifference. A gentleman approaches wealth with integrity, Lin Yanran countered, taken aback by his retort. Wei Xian was indeed correct. Wealth is, after all, a matter of accumulation. Indeed, there is nothing wrong in generating income for the 7 gentlemen. This is the essence of a businessman. Why does Madam Qi seem so unsettled? Is it possible that Qi Ran, in his pursuit of wealth, deviates from the conventional path, favoring profit above all else? Has Wei Xian inadvertently struck a nerve, provoking Madam Qi's ire? Wei Xian continued to sip his tea, seemingly intent on challenging Lin Yanran, as if he were not the host of this gathering, but rather an instigator seeking discord. Young Master Wei, have you heard the adage, charity does not lead armies. Righteousness does not sustain wealth, virtue does not govern, emotion does not dictate affairs, and benevolence does not engage in politics? If you have, spare us your rhetoric. Lin Yanran is not your adversary. She is forthright and possesses qualities I lack. The more shameless I appear, the more virtuous she is. Of course, Qi Ran protects his wife. A slap to his face would be far less preferable than a blow to her. Upon hearing that Boss Qi and Sister Lin are a match made in heaven, it seems the rumors hold water. Wei Xian set down her teacup and regarded Qi Ran, whose countenance was marked by anger. This is beyond question. Lin Yanran, shielded by Qi Ran, suppressed her burgeoning fury, reasoning that as long as her husband stands by her, there is no need to stoop to such a person's level. She gazed at Qi Ran with admiration, her eyes brimming with tenderness. The 7 gentlemen looked on in awe, giving Qi Ran a thumbs up. To them, marrying Lin Yan and assured him the reputation of being henpecked, yet unexpectedly. Qi Ran possessed such skill that he transformed Lin Yan entirely into his devoted follower. Qi Ran's methods of handling matters were evidently impressive. Madam Qi, I wish to convey that Boss Qi possesses discernment. He is destined to be a master of law, and I must make you aware of the reasons behind his actions. Han Cheng and Wu Feng were eager to teach me. Wei Xian clearly relished this outcome. How did you gain admission to the Hamlin Academy? Lin Yan felt her anger dissipate as she listened to him extolling her husband. That is rather simple. I participated in the selection for the Hamlin Academy and succeeded. As for not being a citizen of Chen, that too is easily resolved. There has never been a prohibition against foreigners taking the Hamlin Academy entrance examination. Wei Xian smiled. So you followed the proper procedures and passed both the Hamlin Academy selection and the assessments of the 2 gentlemen? Qi Ran understood how Wei Xian had garnered the admiration of the 7 gentlemen. This was achieved through genuine talent and scholarship. The assessment by Master Wu was conducted personally by the 2 of us. He is indeed a promising talent. However, Boss Qi still misjudged the situation. Han Qing smiled. What was incorrect? Qi Ran was puzzled regarding his miscalculation. He was examined as a master of the Hamlin Academy, not as a student. Wu Feng gently shook his head. Such a young master. Lin Yanran exclaimed in surprise. A prodigy indeed. Han Cheng cast an appreciative glance at Wei Xian, then turned to Qi Ran, equating him with this rare young talent. The other gentlemen nodded in agreement. Since we have gained another talent, We must return today in high spirits. Young Master Wu, I shall seize this occasion to congratulate you on becoming the youngest master of the Hamlin Academy in Chen. Lin Yinran took in the expressions of the crowd and was the first to enliven the somewhat somber atmosphere. This is essential. Though Qi Ran believed Wei Xian possessed some talent, he had not anticipated his exceptional prowess. Gaining admission to the Hamlin Academy is no small feat, and becoming a master is even more challenging. The masters of the Hamlin Academy are all like the 7 gentlemen, venerable scholars. To become one of them is a testament to undeniable talent. Madam Qi, this proposal is splendid. How can we have only tea at this moment, without wine? The 7 gentlemen also expressed interest. Lin Yinran summoned the waiter to bring wine and dishes. When the waiter presented an array of exquisite delicacies, the 7 gentlemen and Wei Xian, captivated by the aroma, could not restrain themselves from picking up their chopsticks to indulge. The wine served was Qi Ran's favorite cocktail. Yu was well aware of Qi Ran and Lin Yinran's preferences, and she had even prepared a cocktail specially crafted for women. Wei Xian observed that Lin Yinran's wine was distinctly unique, prompting her to pour herself a glass for tasting. Upon consuming it, she exclaimed its delightful flavor, requesting the waiter to bring her a bottle identical to Lin Yinran's. This surprised Lin Yinran, as the wine, characterized by its fragrant and lingering taste, was ideally suited for women. Could it be that the people of Wei country favored such a delicate beverage? The exquisite delicacy of 8 flavors was a must-have for Yu every time she visited the Yi family estate. Lin Yinran now understood why Qi Ran was not particularly enthusiastic about the 8 flavors. They consumed it frequently. The 7 gentlemen also indulged in it with great relish. Wei Xian, evidently experiencing it for the first time, partook the most as the host of the feast, observing others savor their meals with elegance. He was perplexed as to how they could resist the temptations of such distinctive cuisine. However, after several new dishes were presented on the table, he soon regretted his earlier indulgence, realizing he could only watch as others enjoyed their meals. He now comprehended why everyone was dining so gracefully. They were awaiting the subsequent delicacies. Within a few days, pertinent information regarding Wei Xian arrived in Qi Ran's hands. The details confirmed that Wei Xian was indeed the son of the wealthy merchant Wei Jin from the Wei country, possessing considerable talent and extensive knowledge as he matured. He had long revered legalism, having thoroughly studied its classic texts, and had gained prominence as a notable lawyer in Wei country. It was said that when matters could not be resolved, one should consult Wei Xian. No wonder he spoke so eloquently. It was clearly a result of his practice. Qi Ran entrusted the information to Lin Yinran for safekeeping. I find something amiss about this young Master Wei, though I cannot pinpoint what exactly. Lin Yinran remarked to Qi Ran after securing the information. For now, this matter does not require our concern. While there are no regulations in Qin country prohibiting foreigners from teaching at the Hamlin Academy, it is, after all, an institution dedicated to nurturing future officials. The arrival of a Wei national as a teacher would inevitably attract scrutiny from the court. Qi Ran's apprehension did not stem from Wei Xian's identity. As a lawyer, should his intention for arriving in Qin country be to engage in business, specifically to establish commercial regulations, it would be more fitting for Mr. Han Cheng and Mr. Wu Feng to draft them. If he shifted to teaching to gain insight into the intent and specifics of these regulations for implementation back in Wei country, this would align with a lawyer's modus operandi. Wei Xian had come with purpose. He must have conducted thorough research on himself and the individuals at Baya Tower. However, during their initial conversation, he seemed unaware of the relationship between the 7 gentlemen and himself, which caught Qi Ran off guard. Yinran, I too find this Wei Xian somewhat peculiar. We ought to keep a watchful eye on him, Qi Ran added after a moment of contemplation. Rest assured, the 7 gentlemen are seasoned individuals. No matter how cunning Wei Xian may be, he is no match for them. Lin Yinran chuckled at Qi Ran's concern for the 7 gentlemen. This is a classic case of genuine worry leading to disorder. The 7 gentlemen are remarkably astute. Anyone who can contend with my father, Lin Lifeng, would not easily fall for another's schemes. The Hamlin Academy is an esteemed institution, and he is a teacher. If he were to clandestinely cultivate his own followers, it would not be a difficult task. Qi Ran's true fear lay in this possibility. Are you concerned he might groom Qin nationals to serve Wei country? Lin Yinran discerned Qi Ran's apprehension. Such a scenario is not entirely implausible. This espionage has a long history, and his foreign identity is quite apparent. The court spies are not idle. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, he would be caught red-handed. It is best for us to refrain from concerning ourselves with the court's affairs, as they say, not in the position, not to meddle in the matters. Lin Yinran believes that if Wei Xian were a spy sent by the state of Wei, he would not be so conspicuous, with so many eyes upon him. His personal space is severely restricted, making any covert actions quite difficult. Shiren pulled Lin Yinran, suggesting they visit the medicinal garden, a place where Mr. Zhou and Wei Xian frequently go. Out of curiosity, they decided to explore it today. Shiren had always wondered what secrets Zhou and Wei Xian found there, as they often spent half a day in that location. All right, let us stroll through the garden and admire the flowers, Lin Yinran said as she tugged at Shiren to proceed. From a distance, Zhou and Wei Xian were resting in the medicinal garden when they heard Lin Yinran's melodious laughter approaching. They have arrived, Wei Xian remarked with a glance at Qi Ran and Lin Yinran. Qi Ran was eager to discover the nature of the secrets held here. Zhou, half closing his eyes, did not direct his gaze toward them nor at Wei Xian, his attention absorbed by the medicinal herbs surrounding him. Greetings, I have come to join you for a chat. Qi Ran initiated, noticing both of the individuals she sought were present. We are always at leisure, but what brings you here today, Miss Qi? Zhou inquired. I am aware that there is something peculiar about this estate, but the specifics elude me. Driven by curiosity, I have come to investigate, Qi Ran replied candidly. Do explore. And should you glean any insights, we would be delighted to exchange thoughts. Wei Xian chuckled lightly. He sat in a rocking chair, a unique piece specially crafted for him by the 4 children, which also served as part of their assessment task. These 4 youngsters are remarkably astute. Whenever he reclines in the rocking chair, he feels an immense sense of comfort. This one-of-a-kind creation offers unparalleled ease, a sensation only he can truly appreciate. Zhou, desiring a similar rocking chair, lamented that the 4 children were too occupied with their training to fulfill their promise, leaving him yet to see the tangible result. Zhou wished for Wei Xian to assign this task to the children once more, but he consistently delayed. Each time Zhou observed Wei Xian lounging in the rocking chair, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Make yourselves comfortable, Zhou said languidly. You two, divine beings, seem to have taken charge here, Lin Yinran remarked, noting how the 2 appeared to be the true masters of the estate. Madam Qi, we are all guests here, so naturally, we will each act according to our preferences, Wei Xian replied, shaking his head. Wei Xian, I still believe you are better suited to your divine persona. Every time you hover in the air, you eclipse even the most beautiful clouds. In an instant, you traverse vast distances, leaving the wind in awe. You ought not to be so grounded. Reclining here in your rocking chair, as if the world were unaware of your contentment, Qi Ran expressed her usual discontent towards Wei Xian. Madam Qi, it seems that you are bitter because you cannot attain what you desire, Wei Xian teased. Ah, the bitterness is palpable enough to cause one to lose a tooth, he added, adjusting his position for greater comfort and lazily draping a large medicinal leaf over his face, dismissing the 2 with a wave of his hand. Zhou remained oblivious to the affairs at hand, his eyes only partially open. Shiren listened to his rhythmic breathing, raising an eyebrow as he realized its cadence aligned with the flow of air in the vicinity. Stirred by this revelation, Shiren settled down to meditate, attempting to mimic the techniques he had observed. Initially, he found it challenging, but after several adjustments, he grasped the essence of the practice. When his breathing synchronized with the ambient air, he began to comprehend why Zhou and Wei Su had come to this place. The cultivator's focus lies within one's own energy field, as Qi Ran's aura intertwined with the energy of the Yi family estate. He discovered that the vibrational energies here complemented his own. No, they were particularly suited to Wu Yue's energy. His aura harmonized beautifully with that of the estate, and Qi Ran relished this experience of cultivation. Ah, your energy feels quite familiar, Zhou remarked, fully opening his eyes to fixate intently on Qi Ran. Oh, any resemblance is purely coincidental, Qi Ran replied, a flicker of anxiety igniting within him. In his state of immersion, he had momentarily forgotten that this potent energy was not his own. It was entirely reasonable that such a formidable aura would draw the attention of Zhou and Wei Su. Qi, may I inquire about your age? Wei Su asked. In my 20s, not older than you, Qi Ran responded instinctively. Wu Yue was indeed older than Wei Su, as he was a senior. My true age is measured in millennia, Wei Su retorted, a hint of restlessness evident in the leaves covering his face, which began to flutter irregularly. You cannot be older than I in human terms. I calculate my age based on earthly years, Qi Ran asserted, feeling rejuvenated after his meditation. You are truly shameless, Wei Su remarked, readjusting the leaves on his face and sitting upright. You are the most brazen person I have encountered in the mortal realm. The divine often resides above. As a mortal, how could one attract the attention of the divine without a touch of audacity? Qiren laughed. Divinity bestows favor upon mortals due to their fortune, yet you have succeeded in capturing my attention through your audacity. Truly, you are a unique entity, Wei Su replied, rising with a chuckle. In truth, I am not shameless. I merely excel at employing the strategies of others against them, Qiren countered, rising as well. Invigorated and eager to engage in more activity, he intended to frequent this place for practice, and it was inevitable that banter would ensue among the trio. Transforming their exchanges into a source of amusement was, after all, a positive endeavor. Enough of this idle chatter. It serves no purpose, Zhou interjected coldly. Purposeful? Qiren's eyes widened. Indeed, he was in the company of two genuine divine beings. It would be wise to seek their counsel on any inquiries he might have. It was evident that Wu Yue's aura could no longer be concealed, and consulting Wei Su presented an opportune moment. Yet, he had been so engrossed in their repartee that he had neglected the most critical matters. Indeed, Zhou Lao, your admonition is well taken. Qiren bowed in gratitude to Zhou. Let us dispense with the formalities. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Divine Wei, you have witnessed my aura several times. Will you not offer me some guidance? Qiren implored Wei Su. Counting today, this marks our fourth encounter. I have no advice to offer. Your aura is so formidable that even I, as a deity, feel a sense of humility in its presence. What counsel could I possibly provide? Wei Su replied languidly. What a petty god you are, Qiren muttered under his breath. Wei Su could not possibly be unaware that he was unable to control Shou Tian. But if he were to inquire about the reason behind his lack of control, how could he respond? Qiren's thoughts raced. Hearing this, Wei Su gazed calmly at Qiren and said, Do you have any questions? Speak freely, and I shall see if I can assist you. Indeed, there were questions. Qiren averted his gaze from Wei Su, feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, deeming it rather impolite. You speak too much, Zhou Tian interjected at an opportune moment. This Zhou Tian is quite peculiar. It does not heed my commands but listens to the Guqin. After a moment's contemplation, Qiren decided to speak candidly. If these two deities were to probe deeply, it would be best to provide reasonable explanations. If they could unravel the truth, it would be a testament to their abilities. But if not, as long as his reasoning was sound, that would suffice. How odd it is that it does not obey you, but rather the Guqin, Wei Su remarked. The Guqin is your life instrument, thus it should be under your control, rather than the other way around, unless, of course, this Guqin is not your life instrument. Nor is this Zhou Tian yours. Wei Su's eyes bore into Qiren's, searching for a hint of truth. How could that be? The Guqin formerly belonged to Brother Wu. He is not a cultivator, and his Guqin is merely an ordinary instrument. Perhaps during my practice, my proficiency in the principles of the Guqin led to the manifestation of this magical instrument, Qiren speculated, though he himself was not entirely certain of the matter. This Guqin is so enigmatic. Why? Wei Su mused aloud. He knew that the Guqin belonged to Wu Yue, and based on his understanding of Wu Yue, it was indeed just an ordinary instrument without any special attributes. Wu Yue's true life instrument was the flying dragon. Qiren had acquired this divine Guqin and gained some fortuitous opportunity from it, yet Wei Su could not discern what it was. Since the moment he initiated the alteration of Qingguo's fate, many events had slipped beyond his grasp. I too wish to uncover the reason, Qiren thought as he sensed Wei Su's inability to unravel the mystery. If you genuinely seek assistance, narrate the entire sequence of events in detail, lest we waste time on wild conjectures. Time for cultivation is precious. If the four children emerge as adults only to discover that their master is but a fool, what would be their sentiments? Zhou Tian chattered on. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute, Qiren retorted. Feeling increasingly irked by Zhou Tian's incessant criticisms, Zhou Tian's comfortable existence was, after all, a result of Qiren's benevolence in taking him in. Even if he had once been a deity, Qiren had extended a hand during his time of need. Was it not expected to be grateful? Why then did Zhou Tian choose to kick him when he was down? Good intentions are met with ingratitude. Time to sleep, Zhou Tian declared, closing his eyes and drifting off. Wei Su too shut his eyes, though he wished to assist Qiren. The latter's cunning nature and reticence made it difficult for him to provide any meaningful help as a deity. Look, this medicinal herb is truly remarkable, Lin Yin observed while Qiren meditated in the medicinal garden. The garden itself was unremarkable, although she did not recognize the herbs planted within. They were still mere plants without anything extraordinary about them. It was only upon arriving at the location of the siblings that she halted, scrutinizing closely, and discovered that two of the herbs bore an uncanny resemblance to human figures. The herbs all seemed similar. What is so remarkable about that? As Qiren observed that the two deities were ignoring him, he felt a sense of awkwardness. Just then, he heard Lin Yinran calling out, prompting him to approach her. Do you see how this herb resembles a human? Lin Yinran pointed at the swaying tender sprouts. It's merely grass. How could it resemble a person? Qiren failed to discern any peculiarities and attempted to lead Lin Yinran away. No, these two plants do resemble humans. Look, their features are quite distinct, Lin Yinran insisted, gesturing as she spoke. Indeed, your drawing does capture a certain essence, Qiren mused, observing Lin Yinran sketching and then examining the two herbs, beginning to perceive a hint of truth in her words. In the past, I often illustrated embroidery for Xiaoyu, capturing the spirit of objects through lines. These two plants may appear ordinary, yet they are anything but. Lin Yinran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the secret of the Yi family estate lies here? Your keen observation deserves commendation. Let us return for now, Qiren suggested, gently pulling Lin Yinran away. Not yet. I want to uproot these two herbs for potting. What do you think? Lin Yinran was clearly enamored with the plants. My lady may do as she wishes, Qiren replied, having learned to be agreeable. He now complied with Lin Yinran's proposals to avoid conflict, knowing that once she felt at ease, he could subtly introduce his own suggestions. After all, with Lin Yinran's temperament, harmonious coexistence would be challenging otherwise. You are the best, my husband, Lin Yinran beamed at Qiren's acquiescence, crouching down to prepare for digging. Lin Yinran, unbothered by the dirt, began to dig with her hands but suddenly gasped. What happened? Qiren inquired, noticing her disbelief as she regarded her hands. I think something just bit me, she replied. Bitten? How could that be? Qiren examined her hands, which were clean except for some dirt, showing no signs of injury. I was definitely bitten by something, Lin Yinran protested, scrutinizing her hands in astonishment. Given that we are among medicinal herbs, it is quite normal for various insects to be present. You must have been bitten by one, Qiren observed, kindly wiping the dirt from her hands. Insects? Well then, I shall fetch a trowel tomorrow to dig, Lin Yinran decided, abandoning her initial plan upon learning of the insects. Very well, I shall accompany you tomorrow, Qiren said, wrapping his arm around her waist as they departed. Unbeknownst to them, the two plants exhibited signs of agitation, their stems and leaves trembling violently. Qiren sensed the air in the herb garden shifting, and as he looked around, he noted the herbs swaying. The wind is rising, he remarked. The wind is rising? Zhou Tian opened his eyes, turning to observe the herb garden, evidently taken aback